Chapter 2968. Was it blind confidence? Even if it was blind confidence, Qin Shao had to stick to it to the end. Only by persevering and believing firmly could it be possible to make the impossible possible. There were countless impossibilities in the world. If you didn't try to change them and just let them be, then those impossibilities would always be impossibilities. But if you tried hard to change them, then it was possible to make those impossibilities possible. There were no miracles in the world. Only when someone created a miracle could there be a miracle. Qin Shao had never been a blind person. Sometimes he would stick to it to the end, not because he had great confidence, but because he had a heart that refused to admit defeat. All cultivation was based on the heart. The heart was the source of all power. Everything had to be comprehended with the heart. It had to be comprehended thoroughly. Facing the strong pressure at this time, Qin Zhao's heart was still as water and as calm as an ancient well. The core idea of the flying knife was to be extremely sharp. All the sharpness in the world would be released and gathered in the flying knife. The flying knife was actually somewhat similar to the sword cultivation. They both pursued extreme sharpness and supreme sharpness. But the flying knife also had its own unique core. Cultivation was trapped because there was a barrier in one's understanding of the Tao, which hindered one's way forward. To get rid of this dilemma, one needed to understand the barrier in front of one's eyes, remove the obstacles, and continue to move forward. One had to use the power of one's mind to get rid of everything. The stronger the power of one's mind was, the more impactful it would be. Under the strong impact, many opportunities would be created. Of course, no matter how many opportunities there were, one had to seize them. An opportunity that one couldn't seize was not an opportunity. At this time, for Qin Shao, opportunities had appeared. He was trying hard to seize these opportunities. If he couldn't seize them, it would be in vain, and there would be no way to get out of the dangerous situation he was in at this time. Therefore, he had been forced to a dead end. He had to break through this barrier, the barrier that had been troubling him. The flying daggers flashed in Qin Zhao's mind, leaving behind afterimages, leaving behind rays of light in Qin Zhao's mind. Those rays of light were like little dots of light, and those dots of light were like inspirations. They flashed out and illuminated Qin Zhao's soul. His thoughts gushed forth like a spring, illuminating him inch by inch. The drops of light eventually converged into lines and beams of light. When light accumulated to a certain extent, it could break through all darkness and break through all barriers. A single ray of light could illuminate the darkness. The thought in Qin Zhao's mind surged, and the barrier was directly broken, allowing him to directly step out and step into a new level. This transformation was a brand new world. The situation was naturally completely different. Qin Zhao Sage Li's flying dagger instantly became sharper and sharper. It whistled through the sky and the earth, and the power that surged towards Sage Jiusi and Sage Li suddenly increased by a lot. The extreme might of the saber technique pressed down on the two of them. This immediately caused their expressions to change drastically, and they became nervous in their hearts. What's going on? The situation has changed. Sage Jiusi and Sage Mianxian also immediately felt that Qin Zhao Sage Li's flying dagger had become much more powerful and sharper. It had increased by more than several times. Such a huge improvement in an instant made the two of them think of only one possibility, and that was a breakthrough in the flying dagger technique. How could he still make a breakthrough at such a critical moment? What kind of monster is this? The power of Qin Zhao's flying dagger technique was originally quite domineering. With the help of the Sage Li's flying dagger and the amplification effect of the power of the inner world. Therefore, Qin Zhao Sage Li's flying dagger technique was naturally extremely domineering and powerful. Now, the flying dagger technique had broken through to the greater mastery realm. With a breakthrough in the realm, the power of the flying dagger technique was also much stronger. Most importantly, Saint Venerate Jiusi and Saint Venerate Mian Shui were focused on using heart force to suppress Qin Shao. Therefore, they naturally could not use much of their strength at this time. They were only threatened by Qin Zhao's sage Li's flying dagger technique. If that was not the case, it would be far from being a threat to the two of them if it was purely a flying dagger. Not to mention the two of them. Even one of them would not be able to threaten Qin Zhao. The strength of these two people was extremely strong. Threatened by Qin Zhao's sage Li's flying dagger technique, Sage Jiuxi and Sage Mianxian had no choice but to put away their heart force and deal with Qin Zhao's sage Li's flying dagger technique seriously. Otherwise, they would really be in danger. The two of them naturally did not dare to take such a risk. Their energies were already scattered to begin with. Wanting to suppress Qin Zhao with heart force alone was clearly a very impractical thing to do. Since that was the case, they might as well give up on this plan. There was no other way. The best plan, which they thought was foolproof, was unexpectedly broken by Qin Zhao's flying dagger technique. Sage Jiuxi was so angry that his heart was itching. His expression was extremely cold as he stared at Qin Zhao with an extremely gloomy gaze. Even if heart force can't suppress Qin Zhao, we still have other methods, Sage Jiuxi said coldly. He had already calculated that Qin Zhao's heart force was limited. If he and Sage Mian Xian joined forces, they would definitely be able to suppress Qin Zhao. As long as they suppressed Qin Zhao's soul and will, it was basically equivalent to grabbing Qin Zhao's lifeline. Wouldn't he be at their mercy? However, what they did not expect was that Qin Zhao's flying dagger technique was actually so strong. He used the flying dagger technique to counterattack them, forcing them to give up their heart force attacks. If that was the case, their method of suppressing Qin Zhao would not be of any use in a decisive battle. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao's Dao of the flying dagger, they would have been able to eliminate Qin Zhao with just their Dao of the heart. This was a very frightening thing. If it was someone else, they would definitely be eliminated directly. There was no need to even think about it. Qin Zhao could be considered to have created a miracle in this situation. Therefore, Saint Venerable Jiuxi was extremely displeased and furious. He and Sage Mianxian looked at each other. Without hesitation, they immediately attacked with all their might. However, the difference this time was that the two of them did not use heart force. Instead, they used other methods to deal with Qin Zhao directly. Both of them were extremely powerful existences. When they attacked with all their might, the power of several laws burst out. With a terrifying sharpness, they surged towards Qin Zhao aggressively. Streaks of extremely sharp, destructive sharpness surged towards him like a storm that could devour everything. The world was instantly plunged into complete darkness. Endless power swept through the sky and destroyed everything. Suddenly, the space seemed to have been thrown into the nine nether hell. The power of destruction destroyed everything in this space inch by inch, leaving nothing behind. Everything in the space was about to be destroyed. The terrifying power surged into Qin Zhao's mind. Faced with the crazy attacks of the two, Qin Zhao knew that the two of them were going all out. They wouldn't stop until they killed him. It could be seen that Sage Jiuxi and Sage Mianxian had been angered by him and had gone completely crazy. In the face of such madness, it was indeed a very frightening thing. In the face of such a situation, Qin Zhao did not hesitate, nor did he dare to be careless. A sharp light bloomed in his cold eyes. He put away Sage Li's flying knife and used the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength. He pushed the power of the 8 laws and the power of the inner world to the extreme at the same time. This was Qin Zhao's strongest move. Now that his great path law and heart force had broken through, the power of his inner world had also increased. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not know what level the power of his full-powered sword had reached at this moment. It was definitely much stronger than before. In the past, Qin Zhao was confident that he could fight with an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint. Now, he should be able to do it. The power of the 3 people quickly clashed and collided with each other. It was as if 3 celestial bodies had violently collided. The power that erupted was too terrifying. If it were not for the powerful restrictive power protecting this place, the surrounding area would have been razed to the ground. Even though that was the case, the power that erupted from the collision of the three of them shook the world violently. This was a pure collision of power, the collision of laws, the confrontation of fists on flesh. It was the most direct, simplest, and most explosive kind of contest. In fact, the stronger one was the simpler and more explosive one needed to be. There were too many methods, but they were all empty in appearance. They couldn't really play a decisive role. A real battle required the most direct confrontation and the most explosive contest. Although it was 1 against 2, Qin Shao was obviously at a disadvantage. However, he used his powerful strength to prove himself. He was not at a disadvantage at all. He had completely blocked the full-powered attacks of Saint Venerate Jiuxi and Saint Venerate Mian Shui. The battle had reached a stalemate. This kind of situation was very normal in a battle. It was something that would happen very often. However, his appearance here really caused Saint Exalt Jiuxi and Saint Exalt Mian Shui to be extremely surprised. They were extremely shocked, and they were unable to calm down. They had indeed not expected that Qin Shao would actually be able to fight against the two of them in a head-on clash. Moreover, he was not at a disadvantage at all. How is this possible? If the two of them joined forces, they could definitely fight a fourth-step ancient saint. But even so, they were unable to suppress Qin Zhao's sharpness in the slightest. This was very difficult to accept. How prideful and arrogant were they? This time, Qin Shao had indeed severely dampened their spirit. This was the most unbearable thing for them. When a man's pride flared up, it was enough to make them go crazy. It was enough to make them risk their lives for it. At this time, the arrogance of these two people had been completely aroused. This made them hate Qin Shao to the bone. Their anger was blazing. However, after dozens of rounds, the two of them still could not suppress Qin Shao. No matter what methods they used or how they cooperated, it was useless. In the face of absolute power, all methods were useless. In the end, it was a competition of pure strength. This was something that could not be changed. It was a fixed quantity. It was the most important thing. The more they fought, the more confident Qin Shao became. In the beginning, Qin Shao was not very confident. After all, he knew the strength of Sage Jiuxi and Sage Mian Xian. However, it seemed that the breakthrough of his Great Path nomological laws and Heart nomological laws had brought about a significant increase in his strength. Qin Shao looked at Sage Jiuxi coldly and said, "You want to bully me with numbers? I'm sorry to disappoint you again. Your wishful thinking on your body is destined to fail." Chapter 2969. Would he fail? Qin Zhao's voice was like a long needle that pierced deeply into Saint Venerable Jiuxi's heart, causing him great pain. This was the third setback he had suffered because of Qin Shao. Each setback was more painful than the previous one. The anger that had accumulated from these 3 setbacks had already reached a point where he had no choice but to vent out. At this moment, Saint Venerable Jiuxi was even willing to pay any price as long as he could control Qin Shao. Even if he had to give up his life savings, he would not hesitate to do so. This was a great humiliation to both him and Saint Venerable Mian Xian. Saint Venerable Jiuxi's gaze suddenly shifted to a certain spot. He retracted his gaze and looked viciously at Qin Shao as he said, "Qin Shao, don't be too complacent. Since we've already come this far, we don't mind going further. If the 2 of us can't control you, what about the 3 of us?" The 3 of us? Upon hearing Saint Venerable Jiuxi's words, Qin Shao immediately frowned. He naturally understood what Saint Venerable Jiuxi meant. Indeed, as soon as Saint Venerable Jiuxi finished speaking, Qin Shao felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching them. Soon, a figure appeared in the wilderness of God. Obviously, it was His Highness Lan Hua's man. He was a member of Saint Venerable Jiuxi's group. Against Saint Venerable Jiuxi and Saint Venerable Mian Xian, Qin Shao could barely handle them. However, if there was another person, then Qin Shao would definitely not be able to deal with it no matter how hard he tried, unless he used the ancient token. However, it was obvious that using such a trump card was prohibited in the distant heaven boundary of the 100 worlds. It was against the rules. Once it was used, one would be eliminated. The ancient token could not be used. One could only rely on one's strength to fight. Otherwise, one could only use the 4 tokens given by the Heaven Choice City. However, Qin Shao was obviously unwilling to take this step. No one was willing to take this step. At this point, it meant that there was a possibility of being eliminated. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you're really something. You've indeed broken our plans time and time again. You've exceeded our expectations and made us fail time and time again. I've underestimated you. I've really underestimated you. So much so that I was forced to this place by you. However, an arm can never win against a thigh. No matter how strong you are, the 3 of us working together is far from something you can withstand. If I can't take you down today, I won't be satisfied. I won't be satisfied. So, Qin Shao, I think you'd better accept your fate. This time, I won't give you any more chances. Your strength has already reached its limit. It's impossible for you to make any more waves. It's absolutely impossible. Saint Venerable Jiu Si said viciously. She seemed to have vented some of her anger. He didn't believe that the 3 of them working together couldn't deal with Qin Shao. It was definitely impossible. Faced with such a situation, Qin Shao was indeed at a disadvantage. He had already reached his limit when dealing with Saint Venerable Jiu Si and Saint Venerable Mian Yi. It was impossible for him to make any more changes. It was already very difficult to create a miracle once. Another one? That was almost impossible. Qin Shao knew his own situation. It was definitely impossible for him to make another breakthrough. However, he didn't panic at all. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Shao looked at Saint Venerable Jiu Si calmly and said, "What you think is impossible is only what you think. What you think is impossible might not be impossible for me, Qin Shao. So, don't be happy too early. Don't tell me that only you, Saint Venerable Jiu Si, have teammates and helpers in this hunting arena. Don't I, Qin Shao, have any helpers?" Saint Venerable Jiu Si was stunned when he heard Qin Shao's words. After being stunned for a moment, he frowned deeply. He turned his head and looked in a direction. Only then did he realize that there were 2 figures rushing towards him. They were going to kill him very soon. The 2 people were none other than Yuan Yuan and Lady Lianqin. Very quickly, Yuan Yuan and Lady Lianqin appeared in the wilderness. Although Saint Venerable Jiu Si's team had arrived first, it was useless. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to finish off Qin Shao in a short time. Yuan Yuan and Lady Lianqin were only a short time later. Bah. You 3 bad guys. Aren't you shameless? The 3 of you bullying one? To think that you're part of Her Highness Lan Hua's team. You're even part of the first team on the Heaven's Chosen list. Is your number 1 on the Heaven's roll so unscrupulous? Yuan Yuan didn't show any mercy with her words. She immediately retorted the moment she arrived. She was a straightforward person. She would say whatever came to her mind. She wouldn't beat around the bush or show any mercy. Therefore, the words that came out of Yuan Yuan's mouth were often very lethal. After being scolded by Yuan Yuan, Saint Venerable Jiu Si and the other 2's faces alternated between green and white. The verbal humiliation was like an invisible knife, stabbing them painfully. Come on, you're bullying my big brother Qin Shao, right? There are 3 of us now. You 3 bad guys, come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? This lady is very unhappy right now, very unhappy. Yuan Yuan huffed angrily. Although she still looked cute when she was angry, she still had some lethality. She was really angry. Although Yuan Yuan was a young lady, she had already made a name for herself in Heaven's Choice City. Therefore, Saint Venerable Jiu Si and the other 2 didn't dare to be careless with Yuan Yuan. Just now, Saint Venerable Jiu Si and Saint Venerable Mian Xian joined forces, but they still couldn't suppress Qin Shao. Now, Qin Shao had 2 helpers. If they continued to fight, they probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. Therefore, after Saint Venerable Jiu Si and the other 2 pondered for a while, they secretly discussed and decided to give up. No matter how angry Saint Venerable Jiu Si was, there was nothing he could do. He still had to consider the big picture. He had also calculated carefully in his heart. He was sure that it was impossible for him to gain any advantage. There was even a high chance that he would suffer a loss. Therefore, Saint Venerable Goc didn't dare to take another gamble. Qin Shao, you're lucky this time. However, this matter isn't over yet. Let's wait and see. There will definitely be another chance in the future. Saint Venerable Goc snorted coldly and angrily said before leaving. After sending Saint Venerable Goc and the other two away, everything became quiet. Big Brother Qin Shao, are you all right? Yuan asked with a face full of concern. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said with a smile, "What can happen to me? However, if you guys didn't come, something might have happened." Yuan and Saint Venerable Goc asked Qin Shao what had happened just now. Qin Shao gave a simple explanation. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yuan blinked and asked with a puzzled expression, "Is the 9 words token very precious and rare?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "It should be very rare and precious." According to Saint Venerable Goc and the other two's tone, the number of 9 words tokens in the entire hunting arena might not exceed 10. If that's really the case, then it's really too rare. I thought about it carefully and felt that the possibility of this should be very high. It shouldn't be more than 10. Firstly, Heaven Choi City indeed needs to control the probability of gathering a set. For example, if we have 100 teams coming in and we get 100 sets of all the tokens, we might be able to reduce the number of tokens. Even if it's a little less than 50 sets, the probability of gathering a set is still very high. Therefore, if we control the number of 9 words tokens alone, we can control the overall probability very well. And according to my personal experience along the way, it does indeed prove this conjecture. Yuan flipped her palm, and 3 tokens appeared in her hand. What made Qin Zhao's eyes widen was that the 3 tokens were all 9 words tokens. Seeing the 3 9 words tokens in Yuan's hand, Qin Shao was really shocked. For a moment, he was speechless and looked at Yuan and Miss Lianqin with his mouth open. These 2 people were too amazing, weren't they? It was hard for others to get a single 9 words token, but they actually got 3 9 words tokens. Qin Shao had spent a lot of effort to snatch a 9 words token from the 3-eyed being. Moreover, he had used the power of Saint Venerable Goc and Saint Venerable Mian Xiong to get it. Otherwise, with his strength alone, he wouldn't have been able to get it. Then, he won another one from Saint Venerable Goc, which was equivalent to 2 9 words tokens. Qin Shao originally thought that he already had enough 9 words tokens in his hands, but he did not expect that Yuan actually took out 3 9 words tokens so easily. What a disaster! What a disaster! Qin Shao couldn't help but admire. After being surprised, Qin Shao asked curiously, Yuan, Miss Lianqin, how did you get so many 9 words tokens? Miss Jianqin smiled and said, ask your family's Yuan. Yuan smiled and stuck out her tongue playfully. She said, this isn't difficult, right? I don't think it's a big deal. Isn't it just a normal search? Maybe our luck is a little better. We only found 3 pieces. We randomly picked up 2 of them. The last one was a bit more troublesome. We encountered a very powerful foreign race creature, so we worked together to defeat that foreign race creature. Then we got 1 from him, so now we have 3. Speaking of which, it did sound very simple and easy. However, Qin Shao knew that it definitely wasn't that simple. But maybe Yuan's luck was especially heaven-defying. They picked up 2 9 words tokens casually. Qin Shao was very convinced. It seemed that in terms of luck, he couldn't beat Yuan. However, this was also a good thing. Qin Shao smiled and said, then it seems that your harvest must be very good, right? Yuan nodded with a proud look. She smiled and said, yes. It should be okay. Look, we got so many tokens. There are 23 of them in total. As he spoke, Yuan took out all the tokens. Both of his hands were filled with numbered tokens. There were a total of 23 of them. There were 3 9 words tokens and a complete set of numbered tokens. There were 14 tokens in total. As for the remaining 9 tokens, there were 2 1-word tokens, 2 2-word tokens, 2 7-word tokens, and 4, 5, and 13 tokens. If they wanted to make another set, they still needed several more numbered tokens. Therefore, although Yuan's side had 3 9-word tokens, they seriously lacked the other tokens. Therefore, there was no way to make a second set. They could only make one set. In this way, Yuan and Lianqin Xiao could get as many as 31 points. He had 46 points on his side, which meant that he had a total of 77 points. Chapter 2970. Qin Xiao now had 30 tokens. He had collected 2 sets, so there were 6 tokens left. Among the 6 tokens, 2 were 1-word tokens, and 1 each was 3-word, 6-word, 7-word, and 11-word tokens. If Yuan and the others were included, then there would be a total of 17 tokens that were idle. Among them, there were 2 9-word tokens. There were 4 1-word tokens, 2 2-word tokens, and 3 7-word tokens. The remaining tokens were 3-word, 4-word, 5-word, 6-word, crossword, and 11-word tokens. In this way, if he wanted to collect another set of tokens, he only needed 8-word and 12-word tokens. If he took out one of the other numbered tokens, he would have 1 9-word token, 3 1-word tokens, 1 2-word token, and 2 7-word tokens. Therefore, what Qin Xiao was thinking about now was how to maximize the points. Now that the time limit was up, there was obviously no time left for him to search for the token again. It was not something that could be done, so he had to change his way of thinking. If he couldn't get the tokens in this way, he could only think of other ways. Maybe he could exchange tokens with others. That was also a feasible way. If he used the 2 extra tokens to exchange for a token with 8 characters and a token with 12 characters, then he would be able to collect 4 sets. 4 sets, that's 80 points, plus the extra 5 tokens, that's 85 points. That's an increase of 8 points compared to the current one. This kind of improvement was not a small number. It was enough to make Qin Xiao's heart palpitate. Moreover, he might be able to further maximize the points. After all, he had an extra 9-word token in his hand. Of course, it was impossible to collect all 5 sets. It was not very realistic. Even if Qin Xiao was willing to put down his dignity and principles to rob others, there was not enough time now. Therefore, the most practical way was to find a way to collect another set. Yuan and Lianqin knew that Qin Xiao alone had obtained 30 tokens and collected 2 sets, so they admired Qin Xiao very much. Especially Miss Lianqin. She simply worshipped him. The 3 of them didn't stay there for long and went outside. His trip to the hunting arena this time was indeed a fruitful one. This also filled Qin Xiao with absolute confidence. They should be able to win the first place in the hunting arena. Along the way, Yuan was also very excited to tell Qin Xiao about some interesting things and dangers she and Lianqin had encountered in the hunting arena in the past 100,000 years. It might be the first time for this girl to be so independent, so she was still a little excited. She was very inexperienced. Fortunately, with Lianqin by her side, she could avoid some losses. Yuan and Lianqin had also experienced several dangers. Fortunately, Yuan's strength was still very strong, so she was able to resolve the crisis every time. The 3 of them quickly left the hunting arena. Just as they left the hunting arena, they saw a few groups of people there, as if they were waiting for something. However, now that they had left the hunting arena, there shouldn't be any more robberies happening. One of the groups immediately walked over when they saw Qin Xiao and the other 2 coming out. Seeing the 3 of them, Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows. The 3 of them were none other than Saint Master Jiu and the other 2. Seeing the 3 of them, Yuan was immediately unhappy and pouted angrily. Why are you 3 bad guys here again? Why are you here? Why? Do you want to fight with us here? Qin Xiao looked at the 3 of them coldly. He didn't know what they wanted to do. Fight? Even if they had more courage, they wouldn't dare. This wasn't the hunting arena. Fighting here was a violation of the Heaven's Choice City's rules. Once they violated the rules, they would be directly disqualified. So, no matter what, Saint Master Jiu definitely wouldn't dare to fight. He reckoned that the 3 of them were here for the 9 words token. Therefore, Qin Shao also looked at the three of them with interest. He wanted to see what the three of them were up to. At least one thing could be guaranteed. The three of them wouldn't dare to use force. With this premise, he wasn't afraid of the three of them playing any tricks. Not only Saint Master Jiu Si and the other two, but a few other groups also looked over. At this moment, there were more than 10 groups gathered here. They were all gathered here. It seemed that many groups were very eager to get the 9 words token. Other than this possibility, Qin Shao couldn't think of any other possibility. Qin Shao also needed the 8 words token and the 12 words token. This time, Saint Master Jiu Si didn't seem to have much hostility. There was no viciousness on his face. Instead, he seemed to be smiling. Of course, it was obvious that he was forcing it. He wasn't sincere and was just smiling awkwardly. With just one look, it was obvious that he had a request to make. He deliberately lowered his posture. This was already lowering his head to the other party. Qin Shao, what happened earlier is in the past. Let's not talk about it for now. I know you have extra 9 words tokens. Why don't you make a condition and give that 9 words token to us? Saint Master Jiu Si said. Originally, he definitely wouldn't say such a thing to Qin Shao. However, he had no choice. This matter was caused by him, so he naturally had to face it. Therefore, he braced himself and came here shamelessly. Hearing Saint Master Jiu Si's words, many people's eyes lit up and looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao had also expected that Saint Master Jiu Si must have come for the 9 words token. Other than that, there was no other possibility. Huh. Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled. He looked at Saint Master Jiu Si with interest and said, Saint Master Jiu Si, you are very open-minded. You were just grinning at me, and now you want to talk to me about a deal? This is a little awkward. Saint Master Jiu Si, do you really think that I would make a deal with you? Or do you really think that I, Qin Shao, am a person who doesn't have a temper at all? Saint Master Jiu Si looked embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, it's just a simple deal. There's nothing else involved. Grudges are grudges, and deals are deals, right? The two don't conflict. A deal is only to maximize the benefits for both parties. It's not a loss for you, Qin Shao. Why do you have to do this? Qin Shao pursed his lips and nodded. Yes, what you said makes sense. That's true. However, Qin Shao, just happen to have a bad personality. I even feel annoyed talking to people who have offended me. What's more, I want to benefit them. So, you're thinking too much. Even if I'm doing this for the sake of benefits, do I have to make a deal with you, Saint Master Jiu Si? Could it be that other than you, Saint Master Jiu Si, no one else wants the 9 words token? If I have one more 9 words token, do I really have to worry about not being able to sell it for a good price? That can't be right. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Saint Master Jiu Si's expression turned gloomy. He naturally knew about this situation, and he also understood that this was the worst situation. Qin Zhao's words immediately attracted the attention of the others. Everyone looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. Clearly, there were many people who wanted the 9 words token. If the total number of 9 word tokens did not exceed 10, then it meant that Qin Shao had half of the 9 word tokens in his hands. If he had half of it, it would be difficult for the others to get it. Naturally, everyone wanted it. For Saint Master Jiu Si's group, it was seriously lacking. Saint Master Jiu Si's group was already short of 9 words tokens, and they had lost one to Qin Shao. That meant that they were short of at least 2 9 words tokens. It was precisely because of this that Saint Master Jiu Si had swallowed his pride and asked Qin Shao for a trade. However, how could Qin Shao agree to Saint Master Jiu Si's request? Saint Master Jiu Si had also expected such an outcome, but he had no choice. He could only give it a try. I know that many people want it, and I know that you can sell it very easily. However, Qin Shao, you should also know that although the 9 words token has some value, it is limited. It is not a priceless treasure, and its value will not exceed 9 points at most. It's fixed for a value of less than 80%. Moreover, there are not many people on my team who can give you so many points in exchange for it. Thus, it will not be an easy task for you to assimilate the 9 words title plate. As for me, I might be able to maximize your benefits. Of course, I can't give you 8 tokens, but I can give you 5 tokens. Then, you can make other substantial requests. I will try my best to satisfy you as long as I can do it. Originally, this was for official business, and he should not use his personal benefits as a bargaining chip. Other people would not be so foolish as to use their personal benefits for official business. Moreover, such a trade would obviously not benefit them too much. Being able to offer 5 tokens was already considered a high price. After selling the 5 tokens, he had only earned back 3 points. It would be fine if they could directly get 3 points. However, if they had to pay another price, it was obvious that no one would be willing to do so. If there were no benefits, no one would be willing to do it. Therefore, exchanging 5 tokens was considered quite a high price. If it was even more ruthless, 6 tokens would be an extremely high price. St. Master Josie had no choice. He did not want to appear so embarrassed, so he offered 5 tokens and his personal benefits in exchange for the 9 words token with Qin Xiao. However, it was obvious that Qin Xiao was not tempted. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your bargaining chip at all. Therefore, no matter how much you offer, I will not exchange with you. Qin Xiao rejected him directly, not giving St. Master Josie any leeway at all. He had already lowered himself so much, but Qin Xiao still refused. This was obviously embarrassing him in front of everyone, making him unable to back down from the stage. Such an action was undoubtedly a heavy blow to St. Master Josie. St. Master Josie's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes became cold again. He looked at Qin Xiao viciously and said, Qin Xiao, are you sure you don't want to exchange with me? If you miss this good opportunity, there won't be another one. Don't think about exchanging with others. I want to see who dares to exchange with you. I can't threaten you, but can I threaten others? If you don't exchange with me, then you can rot in your own hands. After saying that, St. Master Josie glanced coldly at the others, and his tone was very threatening. There were a few teams who were ready to make a move and wanted to ask Qin Xiao. However, when they heard St. Master Josie's threat, they immediately dismissed the idea and did not dare to say anything else. After all, it was not a good thing to offend St. Master Josie. Qin Xiao did not expect St. Venerable Josie to be so shameless as to play such a trick. She really despised him in her heart. Chapter 2971. Qin Xiao hated being threatened the most. Hearing St. Josie's threat, Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh coldly. Qin Xiao shrugged his shoulders and pursed his lips. Then, he nonchalantly said, as long as you're happy, I don't have to trade the 9 words token. Even if I don't trade, my score will definitely be higher than yours. So, it doesn't matter to me. The trade is just icing on the cake. It won't be of much use. Those who threaten me will never succeed. You, Holy Sovereign Josie, are no exception. Faced with such a stubborn Qin Xiao, Saint Josie could only snort angrily. There was nothing else he could do. No matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't really make a move here, could he? Not to mention that the rules didn't allow him to make a move. Even if they did, he didn't have the confidence to do so. If he really had the confidence, he would have already made a move in the hunting arena. He wouldn't have had to wait until now. He was destined to be defeated by Qin Xiao. Being defeated time and time again only increased his hatred for Qin Xiao. It was extreme hatred. Oh, Saint Josie, you're so arrogant. You don't allow others to get what you can't get? Isn't your way of doing things a little too overbearing? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. He saw 3 figures approaching. The one in the lead was a man with an imposing appearance. At first glance, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Qin Xiao recognized the 3 of them. They were from His Highness Zhu's team. There was no doubt that the 3 of them were very powerful. Hearing this and seeing the 3 of them, Saint Josie's face turned green. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. Just now, he had been threatening the others fiercely. However, in the blink of an eye, someone had come to slap him in the face. The person in the lead who had spoken just now was called Chai Xianming. There weren't many records about him. The limited records used one sentence to describe him: unfathomable. However, It wasn't clear whether this unfathomable referred to his strength or other aspects. In short, Chai Xianming was definitely not a simple character. Chai Xianming walked over with a smile on his face. He looked at Saint Venerable Jiu Si, whose expression was very ugly, and said, "Saint Venerable Jiu Si, since the Lord Qin Shao is unwilling to make a deal with you, why do you have to make things difficult for him? You can't have it, yet you're so angry that you don't want others to have it. Aren't you jealous? Don't you think it's embarrassing? I want to make a deal with Lord Qin Shao now. You won't stop me, right?" The muscles on Saint Jiu-Si's face could not help but twitch violently. These words were like an invisible slap to his face. How could he say no? He could threaten and warn others, but in front of Chai Xianming, how could he still be so arrogant and say such words? Therefore, Saint Venerable Jiu-Si had no choice but to turn around and leave without saying a word. It was very embarrassing. After sending Saint Venerable Jiu-Si and the other two away, Chai Xianming then looked at Qin Shao. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but no one knew what it meant. He said, "Lord Qin Shao, do you have an additional 9 words token?" Qin Shao did not deny it and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's right. I do have an additional 9 words token. It seems that Saint Venerable Chai Xianming is interested in it?" "Yes." Saint Venerable Chai Xianming also nodded and said, "I am indeed very interested. I just don't know if the Lord Qin Shao is willing to part with it." Qin Shao knew what Saint Venerable Chai Xianming meant. He pursed his lips and said, "Whether you're willing to part with it or not depends on the bargaining chip and whether it's beneficial to you. The 9 words token has been handed over. It's just a worthless token. Its value is also very limited. Moreover, we're still opponents. Therefore, it's impossible for me to give you a huge discount and let you benefit from it. If you want this 9 words token, you have to give me 7 tokens in exchange. Moreover, these 7 tokens must contain the 8 words token and the 12 words token. If you can afford this price, then it's fine. Otherwise, let's not talk about it." Saint Venerable Chai Xianming could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Qin Zhao's decisive words. He then smiled and said, "Lord Qin Shao, you're really good at scheming. 7 tokens in exchange for 1 token from you. This way, I can only earn 1 point. A mere 1 point is nothing to me. You really don't know how to conduct yourself. It's a good opportunity to earn a favor, but you don't want it. It seems that I've overestimated myself. If that's the case, then forget it. I'm not going to do something that only earns 1 point from you and makes it seem like I'm trying to earn a favor from you." Qin Shao. After saying that, Chai Xianming turned around and left. Qin Shao understood what Chai Xianming meant. If there were less tokens in the deal, then it would be a deal. On one hand, both sides would benefit and be happy. On the other hand, it was a good opportunity to get on Chai Xianming's good side. However, Qin Shao did not cherish it. It was not that Qin Shao did not think of this. Of course, Qin Shao had thought of this, but he did not think it was necessary. Qin Shao did not know what kind of person Chai Xianming was. This was the first time he was dealing with him. There was no need to deliberately get on his good side. Therefore, Qin Shao did not do that. He would rather miss it. It did not matter. Moreover, Qin Shao was ambitious and had a goal. Therefore, he was aiming for the top 3. If he wanted to fight for the top 3, it was inevitable that he would have to compete with the top 3. Chai Xianming was naturally one of them. Therefore, Qin Shao could not let Chai Xianming take advantage of him. Saint Master Jiu-Si and Chai Xianming left one after another. Both of them had suffered at the hands of Qin Shao. Many people were also discussing Qin Shao in private. He was really not an ordinary person. He offended these 2 big shots just like that. This was not a good thing. However, Qin Shao did not care about this. Qin Shao was also thinking in his heart, how should he deal with this 9 words token? At this moment, a voice sounded. "Lord Qin Shao, from what you said just now, you should be missing 1 8 words token and 1 12 words token. I happen to have them here. However, I really can't afford to exchange 7 tokens for 1 9 words token. I can only afford 5 tokens at most. If I add 1 more token, even if I get the 9 words token, I won't be able to collect a set. So, Lord Qin Shao, I wonder if you're willing to exchange 5 tokens with me? Qin Shao looked over. He was not familiar with the person who spoke. He should not be someone from the top 10 teams. 5 tokens was a little too little. It was indeed a little short of what Qin Shao wanted. However, it was more or less enough. Being able to have 5 tokens could be considered to have met Qin Zhao's minimum requirement. If it was really not possible, he could still exchange tokens. Before Qin Shao could reply, another voice sounded. Lord Qin Shao, I will exchange 6 tokens with you. How about that? 6 is the most I can offer. I can't offer any more than that. Haha, if anyone is willing to offer 7 tokens, I will admit defeat. There seemed to be no one willing to offer 7 tokens. To be honest, it was indeed possible to exchange tokens. However, the prerequisite was that you could still collect a set after exchanging tokens. If you couldn't collect a set after exchanging tokens, naturally, you couldn't exchange tokens. Therefore, there weren't many people who could offer 7 pieces and still guarantee that they would be able to complete another set. 6 tokens was basically the limit. Qin Shao looked at the man who offered 6 tokens and said, among your 6 tokens, do you have the 8 words token and the 12 words token? The man laughed dryly and said, I do have the 8 words token, but I can't get the 12 words token. Why don't I see if I can get a 12-word token from someone else? Qin Shao smiled and shook his head, saying, forget it. Since you don't have the 12 words token, you are not what I need. You don't meet my requirements. So, sorry, I will exchange tokens with him. With that, Qin Shao looked at the man who offered 5 tokens just now. When the Holy Master heard that Qin Shao wanted to exchange tokens with him, he immediately came over happily. The transaction was quickly completed. The Saint Venerable expressed his gratitude and left. Qin Shao and the other 2 also went to the center island. After exchanging for 5 tokens, Qin Shao once again gathered a complete set. In that case, he would have collected 4 sets. In addition to these 4 sets, there were 9 more tokens, which counted as 9 points. In total, it was as high as 89 points. Compared to the previous 77 points, it was a full 12 points higher. One exchange increased the score by 12 points. It had to be said that this exchange was really worth it. They made a lot of money. It should be known that in the whole first round, the 3 groups in the team only got 62 points. For this mission, Qin Zhao's team had obtained 89 points. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying this result was. The joy of this harvest made Qin Shao and the other 2 feel very happy. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the center island. The center island began to be lively again. The people of the various teams came back one after another. However, there were still no changes to the Heaven Chosen list. The data had not been updated yet. His Highness Badger Fluid had not returned yet. Qin Shao and the other 2 in their team were the first to return to the square of the center island. The others had not returned yet, so they could only wait. In the center square, groups of 3 to 5 people gathered there, discussing many things. Qin Shao and the other 2 did not seem to fit in. They stayed in a corner with no one, which was quiet. The voices of discussion were mostly about some of the strange things that happened in this test. They were also discussing which team would perform more dazzlingly in this round. Qin Shao made Holy Master Jiu Si suffer and did not give Chai Xianming any face. Naturally, it became a hot topic. Author Kanshong said, 4th update, begging for flowers. Chapter 2972. A man walked over to Qin Shao with a friendly smile on his face. Hello, Lord Qin Shao. Ha. I'm here to thank you. I want to treat you to some wine. I wonder if Lord Qin Shao can do me the honor? The man walked to Qin Zhao's side and said to Qin Shao with a smile. Qin Shao recognized who this man was. He was the one who made a lot of money as the banker at Daunting Cliff. He dared to be the banker, which meant that he trusted Qin Shao. From this point of view, this man could be regarded as Qin Zhao's supporter. From the other party's face, Qin Shao could also feel the friendliness. However, Qin Shao was not interested in drinking wine. Therefore, Qin Shao still shook his head and refused. Sorry, I don't like drinking wine. I'll pass. There's no need to thank me. You're the banker. If you make money, it's naturally your ability. Fortunately, I didn't cause you to lose. Whether you win or lose, it's your own business. I didn't help you much. So it's a bit too much to say thank you. Ha ha ha. The man laughed heartily and said, It's not a big deal. It's what I should do. If I didn't think it was a bit vulgar, I would have sent some chaos sword stones to Lord Qin Shao as a thank you. But I won't do such a vulgar thing. I want to treat Lord Qin Shao to some wine. First, it's to thank you. Second, I really admire and respect Lord Qin Shao, so I have some admiration for you. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mu Zifei. People in Jianghu say that they don't know Mu Zifei. No matter how handsome you are, it's useless. It's referring to me. Mu Zifei handsome? Was he another narcissist? Yuan looked at Mu Zifei curiously. Then she blinked and said, Are you very handsome? Why did she call you Shui Fei? I don't think so. You look very ordinary. I can't say that he's handsome, but at most, he's not ugly, right? My brother Qin Shao is much more handsome than you. Also, are you very famous? How come none of us have heard of you? Are we too ignorant? Cough, cough. Mu Zifei was immediately choked by Yuan's words. His face flushed red as he awkwardly smiled and said, Well, I was just joking and bragging. Miss Yuan, please don't take it seriously. In terms of handsomeness, how can I compare to Lord Qin Shao? That's right. You're not handsome. How dare you call me Shui Fei? Just call me Shao Fei. Only then did Yuan nod her head in satisfaction. Mu Zifei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he immediately nodded. Yes. Just call him Shao Fei. This name is more appropriate. Qin Shao shook his head, smiled, and said, Saint Mu Zifei, please don't mind. Since Qin Shao didn't drink, Saint Mu Zifei naturally wouldn't stay here any longer. After saying goodbye to Qin Shao, he turned and left. Yuan's words made Miss Lianqin laugh. After Saint Mu Zifei left for a while, His Highness Badger, Huai, came back. Your Highness, how was it? Seeing that His Highness Badger, Huai, didn't look too good, Miss Lianqin couldn't help but ask. His Highness Badger Huai smiled awkwardly at Miss Lianqin, shook his head, and said, Not too good. I only got 23 points. This result should be quite ordinary. I don't know if I can reach the upper middle level. It might be a little dangerous. Alas, it's difficult. I'm ashamed to say that it's because I'm not good enough in all aspects. That's why I couldn't get a good result. In the first round, he had made it into the top 10. This was a very dazzling result. Therefore, he wanted to continue to work hard in the second round. No matter what, he had to keep his position in the top 10. His Highness Badger, Huai, was quite ambitious now. He didn't dare to think about the top 3 for the time being. However, he still dared to think about the top 10. He had stabilized his position in the first round. As long as he stabilized his position in the second round, he should have a great chance. Therefore, the key was to see if he could stabilize his position in the second round. However, in this crucial round, he wasn't very satisfied with his performance. Because of this, His Highness Badger Huai felt somewhat disappointed. 23 points was indeed not a very good result. At least, it wasn't dazzling. Even in the first round, if he didn't get 30 points, it wouldn't be dazzling. The situation in the second round might be even more difficult than the first round. Therefore, he had to get at least 30 points to be considered a good result. 23 points could only be considered not bad. However, he estimated that he would still have a chance to reach the upper middle level. However, even if it was the upper middle level, His Highness Badger Huai was still very dissatisfied. He was very dissatisfied with his performance this time and blamed himself for it. How is your situation? His Highness Badger Huai asked. Yuan said happily, Our situation is definitely very, very good. With my big brother Qin Shao around, how can it not be good? We will definitely be able to get good results. Hearing Yuan's words, His Highness Badger Huai was slightly embarrassed. His performance wasn't good, but Qin Shao and the other two performed very well. This formed a sharp contrast, a huge gap. This was undoubtedly an invisible blow to him. However, His Highness Badger Huai quickly felt relieved. At this point, it was useless to blame himself. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai asked happily, How good is very good? Yuan blinked, as if she was calculating something. After calculating for a while, Yuan smiled and said, "About 4 times, Your Highness." "What? Almost 4 times?" Hearing Yuan's words, His Highness Badger Huai was truly frightened. For a moment, he was shocked to the extreme. He looked at Yuan with great astonishment, then at Qin Shao and Lady Lianqin. Almost 4 times. What a terrifying number this was. 4 times, this was 4 times. He already had 23 points. If he multiplied it by 4, wouldn't that be 92 points? Almost 4 times. That means Qin Shao and the others got almost 90 points. My God, this was too amazing. Almost 90 points, earning almost 90 points in one task. What kind of heaven-defying performance was this? To be honest, for a moment, even His Highness Badger Huai felt that this was a very unimaginable thing. According to the situation of the first round, 30 to 40 points for each task should be the limit. Even if he had more points in the second round, 40 points should be the limit. He should have more than 50 points. However, Qin Shao and the others actually got almost 90 points. This was a very scary thing. For a moment, His Highness Badger Huai felt that this was a very unbelievable thing. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, we got a total of 89 points." Hearing this exact number, His Highness Badger Huai couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. 89 points, heaven-defying. Convinced. His Highness Badger Huai was really convinced. Ha ha ha. After the shock, His Highness Badger Huai laughed heartily. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. You guys are good. All of you are good. Very good. Thank you. This time, all the glory of our team depends on you guys. I am truly ashamed to be Your Highness. I am truly ashamed. His Highness Badger Huai rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, Qin Shao and Yuan had joined his team. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to get any results this time, and he didn't want to fantasize about anything. But now, he could fantasize about a good result, a result that he didn't dare to think about before. Now, he dared to think about it, and it has already been preliminarily realized. He just needed to persevere. His performance this time was not very good, so he didn't have much confidence in himself, and he also blamed himself a little. But seeing the heaven-defying results of Qin Shao and the others, his self-confidence was stimulated again, and he regained it. Moreover, it also increased his confidence. With Qin Zhao's heaven-defying score, he had every reason to believe that they would be able to maintain their ranking. Moreover, there should be a very big possibility that their ranking would rise again. Good, this is really good. Badger Huai's luck finally went against the heaven's will. Sister Lianqin and I also didn't. The main credit goes to Brother Qin Shao. He took most of the points alone. Yuan said with a smile. Qin Shao smiled and said, Yuan, don't be modest. Even if you're modest, don't be modest for Miss Lianqin. You two's performance is very good. You also take half of the credit. As for this result, we worked together to achieve it. I didn't achieve it alone. Oh, I forgot about Sister Lianqin. Yuan stuck out her pink tongue playfully and said. His Highness Badger Huai held a fist and palm salute to Qin Shao and the others and said, Anyway, I'm very grateful to you. After seeing your heaven-defying performance, I have more confidence in our results. I have more confidence, a bigger goal, and a stronger ambition. I also have to work hard to learn from you. As the Highness and the captain of the team, I naturally won't fall behind. If I don't set an example, I really feel that it's not right and it's very embarrassing. Qin Shao smiled and thought that His Highness Badger Huai was a very responsible person with a sense of mission. It was a very good thing to have such determination and awareness. However, there are some things that couldn't be changed just by relying on hard work. Not long after, His Highness Nine dispersed, and the others also came back. The three of them didn't look very happy, and, judging from their expressions, the situation was not very good. Sure enough, as soon as the three of them came back, His Highness Nine dispersed began to reflect. I'm sorry, Your Highness, and Lord Qin Shao. I'm really ashamed. Our performance in this task was very bad. I'm afraid that we'll be a burden to everyone and affect the results of our team. Although it was not good news, His Highness Badger Huai was not angry. Instead, he came forward and patted His Highness Nine Disperse and the others on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's good that you can come back. There's nothing to say about the results. I believe that you all did your best, and that's enough. As for the rest, that's all we can do. Although we want to do better, we really can't do the best, so we can only accept it. There's no other way. You don't have to blame yourselves. We agreed on this at the beginning, so it's nothing. I won't blame you, and I believe that Qin Xiao and the others won't blame you either. We're a team, a whole, a team that respects and believes in each other." Chapter 2973. Hearing His Highness Badger Huai's words, His Highness Nine Dispersions and the other two felt even more ashamed. His Highness Nine Dispersions and the other two's performance in this mission was indeed very bad, but fortunately, no one was eliminated and no points were deducted. However, they only got a mere 9 points in the end. 9 points was indeed a very embarrassing result. Even if it wasn't the last result, it was probably ranked at the bottom, right? But then again, not being eliminated and not having points deducted was already considered pretty good. Although it wasn't very good, it wasn't to the point of being too bad. After getting everyone's comfort and understanding, His Highness Nine Dispersions and the other two's mood improved a little. However, the three of them were also secretly working hard in their hearts. They also secretly vowed that next time, they must make up for this mistake. Next time, they couldn't have such a bad performance. Qin Zhao's heaven-defying results also once again shocked His Highness Nine Dispersions and the others. Naturally, it also made them deeply convinced. The team's results were basically achieved by Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan. Otherwise, not to mention the top 10 of the Heaven's Chosen list, they might not even be able to reach the top 30 or even the top 50. With Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance, first, it encouraged everyone to work hard, and second, it also let everyone see a ray of light. As long as everyone worked hard, they would definitely be able to get a good result. The last group to return was Saint Venerable Kai Yuan's group. The four of them had a few smiles on their faces, and they seemed to be in a good mood. In this way, he gave off a very good feeling. Sure enough, the four of them performed the worst in the first round and were greatly stimulated. This time, their performance seemed to have soared to the sky. In the first round, they only got 10 points, but in this round, they got a total of 27 points. Although it was a pity that they didn't get more than 30 points, 27 points was definitely a good result. Especially compared to the first round, it was almost 2 times better. Such a huge improvement was definitely a very rare thing. Therefore, Saint Venerable Kai Yuan's group was very happy. The result of hard work was something to be proud of. In this round, His Highness Nine Scatter's group of 3 did not perform well, but Saint Venerable Kai Yuan's group of 4 managed to turn the tables. As for His Highness Badger Huai, he was actually not bad. It was just that he did not meet the requirements in his heart. Of course, it was also because he had made it into the top 10 of the Heaven's Chosen list in the first round that the requirements for himself had been raised. If not, this result would still make His Highness Badger Huai very happy. After a brief exchange, His Highness Badger Huai said with a serious expression, "Everyone, the second round of the test is over. No matter what the outcome is, it's already like this. Those who didn't perform well, don't be discouraged. Perhaps it was just a moment of bad luck. Those who perform well have to be steady, steady, and steady. A momentary good result could also be a result of luck. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, I think we should draw some experience from it. Let's strive for a better, more outstanding, and more stable performance in the next few rounds. We'll do our best for our dreams." Everyone nodded. It was indeed so. They agreed with His Highness Badger Huai's words. Now, it seemed that this dream wasn't so far away. Everyone's dream was not too big. They just wanted to be in the top 10 of the Heaven's Chosen list. Yes, as for the top 3, they did not dare to think about it. At least, His Highness Badger Huai did not dare to think about it. I also want to say that in the first and second round, the best and most stable performance was Qin Zhao's group. Of course, The biggest contributor was Qin Xiao. The second biggest contributor was Miss Yuan Yuan. Miss Lianqin's performance was also very good. She should also be recorded as a great merit. Whether we can realize our dreams and make a name for ourselves in this 100-world chosen battle will depend on Qin Zhao's group to lead us. Therefore, I feel that in our group, I am no longer the main character. I'm only the leader on the surface. But the real core of our team, the real soul, is Qin Xiao and Miss Yuan Yuan. Do you agree? Agree. Seriously agree. That's right. Miss Qin Xiao and Miss Yuan Yuan are too experienced. I really admire them from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't even dare to think about getting such good results. Haha. Just continue to follow Lord Qin Xiao. In the face of everyone's praise, Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a faint smile, "Everyone, it's better not to say such things. We are a team, a whole. We are bound together for good or ill. It's a shame. So, there's nothing to say. Everyone just needs to do their best. Work hard to shine brightly, and don't let yourself down. That's enough. Success is everyone's, not mine alone. Work hard is everyone's, and it's not something that I can give you. But glory and a sense of mission are ours. So let's fight for ourselves. Although life is long, it's rare to have such an opportunity to gather with so many geniuses and fight. Even if it's not for glory, this battle is worth cherishing and fighting well." Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, that was indeed the case. Qin Zhao's thinking and his modesty were also worthy of everyone's admiration. Unknowingly, a powerful and condensed force tightly tied everyone together, twisting them into a rope. The strength of unity was very strong. His Highness Sanjiu and Tabazin had apologized to Qin Xiao for what had happened before. Their sincere apologies had also gained Qin Zhao's understanding. Now, with Qin Xiao as the center, everyone was tightly gathered together. His Highness Bei Huai and Qin Xiao were the two central points. One was the center on the surface, and the other was the center of thought. Both centers had done a good job. That was why they were able to gather everyone together so quickly and twist them into a rope. Imperceptibly, Qin Zhao's core strength seemed to have surpassed His Highness Bei Huai. After a round of encouragement, everyone was full of enthusiasm. After calculating the score this time, Qin Zhao's team had 89 points, His Highness Bei Huai had 23 points, His Highness Nine Dispersion's team had 9 points, and Holy Sage Kai Yuan's team had 27 points. The 4 points added up to a total of 148 points. Qin Xiao had completely pulled up everyone's average score with his own strength. According to the previous estimation, if each task could reach 30 points, that was to say, if a team could get 120 points, they should be the top team. They should be able to get into the top 10 points. Now, Qin Zhao's team score added up to 148 points. They should be the top team. They might not be able to get into the top 3, but they should have a chance to get into the top 5. At the very least, they should have no problem getting into the top 10. His Highness Bei Huai collected everyone's task, and then went to see Elder Li Yin to hand in the task. The other teams also came back one after another and gathered in the central square. Without a doubt, the most dazzling teams in the square were still His Highness Lan Hua's team, His Highness Zhu Zhua's team, and Holy Maiden Luozi's team. These were the 3 strong teams that were in the top 3 in the first round. Moreover, these 3 people were extremely famous. They were true peerless geniuses. The fame of these 3 people was far from what His Highness Bei Huai could compare to. The teams went to hand in their results one after another. The Heaven's Chosen list had not been refreshed yet, but everyone's eyes began to fall on the stone tablet, waiting for the Heaven's Chosen list to be refreshed. At this time, it was naturally the most exciting time. It was also the time when people were discussing it the most. The clamor of discussion had long overturned the entire square. Who are you? Will there be any big changes in the top 10 rankings? There shouldn't be any big changes, but there will definitely be changes. There should be teams that will be squeezed out, and new teams will take their place. However, I feel that the top 3 rankings should be incomparably stable and unshakable. Top 3? More than that. The top 5 should be unshakable. Yes, I also feel that the top 5 should be hard to shake. Hey, do you guys think that His Highness Bei Huai's team will be squeezed out? They just managed to get into the top 10 in the first round, and the other teams behind them are very close. I feel that the second round is a little dangerous. His Highness Bei Huai was originally average in all aspects. He was already a big dark horse in the first round. There were so many more famous highnesses that were suppressed by him. They were all too weak. His luck in the first round was too good. Therefore, the second round should be difficult. It's hard to say. After all, His Highness Bei Huai's luck is truly heaven-defying. With the help of two peerless geniuses, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan, there is still some potential. There is potential, but with just Qin Xiao and Miss Yuan Yuan, I'm afraid it will be difficult to change the situation. Yes, that's true. Qin Xiao and Miss Yuan Yuan's talent and potential are indeed heaven-defying. However, this test is not just about talent and potential. Other factors are also very important. Therefore, it might not be useful. Haha, I still think highly of His Highness Bei Huai. Come. Is there anyone who can be the banker? Where's that Mu Zifei? Why didn't he come out? Very quickly, His Highness Bei Huai returned. However, there was still no change to the heavenly selection list. The people who were waiting were anxious to death. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan was also a little anxious. His Highness Bei Huai, why hasn't the heavenly selection list been updated? His Highness Bei Huai smiled and said, maybe it's waiting for everyone to submit before it is updated. Haha, don't be anxious. Wait patiently. Updates from time to time are even more worrying. Once the update is out, it will be confirmed immediately. It will be better to have another impact. Right now, almost all the teams should have returned. When all the teams submit their missions, the list will be updated. Don't worry. I have strong confidence that our ranking will definitely improve. We'll definitely be able to secure a spot in the top 10. In fact, everyone was very confident about this point. If they couldn't be in the top 10, then it would be really strange. However, they believed that such a situation would not happen. That's for sure. The top 10 will definitely be stable. What I'm thinking now is whether or not we can make it to the top 5. This kind of waiting is indeed a little anxious. Anyway, my ambition is to make it to the top 5. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan also laughed loudly. Everyone laughed along with him. Yes, the top 10 was definitely stable. However, what everyone was looking forward to was not only the top 10, but the top 5. If they could make it to the top 5, then it would be really satisfying. It would be really satisfying. It would be really exhilarating. It would be really exhilarating. That would be the real highlight of the show. Chapter 2974. Let's talk about something. In order to strengthen communication with everyone, if anyone is interested, you can add 3 to 6, 2 to 0, 9 to 7, 5 to 20. You can also follow Savage Death's public account. CSSDSW 620. Savage Death will post some things related to this book from time to time. People, resources, and so on. He will take the time to do it later. If you're interested, you can follow him. It can be considered a way to communicate with Savage Death directly. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, in the heated atmosphere, and under the anxiety of many people, the Heaven's Chosen list was finally updated. As soon as it was updated, the atmosphere of the scene exploded, causing an uproar. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the stone tablet at this time, looking at the latest ranking of the Heaven's Chosen list. Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on the Heaven's Chosen list. In fact, his expectation and goal in his heart was the same as Saint Sage Kai Yuan's, to be in the top 5. But Qin Xiao thought that it might be a bit difficult. There was hope, but he didn't have much confidence. However, the final result was a surprise for Qin Xiao, making Qin Xiao very satisfied. In the final ranking, His Highness Badger Huai's team was ranked 5th on the Heaven's Chosen list with 210 points. As for the other rankings, there wasn't much change, but there were 3 new teams in the top 10. In the second round, only 7 teams maintained their position in the top 10. 3 of them were eliminated. Overall, there wasn't much change. Indeed, after the first round was set, it was impossible for there to be a big change in the second round. Now that the second round was set, there wouldn't be much change in the third round. It was because of this that everyone had been thinking of stabilizing the second round. As long as they stabilized the second round, the hope for the next round could be said to be very big. And this goal had finally been achieved. When he saw this dazzling ranking, His Highness Badger Huai waved his fist vigorously with an excited look on his face. Everyone was getting a little excited. It was really the highlight of the show. It made everyone feel that their bodies were blooming with light. Brother Qin Xiao, you are really too great, too great. From now on, you are my idol, and I am your little fanboy. Saint Sage Kai Yuan was so excited that he even hugged Qin Xiao, looking extremely excited. Being hugged by a big man. Qin Xiao's face was full of embarrassment. This wasn't a very great thing for Qin Xiao. In first place was still His Highness Lan Hua's team, with 248 points, 38 points higher than Qin Xiao's team. This score also made Qin Xiao feel a wave of shock. Even though Saint Sage Jiuxi's team didn't perform well, His Highness Lan Hua still to come out on the first place, with 248 points to see. This result was too dazzling. The heavens chosen. First place, Prince Lan Hua's team, 248 points. His Highness Zhu, His Highness's team. Holy Maiden Luozi's team, 237 points. His Highness Chio's team, 215 points. His Highness Badger Huai's team, 210 points. His Highness Wu Ji's team, 209 points. The top 6 teams were now the most dazzling. However, these 6 teams could be divided into 2 echelons. The top 3 teams were obviously in the same echelon. The bottom 3 teams were also in the same echelon. Basically, the top 3 echelons were unshakable and unbreakable. Their positions were incomparably stable. Qin Zhao's team was 27 points away from the third place. This score was definitely not small. Therefore, the gap between them could be seen. However, the second round also gave everyone a lot of confidence. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, you are still the best in the second round. With your help, we can almost be said to have taken the first place in the second round. In the second round, we alone got 148 points. Only His Highness Lan Hua's team can compete with this dazzling score. However, His Highness Lan Hua's team only got the same score as us, 148 points too. The other teams have less points than us. If we continue to work hard in the next few rounds, we will definitely be able to take 1 or 2 steps forward. Ha! Brother Qin Xiao, whether we can make it to the top 3 or not depends on you. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan laughed loudly again. When he talked about Qin Xiao, he couldn't help but admire him. The second round could be said to be the round where His Highness Badger Huai's team shone brightly. They might not be the best, but they were close. When such dazzling results were displayed, it immediately attracted the envy and admiration of everyone. Many congratulatory voices were heard one after another. This allowed everyone to be in the limelight. For a time, they were praised very highly, and their reputations shook. Make it to the top 3? Qin Xiao pursed his lips. This was not something that could be considered. It was something that had to be done. His goal from the beginning was to make it to the top 3. If it wasn't for the fact that the overall strength of the team was still lacking, Qin Zhao's goal from the beginning would not be the top 3, but the first place. Among the heated discussions, the most dazzling team in this round was obviously His Highness Badger Huai's team, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan. In a team, only His Highness Badger Huai's team could completely steal the limelight of the team leader. However, His Highness Badger Huai also accepted this situation happily. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt that this was how it should be. After all, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan's contribution was there. He also acknowledged it. In fact, he also knew very well that without Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan's help, he might not even be able to enter the top 50, let alone the top 5. On the other side, 3 dazzling figures suddenly walked over. His Highness Lan Hua, His Highness Zhu Zhua, and Saintess Luozi. Even in front of His Highness Lan Hua and His Highness Zhu Zhua, Saintess Luozi was still peerlessly cold. This coldness made Qin Xiao feel that she was even colder than Miss Fu Yunyi. Miss Fu Yunyi's coldness, how to describe it? Perhaps it was towards strangers. Towards familiar people wasn't too bad. She wouldn't appear too cold. However, even in front of His Highness Lan Hua and His Highness Zhuzhua, Saintess Luo Zi was still peerlessly cold. Her face seemed to be forever covered with a thick layer of frost, chilling to the bone. Lan Hua, Luo Zi, what do you think of this matter? His Highness Zhuzhua said in a low voice. His Highness Lan Hua's eyebrows raised slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but there was still a hint of disdain in it. It's just a small matter. It won't amount to much and can't threaten us. For the heavenly chosen list, we don't need to care about those messy things. We just need to protect our own territory. In any case, other than the top 3, the others are just empty titles. What we need to do is to stay in the top 3, and that's enough. His Highness Badger Huai's team is indeed a big dark horse, but so what? They're just jumping around below us. They'll never cross our boundary. As for the others, we don't need to care about them. It doesn't matter. Let them be. Such disdain, they didn't put His Highness Badger Huai's team in their eyes. What kind of arrogance was this? His Highness Zhuzhua raised his eyebrows and said, "That's true, but why do I have a bad feeling about this? Lan Hua, I heard that one of your teams suffered in the first and second round at the hands of that Qin Shao kid. Last time you warned that kid, but that kid didn't seem to put you in his eyes. That kid is very arrogant, and he's indeed a monstrous genius. Someone who can reach the top of Duantian Cliff can't be underestimated. So, I'm thinking, should we make a move? Should we join hands to suppress that kid? Or maybe we can suppress his team. I feel that His Highness Badger Huai's team will be a hidden danger. Why don't we take care of them as soon as possible so that they won't bring us trouble in the future?" Hee hee. His Highness Lan Hua chuckled disdainfully. His laughter was full of contempt. He curled his lips and said carelessly, "I say, Zhuzhua, when did you become so timid? This doesn't seem like you at all. Could it be that a brat from the immortal domain can scare you off? It can't be, right? So what if he reached the top of Duantian Cliff? So what if his talent and potential are at the level of a peerless monster? A genius who hasn't matured can only be called a genius. They can't be called an expert. He's just a genius, and we're the real experts. We're the kings who can dominate the situation. Therefore, all the gameplay, all the rules, and all the glory should be decided by us. How can it be Qin Zhao's turn to do anything?" His Highness Zhuzhua shook his head slightly. That seemed to be the case, and that was what he said. But he felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. He couldn't explain why. Logically speaking, he did feel that His Highness Badger Huai shouldn't be able to threaten them. No matter how monstrous Qin Shao and Yuan were, they were only 2 young geniuses. Their strength wasn't necessarily strong. Even if they were all very strong, their team was still too weak. So, in this aspect, there shouldn't be any possibility that they could be threatened. Moreover, the following competition would be more intense. They would all participate and gradually widen the gap between them. Luo Zi, what do you think? His Highness Zhuzhua looked at Saintess Luo Zi. Saintess Luo Zi glanced at His Highness Zhuzhua coldly, but without saying a word, she turned and left. Her action really made His Highness Zhuzhua speechless. With a look of displeasure, he pointed at Saintess Luo Zi's back. He was so angry that the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. It almost hit his back. It was the most embarrassing thing to be beaten by a woman. All right, Zhuzhua, don't look for trouble. Don't think about these things. Just continue to be a king." His Highness Lan Hua also said and left. His Highness Zhuzhua smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Qin Shao and the others returned to the palace first. After the first 2 rounds of the competition, there would be a period of rest before the 3rd round of the competition began. Everyone was in a very good mood. They talked and laughed all the way back to the palace. When they returned to the palace, they were in a very good mood, and there was more laughter. However, after being happy, His Highness Badger Huai said with a serious face, "Zhu Quan, although we won the 2nd round perfectly, however, there are some situations that we need to remind ourselves of. According to the information I have, the number of people eliminated in the second round is as high as 97. That is to say, on average, 8 out of 10 teams have one person eliminated. Adding the number of people eliminated in the first round, on average, one person in each team has been eliminated. The number of people eliminated in the second round is 4 times more than the number in the first round. According to this increase, the elimination rate in the third round will be very terrifying. Once someone is eliminated, the impact will be very big. Therefore, we have to be more serious and vigilant in dealing with it. His Highness Badger Huai's words immediately made everyone nod in agreement and fall into deep thought. Author Qinshang said, "To strengthen communication with everyone, if you're interested, you can add the number Qinshang 3620975520. You can also follow Qinshang's public account, SeatsSDSW620. Qinshang will post some things related to this book from time to time, such as people, resources, and so on. He will take the time to do it later. If you're interested, you can follow him. It can be considered a way to communicate with Qinshang directly." Chapter 2975. This recuperation lasted for 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, Qin Xiao continued to consolidate himself. His flying dagger, Dao, had just broken through to the great accomplishment realm, and the fusion and application of various nomological laws required time to study. During these 10,000 years, Qin Xiao had been concentrating on studying these things in order to find ways to improve his strength. In terms of the cultivation level of the various nomological laws, Qin Xiao should be considered to be very high, standing in extremely high point. Not to mention that no one in the second step ancient sage realm could compare to him. It was probably close enough for Qin Xiao to look down on the outstanding heroes in this aspect. However, in terms of fusion and application, Qin Xiao still felt that he was not good enough. Previously, he had also fought with Saint Venerate Jiuxi and Saint Venerate Mian Xian. These two people were inferior to him in terms of nomological power, but their strength was extremely strong. This was because they had achieved a relatively high level in terms of fusion and application of nomological power, which was why they were so strong. In this aspect, one indeed needed time to slowly accumulate and rely on battle experience to slowly improve. These are the things that Qin Xiao lacked. 10,000 years was not a long time. Wanting to improve in 10,000 years was indeed a very difficult task. Qin Xiao did not gain much, but he had more or less accumulated some experience, which was still very beneficial to his future cultivation. During these 10,000 years, everyone was full of energy, rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, waiting for the start of the third round. Qin Xiao's team was still fine, as no one had been eliminated. Until now, there were only about 30 teams that could ensure that all their members were intact. The third round had begun. His Highness Badger Huai received the task of the third round and gathered everyone with a solemn expression. After looking at everyone for a long time, he said, "Everyone, the competition has been upgraded. The third round is about to begin. It's cruel and intense." The third round is also known as the elimination round. According to the above, at least half of the people will be eliminated in the third round. Only about 100 people will be eliminated in the first and second rounds. In total, the number of people participating in the 100 World Selection Tournament this time is close to 1,300. Therefore, I'm afraid that at least 600 people will be eliminated in the third round. This elimination rate is a very scary number. Precisely because of this, the third round is also known as the elimination round. It is definitely the round with the highest number of people being eliminated in the entire 100 Worlds chosen battle. Hearing His Highness Badger Huai's words, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink a bit. They could smell an invisible and powerful sense of crisis. With such a terrifying elimination rate, it would be very, very difficult for everyone in their team not to be eliminated. But there was no other way. That was how the competition was. The further they went, the higher the elimination rate would be. They would be slowly eliminated. It all depended on who could persevere to the end. The one who persevered to the end would be the victor. Everyone's fighting spirit was very high, and they were not afraid of all the dangers. His Highness Badger Huai continued, "For this round of missions, other than my own, the others have already drawn lots. You will still be divided into 3 groups. You will need to draw lots to decide. The higher-ups gave me 6 missions. Each group will draw 1. I am not too clear about the specifics of these 6 missions. What you need to do is to complete your mission according to the content of the mission. And this mission can only be known by you. No one else can know about it, including me. Okay, each of you draw a lot. After you draw, each of you can go to one side and look at the content of your mission." This round of the competition was a bit mysterious and strange. Qin Shao let Yuan Yuan draw lots. In fact, any mission was the same to Qin Shao. There should be no difference between the missions. Different missions, different ways of playing. But no matter what the way of playing was, there was a common core. As long as they grasped this core, they would be able to complete the mission very well. And strength was the guarantee of everything. So, Qin Shao naturally did not care. After drawing the missions, Qin Shao and the other 2 left. After reaching a place where there was no one, Yuan Yuan took out the mission and the 3 of them looked at it together. The content of the mission was, eliminate a team leader and you'll get 20 points. Eliminate 5 team members and you'll get 20 points. Lure a person to the land of death and eliminate him in the land of death and you will get 20 points. All 3 missions must be completed. If one mission is not completed, the corresponding points will be deducted. If a team member is eliminated, 10 points will be deducted. Looking at the content of the mission, Qin Shao could not help but frown. The first 2 missions were not difficult. Eliminating a team leader and 5 team members was not a difficult task. At least, Qin Shao felt that this was a relatively easy mission for them. In this way, as long as he completed these 2 missions, he would be able to obtain 40 points. From the looks of it, this score could be considered relatively easy to obtain. However, the 3rd mission made Qin Shao frown. Tricking a person into going to the land of the dead tortoise and getting that person eliminated in the land of the dead tortoise was not a good job. Qin Shao had always disdained to cheat people. Needless to say, Yuan Yuan was such a naive and pure girl. How could she do such a thing? Therefore, this matter naturally put Qin Shao in a very difficult position. If they could not complete this mission, they would be deducted 20 points. This meant that even if he completed the first 2 missions, he would only be able to obtain 20 points. Therefore, this was the problem for Qin Shao and the others with this mission. Or they could only get 20 points. Or they could get 60 points. The change was not big. The highest limit was 60 points. Qin Shao felt a little helpless about this mission. But there was no other way. Since they had drawn this mission, there was no other way. But then again, if they could really get 60 points, it should be a very high score. If they could really get 60 points, it would be very good. However, Qin Shao thought about it. This mission did not seem to be difficult. For example, if it fell into the hands of Saint Master Josie and the others, there should be no problem. They should be able to complete it without much effort. Miss Lianqin shook her head and said, "The land of death is an extremely dangerous place. Ordinary people will die if they go in. It is difficult for them to come out alive. So, it is not possible to trick people to go to the land of death. It is even more impossible to trick a person to go alone and eliminate that person. No one is a fool. How can it be possible to trick people? This mission feels very contradictory. It should be impossible to complete." Yuan Yuan pouted and said, "That's right. It's impossible to complete. How can there be such a mission?" Qin Shao furrowed his brows and shook his head, deep in thought. However, he could not think of a reason at the moment. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's not think about these things for the time being. Let's take one step at a time. Let's finish the first 2 missions first. There will be a way when we get there." Everyone could not figure out this headache for the time being, so they could only stop thinking about it for the time being. They could still finish the first 2 missions first. However, there was also a problem in front of them. "Brother Qin Shao, where are we going to find the others? The missions this time are all independent. We don't have a fixed testing ground. Everyone only knows their own missions. So, we don't know where to find the others. If we go to the central city, we can't find them. Where can we find them? Yuan asked. Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem. Miss Lianxin said, "Why don't we leave the central island now and wait there? When we see someone come out, we can follow them. Waiting for the rabbit like this should be more efficient." Sister Lianxin, isn't this too deliberate? It feels weird. It feels like we're the bad guys who want to be bandits. Yuan said. Miss Lianxin was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "Although it feels weird, there is no other way. As for the rest, I don't think there's any better way, right? I think sometimes the stupid method may be more useful. The rules of the competition are like this. This is the mission given to us. What can we do? Now, it is the 100 Worlds chosen battle. Everyone here is participating in the competition. Everything was operating under the rules, so there was no question of personal morality. There is nothing wrong with doing this." "Yes." Qin Xiao nodded and agreed with Miss Lianxin. He said, "Under the rules, we can do anything. Our mission this time is to eliminate others, so this is the only way we can do it. We are just completing the mission. There is no other meaning. So, no matter what, the effect is the same. The most important thing now is to find a good target. Eliminating people is not as good as defeating them. We have to be ruthless." The three of them didn't hesitate and immediately started to move. Soon, the three of them left the central island. However, to their surprise, they didn't see anyone else leaving the central island. They waited for a long time, but still didn't see anyone else. They didn't know where they went. It seemed that everyone had left the central island. It can't be, right? Qin Xiao was puzzled. It couldn't be so fast, right? They didn't waste much time. How could they all disappear? Did everyone really leave so fast? That would be like seeing a ghost. Qin Xiao, since we can't see anyone, let's go find them. There are only so many people in the heaven-chosen city. Let's go find them one by one. Miss Lianxin suddenly said. Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Finding them is one way, but it's not good. It's a helpless method. There are many dangerous places in the heaven-chosen city. If we go find them, those people will enter the dangerous places. It's very dangerous for us to enter a dangerous place. If we still have to eliminate more people, that will be even more dangerous. Unknowingly, it will increase our difficulty by a lot. But now, there is no other way. There is no better way. We can only use this stupid method." At this time, Yuan suddenly shouted excitedly, "Brother Qin Xiao, look, there are two people coming out." Chapter 2976. Qin Xiao looked over. Sure enough, he saw the two people flying out of the central island and flying in a certain direction at a very fast speed. It wasn't easy to meet these two people, so naturally, he couldn't let them go. Qin Xiao and the other two didn't hesitate much and immediately chased after them. Chasing the two people, they soon chased into a strange place. Qin Xiao and the other two smelled a trace of danger. This was probably a dangerous place. There were many such dangerous places in Heaven Choice City. This place was obviously unknown to Qin Xiao and the other two. It was best not to rush into unknown dangerous places. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. This was also a common principle in Heaven Choice City. But this time, Qin Xiao and the other two couldn't care so much. Since they had come in, they would chase to the end. Originally, they thought that the first two tasks should be very simple. Now, it seemed that it was far from that simple. In terms of tasks, it didn't seem difficult. But there were hidden dangers in this task. Unknowingly, it increased the difficulty by a lot. But thinking about it, this was the third round. It would definitely be much more difficult than the first two rounds. So, it was reasonable for it to be a little difficult. At this time, Qin Xiao didn't care so much. He would rush in first. As for the rest, he would take one step at a time. He would block soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. After chasing for a while, he finally caught up with the two people. The two people didn't run anymore. Instead, they turned around and took off their disguises, changing their appearance. Seeing these two people, Qin Xiao and the other two couldn't help but be surprised. Yuan and Miss Lianqin looked at Qin Shao with a dumbfounded expression. Heaven Choice City's black armored guards. Qin Shao frowned and looked at the two people deeply. The two people were not members of any team at all. They were black armored guards of Heaven Choice City in disguise. There was something fishy about this. Why did the black armored guards of Heaven's Choice City disguise themselves as members of other teams? Furthermore, it seemed like they had a motive for luring the three of them here. What was their intention? Since they were the black armored guards of Heaven's Choice City, he naturally couldn't do anything to them. A bad premonition arose in Qin Zhao's heart. The situation was not good. One of the black armored guards said to Qin Shao and the other two, "You follow the wrong people. Good luck." After saying that, the two black armored guards disappeared at the same time. Obviously, he had used some special means to leave this place. Qin Zhao's frown deepened, and the bad premonition in her heart became even stronger. "Brother Qin Shao, we seem to be in a bit of trouble." Yuan blinked her eyes and looked around. However, she was not worried about anything. She just said in a very cute manner. Qin Shao carefully looked around and said, "Let's not worry about this for now. The most important thing is to leave this place first. There shouldn't be anyone else here. It seems that there are many hidden dangers in the third round. We still have to be more careful." Sure enough, not long after, the three of them encountered danger. Fortunately, Qin Shao and Yuan were very strong. Ordinary dangers didn't pose any threat to them and couldn't hurt them at all. In this dangerous place, Qin Shao and the other two were trapped for nearly 1,000 years before they finally got out. In these nearly 1,000 years, they had experienced danger more than 10 times. Fortunately, the three of them didn't pose any threat to them. Along the way, they could be considered to have walked out very smoothly. Of course, this was mainly because Qin Zhao's strength was too strong. Therefore, Qin Shao was basically the one who solved the problem. Yuan only needed to protect Miss Lianqin. She didn't need Miss Lianqin to do anything. If an ordinary person were to come in, it would be very dangerous. In this dangerous place, they didn't encounter anyone else. Therefore, this trip could be considered as a waste of time. They didn't gain anything. After being delayed for 1,000 years, there was no need to think about it. The others must have entered the major test places. But in the entire Heaven's Choice City, there should be no less than 100 places like this, right? There were so many of them. If they had to find them one by one, even if it took them 1,000 years, it would still take them more than 100,000 years. In terms of time, there was no hurry at all. It was not allowed. Therefore, the problem that troubled Qin Shao and the other two was how to find the others. 5 people had to be eliminated, and there was still one prince. It wasn't difficult to defeat and eliminate them. Now, the difficult thing was how to find them and complete it in a limited time. The time limit of the third round was only 100,000 years. Once the 100,000 years passed, it would be over. If they didn't complete it, it would mean that they didn't complete it. Therefore, time waits for no man. They must seize the time. But if they were to blindly look for them, it would be a matter of luck. Things that depended on luck were full of uncertainties. Qin Shao frowned and pondered how to deal with this problem. There are many rules and restrictions in the third round. We can't tell others the content of our mission, and we can't ask others. Therefore, we have no way to ask where His Highness Guai Huai is. Otherwise, according to His Highness Guai Huai, we should be able to find the other princes. We can't ask where Saint Venerable Kai Yuan and the others are. Now that we have been delayed for 1,000 years, we need to find them ourselves. Is there really no better way? We can only try our luck? Qin Shao analyzed this problem. He felt that it shouldn't be like this. If they were to try their luck like this, the uncertainty would be too great. To be honest, Qin Shao had never liked to do things that were too uncertain. He preferred to do things that he was certain of. If he could do anything with some certainty, or at least with some certainty in his heart, it would be much better. But after thinking about it, it seemed that there was no better way, right? Forget it. After thinking about it, he still couldn't think of a reason, so Qin Shao could only give up. At this time, Yuan suddenly shouted again, "Brother Qin Shao, Sister Lianqin, come and see, there are words here. Qin Xiao and Miss Lianqin immediately went over. Sure enough, they saw 4 lines of words on the ground. Guarding the tree can wait for the hare. Walking blindly is more dangerous. If you have heaven-defying luck, you can do whatever you want. These 4 lines of words, looking at the traces, they were carved not long ago. When we came in before, we didn't find any words here. Even if we came in quickly and didn't pay much attention to other things, these 4 lines of words are in a relatively obvious position. It's impossible not to have any impression of them. Then who was the one who left behind these 4 lines of words? Was it the 2 black armor guards just now? Looking at these 4 lines of words and reading the meaning of these 4 lines of words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown deeply, his face full of thought. The meaning of these 4 lines of words was very obvious. It meant that they should stay here and wait for the hare. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous. Unless you have heaven-defying luck, you can't do whatever you want. But the question was, who left these words? Qin Xiao, could it be that someone deliberately left these words for the purpose of confusing others? Or is it just a simple joke? These words shouldn't be left by the people of Heaven Choice City, right? Could it be that the people of Heaven Choice City deliberately left some clues for us? Thinking about it, it doesn't make sense. Miss Lianqin said. Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem. It was really a very thought-provoking problem. How to understand it? After thinking about it, Qin Xiao said, let's make a hypothesis and analyze it from the beginning. Looking at the time when these words were carved, it should be at most 1,000 years, which basically coincides with the time when we entered. When we entered, we didn't find these words. So let's assume that these words were left after we entered. If that's the case, then it coincides with the time when the 2 black armored guards left. So we might as well assume that these words were left behind by the 2 black armored guards. Let's make this hypothesis first, then let's think about it again. How likely is this? First of all, the 2 black armored guards must have been instructed by the higher-ups to deliberately lead us in here. Later, they exposed their true faces and directly left. Their goal is to lure us into that place. This action should be intentional, right? That's why Heaven's Choice City should have formulated some gameplay methods for the participants. If we use this hypothesis as the basis for inference, then these 4 lines of words really might have been left behind by the Heaven Choice City. They were deliberately left behind for us to see. Miss Lianqin said, Qin Xiao, according to what you said, we should believe these words and stay here to wait for people to come to us. But if that's the case, I'm afraid it's also a good way. The first 2 tasks are uncertain. If we want to complete the first 2 tasks, it's still quite troublesome. For the time being, we don't have any better methods ourselves. We can only think about trying our luck. But how should I put it? Luck isn't something that will definitely happen if you want it. If that's the case, then staying here to wait for people to come to us may be a very good method. Perhaps Heaven's Choice City has made arrangements for some people to enter this place. In that case, our waiting for people to come to us will be effective. Yuan blinked, thought for a while, and asked with a puzzled face, but Sister Lianqin, how do you know these words must be true? Maybe it's also a loathing bomb? Or maybe it's deliberately left behind by the Heaven Choice City to confuse us so that we'll be fooled and eliminated? If we can't complete any of the 3 tasks, then we'll be directly eliminated. Didn't His Highness Badger Huai also say that this round is an elimination round and the elimination rate is very scary? With so many people being eliminated, I think the Heaven Choice City will definitely think of a way to eliminate many people. For example, our mission is to eliminate 6 people, and we also have to eliminate a team leader. If the captain is eliminated, then the team will be eliminated as well. Indirectly, other members will also be eliminated. Miss Lianqin nodded with a dignified face. She also felt that Yuan's words were indeed reasonable. There was indeed this possibility. Therefore, this matter was very difficult. There was no way to determine whether it was true or false. It was very difficult to make a decision. The 2 women couldn't make a decision, so they looked at Qin Xiao to see what Qin Xiao would say. Qin Xiao had been thinking about this problem. For the time being, we can't say whether it's true or false. We can't completely believe it, but we cannot believe it either. Therefore, our current situation is quite awkward between believing and not believing. If that's the case, then we'll have to split up. Perhaps this is the only way to make things better. Chapter 2977. After deciding to split up, they immediately put it into action. The division of labor was the same as before. Yuan Yuan and Lian Qin were in a group, and Qin Xiao acted alone. This time, Qin Xiao asked the two of them to stay here and find a secluded place to hide, waiting for the prey. As for him, he went to other places to look for prey. Qin Xiao had absolute confidence. It was not a big problem for him to fight 1 against 3 in an ordinary group. If there was a chance that he couldn't eliminate, he could ask Yuan Yuan and the others to help him. He couldn't contact others, but he could still contact the people in his group. After instructing Yuan Yuan and Lian Qin, Qin Xiao left and acted alone. Next, for Qin Xiao, it was a matter of luck. It was hard to say whether he would be lucky or not. It was difficult for a person to have good luck all the time, no matter how lucky he was. Next, Qin Xiao didn't have such good luck. He searched for more than a dozen dangerous places in a row, but he didn't find anyone. Instead, he almost got himself killed. There were a few times when it was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Qin Xiao managed to make it through in the end. This was because he was very strong. If it was an ordinary group, they would have been wiped out directly. The third round of the competition was upgraded, and the elimination rate was increased. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt that all the dangerous places seemed to be very dangerous. Every dangerous place had many dangers. If he was not careful, even he could be buried in it. However, he didn't meet anyone in these testing places. Although he didn't meet anyone, Qin Xiao encountered a strange thing. He saw a corpse. He had seen the deceased in the central square. He was a participant of the 100 Worlds selection battle. Someone had died here and even left the corpse behind. Logically speaking, everyone should have 4 life-saving tokens on them. With these 4 tokens, no matter how dangerous the situation was, they could basically save their lives. However, there were still people who died here. It meant that there was a terrible danger. The person didn't even have a chance to react and was directly killed. It seems that I haven't met anyone else for so long. I only saw this corpse so far. It has something to do with the extreme danger of these dangerous places. There may be several groups of people who came in, but they were all eliminated. Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows and thought secretly. In a flash, more than 10,000 years had passed, but he didn't gain anything. If this continued, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to complete the task after 100,000 years. He thought it was a relatively easy task. He didn't expect that there were so many complicated situations. What should he do? I have already found more than a dozen dangerous places. I don't believe that I can't find more. Qin Xiao secretly gave himself a pep talk. He was still very confident about this point. The main reason was that he was confident in his own strength. No matter how dangerous it was, he dared to go alone and had the ability to go through it. But then, something bad happened. Qin Xiao was trapped in a dangerous secret realm. He was trapped in a very strange space. This space was very, very strange. It was not just a simple space. There were many formations, restrictions, and even illusion techniques in it. It was dreamy, illusory, and empty. This strange space trapped Qin Xiao for 30,000 years. In the end, Qin Xiao finally came out. In 30,000 years, Qin Xiao had exhausted all his thoughts. In the end, after making some improvements in several aspects, he finally found a way out and escaped from that space. The law of space was his biggest gain in the past 30,000 years. It improved a lot. Basically, he had already reached the limit of the initial success stage of the law of space. If he went one step further, he would break through to the realm of great accomplishment. This was also a big gain. It was not easy to break through the law of space. Although they had come out of that space, they had also left that dangerous place. But in terms of time, nearly 50,000 years had passed. Almost half of the time had passed. But still, he did not gain anything. If he made use of the time to gain something, it would be really difficult to complete this task. The most embarrassing thing was that if they couldn't even complete a single mission, they would be eliminated. If he were to be eliminated, that would be an embarrassing matter. It would also be a humiliation. How could Qin Xiao let such a thing happen? He was a person with big goals and big ambitions. How could he let such a thing happen? Let's continue. At this moment, Yuan's voice sounded in his mind. Brother Qin Xiao, come and help us. We can't take down these 3 people. Hearing Yuan's voice, Qin Xiao was suddenly moved. He suddenly felt like he had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Originally, he was still worried about this matter. He did not expect that Yuan would finally gain something. Yuan, if you really can't take them down, hold them down first. If you really can't hold them down, try not to let them run away. If you really can't hold them down, try to let them enter that dangerous place. You just wait at the entrance and wait for me to come. Qin Xiao immediately sent a voice transmission to Yuan. Then, he did not dare to hesitate and rushed back as fast as he could. But he was a little far away. It would take some time for him to go back. When Qin Xiao arrived, he saw only Yuan and Miss Lianqin. There was no one else there. Seeing Qin Xiao come back, Yuan immediately complained, Brother Qin Xiao, why are you so slow? Look, they ran away. I wanted to chase after him, but Sister Lianqin stopped me. She said she wanted to stop me here. Hearing this, Qin Xiao was completely relieved. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said with a smile, that is to say, they all ran into the dangerous place? Lianqin said, yes, Qin Xiao. 2 people ran into the dangerous place. One of them was eliminated by us. They let one person hold us down, and then the other 2 ran away. It's hard to catch up with them after we get rid of that person. I was afraid that they would run away, so I stopped Yuan from chasing them. Instead, I blocked them here. As long as we block them here, they will never be able to run away. Now that you're back, it's easy. Qin Xiao shook his head and gently flicked Yuan's forehead. He said with a smile, you're so naughty. Didn't I tell you to block them here if you can't do it? You still want to chase after them? If you guys go in and chase after them, then you won't be able to deal with them properly and let them escape. As long as we block them here, we can catch turtles in a jar. You continue to guard here. I'm going in to catch turtles. If they come out, you stop them and wait for me to come over and deal with them. After that, Qin Xiao quickly entered the dangerous place. Qin Xiao had already walked around the place once before, so he had a better understanding of the situation inside. It was not big inside, and Qin Xiao was familiar with every place. It was naturally very fast for him to find it. Sure enough, Qin Xiao did not waste too much time. In less than 300 years, he managed to find the 2 holy venerates hiding in a hidden place. When the 2 Saint Masters saw Qin Xiao, their expressions suddenly changed. They naturally recognized that Qin Xiao and Yuan were in cahoots. Just now, they suffered a great loss in the hands of the 2 girls, so when they saw Qin Xiao now, they naturally felt some fear in their hearts. Qin Xiao's strength was very strong. This was something that had long been heard of, and it was spread very widely in Heaven's Choice City. They did not dare to underestimate Qin Xiao in the slightest. However, the 2 of them were very puzzled. One of the Saint Masters said, Lord Qin Xiao, we know you are very strong. We have no intention to be enemies with you. We don't have any grudges with each other before. I don't know how we've offended you to the point that you want to kill us. Our mission shouldn't be the same. We don't have what you want, Lord Qin Xiao. Why don't you let us go? We know we're no match for you. We admit defeat. Lord Qin Xiao, please be magnanimous and let us go. Our team is in the lower middle of the Heaven Choice list. We are far from being a threat to your team. So, Lord Qin Xiao, you have no reason to attack us. There really is no reason. Qin Xiao shook his head helplessly in his heart. That's right, there really wasn't any reason at all. He didn't want to do this. But there was no other way. His mission was like this. He could only do this. However, Qin Xiao obviously wouldn't explain this to the 2 of them. The rules also didn't allow him to tell others. Therefore, Qin Xiao could only say, the 2 of you have different standpoints and different needs. Naturally, You won't understand what I need. So, I'll still offend the two of you. We really have no grudges or conflicts. I'm not targeting the two of you. It's just that since we are both participating in the 100 Worlds chosen battle, we can be strangers in private. But in the competition, we are opponents. Since we are opponents, our standpoints are different. Naturally, the things we have to do are also different. Okay, the two of you, please make your move. Qin Xiao was relatively polite and friendly. He even took the initiative to indicate to the two of them that they should make their move first. The two of them looked at each other. It seemed that there was no way to avoid a fight today. There was no other way. Therefore, the two of them could only grit their teeth. The man who spoke just now was somewhat angry. He gnashed his teeth and glared fiercely at Qin Xiao. He scolded angrily. Qin Xiao, you think you can bully others just because you are strong and famous? Okay. Since you can't talk nicely, we can only use the sword to solve it. Although everyone says that you are strong, Qin Xiao, we don't believe it. The two of us together can't suppress you. Qin Xiao? Humph, if the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think we are incompetent? Do you really think we are afraid of you? We just don't want to stand up. But Qin Xiao, since you insist on doing this, don't blame us for being impolite. As soon as the Saint Venerable finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and made their move at the same time. The two of them naturally attacked ruthlessly. They rushed toward Qin Xiao with incomparable ferocity. Their power burst out, and their power was extraordinary. Those who could come to the 100 Worlds chosen battle were definitely not weak. Chapter 2978. The two of them were not weak. At this moment, they attacked with all their might. Their attacks were ferocious and unusually sharp. They used all their means, and the surging power swept through the sky like a doomsday storm that could destroy the world. This power contained the power of 6 laws, as well as the power of secret techniques. Several terrifying methods were used at the same time. When the two of them joined forces and attacked with all their might, an ordinary third-step ancient saint would have no choice but to flee. However, this power was nothing in front of Qin Xiao. The two of them were not weak, but they could only be considered very ordinary here. In the outside world, it was enough to be unrivaled in the same realm. However, this kind of excellence was only within a small range, and it could only be said within a realm. One had to know that the Great Path Saint realm had 3,000 realms. As for Qin Xiao, not to mention the Great Path Saint realm, even in the entire Great Thousand World, he was definitely an existence that stood at the peak of the same realm. In such a situation, it was naturally not difficult for Qin Xiao to deal with the two of them. The two of them joined forces, but they only had 6 kinds of laws. However, Qin Xiao had mastered as many as 8 kinds. Not only that, but the Great Path laws were also at the realm of great success. In addition, the heaven-defying power of the inner world was even stronger than the power of the Great Path laws. The flying path was a minor path, so this was not considered a big deal. However, if Qin Xiao's flying knife path was fully displayed, it was not inferior to the power of any kind of law. Qin Xiao had so much power in his hands. How could the two of them be compared to him when they joined forces? Facing the ferocious attacks of the two of them, Qin Xiao did not care at all. He attacked unhurriedly. In the first attack, Qin Xiao only used the power of the immortal path, the power of the great path, and the power of the 5 basic laws. With the power of these 7 laws, he used the heaven-splitting sword technique. The sword slashed down as if it was going to cut open the sky. It felt as if it was going to cut open the chaos. The power of this sword was powerful and domineering. It was unstoppable and could destroy everything. The combined attack of the two was completely destroyed, and the two were forced to retreat. Their faces turned gloomy. The way they looked at Qin Xiao also became very strange and deep. Their faces were full of shock. They thought that Qin Xiao was strong, but after fighting with him, they realized that Qin Xiao was much stronger than they thought. What they believed to be powerful was only what they heard from others. It was just some hearsay. If it was just hearsay, then it was very likely that it was not true. As it spread and spread, it might have changed in flavor, becoming much more widespread. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was only a second-step ancient saint. No matter how monstrous and heaven-defying his talent was, he was still very young. He hadn't cultivated for a long time, so his wings shouldn't be so full yet. Therefore, the two of them naturally felt that Qin Shao was definitely not living up to his reputation. It was only because of his heaven-defying performance at the top of Duantian Cliff that he became so legendary. His fame had expanded his strength. They really didn't believe that this Qin Shao kid was really so strong. How could the two of them be at a disadvantage when they joined forces? But it turned out that this was indeed the case. After one exchange, they were at a disadvantage. They were so shocked that they turned pale. What shocked them even more was that they felt that Qin Zhao's power contained the power of the 5 fundamental laws. 5 elements together? This was, you're a mandate realm cultivator? You're actually a mandate realm cultivator? The two of them immediately reacted. He had mastered the 5 fundamental laws at the same time. Wasn't he a mandate realm cultivator? Heavenly mandate cultivators were extremely rare even in the entire Great Path Sacred Realm. Among the younger cultivators, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. They were extremely rare. There were only a few who were publicly recognized, but they didn't expect that Qin Shao was also a mandate realm cultivator. It was probably difficult to find such a young mandate realm cultivator in the Great Path Sacred Realm. Thinking of this, the two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked in their hearts. It really made them envious and jealous. Once upon a time, they had also yearned and dreamed of becoming a mandate realm cultivator. Unfortunately, the cruelty of reality woke them up, and they no longer had such unrealistic dreams. I'm just a mandate realm cultivator. Is there a need to be so surprised? Can't I, Qin Shao, be a mandate realm cultivator? Qin Shao curled his lips and laughed faintly. But these indifferent words deeply stimulated the two of them, making them want to vomit blood and strangle Qin Shao. What did he mean by just a mandate realm cultivator? Would he die if he didn't pretend? A mandate realm cultivator was an existence that was as rare as a phoenix's feather and a Qilin's horn in the entire Great Thousand World. They were top geniuses. It was said that a mandate realm cultivator could become a world god as long as he controlled himself well and didn't get carried away. Therefore, a mandate realm cultivator was given the name Mandate. It was equivalent to a seed of the world god realm. A world god realm existence stood at the true pinnacle of the Great Thousand World. No matter where they were high and mighty and were supreme existences that dominated a region. A world god realm existence was the one who set the rules of the world. Only then were they qualified to participate in such deep-level matters. Everyone below the ancient sage realm was an ant. The ancient sage realm was the backbone of the Great Thousand World and the ruling power of a small area. But an ancient sage realm existence couldn't set the rules. Only a world god realm existence was qualified to participate. You guys are no match for me. Why don't you use your teleportation token and eliminate yourselves so that you won't have to suffer? If I force you guys to eliminate yourselves, then you guys will have to suffer. Actually, why do you have to do this? Why don't you guys be more conscious and save everyone some trouble? Qin Shao suddenly said. Even though Qin Shao had good intentions, those words were undoubtedly a form of humiliation in the ears of those two saint venerables. How could they agree to such a thing? Qin Shao, don't you be so arrogant. We have to admit that you are indeed very strong, but it doesn't mean that you can humiliate us like this. Do you think we are cowards who are afraid of death? Humph. Do you think it's possible for us to admit defeat without fighting? Dream on. Although you are very strong, you may not be able to eliminate us. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled helplessly. Sorry. Maybe I used the wrong words. I didn't mean to humiliate the two of you. In fact, in terms of age and experience, the two of you can be said to be my seniors. I still respect the two of you very much. It's just that I have my own things to do. I have to eliminate the two of you. This is not out of selfishness. It has nothing to do with other things. Therefore, even if I have to fight the two of you, I don't want to embarrass the two of you. I don't want to offend the two of you. I hope the two of you can understand." Hearing Qin Zhao's humble words, the two saint sovereigns looked at each other. For a moment, they couldn't figure out what Qin Zhao was up to. But looking at his expression and listening to his tone, it seemed that he was not joking. After the two of them looked at each other for a while, one of the saint sovereigns said, "Qin Zhao, don't say anything else. A competition is a competition. We are originally opponents. It's just a competition based on our abilities. There's no point in talking about other things. If you have the strength to eliminate us, then we will accept it. But you want to eliminate us automatically with just your mouth? Isn't that a joke? Don't talk nonsense. Let's do it." Qin Zhao nodded and said again, "Okay, then I'm sorry for what I said just now. If that's the case, then let the subordinates speak. They really shouldn't have said those words. We are all proud people. It's indeed shameful to admit defeat. Okay, then let's fight. Sorry to offend you too." With that, Qin Zhao attacked again. This time, Qin Zhao did not hesitate. He attacked with all his strength. He also used his heart force and the power of his inner world. He was just short of using the power of the flying dagger Dao. The power of the 8 great laws and the power of his inner world was fully activated to use the heaven-splitting sword art. This was Qin Zhao's strongest move. The power of this sword seemed to be no different from before. It did not seem to have increased by much. However, the attack of heart force was invisible. The power of his inner world was pure power. It would not manifest much power. The two of them gritted their teeth and went up to meet him again. However, when their power clashed with Qin Zhao's, the two of them were so shocked that they almost cried out, "It's heart force! What powerful heart force!" Qin Zhao actually cultivates the immortal Dao, the great Dao, and the heart force Dao. How terrifying! He cultivates 3 great cultivation paths at the same time. His cultivation level is so high. What a peerless monster. No, it's not just heart force. The number of laws clearly did not increase, but why is the power so much stronger than before? What terrifying power! What terrifying power! No, we can't block it. We can't block it at all. Quick, use the token. This time, the two of them were completely shocked to the point of no return. There was no way to block it at all. Under Qin Zhao's terrifying attack, the two of them could not block it at all. The two of them were completely defeated as soon as they collided. They spat out large amounts of blood and looked very miserable. Immediately, the two of them used their protective tokens and turned them into a protective shield. It enveloped the two of them and protected them well. However, this protective shield had a limited time. There was no way it could be maintained for long. Qin Zhao stood guard there. When the protective shield's time limit disappeared, he attacked again, forcing the two of them to continue using their protective tokens. The two of them wanted to take advantage of the protective tokens to escape. However, how could Qin Zhao give them a chance to escape? The power of his space law was not to be trifled with. It was still very good at trapping people. The two of them could not use too many tricks in the protective shield, so naturally, there was no way for them to escape Qin Zhao's space law cage. Qin Zhao trapped the two of them tightly. He used up to 3 protective tokens on the two of them. In the end, there was only 1 teleportation token left. Once the teleportation token was used, the person would be teleported back to the central island. However, at the same time, it also meant that they were eliminated. The situation had developed to this point so quickly. The two of them were also very embarrassed. They looked at Qin Zhao with ugly and gloomy expressions. Just now, they had the ambition to fight Qin Zhao. They thought that would not be so easy for Qin Zhao to eliminate them. However, they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, things would turn out like this. They were forced to this point, and there was no room for them to retreat. Needless to say, it was impossible for them to fight back. The defeat was already in front of them. There was no chance for them to turn it around. The two of you, do you want me to attack again? Qin Zhao looked at the two of them and asked again. The two of them looked at each other silently. They smiled bitterly and helplessly. Did they want Qin Zhao to attack again? If they attacked again, it would only be more embarrassing. Qin Zhao said, so, because he was giving them the last bit of face. At this time, The two of them did not have the courage or the need to persist. Therefore, the two of them shook their heads. After a sigh, they could only say, "Forget it, forget it. We admit defeat." After that, the two of them used their teleportation tokens and left. Author, Cruel Death 4th Update, Flowers. I don't ask for more. There are only a few flowers a day. Everyone still has flowers. Please vote for them. Cruel Death's recent updates are not bad. We've already eliminated 5 members. Now we want to wait for a leader. We've waited for so long, but we still haven't seen a figure. Will we fail? If we keep waiting here, there's too much uncertainty. I'm afraid it's not a good idea. Miss Lianqin frowned slightly and said, "Well, I think what Yuan said is very reasonable. It doesn't seem to be a good idea to wait blindly. After all, time is limited. Now there are only 20,000 years left before the end of the competition. If we wait blindly, we'll be more passive later. So, it's better to act separately like before. Yuan, and I will continue to wait here. Qin Xiao, you go to other places to search. In this way, I think the success rate should be much higher. We can't afford to waste more time blindly." Qin Xiao nodded and agreed with this. It was indeed not a good idea to wait blindly. In fact, after waiting for 30,000 years, he began to feel a little anxious. The longer they waited, the more passive they would be, and the lower the success rate would be. Qin Xiao was also preparing to leave. They had to act separately to seize the last 20,000 years. But at this moment, a figure appeared in Qin Xiao's sight, and it was coming this way. After seeing this figure, Qin Xiao's heart suddenly moved, and a little joy appeared on his face. "Brother Qin Xiao, there's someone. It's that leader. What's his name again?" He quarreled with His Highness Badger Huai. Yuan immediately became excited. Miss Lianqin said, "It's His Highness Yuan Hong." At this time, no one cared about who it was. They had to act first. Only His Highness Lan Hua and His Highness Zhu needed to think twice. His Highness Yuan Hong's team had always been mediocre, and their ranking was also at the middle level. Therefore, Qin Xiao naturally didn't care. His Highness Yuan Hong walked over. When he saw Qin Xiao and the other two, he didn't notice anything. Yuan Hong admired Qin Xiao very much and deliberately tried to poach Qin Xiao. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Qin Xiao. Therefore, when he saw Qin Xiao, Yuan Hong came over with a smile. "Oh, Lord Qin Xiao, why are you here? What a coincidence to meet you here. TSK, your performance in the first 2 rounds can be said to be amazing. Alas, it's a pity that you, Qin Xiao, refused to join my team, making me miss such a great opportunity to shine. It's heartbreaking. I'm really heartbroken. Such a good opportunity, but it was taken advantage of by Badger Huai. That guy can be considered to have accumulated great merits in 8 lifetimes. Alas, forget it. The more I talk about it, the more depressed and heartbroken my heart is." Yuan Hong's facial expression was very rich and wonderful, so people couldn't help laughing when they heard him say this. Qin Xiao and the other two quietly surrounded Yuan Hong and formed a formation. Yuan Hong soon found that the situation seemed to be not quite right. He frowned, glanced at Qin Xiao and the other two, and said, "What are you doing? Why are you blocking my way? You didn't join my team. Do you want to buy me a drink?" "Drink later. I don't have time to drink with you now." "Okay." Qin Xiao, get out of my way. Don't block my way. I'm already in a bad mood. Qin Xiao curled his lips and couldn't help but laugh. Yuan also laughed. She said to Qin Xiao, "Brother Qin Xiao, let us do it. You just sit aside and watch. Drink a little wine and clap your hands." "Hee, Sister Lianqin, let's do it." Lady Lianqin nodded. With Yuan here, she was much bolder. Otherwise, with her strength, let alone a 3-step ancient saint like His Highness Yuan Hong, she was afraid that even a random member would be difficult for her. However, when she teamed up with Yuan, she felt like she was invincible and had no fear of anyone. This ambition greatly encouraged her and gave her a lot of confidence. Yuan Hong glared at Yuan Yuan and Lian Qin and scolded angrily. What's the situation? You two little girls, are you rebelling? What's the matter? Do you want to fight me? What's the meaning of this? Is it that bastard Huai who ordered you to do this? He's stupid. So are you? Although I'm a rough man, I don't like to beat girls, especially such beautiful and lovely girls like you. Tut, tut, you're so beautiful and lovable. I'm sorry to beat you. Qin Xiao simply stepped aside and left the battlefield to Yuan Yuan and Lian Qin. Yuan Yuan and Lian Qin didn't care so much and got ready to fight. Yuan Hong was depressed and angry. LA's face darkened, and he looked very unsightly. Unable to get any information from the two girls, Yuan Hong glared at Qin Xiao and said, Qin Xiao, what's the meaning of this? I didn't provoke you, did I? Not only are you blocking my way, but you also want to fight me? Your guts are really extraordinary. Who gave you the courage to do this? You hid in the back alone and left two girls here. What's the meaning of this? I don't like to beat women, but it doesn't mean I don't know how to. Qin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness Yuan Hong. You really didn't provoke us, and we don't have any resentment or hostility toward you. It's just that there are some things we have to do. So, there's no other way. You happen to meet us, so you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. We have no other choice but to fight you. But this is just the position of the competition, and there are no other factors involved. So, we can only say sorry. Yuan Hong was speechless, and he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. After grimacing for a while, Yuan Hong glared at Qin Xiao like an angry wolf and said, Okay, you can fight me if you want, but can you be more serious? Can't you be more careful? Why did you ask Yuan Yuan and Lian Qin to come out? You're not being careful at all. You're humiliating me. I'm a prince, a captain, and a ranking on the heavenly selection list. Forget it. Let's not talk about the heavenly selection list. But I'm very, very strong. How about I give you another chance to choose? If you want to fight, go fight someone else. Don't make me angry. Otherwise, the consequences will be very, very serious. You'll all suffer a great loss. I'm really not trying to scare you. I'm very strong. Even that guy Huai doesn't dare to fight me easily. Looking at Yuan Hong's flustered appearance and hearing his words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but want to laugh. This person was really too interesting. But to be honest, Qin Xiao didn't think Yuan Hong was a bad person. Although his temper was a bit rough, he was still a good person. He was much better than many hypocritical and insidious people. At least, Qin Xiao didn't dislike Yuan Hong. Lian Qin said, Your Highness Yuan Hong, but last time we heard that you suffered a few losses in the hands of His Highness Huai. Bah. Yuan Hong immediately denied it and said with a righteous face, No, that was completely fabricated by that guy Huai. I did fight with that guy a few times, but I didn't lose in terms of strength. I just fell into that guy's scheme. In terms of strength, I can easily win against him. That is to say, you still lost to His Highness Huai. Lian Qin said with a smile. Yuan Hong wanted to vomit blood again. It seemed it was like that. Chapter 2980. That's not it. His Highness Yuan Hong glared at Yuan Yuan and Miss Lian Qin and said, Are you kidding me? Do you really want to fight me? Yuan Yuan and Miss Lian Qin did not say anything else. They immediately made their move, responding to His Highness Yuan Hong's words with their actions. Seeing that Yuan Yuan and Miss Lian Qin were playing for real, His Highness Yuan Hong immediately cursed. F***. You two little girls are playing for real. It seems like I'll have to teach you a lesson today. Little girls, how dare you provoke me? How dare you? Come. Let me see how strong you two cute and charming girls can be. His Highness Yuan Hong did not hesitate and made his move as well. His Highness Yuan Hong was a three-step ancient saint, so there was no doubt that he was strong. His Highness Yuan Hong was definitely one of the strongest three-step ancient saints. Therefore, it was only natural for him to be infuriated when two second-step ancient saints, not to mention that they were ladies, tried to make a move on him. However, When they really started fighting, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It was only then that he realized that these two little girls' abilities were not just for show. Lady Lian Xin could be ignored, but Yuan Yuan, this little cutie, was too strong, far beyond Yuan Hong's expectation. Although Yuan Yuan had made a name for herself on Duantian Cliff, it only represented her talent and potential, not her strength. Theoretically speaking, a person with heaven-defying talent and potential should not be weak. However, no matter how strong she was still a young girl at the second step Ancient Saint stage. Miss Lian Xin assisted Yuan Yuan, while Yuan Yuan attacked His Highness Yuan Hong. Not only was she the main attacker, but her attacks were also very strong and ferocious. Am I seeing a ghost? I'm a third step Empyrean Saint, but I'm actually having a hard time against the second step Empyrean Saint. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. No way, no way. If I were to suffer a loss in the hands of these two little girls, then wouldn't my lifetime of wisdom be destroyed in a single day? How can I face people in the future? His Highness Yuan Hong gritted his teeth and made his move. Although he was very protective of the fairer sex, there was no other way now. He could only not be merciful and had to deal with it with all his strength. However, he soon realized that even if he fought with all his strength, he could not do much to Yuan Yuan and Miss Lian Xin. He still felt like he was being suppressed. What's going on? She has mastered all 5 fundamental laws. She's also a heavenly mandate cultivator, immortal Tao and great Tao, but they're not strong. Throwing knives. TSK, TSK. No wonder she is the daughter of Sage Li. She is really powerful. This little cutie sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If you were to go all out, he would be extremely frightening indeed. What should I do? I won't lose, right? His Highness Yuan Hong's heart sank. How could he have encountered such a ridiculous situation? Yuan Yuan's flying dagger Dao was indeed very strong. At least, Qin Xiao was far inferior to her. Moreover, she was a heavenly mandate cultivator who had mastered all 5 fundamental laws. The power of these 5 fundamental laws was strong enough to allow Yuan Yuan to fight a 3-step Ancient Saint stage powerhouse calmly. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or tactics, Yuan Yuan was completely qualified to fight against His Highness Yuan Hong. With Miss Lian Xin's assistance, Yuan Yuan was naturally able to suppress His Highness Yuan Hong. Although it seemed that he had not fully grasped the situation for the time being, the situation was still very good for Yuan Yuan and Miss Lian Xin. Such a battle left His Highness Yuan Hong feeling extremely depressed. He still had some ruthless skills, but he felt that blood was about to be spilled when he used them. Facing 2 girls, could it be that Yuan Hong, was really that shameless, that he would stop at nothing, that he would use such ruthless methods? Even he found it hard to convince himself to do so. Therefore, His Highness Yuan Hong gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Miss Yuan Yuan, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for not being a guest anymore. You're so cute and beautiful. If you get hurt, it'll be bad. My heart will ache. If you don't stop now, I'm really going to show my power. When I show my power, I'm afraid of myself." However, his threats were useless. They could not threaten Yuan Yuan at all. Yuan Yuan smiled at His Highness Yuan Hong nonchalantly and said, "I'm not afraid of you or your threats. It's impossible for us to stop now. Your Highness Yuan Hong, if you have any other tricks up your sleeves, you can use them all. This lady is prepared for it." For a moment, His Highness Yuan Hong had the urge to vomit blood. This little girl, did she have to be so ruthless? Was she really unmoved by force or persuasion? His Highness Yuan Hong clenched his teeth. This time, he was really having a headache. A really big headache. This was a difficult problem. The most terrible problem was that even if His Highness Yuan Hong wanted to be ruthless, he could not. Yuan Yuan's strength was too strong. She suppressed His Highness Yuan Hong all the way, making it hard for him to breathe. His Highness Yuan Hong could not resist because of her lack of combat experience. Many times, she did not grasp the opportunity well. Otherwise, she would have seized the opportunity and made it difficult for His Highness Yuan Hong to resist. In terms of strength, it was obvious that His Highness Yuan Hong was no match for Yuan Yuan and Miss Lian Qin. However, His Highness Yuan Hong had an absolute advantage in terms of combat experience. He was always able to turn something rotten into something magical and find a good breakthrough point. Therefore, he was able to rescue himself from danger several times. In addition, His Highness Yuan Hong's defensive ability was indeed very strong. This was also a huge advantage for His Highness Yuan Hong. With these two advantages, His Highness Yuan Hong was able to hold on for so long. However, Yuan Yuan became more and more courageous as the battle went on. If she could not defeat him, she would hit him harder and harder. His Highness Yuan Hong complained in his heart and did not know how many times he had cursed. On the other hand, Qin Xiao was happy to watch a good show. This battle did not need his intervention at all. Yuan Yuan and Miss Lian Qin were enough to deal with it. Yuan Yuan's strength was not much weaker than his. On this point, Qin Xiao actually admired Yuan Yuan quite a bit. He did not see Yuan Yuan working hard in cultivation, but Yuan Yuan's speed of improvement in all aspects was not inferior to his. In some areas, Yuan Yuan's speed was even faster than his. He did not see Yuan Yuan having any opportunities or adventures. However, no matter how much he improved his strength, Yuan Yuan was always not far behind him. This battle was like a raging fire. It was very fierce. His Highness Yuan Hong's cursing voice became louder and louder. This was because he was increasingly at a disadvantage, so he was furious. However, no matter how furious he was, he could not do anything. This was the most uncomfortable thing. In addition, His Highness Yuan Hong had a violent temper. Naturally, he was even more furious. Qin Xiao, quickly make this little cutie stop. I'm afraid she's going crazy. Crazy. His Highness Yuan Hong suddenly said to Qin Xiao. This was begging for mercy and showing weakness. Hearing His Highness Yuan Hong's words, Qin Xiao could not help but laugh. The more he looked at His Highness Yuan Hong's anxious face, the more he wanted to laugh. His expression, his tone of voice, and his body language were all so rich and wonderful. Qin Xiao really wanted to laugh. It's very simple. Just admit defeat and it will be over. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said. His Highness Yuan Hong's face turned ugly. After a moment of shock, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay. I admit defeat. I can't afford to offend you. I admit defeat. That should be enough, right? Mother of asterisk cur, I've never been so humiliated in my life. You two little girls, I can't afford to offend you. Is that enough? Hey, didn't I admit defeat? Why don't you stop? Hurry up and stop. Qin Xiao, hurry up and talk to them. Can't they play happily? We're all honest people. I've already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Qin Xiao shook his head and said, It's not enough to just admit defeat. You have to admit defeat completely. You only talk about it, but you don't practice it. How can that be? Admit defeat. You can use the teleportation token to return to the central island. Everything will be over. What? Use the teleportation token to return to the central island? This is called admitting defeat? Isn't this the same as eliminating himself? This is called admitting defeat? Mother of asterisk cur. His Highness Yuan Hong glared at Qin Xiao and cursed. Do you have to be so ruthless? Do you have to eliminate me? Qin Xiao, you bastard. If you want to be so ruthless, you can find someone else. Don't find me. I didn't do anything to offend you. Why do you have to get me eliminated? How about, let's talk about it. Let's say I owe you a favor. Qin Xiao, stop playing. It's not easy for me to participate in the 100 World Selection Battle. I don't ask for good results, but I can't be too embarrassed. If you play so ruthlessly, how can I go out and meet people in the future? Qin Xiao shrugged helplessly and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness Yuan Hong. We were forced to do this. There's really no other way. So, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. You just happened to run into us. We have no choice but to kill you. If we let you go, we'll find someone else. I'm afraid it won't be so easy. The main thing is that time waits for no one. We really can't afford to waste time. So, I, Qin Shao, don't have the fortune to enjoy your favor. His Highness Yuan Hong was so angry that he couldn't say a word. But the current situation made him feel very helpless. He really felt very helpless. What should he do? Was there no other way? His Highness Yuan Hong gritted his teeth. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, Fine, fine, fine. I admit defeat this time. Qin Shao, you despicable guy. I'll remember you. Next time, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it's like to beg for mercy. Forget it. I'll leave by myself. Okay? After saying that, His Highness Yuan Hong used the teleportation token and left. Immediately, he disappeared from sight. After sending off Yuan Hong, Qin Shao had completed another mission. Now he had completed 2 missions. This was a joyous occasion. As for His Highness Yuan Hong's threat, Qin Shao naturally didn't take it to heart. Not to mention whether or not His Highness Yuan Hong would come to make trouble for him again. Even if he did, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, His Highness Yuan Hong needed to have the strength to make trouble for him. Chapter 2981. Qin Shao didn't care about His Highness Yuan Hong. He could only blame himself for his bad luck. Out of the 3 missions, 2 had already been completed. Qin Shao could finally heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Now, all that was left was the last mission, and it would be a success. At least, the situation wouldn't be too bad after completing 2 tasks. Of course, the last task was also very important. In the 3rd round, whether they could secure the top 5 or even the top 10 on the heaven selection list depended on the last task. After all, the difference between the 2 tasks was as much as 40 points. 40 points was enough to affect the rankings of several people. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally had a lot of energy in his heart. He must complete the 3rd task. If he couldn't complete this mission, then all his previous efforts would have been in vain. But the problem was, how was this mission supposed to be completed? This was a difficult problem. For a moment, Qin Shao was stumped. Sister Lianqin, why don't we use a honey trap to trick someone and take him to the land of the dead tortoise? Then we'll complete the task. Hee, with Grandma Lianqin's beauty, there should be many people willing to be fooled by the honey trap, right? Yuan suddenly said. Lianqin suddenly felt embarrassed and blushed with shame. She had never used a honey trap before. Thinking about it, she felt a little disgusted. It was a betrayal of her personality. How could she do it? Qin Shao shook his head and said, Yuan, don't joke. This won't work. Let's think of another way. Then, why don't we go blind and try our luck? Maybe someone will be fooled. Yuan said again. Qin Shao still shook his head. This possibility should be very low. We don't have so much time to waste. Let's not talk about other things first. It's not easy to find other people, let alone to trick them. And even if there is a dead rat, we may not have so much time to do it. What's more, this possibility is very low. So, if we think of this method, I'm afraid we'll fail. What should he do? Why don't we kidnap someone and force him to the land of the dead? Yuan suddenly had an idea. Miss Lianqin shook her head and said, Yuan, what are you thinking? The rules are for us to trick them, not bind them. If we do that, then it's against the rules. It's against the rules. If we break the rules, we'll lose the mission. So, we still have to use proper means. Yuan blinked and shook her little head. After thinking for a while, she said, But this won't work. It won't work at all. There's no way to do it. I don't think anyone is that stupid, right? It's not like you could tie her up. Don't tell me you're only left with a honey trap? Qin Shao gently flicked Yuan's head again and said with an angry smile, You don't learn the good things and learn the bad things. What do you mean that you only have a honey trap left? This kind of shameless method absolutely cannot be used. Yuan looked at Qin Shao with an aggrieved look. She pouted and muttered, But there's really no other way. Qin Shao was also having a headache about this matter. He had been having a headache for so long, but he still didn't have a solution. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was really no other good way. Maybe the honey trap was a feasible way. But it shouldn't be. Qin Shao shook her head and thought about it. She always felt that something was wrong with this matter. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. If we can only use a honey trap, The higher-ups may not necessarily know which group we're in. If we meet a group without a woman, this method definitely won't work. So it's impossible. There must be a way. Maybe we've overlooked something. But what on earth have we overlooked? Yuan and Miss Lianqin were also thinking there, but they couldn't figure out the reason. This problem had really troubled the three of them for many years. Previously, they could take it easy. Now that the other two tasks had been completed, only this task was left. Therefore, now they had to face this problem and try their best to deal with it. No. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly stirred, and a thought gushed out. As soon as this idea came out, Qin Zhao's face suddenly became cold and a little stiff. Seeing Qin Zhao's big reaction, Yuan and Miss Lianqin looked at Qin Zhao with confusion. They didn't know what was wrong with Qin Zhao. "What's wrong, brother Qin Zhao? Is there a problem?" Yuan asked curiously. Qin Zhao looked at Yuan and Miss Lianqin with a cold expression. He pursed his lips hard and said, "Maybe the real meaning of this task has been misunderstood by us." Misunderstood? What did he mean? Yuan and Miss Lianqin were even more confused. They didn't understand what Qin Zhao was talking about. Why did they misunderstand? The literal meaning was not difficult to understand. There was no misunderstanding, right? Qin Zhao continued, "Look carefully. The task is to lure a person to the land of the dead tortoise and then eliminate him in the land of the dead tortoise, right?" Yuan and Miss Lianqin nodded and thought about it seriously. There was no problem with this sentence. The meaning of this sentence should indeed be what almost everyone would think. To tempt someone, this is definitely the right thing to do. But the key point is that the task doesn't say whether the person who will be tempted will be an outsider or one of our own. What? Yuan and Miss Lianqin's expressions suddenly became cold. Speaking of this, how could they not understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words? "Qin Zhao, do you mean that we can sacrifice one person to complete this task?" Miss Lianqin said in a low voice. Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Judging from the current situation, if we really want to complete this task, I'm afraid this is the best way." It's not necessarily the only way, but I'm afraid it's a relatively easy way. Otherwise, it's really like a blind cat hitting a dead mouse. But I personally feel that the success rate of this way is extremely low. After all, those who can come here are not fools. We can't force them. What reason can we use to persuade them and lure them to the land of the dead tortoise? Everyone knows that the land of the dead tortoise is a very terrible place. Those who enter it have a slim chance of survival. It's extremely difficult for them to come out. No one will be stupid. No matter how big the temptation is, if it means elimination, they will definitely not exchange it. So, I think it's very difficult to do this. Yuan and Miss Lianqin were silent. They had to admit that what Qin Zhao said was indeed very reasonable. If one really wanted to talk about it, it did seem to make sense. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was indeed no other feasible way. This was practically the only way out. But in this way, wasn't a little bit like killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of their own men? If one person was eliminated, 10 points would be deducted. If they completed the task, they would only get 20 points. In that case, if they completed the task, they would get more than 10 points. But on the other hand, if they didn't complete the task, they would be deducted 20 points. If one were to go up and down, it would be equivalent to 30 points. They did feel that the points were a little low. They felt that this task should be the most difficult of the 3 tasks, and it should have the highest points. But there was no way they could control the affairs of the Heaven Choice City. But this method made Qin Zhao feel very embarrassed. Someone had to stand up and sacrifice a fearless sacrifice. Thinking about it, it was a very frustrating thing. If possible, Qin Zhao would rather give up this task. If there was only a difference of 10 points, Qin Zhao would choose to give up. But the problem was that there was a difference of 30 points, so he couldn't give up easily. 30 points was too big of an impact, and it was enough to make all his efforts go to waste. "Qin Zhao, let me complete this task. If someone has to sacrifice to be eliminated, it must be me. Both of you are the mainstays of our team, the core of our strength, and the key to getting a good result. So, you can't have any accidents. None of you can be eliminated. If that happens, our entire team will suffer loss. I don't matter. Even if I'm eliminated, it won't have much impact on our team. Originally, I was just an assistant in these 3 rounds, and I didn't make any contributions. This time, let me do it. It would also allow me to make a true contribution to the team. In this way, I will feel that I have some value. Miss Lianqin suddenly said with a serious face. It required great courage to make a sacrifice. After all, there were a lot of things involved. Yuan looked at Miss Lianqin with a reluctant expression, but she didn't know what to say. Qin Xiao looked at Miss Lianqin with a gloomy face, thinking about this matter in his heart. At present, it seemed that there was no way to solve this matter. The best way was to let someone stand out and make a sacrifice, using a small sacrifice to achieve the big picture. Perhaps the test of the Heaven Choice City was also here, right? The Heaven Choice Battle of the 100 Worlds was originally a team competition, and what was important was the team, not the individual. In fact, Miss Lianqin's sacrifice was indeed the best way. After thinking about it, Qin Xiao sighed, shook his head, and said, Miss Lianqin, let's try to see if there is another solution. Since we have thought of this method, we don't need to be in a hurry. This is the last counterweight. If it doesn't work, we can use this method. We can delay until the last 1,000 years to do this. Now, we still have some time to try other methods. Who knows, maybe there really is another way. If there is a way to have the best of both worlds, it will naturally be the best. If it doesn't work, then we should prepare for the worst. Maybe we just haven't thought of it yet. It's not necessarily impossible. Miss Lianqin nodded. Anyway, she was ready to sacrifice herself. She could only be the one to do this. It was a very happy thing for her to be able to make a contribution to the team. Otherwise, she would really feel that she was a freeloader. After deciding on this plan, the 3 of them began to act. Even if there was no chance, they had to give it a try. They couldn't give up easily. Chapter 2982. However, luck did not favor Qin Zhao's team. In the next 20,000 years, Qin Zhao's team tried many methods. They met some people, but they could not lure them to the land of the dead tortoise. Perhaps no one would fall for such a trick. Even a beauty trap might not be effective, unless they were really lucky and met someone who couldn't get any results anyway. They felt that it was hopeless and didn't care. If they were eliminated, then so be it. They were the type who didn't care. But how difficult was it to meet someone like that? To put it bluntly, those who could come to the chosen battle of the 100 Worlds, even if they had no fighting spirit, would not degrade themselves to this point. Therefore, it was really lucky to meet such a thing. Otherwise, it would be impossible. In this way, Qin Zhao's team had no other choice but to take the last road. The last road was such a helpless road. Sister Lianqin, I am so reluctant to part with you. Yuan held Miss Lianqin's hand with a reluctant look. Lady Lianqin smiled. She was quite calm and didn't seem to care at all. She said to Yuan, silly girl, I was just eliminated. I'm not going to die or leave. Why would I be reluctant to part with you? If I am eliminated, I can only stay in the cultivation palace. We can still see each other. It's just that I can't fight with you in the future. Of course, I can't help you much. So, there's no difference whether I am there or not. Yuan shook her head and said, No, with Sister Lianqin, I am obviously more confident, and I won't do anything wrong. Miss Lianqin smiled. In this way, she still had some value. But there was no other way. She did not want to be eliminated, but there was really no other way. This was the only way. She felt that it was worth it to use her last glory to contribute 30 points to the team. Only by obtaining these 30 points would he have the hope of stabilizing his ranking. Only then would he have the hope of obtaining good results. If they failed this time, it would be difficult for them to stay in the top 10. Therefore, Miss Lianqin was duty-bound to do this. It was just a small sacrifice, but it could change the overall situation. It was worth it. Perhaps this was part of the test of the 100 Worlds chosen battle. There was nothing they could do about it. However, if one were to look at it from the bright side, the higher the elimination rate would be. It was estimated that there would not be many people left after being eliminated to the end. In the third round, even the team leaders began to be eliminated. Therefore, it was not easy for a team to be able to keep everyone in one piece. It was quite normal for someone to be eliminated. Perhaps the other teams in the top 10 of the Heavenly Selection leaderboard would also face the same situation. This was an unavoidable matter, and there was nothing much to say. Competition was just like this. Qin Zhao's group went to the land of the dead tortoise. Lady Lian Qin chose to sacrifice herself and entered the land of the dead tortoise. Yuan Yuan pouted her lips, looking unhappy and sad. Let's go, Yuan Yuan. Let's go back to the central island first. You can see Miss Lian Qin again later, Qin Xiao said to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan nodded, but she was still in a bad mood. The three of them quickly returned to the central island and saw that the others had also come back. However, they could clearly feel that the atmosphere of the central island was much colder than the previous 2 times. It even felt a little depressing. It was also obvious that the number of people in many teams had decreased. Although not all of them had come back, they could already see a lot of things. Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan stood in the same corner as the previous 2 times, waiting for the others to come back. This time, they were the first to come back. Brother Qin Xiao, do you think there are other people in our team who were also eliminated? Yuan Yuan suddenly asked. This question was, Qin Xiao shook his head and said, in my opinion, I naturally don't want other people in our team to be eliminated. However, I'm afraid that the situation in reality is not as we think. Let's not make such hypotheses, lest it fills our hearts. Just wait and see. Let's give the others some confidence. Yuan Yuan nodded and didn't speak anymore. After waiting for a while, someone finally came back. This time, the second to come back was Saint Venerable Kai Yuan and the other 3. All 4 of them came back. The fact that all 4 of them had returned was already a very good thing. And it seemed that the 4 of them were in a good mood. It could be seen that the 4 of them should have achieved a certain result. At least, it wouldn't be bad. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, Miss Yuan Yuan, you came back first again. Hey, where's Miss Lian Qin? Saint Venerable Kai Yuan walked over with a smile. He looked around, but still didn't see Miss Lian Qin's figure. Speaking of Miss Lian Qin, Yuan Yuan was not very happy. She pouted and said, Sister Lian Qin sacrificed herself in order to complete the task. She was eliminated. What? Hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Saint Venerable Kai Yuan and the other 3 were all stunned. They looked at Yuan Yuan in a daze. Miss Lian Qin was eliminated? Even with Qin Xiao, she was eliminated? Why did the situation sound so bad? Logically speaking, Qin Zhao's team was the strongest team in their team. It was definitely the team that stabilized the sea. Whether they could achieve a good result or not completely depended on Qin Zhao's team. Miss Lian Qin was eliminated. This was a very bad sign. Qin Xiao was everyone's pillar of support. She was where everyone's confidence lay. If Qin Zhao's team had failed, then how could they have achieved such a good result? Therefore, when Saint Venerable Kai Yuan and the other 3 heard this, they were a little dumbfounded. A very bad premonition surged in their hearts. How could this be? The 4 were stunned for a while, and Saint Venerable Kai Yuan was the first to ask. Qin Xiao shook his head and explained the situation to everyone. Now that the test was over, it didn't matter if he said it out loud. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, everyone finally understood what was going on and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. If that was the case, then the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Moreover, Miss Lian Qin sacrificed herself in order to achieve a good result. Sure enough, Qin Xiao was still Qin Xiao. He didn't let them down. However, Saint Venerable Kai Yuan and the others sincerely admired and respected Miss Lian Qin's righteousness. Good job. Selfless and fearless. She sacrificed herself for the team's achievement and glory. This was a fearless spirit. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan, how's your situation? Qin Xiao asked. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan smiled a little embarrassedly and said with a bit of pride, it can be said that we didn't disgrace the mission. Although our performance is definitely not as outstanding as Qin Zhao's team, it should still be passable. At least, we are quite satisfied with this round's performance. It should be our best performance so far. In this round, We should have more than 30 points. But we don't know how many points we have. Our rules are a little special. It depends on how many points the higher-ups give us. We should have at least 30 points. It was indeed very good to have 30 points. Qin Xiao was also very happy. It seemed that this round should be relatively stable. The rest depended on the performance of His Highness Badger Huai and His Highness Nine Dispersions. But as long as they didn't perform too badly, there should be no problem. Of course, if they wanted to maintain the top 5, His Highness Badger Huai and the others must perform well. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to remain in the top 5. The third person to return was His Highness Badger Huai. Perhaps it was because his performance in the second round was not satisfactory. Therefore, in the third round, he was also heartbroken. He also worked hard and finally had a good performance. In the third round, His Highness Badger Huai got 35 points. It was his best performance in this round. 35 points should be a relatively good score, right? At least His Highness Badger Huai was still relatively confident. He felt that it should be very rare to get 35 points. From the looks of it, the performance of the third group should be very good at the moment. This also gave everyone more confidence. The rest depended on His Highness Nine Dispersions team. They hoped that they wouldn't disappoint. As long as His Highness Nine Dispersions team was stable, this round would definitely be stable. His Highness Nine Dispersions team came late. They waited for a long time before seeing them return. As soon as His Highness Nine Dispersions team returned, Saint Venerable Kai Yuan couldn't wait to welcome them and asked about the situation. In this round, His Highness Nine Dispersions team also worked hard. They made up for all the losses in the previous round. In this round, His Highness Nine Dispersions team also got more than 30 points. They didn't know the exact number and had to wait for the decision from the higher-ups. In this way, the performance of the 4 groups this time can be considered very good. Except for Qin Zhao's team, they could be considered to have achieved the best results in the 3 rounds. They were very satisfied with this round's performance. The most gratified one was His Highness Badger Huai. After understanding the situation, His Highness Badger Huai couldn't help but laugh loudly. Good. It's really good. It seems that the heavens are helping us. With the good results in the first and second round, it wouldn't be right if we didn't work hard. Not only did we let ourselves down, but we also let others down. In this third round, we can be considered to have recovered a bit. It's very good. Everyone is good. Everyone is good. In this round, Qin Xiao and Miss Yuanyuan's contributions are the greatest. Of course, Miss Lianqin's contribution is also the greatest. It's your team that made a good start and brought glory to us. It stimulated the infinite desire in our hearts and stimulated the infinite fighting spirit in our hearts. It allowed us to achieve such good results. This round, we should be in the bag. We are getting closer and closer to success. Therefore, everyone must be steady. We must not be complacent. We must continue to work hard and create more glory. We must show our best side. I believe that after this round of 100 worlds chosen by Heaven Battle, we will all have great gains, great growth, and great improvement. We will definitely not disappoint this time. In addition to obtaining good results, we must also obtain good growth. Everyone nodded. They felt that His Highness Badger Huai was right. It was indeed so. A person's potential was infinite. It was just a matter of whether it could be stimulated. In this third round, everyone's potential was stimulated. Under the incomparably high fighting spirit, it was the easiest to stimulate a person's potential. Once a person's potential was stimulated, their cultivation would be 100 times faster with half the effort. They would be able to quickly improve themselves and achieve a breakthrough. Author Cruel, Death 4th Update. Chapter 2983. In the central square, there was less noise, less liveliness, and less excitement. With fewer people, the atmosphere was more oppressive and dignified. Naturally, everything felt different. It seems that the elimination rate in this round is much higher than we thought. Look, there are less than 500 people who have returned. Everyone in our team is back. I think most of them are back too. After this round, there might only be 500 people left. Fortunately, only Lady Lianqin was eliminated. However, she sacrificed herself for the sake of the big picture. His Highness Badger Huai looked around and said solemnly. However, he was also gratified. There were 10 people left in their team. After 3 rounds, only 1 person was eliminated. Not to mention other things, just this result alone was enough to stand proudly. It was definitely a result to be proud of. In the second round, there were 1,200 people left. Now, there were only 500 people left. This meant that the number of people eliminated in the third round was as high as 700. How terrifying was this number? The elimination rate was as high as 60%. Just thinking about it made one feel terrified. Many teams were directly wiped out. Currently, there were only 2 teams that were relatively intact. One was His Highness Lan Hua's team, the other was His Highness Zhu Zhua's team. Even Saintess Luo Zi's team had 1 person eliminated. There were only 2 teams that had 1 person eliminated. One was His Highness Qiu's team, and the other was His Highness Wu Ji's team. For the other teams, it was already very good if 2 people were eliminated. Many teams only had half of their people left. Some of the more miserable teams only had 2 or 3 people left. There are also some that were completely wiped out. That was why the entire central square looked so bleak and desolate this time. There was no need to submit missions this time. The higher-ups were monitoring all the missions and tabulating them. Now, they only needed to wait for the Heaven-Chosen list to be updated. There were not many discussions in the central square. However, many gazes fell on Qin Zhao's team. If the first 2 rounds were because of luck, then this round completely showed the strength of His Highness Badger Huai's team. Good luck could only come once or twice, but it couldn't always be there, right? This was real swords and spears, a real and terrifying test. Without the strength of the entire team, how could they be stable? After the third round, just from the fact that only 1 person was eliminated, it was enough to show the strength of His Highness Badger Huai's team. Therefore, many voices of doubt from before did not dare to question now. His Highness Badger Huai could be considered a true dark horse. They had originally been ordinary and unknown, but now they had suddenly risen up and made a name for themselves. It could be said that after this round, His Highness Badger Huai's reputation would spread far and wide in the great Dao Sacred Realm. Even if it wasn't to the point where everyone would know about it, at least within a very large range, it would cause quite a bit of reaction. It was completely possible to become famous for a period of time. His Highness Lan Hua also glanced at Qin Zhao's team with a rather deep and mysterious gaze, especially Qin Zhao. His Highness Lan Hua focused on him. Previously, His Highness Lan Hua was very dismissive of Qin Zhao, but now he had to re-examine and re-evaluate him. He still couldn't underestimate him. He had to pay some attention to him. Qin Zhao was too lazy to pay attention to His Highness Lan Hua. He estimated that there would be a head-on collision later. Look, the Heaven-Chosen list is updated. Under the silent wait, the Heaven-Chosen list was finally updated. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. This was an exciting moment. Many people were also nervous. Qin Zhao's team was full of confidence and should be able to maintain their current ranking. At the very least, the top 10 of the Heaven-Chosen list should be safe. But when everyone saw the rankings on the Heaven-Chosen list, they were pleasantly surprised. First, His Highness Lan Hua's team, 400 points. Second, His Highness Zhu Zhua's team, 390 points. Third, Saintess Luozi's team, 381 points. Fourth, His Highness Badger Huai's team, 366 points. Fifth, His Highness Qiu's team, 360 points. Sixth, His Highness Bai Ji's team, 353 points. His Highness Badger Huai's team squeezed into the 4th place of the Heaven-Chosen list with a high score of 366 points. Not only did they stabilize their previous ranking, but they also took another step forward. They were getting closer and closer to the top 3. They were only 15 points away from the 3rd place Saintess Luozi's team. A difference of 15 points wasn't that big. If the situation was good, then it was entirely possible for him to turn the tide in the 4th round and catch up in one fell swoop. This was all possible. The distance between them and the top 3 teams was shrinking. Seeing this, Qin Xiao and the others were all greatly encouraged. They were very excited and very pleased with themselves. How happy would it be to work hard and be rewarded with full returns? Being greatly encouraged, everyone gained more confidence. They were more confident, and their faith was stronger. Only when they could see hope, glory, and light would they have more energy to chase after it. If they couldn't see hope at all, then their morale would be completely gone. Without morale, there was naturally no need to talk about catching up. Haha, this is great, this is great. I really didn't expect that Saint Venerable Kai Yuan, would have such a glorious moment. It's worth it, it's really worth it. No matter how hard we work, it's all worth it. Even if we have to risk our lives, it's all worth it. Awesome, it's really awesome. I didn't expect that we would perform so well in the third round. In this way, we got 156 points in the third round. It's a new high. Moreover, the points we got in the third round are the highest, surpassing all the other teams. Even His Highness Lan Hua and His Highness Zhu's teams didn't score as high as ours. In the second round, the points we got were tied with His Highness Lan Hua's team for first place. Now, we've even surpassed His Highness Lan Hua's team. Haha, let's continue to work hard and keep it up. Let's strive to surpass Saintess Loazi's team in the fourth round and enter the top 3. Holy Venerate Kai Yuan laughed excitedly and said with a heroic spirit. He had more confidence, and more motivation. He had more vision for the future and a more foreseeable future. Cripple Saint Venerable smiled and nodded. Yes, I've never dared to think about such a thing before. I didn't even dare to dream about it. But I didn't expect that all of this would come true. It's all become a reality. I thought that entering the top 5 was our limit. But now I realize that I was wrong. I've underestimated our combat power and the strength of our faith. Now, I really dare to think about entering the top 3. If we can enter the top 3, then we can be considered to be written in history. That's the real ultimate glory. It's really something that will bring glory to our ancestors. Everyone was in a good mood, and the strength in their hearts was surging, and becoming stronger. However, at this time, the most excited person was His Highness Badger Huai. He was the biggest beneficiary. For Qin Xiao and the others, they were all helping His Highness Badger Huai to participate in the 100 World Selection Battle. He was the real protagonist. If he could enter the top 3, then His Highness Badger Huai could directly obtain the qualification to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. This qualification was a priceless treasure. It was something that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. It was also something that His Highness Badger Huai dared not dream of before. But now, it seemed that he could think about it, and it might be possible to achieve it. His Highness Badger Huai solemnly clasped his fists and bowed to everyone, saying, "Brothers, it's you who have made me, Badger Huai. It's you who have given me, Badger Huai, a great opportunity. If we can really get into the top 3 and get the opportunity to enter the Firmament Academy, then I will definitely thank you very much. But no matter what, from now on, you are my brothers as long as you don't mind. In the future, your matters are my, Badger Huai's matters. In the future, no matter what you need, as long as I, Badger Huai, am able to do it, you can just ask." His Highness Badger Huai's words were obviously full of weight and sincerity. This was a sincere friendship, as well as a deep gratitude. His Highness Badger Huai's character was unquestionable, which made Qin Xiao respect him very much. "Your Highness Badger Huai, you're too polite. We should also thank Your Highness for giving us this opportunity. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the opportunity to participate in the 100 World Selection Battle." "That's right, Your Highness Badger Huai. We should thank you. However, we should thank Brother Qin Xiao and Miss Yuan the most." "That's right, don't thank us. This is what we should do. We also benefited from it. If you want to thank someone, you have to thank Qin Xiao and Miss Yuan. Without them, we wouldn't have the current results." Anyway, we benefited from it. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled, saying, "Don't say that. It's fate that brought us together. Fate is something that can be said to be good, but it's also hard to come by. It depends on how you look at it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, Let's work hard together. Success is also everyone's. Good results also need everyone to create. It's impossible for me to do it alone, Qin Xiao. So, it's not just me who deserves the credit. Everyone laughed. Qin Xiao's character made everyone deeply convinced. In the central square, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Xiao's team. In this round, the most dazzling team was Qin Xiao's team. They were really the big dark horse that had completed the counterattack. Even His Highness Lan Hua and the others began to reevaluate Qin Xiao. They began to treat him seriously, as if he was a strong opponent. In the third round, according to the score alone, His Highness Badger Huai's team took the first place. So, for His Highness Lan Hua and the others, this was definitely a huge potential threat. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they might be overtaken by His Highness Badger Huai's team. Everyone was really envious of His Highness Badger Huai's team's heaven-defying performance. They also deeply admired them. And the key person, Qin Xiao, was widely praised. There were all kinds of guesses and discussions. It could even be said that at this time, Qin Xiao's attention and discussion in Heaven Choice City surpassed His Highness Lan Hua and the others. Such a matter was probably something that even His Highness Lan Hua and the others would be jealous of. Qin Xiao's team didn't stay here for long. After confirming the results, they happily returned to the palace. Chapter 2984. Qin Xiao, you brat, I'm not done with you. Qin Xiao and the others had just returned, and before they reached the entrance of the palace, they heard a voice cursing as they passed by a nearby palace. A rough man stood at the entrance of the palace, glaring at Qin Xiao with deep resentment as he cursed angrily. Just by hearing this voice, one could tell who it was. Who else could it be but His Highness Yuan Hong? His Highness Yuan Hong's flustered and exasperated look made people want to laugh. Brat, you made me lose all my face, and I'm too ashamed to face anyone. How can you still laugh? Do you believe that I will fight it out with you? Seeing that Qin Xiao was about to burst into laughter, Yuan Hong, the holy sage, got even angrier and started cursing again. However, his current appearance was even more hilarious. His Highness Badger Huai said, Yuan Hong, when have you ever been shameless? Don't you know how thick-skinned you are? Are you afraid that others will laugh at you? Ha! That's a rather novel and interesting thing. You're not as skilled as others, and you even lost to a second-step ancient saint. Oh, by the way, you were defeated by 2 ladies. Aren't you ashamed? You still have the cheek to say it out loud? However, it does seem quite embarrassing. You've really lost all your face. But there's no other way. You asked for it, so you can't blame others. His Highness Yuan Hong suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Do you have to be so sarcastic with your words? I don't want to lose either. His Highness Yuan Hong glared at His Highness Badger Huai bitterly, then turned to Qin Xiao and said, I don't care. Anyway, I'm not done with you. It's all your fault. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and smiled. He touched his nose and said, What does this have to do with me? I didn't do anything. You can't blame me even if you want to. Besides, I don't need to do anything to eliminate you, right? You. His Highness Yuan Hong was so angry that his nose was crooked. He pointed at Qin Xiao and glanced at Yuan beside Qin Xiao before continuing, I don't care, I won't listen. I only know that Yuan is your younger sister. I'm a big man. How can I find trouble with a little girl? So, of course I have to vent my anger on you. Is that a problem? Anyway, I'm looking for you for this matter. You're the right person. Don't even think about hiding. You won't be able to. Qin Xiao was really angry and amused. But if they really wanted to put the blame on him, then so be it. He would just admit it. It was not a big deal. Yuan's matters were his matters. He could handle it. Therefore, Qin Xiao said, Okay. Then you can come to me. I'm not dodging. Why should I? I'm looking for a fight. It's not like I can't beat you. If you want to quarrel, although I don't have a glib tongue, I can still fight. So I don't need to dodge at all. If you have any tricks, you could just use them. I'm not afraid of anything. How do you want to settle this matter, Your Highness Yuan Hong? Settle this matter? His Highness Yuan Hong immediately glared at him and rushed to Qin Shao aggressively, saying, "Today, if you don't treat me to a drink, I won't let you go." Huh? Treat me to a drink? So simple. Hearing His Highness Yuan Hong's words, Qin Shao almost laughed out loud. However, he had long sensed that His Highness Yuan Hong wasn't truly angry. It was just his temperament. His Highness Yuan Hong looked very aggressive, but in fact, he wasn't that ferocious. As for people, it was still possible to communicate with them properly and reason with them. Okay. Drinking wine is not a problem, but I don't have any good wine. So, Your Highness Yuan Hong, please don't dislike it, Qin Shao said. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Yuan Hong immediately cheered up and a smile appeared on his face. This change in attitude was really abnormally fast. It was even faster than a woman's change in attitude. Drinking wine is just your sincerity. It's fine as long as your sincerity is there. It doesn't matter whether you have good wine or not. You don't have good wine, but I have some here. Come. Let's do it now. Come with me. Hey, little girl, don't follow me. I'm not in the mood to drink when I see you. His Highness Yuan Hong was very forthright. He directly pulled Qin Shao into the temporary imperial residence. Qin Shao could only smile helplessly and said to everyone, "You could go back first. I'll be right back." His Highness Badger, Huai, gave His Highness Yuan Hong a deep look. However, he understood Yuan Hong quite well, so he was not afraid of anything. Moreover, His Highness Yuan Hong had been eliminated from the competition. There was nothing to worry about. His Highness Yuan Hong was a straightforward person. In fact, he did not care too much about the previous grudges. In fact, he did this because he wanted to see Qin Zhao's attitude. He also wanted to drink with Qin Shao. That was why he did this. Qin Shao also understood His Highness Yuan Hong's intention. That was why he readily agreed. Qin Shao liked straightforward people. Qin Shao felt very comfortable dealing with such people. They had common topics to talk about. Speaking of which, Qin Zhao's first impression of His Highness Yuan Hong was not very good. However, as he slowly got to know him, he discovered that His Highness Yuan Hong was actually quite a good person. At least, he was not pretentious or hypocritical. Although his personality was a bit rough, he was sincere and would not play tricks with you. If he liked you, he liked you. If he hated you, he hated you. He would not do anything to you. After drinking with His Highness Yuan Hong, Qin Shao returned to the palace. Everyone was drinking. Although Yuan did not drink much, she also joined in to add to the atmosphere. Since Qin Shao was back, they continued to drink. Looking forward to their lofty dreams, everyone was full of passion and fighting spirit. Although the road ahead was more difficult and rugged, it was also more passionate. Wasn't this the beauty of the path of cultivation? This time there was not much rest. In just 100 years, the task of the 4th round of the competition was given. This time, there was a new change. His Highness Badger Huai said with a solemn face, "Brothers, this round is called the Wheel of Death. It is said that it might be the second last round. After this round, it will be the real Wheel of Glory. The mortality rate and elimination rate are much higher than the 3rd round. The 3rd round had a 60% elimination rate. This round will probably have a 70% to 80% elimination rate. That's why this round is extremely dangerous. We have to stay calm. If we stabilize this round, there won't be much resistance in the 5th round. At most, there will be 20 teams that can make it to the 5th round. Therefore, being able to make it to the 5th round is already a great honor. What we need to do now is to bring out all our passion and hot-bloodedness to win this round. We need to stabilize this round and get a good result so that we can advance to the 5th round with high spirits. This round, let us fight a bloody battle." Although His Highness Badger Huai had not mentioned the specific task of the 4th round, it already made everyone feel a huge pressure. The 4th round, the Wheel of Death. Just hearing about it made people feel scared. This round had a 70% to 80% elimination rate. It was too scary. Being able to stay here was indeed not an easy task. This round was a cruel one, but also a decisive one. Everyone had been mustering their energy, waiting for the arrival of this round of test. Everyone looked at His Highness Badger Huai with a serious and expectant face. They were waiting for him to announce the task of the fourth round. After calming down, His Highness Badger Huai continued. For the fourth round, we need to make corresponding adjustments to the groups. Because too many people were eliminated in the third round, many teams are seriously lacking in people. Therefore, we can't divide into 4 groups. For the fourth round, including me, we can only divide into 2 groups. Therefore, our most important task now is to divide this new component well. We're still okay. We have 10 people. Let's divide into groups of 5 and divide them evenly. Dividing into 2 groups, 5 people in one group, the number of people was still relatively high. Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan would definitely be in one group. How about this? I will command one group, and Qin Xiao will command the other group. 9 Scatter, your group happens to have 3 people. You have cooperated in the previous 3 rounds, so you should have a good understanding of each other. You're more familiar with each other and know each other's background. It will be more convenient for you to act. Therefore, I want the 3 of you to be in Qin Xiao's group. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan, the 4 of you are in one group. The 4 of you come on my side. So, there are 2 groups of 5 people. His Highness Badger Huai immediately added. Everyone felt that this method of division was feasible and no one had any objections. Moreover, this method of division was obviously the best. It would not disrupt the formation to the greatest extent. After the groups were divided, the next task was the task. His Highness Badger Huai flipped his palm, and 10 jade slips flew out and hovered in the void. His Highness Badger Huai said, "There are 10 jade slips here. Each group will draw 3 jade slips and complete the tasks in the 3 jade slips. The difficulty and danger of the tasks in these jade slips are different. There are even extremely dangerous tasks. Therefore, at this time, most of us will have to rely on our own luck. Which one of you wants to try your luck and draw the jade slips?" Qin Xiao curled her lips and said with a smile, "I'll draw one." Yuan Yuan, your luck has always been good. You can also draw one. There's one more. Your Highness, 9 dispersions will draw one. Our group will draw 3 jade slips. His Highness 9 dispersions, and the others nodded and did not have any objections. Soon, Qin Xiao and the others drew 3 jade slips. His Highness Badger Huai also drew 3 jade slips and put the remaining 4 jade slips together. After drawing the tasks, the 2 groups went to one side and checked their own tasks. Qin Xiao and the others also went to the side and checked the tasks in the 3 jade slips. The first task, go to the land of Dao ruins. At least one person can break through to the ancient saint realm, or more than half of the people are eliminated. Only then can they leave the land of Dao ruins. The score depends on the completion of the task. The maximum score is 20 points. If the task fails, everyone will be eliminated. If the person is eliminated, 10 points will be deducted. Time limit, 100,000 years. Hiss. Looking at the task, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This first mission was already very scary. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw it. This task was too ruthless, wasn't it? As expected of the 4th round. No wonder it was called the Wheel of Death. It was really thick with the aura of death. Just this task alone would eliminate more than half of the people. Their group had 5 people. If more than half of the people were eliminated, they would need 3 more people. The task would only be considered completed when 3 people were eliminated. But if they completed the task like this, they would be deducted 30 points. Moreover, they didn't know how many points they would get. The highest score they could get was 20 points. But under such circumstances, they obviously couldn't get the highest score. It would be good if they didn't get the lowest score. Break through to the ancient saint realm in 100,000 years? How is this possible? Is there a need to be so ruthless? His Highness 9 dispersions and the others frowned and shook their heads. They all felt that it was impossible. Chapter 2985. Thinking of such a terrifying task, they couldn't help but feel a headache and shake their heads. At the very least, His Highness Nine disperse, and the other two felt that this task was simply too difficult. It was simply an impossible task. 100,000 years? How long had it been? It was just a blink of an eye. Wanting to break through to the third step ancient saint realm in 100,000 years? Wasn't this just a fantasy? How could it be? Let alone 100,000 years. Even 100,000 years worth of time would be difficult. Extremely difficult indeed. The three of them didn't know how long they had been trapped in the second step ancient saint realm. It was calculated in terms of universe eras. They had been trapped for so long without any way to break through. How could it be possible to break through within 100,000 years? Thinking about it, it was a hopeless task. Qin Shao also frowned deeply. At first glance, he also felt that this task was simply impossible. Even though Qin Shao was very confident in his talent and potential, how could it be so easy to break through? 100,000 years? How long had it been? Not to mention a breakthrough. Even a small increase in comprehension was not an easy thing to do. Wanting to break through sounded like a daydream. This task is estimated to be able to stop most teams. Even if someone has already reached the limit of the second step ancient saint realm and is only one step away from breaking through, it's very difficult to really break through within 100,000 years. Unless you're so lucky that you happen to encounter it. Otherwise, I don't think it's possible. Cripple Saint Master shook his head and said. The sacred venerate of the East Stream also had a gloomy look on his face. Yes, it sounds really impossible. But since Heaven Choice City is given this task, it means that it's not absolutely impossible. There's still a certain possibility of completing it. It's the fourth round now. This is the Wheel of Death. The task of the fourth round naturally won't be simple. It's a bit abnormal if we feel that there's a possibility of completing it. So, we should face up to ourselves, adjust our mentality, and re-examine the situation. We have to know more clearly that the fourth round is the Wheel of Death. There's a possibility that we'll all be eliminated. Or rather, someone among us will definitely be eliminated in this round. We need to be mentally prepared. If it really doesn't work, then the three of us will be eliminated and Qin Shao and Miss Yuan Yuan will be saved. But let's take it one step at a time. It's not entirely impossible. Maybe we don't have much hope, but we have Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. Their talent and potential are peerless. However, in the entire Great Thousand Worlds, they are rare existences. Yes, everyone agreed with the words of the holy sage of the Pan-East current. There was indeed such a possibility. Qin Shao pursed her lips and also said, yes, there's no need to be nervous. The mission must be very, very difficult. There's no doubt about that. After all, it's already the fourth round. It's time to enter the Wheel of Death. But since there is this mission, there's a certain possibility of completing it. It's just that the possibility is very small. But no matter how small it is, there is still hope. It is not impossible to give a try. This Ruins of Tao should be a rather unique place. It should be able to help people break through. It's impossible under normal circumstances, but if we enter the land of Tao ruins, then it's not necessarily possible. Let's put this mission aside for now. There's no hurry to discuss it now. Everyone nodded, thinking that Qin Zhao's words were very reasonable. That was indeed the case. It was useless to be anxious now. There was no need to be anxious now. Everyone gathered their thoughts and continued to watch the show. The second mission was to enter the evil abyss and hunt down sinners. Killing a second-step Ancient Saint Sinner was worth 1 point, and killing a third-step Ancient Saint Sinner was worth 5 points. Only after staying there for 100,000 years could they come out. If one person was eliminated, 10 points would be deducted. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the second mission. The second mission was relatively normal, and it was also a mission that everyone was more willing to see. Such a mission made everyone's blood boil and full of fighting spirit. The third mission was a free mission. Those who drew it would be given 20 points. When they saw the third mission, Qin Shao and the other four were stunned. They looked at each other dumbfounded. This mission was too. For a moment, it was really hard to believe. It was as if a big pie had fallen from the sky. Yeah. Yuan suddenly jumped up in excitement. She had an incomparably happy look on her face as she said, "This mission was chosen by this young lady. This is great. This young lady is really great. Her luck is exploding. If I had known earlier, I would have drawn all 3 missions. Who knows, maybe I would have gotten the 3 missions for free. If one mission gives 20 points, then wouldn't 3 missions give 60 points? In that case, it would be so easy and carefree. Moreover, I could get a high score." Qin Xiao smiled. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It was already heaven-defying luck to be able to encounter one. And now there were 3? However, it was normal for little girls to like to fantasize. If it was really like this, Qin Xiao would not be willing to reap all the rewards without any effort. That would be meaningless. What was the point of winning completely based on luck? In a competition, luck definitely played a role, but it only accounted for a small proportion. More importantly, it still depended on one's own strength and effort. It was impossible to purely rely on luck. Purely relying on luck would lose the meaning of the competition. A competition was a great joy in itself. It was also a great opportunity to compete with other outstanding geniuses on the same stage. In the process of chasing, one could stimulate one's own potential, gain more insights, improve one's strength, and break through one's own realm. These were all practical benefits that could be gained from the competition. Moreover, such an opportunity was very rare. The heavens' chosen battle of the 100 worlds was something that was only held once in a universe epic. Moreover, even if it happened to be held, how difficult was it to participate? In each realm, there were only 11 of them. How big was the land of a world? Therefore, to Qin Xiao, he preferred this kind of difficult mission. It was more interesting. Out of the 3 missions, one was directly given and completed. Then, there are only 2 missions left. It saved him a lot of trouble. This could be considered a good start. With such a situation, Qin Xiao was happy to accept it. In that case, let's start with the second mission, to go to Nifa's Abyss. I don't know much about Nifa's Abyss. Do you know anything about it? Qin Xiao asked. The first mission was more difficult, so it was better to leave it for last. If the second mission could be completed well, then the third mission would be nothing to be afraid of. At most, he would plan for the worst. There would still be good rewards. His Highness Nine Scatter said, "I know a little about it. It is said that there are many sinners imprisoned in Nifa's Abyss. They are all second or third step ancient saints. They are very powerful and extremely dangerous. Ordinary sinners are not qualified to be locked in there. It is said that the people imprisoned in Nifa's Abyss are the top of their cultivation level. I'm afraid that they are not weaker than us. It won't be easy to hunt down these people. Moreover, the situation inside is very complicated and full of unknown dangers. This mission is still full of danger. We may be eliminated at any time. If we are not careful, our lives may be in danger. That's all I know. I don't know much about the rest." Qin Xiao nodded. With this basic information, it was more or less enough. This mission was definitely not simple. It was something that they did not have to think about. However, everyone was full of fighting spirit and did not have the slightest bit of worry. Let's go. Let's go to Nifa's Abyss," Qin Xiao ordered, and everyone set off for Nifa's Abyss. They went down from the central island. After going down to the 18th level, they finally arrived at Nifa's Abyss. Before they fell into Nifa's Abyss, Qin Xiao and the other 4 were enveloped by a monstrous and gloomy atmosphere. It was like a sharp, cold knife, fiercely stabbing into their bodies. The gloomy and cold atmosphere was bone-piercing. A thick fog covered the sky and blocked everything. Qin Xiao and the other 4's line of sight was completely blocked. They could not see anything clearly. They entered a vast white world. Suddenly, the space shook violently. A gust of wind blew. Demonic qi soared to the sky. A strange and gloomy power surged and roared. The fault in the void produced a terrible cutting power. One after another, it attacked, wanting to cut them into pieces. Not good. It's dangerous. Everyone, be careful. Qin Xiao suddenly shouted anxiously. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately resisted the terrible cutting power with all his strength. He slashed out with his sword, but it was also difficult for him to resist. The shock wave was too strong and terrifying. What made Qin Shao frown deeply was that he did not hear anyone else's voice. He did not get any response from anyone. This situation made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. The situation was not good. It seemed that the storm just now had separated everyone and divided everyone's space. Therefore, there was no one else in the space he was in. Naturally, the others could not hear Qin Zhao's voice. He did not expect to encounter such a dangerous and troublesome thing before entering Nifa's abyss. But at this time, there was no other way. At this point, Qin Shao could only protect himself first. He had to cross this hurdle first before thinking about other things. Otherwise, it would be useless to think about it. This sudden change was indeed terrible, but Qin Shao quickly stabilized. In the end, he did not spend too much energy and smoothly rushed out. After rushing out of the storm, Qin Shao landed on the ground. He felt that he was stepping on solid ground. This kind of feeling always gave people a very good feeling. It was very stable and safe. Qin Shao looked around. Although the surroundings were gray and hazy, at least he could still see the situation within a radius of 5,000 kilometers clearly. The terrain here was very complicated, and there was a strange and gloomy aura everywhere. However, this was a very normal thing. This was Nifa's abyss. The others are gone. They should have been separated by the storm. This should be deliberately done to prevent people from coming in groups. Qin Shao thought to himself. In this case, he had to act alone. But then again, Qin Shao liked to act alone. Chapter 2986. The Nifa's abyss was a land filled with evil. The cold and gloomy aura was enough to make the nerves of those who entered nervous, and they were on high alert. Although Qin Shao had always been a bold person, he didn't dare to be careless when he first entered the Nifa's abyss. The terrain of the Nifa's abyss was very complicated and full of eerie aura, so visibility here was very low. He could only see the situation within a radius of 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles was a very short distance for an ancient saint of the second or third step. They could arrive in front of him in an instant. What was even more complicated was that the eerie aura here concealed everything. Those evil beings had been living in the Nifa's abyss for a long time, so their bodies were covered with the aura of the Nifa's abyss. It was very difficult to discover them if one wasn't close enough. This added a lot of uncertainty and danger to this mission. In a dark and eerie black hole, a pair of black eyes were hidden, blending into the surrounding darkness. If one wasn't close enough, one wouldn't be able to discover that there was a pair of eerie and terrifying eyes there. That pair of eyes blossomed with a strange, eerie, and cold light. In the distance he was looking at, a figure appeared. Human, after seeing that figure, his eyes became even more serene and deep. Finally, a human has entered. This king hates the human race the most. This king and the human race are irreconcilable enemies. How many years has the abominable human race imprisoned this king here? This king can't even remember how many universe epochs it has been. This is all the doing of the abominable human race. A human has entered. This king must kill him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. That pair of incomparably deep eyes locked onto the human figure in the distance, and he approached that figure in the darkness. When the distance was reduced to a certain extent, a figure suddenly rushed out from the darkness. It was a life form that looked like a crab or a lobster. Its entire body was eerie black, so black that it shone. Its body was covered with a smooth shell, and it had 6 long arms that looked like pincers. Its mouth also had 2 long pincers, which looked very fierce and terrifying. This life form gave off a very dangerous feeling. Its speed was so fast that it turned into an untraceable afterimage. Qin Shao, who was walking over there, suddenly became alert. He smelled a dangerous aura. After sensing this aura, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. He only saw a stream of light attacking him. Its speed was so fast that even Qin Shao was secretly shocked in his heart. What a fast speed, what a cold attack. After Qin Shao recovered from his shock, he did not hesitate to use the power of the law of space to protect himself with an invisible space. Invisible walls were built, and barriers were placed there, forming a protective umbrella. Sure enough, Qin Shao saw an alien life form charging in front of him. If he didn't have a spatial wall to block those attacks, then those attacks would have all fallen on him. What kind of life form is this life form? What a strong destructive power. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He saw that the life form was destroying the spatial walls in an extremely domineering way. Destroying the spatial walls one by one, it rushed in at an extremely fast speed. This was the simplest and most violent way to break the spatial walls. This was enough to show that the destructive power of this life form was shocking. Although its destructive power was shocking, it gave people the impression that it was a little dumb and didn't know how to think. This life form might not be good at calculation and only knew how to be straightforward. Even though this foreign being was extremely powerful, Qin Shao did not care much about it. After all, it was only a second-step ancient saint. A second-step ancient saint was far from enough to make Qin Shao afraid. Qin Shao first used his spatial techniques to trap this life form, but Qin Shao soon found that this life form seemed to be getting more and more violent. It only knew how to destroy Qin Shao's spatial techniques. However, it couldn't really kill its way to Qin Shao. In this way, it was easy to deal with. After fighting for a while, Qin Shao had a rough understanding of this life form's strength. After having a rough understanding, Qin Shao immediately came up with a plan to deal with it. What he needed to do now was to kill this life form. In a battle like this, it was better to end it quickly. After all, once the battle started, it would cause a big commotion. If he didn't end it quickly, it might attract the attention of other life forms. If too many of them were attracted, it would be dangerous. Of course, Qin Shao didn't want such a dangerous thing to happen. He wanted to get rid of this life form as soon as possible. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. After using his spatial techniques to temporarily restrain the life form, it was time for him to make his move. With a slash of his sword, the power of the world in his body burst out, whistling through the 9 heavens. The power of this slash was enough to shatter the earth. This sword slashed down with an extremely domineering power and an extremely sharp sword aura. It was a 2-pronged attack. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Shao's heaven-opening sword landed heavily on the life form's body, creating a series of sparks. To Qin Shao's surprise, this slash of his sword only left a shallow mark on the life form's body. It couldn't even break the life form's shell. The defensive ability of this shell was just too strong. The power of Qin Shao's slash was extremely strong, but it couldn't do much damage to the life form. This indeed caused Qin Shao to be extremely surprised. In that case, it wouldn't be an easy task to kill this foreign being. Despicable human. Do you only know how to use such despicable means? If you have the ability, fight this king head-on. The life form was extremely uncomfortable after being tied up by Qin Shao. Now that Qin Shao had slashed him with his sword, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and started cursing. However, Qin Shao ignored him and sneered, "Do I need to talk so much about morality with someone like you? As long as I can kill you, that's enough. Against a sinner like you, using any means is justifiable and doesn't go against morality. Therefore, if you want to use such a despicable method to provoke me, you won't succeed. Save your energy." Those who could be imprisoned in the Nifa's abyss were all sinners. Naturally, Qin Shao wouldn't show any mercy to such a life form. Killing him would be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Bah! Upon hearing Qin Shao's words, the foreign being spat on the ground in an indignant manner before chuckling coldly. "What bullsh asterisk T, sinner? It's just you humans who have shamelessly forced this upon me. This king only knows that those who aren't of his race can be killed and eaten. To this king, you humans are just prey. Isn't it only right for this king to kill and eat you humans? What's the problem? You humans are just a bunch of hypocritical villains. You pretend to be dignified, but you're actually just despicable and shameless. In the name of justice, you bully us, but you're just relying on the fact that you humans have the advantage in numbers and that you humans are the masters of the great thousand world. Therefore, you humans are right. All the rules are set by you humans. If you humans say that we're sinners, we're sinners. In short, you humans have the final say in everything. What nonsense is this about morality? To put it bluntly, it's just a fist. The bigger the fist, the righteousness, the reason, the right, and the majestic. Hearing these words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be slightly stunned, as if there was a voice interrogating his soul. Qin Shao didn't agree with the words of this foreign life form. However, some of the words in it did seem to make sense. Yes, there were many natural enemies between different races. Even if it wasn't the law, there were still different morals. For example, the human race, the demon race, and the demon race were basically natural enemies. Humans and beasts hunted and killed beasts, and everyone felt that this was the right thing to do. There was no right or wrong. What was right and what was wrong in this? What was good and what was evil? There didn't seem to be a boundary or a judgment. In such a situation, Qin Shao could not explain it, nor could he understand it. If he really had to consider this question, it would be too deep and complicated. Therefore, Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't need to care about this. Since you've killed many humans, at least of the human race, you're a sinner. Since you're a sinner, I'll kill you. I don't need to show you any mercy. Even if I don't talk about morality, I'll still kill you based on what you've done. Despicable, hypocritical, and shameless human race. If you want to kill this king, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so, the foreign life form said coldly. He became even more violent and savage, pouncing toward Qin Shao in a frenzy. Qin Zhao's use of space techniques had indeed improved a lot compared to before. The space cage he cast was very good at restraining the foreign life form. At the same time, Qin Shao struck out once more, slashing down at the life form of the foreign race with a mighty sword. Clang! Unsurprisingly, this slash only left a shallow sword wound on the foreign life form's body. This sword wound didn't even cause the foreign life form to bleed, so it was only a superficial wound. If it was just a superficial wound, even thousands of slashes wouldn't be enough to kill this foreign life form. However, if he were to spend such a long time here, he was afraid that he would attract trouble. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't dare to drag things out for so long. He had to think of a way to end this battle quickly. The longer he dragged things out, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. After all, it was possible that he would attract the attention of other foreign life forms. If a few more were attracted, then the situation would definitely be very bad. If not for Qin Zhao's space techniques being quite powerful, it would be even more difficult to fight a direct confrontation. Since these methods didn't work, Qin Zhao tried his heart force techniques. Qin Zhao's heart force techniques could be considered one of the more powerful ones, but this foreign life form's soul defense seemed to be very strong. Qin Zhao's heart force techniques actually didn't do much to him. Heart force techniques? This king has been locked up in this godforsaken place for who knows how many epochs. This king grew up in an environment far worse than this. This king's willpower is so strong that you think you can defeat this king with just your heart force techniques? The foreign life form said disdainfully to Qin Shao. Heart force techniques were practically useless, which surprised Qin Shao. With his strength, it was very rare for him to lose. Chapter 2987. However, heart force techniques did have their limitations. Most of the time, heart force techniques were a surprise weapon. Under good circumstances, heart force techniques could turn the tides of battle. They could allow the weak to defeat the strong, and they could be used to counter them. But in the worst-case scenario, heart force techniques would basically become useless. If one couldn't block them, heart force could kill without a trace. But if one could block them, heart force techniques were basically useless. It was precisely because of this limitation that the Heart Force path was considered the most special of the 8 major paths. Not only was it the most special, it was also publicly acknowledged as the weakest path. It would be very, very difficult to become a true powerhouse simply by cultivating the heart path. Because of this, Heart Force saints were also publicly acknowledged as the weakest of the 8 saints. Great Tao saints were publicly acknowledged as the strongest, while Heart Force saints were publicly acknowledged as the weakest. The other 6 saints weren't so easy to rank. They all had different opinions. They all said that they were second, and no one was willing to submit to the other. Perhaps the weakest ones were the true meaning of strength saints and mechanical saints. These 2 saints didn't have the strength to contend for second place. They were just unconvinced and shouted along. But if they really wanted to fight for second place, it definitely wouldn't be the 2 saints' turn. The remaining saints, like sword cultivator saints, immortal saints, elemental saints, and darkness saints, all had the strength to contend with each other. No one was willing to submit to the other. To Qin Shao, the Tao of Heart was more of a support technique. It was extremely rare for him to use it as a main fighting technique. If Heart Force techniques didn't work, then there was no other way. Qin Shao could only continue to use the heaven-splitting sword art. He used the power of all 5 fundamental laws, causing the sword's sharpness to reach an extreme level. Qin Shao didn't believe that this alien's defense could be so strong. Slash! Another heavy sword strike landed viciously on the alien's body. It was an extremely sharp sword strike, an incomparably swift and fierce sword strike. But this strike didn't give Qin Shao any pleasant surprises. The strike was only a little deeper, piercing deep into the alien's flesh. It only caused some green blood to flow out. But that was only a little blood. It didn't actually hurt the saint's body. However, it was only a light injury and not a serious one. Even if he were to inflict these minor injuries over 1,000 times, he still wouldn't be able to kill this foreign being. Thousands of times? Just using his full strength would probably exhaust Qin Shao to the point of exhaustion. This was a matter that consumed a lot of saint energy. How could he squander it like that? The heaven-opening sword was simply impossible. His sharpness was still a little lacking. One had to admit that the defensive capabilities of these creatures were indeed far too formidable. It was too difficult to kill him. Since the heaven-opening sword didn't work, he would try using Li Sheng's flying dagger. Qin Zhao's heart stirred. He put away the open heaven sword and waved his hand. Li Sheng's flying knife flew out. The Tao of flying daggers was a Tao of extreme sharpness. Qin Shao performed Li Sheng's flying dagger with all his strength, pushing the extreme sharpness to the extreme. The 2 extremes were thrown out at the same time. The flying dagger whistled through the 9 heavens, piercing through the firmament. It was as if it had come from the extreme end of the void, and the saber slashed directly onto the body of the foreign race life form. The extreme sharpness seemed to be able to break through everything. The flying dagger also sank directly into the body of the foreign race life form. However, it was only the blade that sank in. In the end, it was blocked. The hilt was exposed outside, and it was slippery enough to penetrate the foreign race life form. The strong resistance pushed Li Sheng's flying dagger out. Qin Shao waved his hand and called Li Sheng's flying dagger over. The effect was a little better, but it was only a little better. It wasn't much better. Even with Li Sheng's flying dagger, it was still difficult to really hurt the foreign race life form. This made Qin Shao frown deeply. Was it so difficult to kill this foreign race life form? How could its defensive power be so strong? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. What was going on? Could it be that he couldn't even kill a second-step ancient saint? One had to know that he was capable of killing even a third-step ancient saint. It didn't make sense that he couldn't kill this second-step ancient saint. It didn't make sense at all. Qin Shao really couldn't accept this situation. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how he could kill this foreign race life form. The defensive power of this foreign race life form's shell was too strong. Whether it was the sky-opening sword or Li Sheng's flying dagger, there was no way to pierce through its shell. Since that was the case, he had to think of another way. Power, pure power. Qin Zhao's heart stirred, and an idea came to his mind. Since the power of the laws, the sharpness of the sword, and the sharpness of the saber couldn't break through the defense of this foreign race life form, then what about it? Then why bother trying to break through his defense? It was like a person locked in an iron cage. Even if he had a saber or a sword in his hand, he couldn't cut through the iron cage. If he couldn't cut through the iron cage, then there was no way he could hurt the person inside. Under such circumstances, what should he do if he wanted to kill the person inside? He couldn't do that. He had to use pure power to kill the person inside. This was because power could be transmitted. It could be transmitted through the iron cage and into the inside. Qin Zhao believed that this foreign race life form was only powerful in its shell. Its physical body couldn't be that strong. If that was the case, then he really wouldn't be able to kill this foreign being. But that didn't make sense. No matter how strong a second-step ancient saint was, it couldn't be that strong. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao continued to attack. This time, however, he didn't use the sky opening sword technique or Li Sheng's flying dagger. Instead, he took out a huge hammer. Qin Zhao exploded with all his power. The power of his inner world was pushed to the limit, and the power of his saint body was pushed to the limit. Although the power of the laws was also power, it was different from pure power. Therefore, this time, Qin Zhao didn't use the power of the laws. Instead, he attacked with pure power. Boom! The huge hammer in Qin Zhao's hand smashed heavily on the foreign race life form's body. Even if he didn't use the power of the laws, Qin Zhao's inner world was extremely powerful. It had reached the level of a fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, when the hammer smashed down heavily, its power was extremely strong and destructive. Although the hammer didn't break the foreign race life form shell, it made the foreign race life form spit out a mouthful of blood. The foreign race life form's expression finally changed. His face was filled with pain. It was painful. It was really painful. Damn human brat. How can you be so strong? This isn't the power of the laws at all. It's pure power. How can you be so strong? The power of the laws can't hurt this king at all. What kind of power is this? You humans only have a few special physiques that are born with divine strength and are good at strength. Ordinary humans are not good at strength at all. How can your strength be so strong? The foreign race life form roared. Qin Zhao sneered and said, "Do you want to know? I'll tell you when you're dead. This is my secret. How can I tell you so easily? If you want to know, go to hell." This blow had a good effect. Qin Zhao was more confident now. He knew how to deal with this foreign race life form. Now that he had found the direction, things would be easier. Everything would be revealed at the end of the tunnel. Qin Zhao did not hesitate. He immediately smashed down with his hammer again, smashing heavily on the body of the foreign race life form. Puff! This blow made the foreign race life form spit out another mouthful of blood. The foreign race life form could smell the danger of death, so he panicked a little. He wanted to break free and escape. But how could Qin Zhao give him the chance to escape? He used his spatial techniques to bind him tightly, striking again and again. Every blow was powerful. The power penetrated the foreign race life form's shell and hit its body directly. Every blow was able to injure the foreign race life form a little bit. Every blow was able to take away the foreign race life form's life. After 5 blows, the foreign race life form's aura weakened, and his face turned pale. With one more blow, the foreign race life form would not be able to fight back. The foreign race life form glared at Qin Zhao, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. But there was no lethality in his gaze. It couldn't threaten Qin Zhao at all. Die! Qin Zhao didn't show any mercy. He struck again and struck heavily. The last blow took away the foreign race life form's life. Even though he had the upper hand, it took him a total of 7 blows to kill the foreign race life form. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. How could it be so troublesome to kill an ordinary second-step ancient saint? One must know that Qin Zhao's strength was at the fourth step Ancient Saint stage. The difference between a second step Ancient Saint stage and a fourth step Ancient Saint stage was 2 stages. Logically speaking, wouldn't a second step Ancient Saint stage be killed in an instant by a fourth step Ancient Saint stage? How could he possibly have the strength to fight back? However, Qin Zhao had expended a great deal of effort on this foreign race life form. In total, he had used up over 10 attacks before he finally managed to kill it. After dealing with the foreign race life form, Qin Zhao kept it away. Sometimes, waiting for rabbits to show up is a good idea. I've wasted so much time and caused quite a commotion. I'm afraid that some of the other life forms in the area will be alerted. If there are any other life forms in the area, they might come over to take a look. Why don't I just stay here and see if I can stop a rabbit? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Soon, he made up his mind. He would just wait here. Qin Zhao did as he was told. Soon he found a good spot and used his spatial technique to hide in it, waiting for rabbits to show up. As it turned out, this move was quite useful sometimes. It might seem like a simple move, but sometimes it could have a miraculous effect. After waiting for a short while, a foreign being really did arrive. It was a strange-looking foreign race life form. It had 3 arms and 3 legs. Qin Zhao couldn't tell what it looked like. It was a second step Ancient Saint stage life form. Qin Zhao was naturally happy that his prey had taken the initiative to come to him. It saved him some trouble. But the sad thing was that he only got 1 point for killing a second step Ancient Saint stage life form. If he wanted to get a good point, how many second step Ancient Saints would he have to kill? Since you've come to me, don't leave. Qin Zhao's lips curled up slightly. Just as he was about to make his move, his heart skipped a beat. No, wait a little longer. Let's see if there are other life forms coming. That life form has been observing the place where the battle took place, but it didn't leave in a hurry. It's as if it's waiting for something. There might be other life forms lurking in the dark. Chapter 2988. Things went as Qin Zhao had expected. Soon, another alien life form walked out. There were 2 alien life forms. One was a beast, and the other was a human. However, both of them looked very strange. At the very least, it was Qin Zhao's first time seeing such alien life forms. He did not know what kind of life form they were or what kind of special abilities they had. There were countless life forms in the Great Thousand World, and Qin Zhao knew very little about them. The 2 alien life forms had a cold expression on their faces. They frowned deeply as they glanced in Qin Zhao's direction from time to time. However, Qin Zhao was hiding in a different space from the other alien life form. Therefore, it was naturally difficult for others to detect him, let alone a second-step Ancient Saint. Even a third-step Ancient Saint would find it difficult to detect Qin Zhao's whereabouts. Qin Zhao was not worried about 2 second-step Ancient Saints. He was prepared to make his move. From the looks of it, there should only be 2 alien life forms left. There were no other alien life forms. Although there were many alien life forms in the Nifa's abyss, the area inside was definitely huge. Those alien life forms should be scattered. If they were in groups, it would be impossible to hunt them down. That was obviously impossible. Alien life forms of different races, in addition to the sinners, would have a hard time getting along. They would definitely spread out and occupy their own territories. It was still possible for a few alien life forms to gather together. This was especially the case when there were humans who had entered this place to hunt down the other humans. This was something that would happen. However, the alien life forms in the Nifa's abyss were relatively difficult to kill. It was extremely difficult to kill even one of them. It would be difficult for an ordinary second-step Ancient Saint to kill an alien single-handedly. Therefore, Qin Zhao was a little puzzled. Would every group that entered the Nifa's abyss be separated? If that was the case, it would be difficult to get a good score for this mission. Killing a second-step Ancient Saint would only give him 1 point. Killing one was already very difficult. If he wanted to get a score of 40 to 50 points, how many people would he have to kill? Most likely, he would have to fight nonstop for the next 100,000 years. Not only did he have to keep fighting, but he also had to keep winning. If he couldn't win the battle, it would be useless. However, it wasn't an easy task to win. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao shook her head. However, the fourth round was known as the Wheel of Death, so it was reasonable for it to be more difficult. No matter how difficult it was, Qin Xiao was still very confident. Qin Xiao was about to attack, but the humanoid creature seemed to have noticed something and was walking over. Had he been discovered? As expected, soon, the humanoid creature suddenly made a move and rushed towards Qin Xiao. As soon as the alien creature attacked, the space was quickly broken apart by him, shattering layer by layer like glass. Such a method also caused Qin Xiao to be quite shocked in his heart. It's not the power of the law of space, but brute force to break through my law of space. It's really dangerous. And this method is very strange. It doesn't belong to any other law of space. It must be a special power of the humanoid creature. With such power, my space law techniques won't be of much use in front of him. Soon, the space was completely broken, and Qin Xiao walked out of it. The two humanoid creatures immediately looked at Qin Xiao, and their eyes turned cold and murderous. When they saw Qin Xiao, their eyes lit up as if they had seen their prey. Human, you're pretty confident, aren't you? You dare to hide here after killing someone in our Nifa's abyss? Are you trying to hunt us? The humanoid foreign life form asked coldly. Qin Xiao curled his lips and chuckled. He didn't deny it and directly admitted it. It seems that you are quite smart. You know that I am hunting here. Since you know, hand over your life obediently. Oomph. The two non-humankind beings snorted coldly in unison. Human boy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You are not big, but you talk big. How dare you act so presumptuously here? See if I don't tear you apart. The two humanoid creatures didn't hesitate and directly attacked Qin Xiao. The humanoid creature was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Qin Xiao. Even though Qin Xiao was prepared, he was still taken aback by the humanoid creature's extreme speed. A sharp light fell directly. It was incomparably strange, eerie, and ruthless. This sharp light contained an extremely eerie power. It was a power that Qin Xiao had never seen before. Many life forms had special means. Some bloodline inheritances, innate abilities, and the like were endless. These powers were very strange and couldn't be measured by common sense. This eerie power could only be described in one word: fast. Extremely, extremely fast. Moreover, it was infused with the power of the laws. Therefore, not only was it fast, but it was also full of momentum. The might of the heavens pressed down together. In such a hurry, Qin Xiao couldn't use the heaven-opening sword art. There was no hurry at all. However, Qin Xiao didn't panic. He urged the power of his inner world to burst forth and met the attack with pure strength. Under the surging power of Qin Xiao's powerful inner world, the humanoid creature was directly beaten back. The other humanoid creature also charged in front of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao urged his heart force and attacked invisibly. To Qin Xiao's pleasant surprise, his heart force attack had a miraculous effect this time. It was very effective. Under Qin Xiao's heart force attack, the humanoid creature was actually forced back. It seemed like his soul and willpower were very ordinary. It was difficult for him to block the attack of the heart force attack and was countered by it. This was a very normal thing. Between different powers, there would always be situations where they countered each other. As the saying went, everything had its own counter. Between heaven and earth, all living things could find a way to counter each other. This was the Tao of all living things. It was the cycle of the heavenly Tao. The power of his internal world forced the humanoid alien to retreat, while his heart force technique forced the other alien to retreat as well. Therefore, in this first exchange, Qin Xiao firmly held the upper hand and suppressed the two humanoid creatures in an instant. But one had to know that Qin Xiao hadn't even used his full strength yet. He hadn't even used many of his techniques, and yet he was already able to achieve such an effect. Such a situation allowed Qin Xiao to calm down and he was even more confident in killing these two xeno-race beings. He felt that this battle was even more relaxing than the previous one. But the situation clearly wasn't as simple as it seemed. After being forced back, the two humanoid creatures flew into a rage out of humiliation and became even crazier and colder. They charged towards Qin Shao again, and this time their attacks were even more vicious, sinister, and vicious. The terrifying power surged towards him, howling as it attacked. Pincer attacked from the front and the back. The two forces came at the same time, forming a triangle. Faced with the attacks of these two creatures, Qin Zhao's body shifted, and he split into thousands of doppelgangers. Using his heart force attack, he attacked the other humanoid creature with all his might. The heaven-splitting sword art was finally unleashed, and he attacked the humanoid creature with all his might. The power of his previous attack was far inferior to this one. The power of the sword strike just now was enough to send the humanoid foreign race being retreating. Now, Qin Zhao's attack was even more powerful. Even so, the humanoid creature's strength was still stronger. But compared to Qin Shao, it was still weaker. Therefore, there was nothing unexpected about this sword strike. He was still sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. His heart force had once again suppressed the other humanoid creature. Using his thousands of doppelgangers, Qin Shao sent the humanoid creature flying with a single blow and then immediately attacked the other humanoid creature. The humanoid creature had been suppressed by his heart force to begin with, and now that Qin Shao had attacked with all his might, it naturally didn't feel good at all. Therefore, Qin Zhao's attack directly chopped off the other humanoid creature's arm, causing it to spit out blood. It was seriously injured. One blow was enough to seriously injure it. Oh no, we've met a tough opponent. Run. How can this human kid be so strong? I've seen a ghost. Run. After tasting Qin Zhao's strength, how would the two humanoid creatures dare to continue fighting with Qin Shao? Both of them were terrified and had the intention to retreat. Both of them wanted to escape, but how could Qin Shao let them escape? Qin Zhao's thousands of doppelgangers surrounded the two humanoid creatures. The other injured humanoid creature didn't have much strength to resist at all. Just the heart force alone was enough to completely suppress him. How could he have a chance to escape? Therefore, he didn't have much strength to resist at all, and was quickly killed by Qin Zhao's sword. He became the second humanoid creature to be eliminated by Qin Shao. But the humanoid creature was more tenacious, and his resistance was stronger. He took several blows from Qin Shao in succession, and although he spat out blood each time, he was still able to hold on. From the looks of it, he seemed to be seriously injured, and it should be difficult for him to block any more attacks. But somehow, he still managed to block a few more blows. His life was really extraordinarily tough. However, Qin Shao had expended a lot of energy to kill the first humanoid creature. Therefore, facing this humanoid creature, Qin Shao didn't think much of it. No matter how difficult it was to kill it, he still had to kill it. At most, it would be a little more troublesome. Qin Shao didn't believe that he couldn't kill this humanoid creature. Now that he was the only one left, Qin Shao didn't need to use any other methods. He only needed to use the heaven-opening sword art with all his strength, and the most domineering and sharp sword force. Simple and crude attacks were enough. Every sword strike was able to land on the ground, and cause the humanoid creature to spit out blood. But this humanoid creature was like a cockroach, and couldn't be killed no matter what. Qin Shao had struck out more than a dozen times in succession, and he still had the strength to resist. Human kid, it's not that easy to kill me. Today, I'll fight it out with you. The humanoid creature suddenly gritted his teeth and said angrily. He suddenly roared, and his body suddenly shone with a bloody light, which was eerie and eerie. The bloody light that soared into the sky completely enveloped him. The blood light seemed to be imbuing him with great power, causing his body to become stronger rapidly. The bloody light soared into the sky, and so did the demonic aura. Soon, the humanoid creature's body was covered in bloody scales, and he grew a size bigger. The aura he exuded also became much stronger. He became much more eerie, and his eyes were filled with bloody light as he looked at Qin Shao, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling. This was a display of his innate ability. It was rare to see a humanoid creature with innate abilities. Chapter 2989. The alien life form had used its innate divine ability. It was obvious that it had been forced to the limit, which was why it had gone crazy. Although innate divine abilities were powerful, there was a price to pay to use them. The more powerful the innate divine ability was, the greater the price one had to pay to use it. It was precisely because of this that most people would not use their innate divine abilities unless they had no other choice. Moreover, innate divine abilities were only possessed by a very small number of races. Most of them did not have them. For example, Qin Shao only had innate divine abilities when he was in the primordial universe. He was extremely weak. Of course, at that time, innate divine abilities were only so-called innate divine abilities. Small universes had some characteristics of small universes. In a great wide world, there were very few people who had innate divine abilities. Little Gu had it, and Baby Mo had it. Yuan Yuan could also be considered as an innate divine ability. Yuan Yuan had a powerful bloodline inheritance, which could also form a unique innate divine ability. This could also be considered as an innate divine ability. When the alien life form in front of him used its innate divine ability, it seemed to have been resurrected with full blood. It looked abnormally strong. Human, you're courting death. Die. The alien life form roared coldly and charged toward Qin Shao. The monstrous blood-red light suddenly roared like a raging sea, setting off monstrous waves. It swept across the sky with an unstoppable momentum. The blood-red light carried an extremely terrifying devouring power, as if it could devour everything. It could devour power, devour the saint body, devour the soul, devour the consciousness, and devour everything. Under this terrifying blood-red light, Qin Shao felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was soaked in a huge poison. The strange and eerie power was everywhere. It crazily surged into his body and eroded his saint body. It felt as if countless poisonous insects were biting Qin Shao, trying to nibble away at Qin Shao bit by bit until nothing was left. Not only was the blood-red light terrifying, but the power that erupted from the alien life form was also several times stronger than before. Most likely, even a third-step ancient saint would have a hard time dealing with such a powerful attack. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. His strength had reached the fourth-step ancient saint realm. Therefore, in the face of the alien life form's crazy attack, Qin Shao still channeled the power of the 8 great laws and the world in his body to perform the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength. One move to dominate the world. In the face of absolute power, all moves and cultivation techniques were in fact empty words. True power was about reducing complexity to simplicity. It was about returning the great Tao to a single entity. In other words, all the power, all the laws, and all the Taos were gathered together in one place. As long as he could achieve this, the moves, cultivation methods, secret techniques, and the like were actually just icing on the cake. Even a casual move from him would be extremely overbearing and powerful. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't need any more moves. He only needed the heaven-opening sword art. This sword was able to unleash all of his power, all of his laws, all of his Taos, and all of his power. It was all unleashed. A sharp gleam shot out from the tip of the sword. With a single sword, everything in the world would be swept away. With a single sword, the world would be split open for him. He had fused all of his power together and then blasted it out like an explosive point, revealing his sharpness. Naturally, a sword like this was powerful. Qin Zhao's strength was needless to say. Even if the alien life form had used its innate ability and its strength had increased by several times in an instant, it had become extremely terrifying. However, Qin Zhao's sword cut through everything. With an unstoppable force, it tore through the bloody light and pierced through the alien life form's body, severing its life. His lifeline was severed directly. His life aura was rapidly dissipating, and his saint body was collapsing. A single sword had destroyed the alien life form. How is this possible? I'm going to die? The alien life form stared at his rapidly draining life force in disbelief. He could not accept the reality before his eyes. He had used his innate ability to put his life on the line. Even against a third-step ancient saint, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat him. Who would have thought that this second-step ancient saint human brat would be able to kill him on the spot with a single sword strike? What kind of terrifying strength was this? Soon, the alien life form's life force was exhausted. His body fell straight to the ground. His eyes were wide open as if he had died with a grievance. After dealing with the alien life form, Qin Zhao left. After fighting 2 battles here, the commotion was enough to attract all of the alien life forms in the surroundings. Moreover, it had taken quite a long time. If there were other alien life forms, they would have come by now. If they did not come, it meant that there were no more. For this reason, Qin Zhao did not continue to stay here. Instead, he kept the bodies of the 2 alien life forms and left to continue searching for other alien life forms. He wondered how Yuan and the others were doing. If Yuan was alone, Qin Zhao was a little worried. Although he knew that Yuan was very strong, she was still lacking in terms of wisdom and experience. Moreover, Yuan was a very kind person. She did not know how to scheme, nor was she a shrewd person. He was just worried that she would be taken advantage of. As for Prince Nine's Severance and the other 2, Qin Zhao was a little worried about their strength. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only take care of himself first. If one person was eliminated, 10 points would be deducted. It was not easy to earn points here. If he were to lose points, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, Qin Zhao hoped that nothing would happen to Yuan and the others. At the very least, they would not be eliminated. He also hoped that he would be able to kill more alien life forms and earn more points. If he could earn more points, he would be able to stay here. Qin Zhao continued to move forward. There were quite a number of alien life forms in the Nifa's abyss. Perhaps Qin Zhao's luck was good. Therefore, after 100 years, Qin Zhao encountered another alien life form. It was still a second-step Empyrean saint, so Qin Zhao did not have to expend much effort to kill the foreign being. Basically, every 100 years, Qin Zhao would encounter a second-step ancient saint. Sometimes, he would meet 2 at the same time. At most, Qin Zhao would meet 3 second-step ancient saints. Qin Zhao was really bold. No matter if he met 1, 2, or 3, he would kill them directly. Along the way, he was very successful. With his arrogance, he killed everything. For the first 10,000 years, Qin Zhao's life in the Nifa's abyss was very smooth. It could be said that he was blessed with good fortune and heroic spirit. Qin Zhao was naturally not afraid of anything as he had great strength, absolute assurance, and the confidence of a skilled and daring person. It was as if he would slay any god that came to him and slay any Buddha that came to him. However, that was indeed the case. In 10,000 years, the number of alien life forms that Qin Zhao killed had reached 21. All of them were second-step ancient saints. He did not meet any third-step ancient saints. 21 was definitely a relatively large number. It was a situation that Qin Zhao did not expect at the beginning. It was indeed much better than what he had expected. A good start gave Qin Zhao more confidence. It seemed that the situation in the Nifa's abyss was not as difficult as he had imagined. He had already obtained 21 points by killing 21 alien life forms. It had only been 10,000 years. There were still 90,000 years before the time limit of 100,000 years. Therefore, there was still plenty of time. If he could maintain this good situation, wouldn't it mean that he could obtain 100 or 200 points alone? Of course, This situation was obviously not very realistic. After all, the probability of alien life forms appearing at the beginning might be higher, but it would definitely decrease gradually later. Moreover, once those alien life forms sensed danger, they might gather together and no longer act alone. In this way, the situation would become very complicated. It would not be so easy to kill alien life forms again. In any case, this was already a very good start. At least, Qin Shao was very satisfied with his performance in the past 10,000 years. The situation was indeed much more difficult than before. He felt that the number of alien life forms had decreased by a lot. It was difficult to encounter them again. This time, it took Qin Shao a full 3,000 years before he finally saw an alien life form. It was an alien life form that looked like a big rubber ball. It looked like a fish or a puppy. It had a small head and 4 short legs. It looked like a huge rubber ball. This alien life form's body was not big, but it was still as big as a small mountain. Its stomach was very white and smooth, and its back was full of scales. Those lumps were very strange. They were like circular mouths that covered his entire back. There were probably tens of thousands of them. They looked like mouths, but also like suction cups. It looked very strange and strange. That alien life form was sleeping there, as if it did not notice Qin Zhao's arrival at all. Qin Zhao's spatial ability to conceal himself was also a very useful tool, a very useful method. Along the way, this concealment method also helped Qin Zhao a lot. It allowed Qin Zhao to directly launch a sneak attack several times. It did not take much effort for him to kill the alien life forms. This method, if used well, was indeed a sharp knife. It could be used to achieve victory. Along the way, Qin Zhao was also rather proficient in using it, and he was able to use it with ease. This time, Qin Zhao quietly approached the alien life form again. Qin Zhao also looked around carefully. He did not find any traces of other alien life forms. Therefore, there should be only one alien life form here. Since there was no problem, it was time to make a move. A strange light flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes. When he was a certain distance away, he suddenly made his move. Swoosh! A powerful sword slashed towards the alien life form. Naturally, it was an all-out attack, without the slightest bit of carelessness. With Qin Zhao's current strength, dealing with these second-step Empyrean saints was basically a walk in the park. Once he made his move, he would not miss. Basically, it was a one-hit kill. After all, Qin Zhao's strength was just too strong. This was equivalent to the full strength attack of a fourth-step ancient saint. Naturally, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. Its lethality was so great that the alien life form could not withstand it at all. When Qin Zhao arrived in front of the alien life form seemed to have been awakened from its slumber. It flipped its stomach and used its round and smooth belly to meet Qin Zhao's sword. Chapter 2990. Qin Zhao was rather taken aback by the actions of the foreign being, and a hint of surprise welled up in his heart. What was going on? Did it do this because it knew that it could not avoid the attack? Did it use the strongest part of its body to take the attack head-on? That smooth and round belly didn't seem to be very strong. Of course, everything in the world could not be viewed purely from the surface. Anything was possible. However, Qin Zhao did not care. No matter what, he should have faith in his own strength. No matter how powerful this foreign being's defensive prowess was, it would still be able to inflict some damage upon him. Qin Zhao was very confident in his own strength. No matter what tricks the strange being played, he would not care. Qin Zhao's sword soon reached the strange being's smooth belly. Suddenly, something strange happened. Qin Zhao's heart sank the moment his sword pierced the strange being's smooth belly. That was because this sword strike had actually missed. It did not hit anything, but instead felt as if it had hit the air. Moreover, it was not as simple as missing. A terrifying suction force instantly gushed out and wrapped Qin Zhao up, sweeping him over. Not good. Only then did Qin Shao see clearly that the strange being's smooth belly had formed a small black hole that swallowed everything. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword was directly submerged into the small black hole vortex and was swallowed by a powerful force. A powerful and terrifying force that swallowed everything in the world. Qin Shao did not expect that his body could suddenly turn into a black hole vortex that swallowed everything. Therefore, Qin Shao was also caught off guard. Without any defense, Qin Shao naturally could not dodge or escape. He was directly swallowed by the black hole vortex. Most importantly, Qin Zhao's attack had missed its target. Therefore, the force pulled Qin Shao forward. It just so happened that it was compatible with the devouring force, resulting in such an outcome. Qin Shao could not resist and was instantly swallowed into the strange being's stomach. After swallowing Qin Shao, the strange being's smooth belly returned to its original state. A strange light flashed in the strange being's eyes. After a sneer, it went back to sleep as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Qin Shao was being devoured into the stomach of that foreign being. It was only then that he realized that the stomach of that foreign being was practically a small world of its own. There was an independent space within it. It was filled with a nauseating aura, and the surroundings were dark and eerie. The space was extremely chaotic and unstable. It was extremely turbulent. At this moment, Qin Shao was being swept up in the hurricane. The terrifying hurricane was about to tear Qin Shao apart. If any other second-step ancient saint had entered this place, the hurricane alone would have been enough to tear them into pieces. The terrifying power was definitely not something to be trifled with. In addition to the terrifying power of the hurricane, there was also the devouring power of the strange aura. It was slowly eating away at Qin Zhao's saint body, soul, and consciousness. The strange and eerie power was everywhere and very powerful. This was the power that filled the entire small world. There was no way to avoid it, even if he wanted to. Qin Shao immediately understood his current situation. If he did not think of a way to get out quickly, he would be trapped in this space forever. It was only a matter of time before he was devoured by that terrifying, mysterious, devouring power. At this rate, he was afraid that he would be killed in 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years seemed to be a long time, but if one could not leave this small world, then it would become extremely short. What he wanted to do now was to think of a way to get out of here. Let's look around first. This strange being is really strange. It can actually suck people into its body through its stomach. But this is clearly not the inner world. It's another space hidden in its stomach. A small world, a terrifying and strange world. I've never heard of such a life form before. It's really hard to imagine. Qin Shao shook his head. He thought to himself and smiled bitterly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This sentence was indeed very reasonable. If you don't try to understand something unfamiliar, if you know nothing about it, then it's easy to be at a disadvantage. Everything in the world had a counter to each other. There was always something that could subdue something else. The world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. It was possible to have all kinds of strange means. Some methods might not be very harmful, but they could suppress you and make you unable to break through them. That would be enough to kill you. Qin Shao looked around carefully. For the time being, there was no way to resist the terrifying, devouring power. He could only resist it with his body. However, there was nothing wrong in a short time. It would not cause any harm to him. This speed was slow, and it would take a long time to accumulate to become terrifying. After looking around, Qin Zhao's brows couldn't help but frown deeply. This space was not big, but it was surrounded by strange spatial faults. There was no way to go through it. Inside, it was like a small, independent space of nothingness. There was no edge, no boundary, and no real space. It was a piece of nothingness, a piece of chaos. It was impossible to find the edge or the way out by just looking around. There was also no weak point. There was an indescribable sense of strangeness everywhere. This kind of feeling always gave Qin Shao a bad premonition. Forget it. Let's give it a try first. No matter what kind of space it is, as long as it is strong enough, it should be able to be broken. How can it be possible to trap me with just a space? No matter how powerful an ancient saint second step foreign being is, he shouldn't be so powerful that even I can't stand up to him. Qin Shao slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently, as if it was on the verge of collapse. The power of this sword was so strong that it seemed to be able to detonate this small space and destroy it directly. How powerful was Qin Zhao's sword strike with all his might? It was enough to destroy a piece of heaven and earth. It was enough to shatter a small, celestial body. Logically speaking, such a small space should not be able to withstand Qin Zhao's full-strength sword. However, after the violent shaking, the small space quickly stabilized and gradually returned to normal. In the end, it was still safe and sound. It was not split open by Qin Zhao's sword, and it did not seem to have damaged this small space. This time, Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed deeply. He smelled a trace of a bad aura. I can't break this space with my full-strength sword. I can't tear it open either. This is strange. This space has such a strong binding power. Could it be that it's independent from the body of the foreign race? Otherwise, the power of my sword just now should have been enough to shake him and affect him. It's impossible that he's not injured at all. No matter how strong the foreign race is, he's only a second-step ancient saint. It's impossible that my full-strength attack can't affect him at all. The only explanation is that the power I unleashed here is unable to land on that foreign lifeform's body at all. So naturally, I can't harm him in the slightest. If that's the case, it can only prove that this small space is very strange. After pondering for a while, Qin Shao continued to study this small space. However, after studying it for a while, he still did not find anything. He still did not know what was going on with this space and could not find a way to break it. It would be very difficult to break this space with pure strength. The power of the attack just now did not land on the ground. It only hit the void. If the power did not hit anything, it would be useless no matter how strong it was. There was no way around it. This was also the main direction that Qin Shao was thinking about. But how could he solve this problem? The reason why the power did not hit anything was that this space was too special. There was no solid ground for him to hit. There were no boundaries, and no spatial barriers. Therefore, when he struck out with his power, it would be quickly sucked into the void. It felt as if his power had fallen into a black hole and was completely devoured by it. What was the use of his power then? What was going on with this space? Qin Shao checked it several times, but he could not figure out for a while. In the end, Qin Shao had no choice but to strike again. However, after a few tries, he still did not find anything. In the end, Qin Shao had to give up the idea of tearing this small space with his power. It seemed that he could only work on it from other aspects. There was no way to tear it open with his power. This was really a headache for Qin Shao. The power that he had always relied on was actually ineffective here. This kind of feeling was indeed very unpleasant. What should he do? If my power is not enough, then I can't use force. All my power will not hit anything and will be devoured by the void. If I continue like this, I'll only exhaust my saint energy, and I'll only die faster. So I can't continue like this. I must think of another way. There has to be a way to solve it. There should be a way to counter everything, Yi Futian said. It's just a second-step ancient saint. It's impossible for it to be so unimaginably strong. Even if I was careless, it's impossible for it to trap all life in its stomach. If that's the case, wouldn't it be invincible below the world god level? That's impossible. Since the Heaven's Choice City has imprisoned this foreign life here as a test, it's impossible that there's no solution. At most, it's just a little difficult and a little scary. It's impossible that there's no way to deal with it. I think it's too difficult and a little unsolvable now. It's just that I haven't found the key to the problem and haven't figured it out yet. No matter how difficult a problem is, there's actually a breakthrough point. It's just that I haven't found that point and haven't figured it out yet. Once I find this point, this problem will suddenly become clear. It will no longer be mysterious and troublesome. Now, my first step, which is also the key, is to find this breakthrough point. Find this key point, find this spatial attribute point. But what are the attribute points of this space? Qin Shao frowned and pondered deeply. He had studied it carefully several times just now, but he did not notice anything and did not find anything. Therefore, there must be something that he had overlooked. The situation that he could not figure out was often, it was so. Chapter 2991. No matter how difficult the problem was, there was actually a breakthrough point. The breakthrough point depended on whether you could find it or not. If you couldn't find it, you would feel that it was extremely difficult and unsolvable. But if you found it, you would suddenly find that it was actually very simple. It was so simple that it was right under your nose, but you just didn't find it. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person closely involved. In fact, this was the truth. The simplest thing was likely to become the most complicated and difficult thing. Of course, Qin Shao was very clear about this truth, but understanding it was one thing. The most important thing was to be able to do it. Even if you understood this truth, you wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. Qin Shao calmed himself down. His heart was as still as water. In his mind, he carefully recalled all the situations he had noticed just now and analyzed them again little by little. And he kept making all kinds of assumptions. What he had thought of before was eliminated one by one. He only imagined those situations that he had never thought of before, or even those that he thought were impossible. The more impossible the situation was, the more he had to pull it out and make an assumption. In this way, Qin Shao kept checking this space, making assumptions, and trying again. But he failed again and again. Failure was a huge blow to one's confidence. Continuous failure was a constant blow to his confidence. In the process of continuous blows, it was easy to lose confidence. Once confidence was lost, it would be troublesome. Qin Zhao's state of mind and the power of belief were very strong. Naturally, he wouldn't be easily defeated. In this way, time passed quickly. Qin Shao didn't know how many times he tried and how many times he failed. He still couldn't find the key point, the way to break through. Since he couldn't find it, he was naturally trapped in this small space. In a flash, 10,000 years had passed. Being trapped for 10,000 years was definitely not a good sign. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been anxious and lost confidence long ago. He would have collapsed long ago. If that was the case, it was basically a dead end for him. Of course, Qin Shao didn't have to worry about his life. Not to mention that he had the teleportation token. Even if he didn't, he still had the ancient token given to him by his master, Li Sheng. It was enough to keep him alive. But obviously, Qin Shao wouldn't give up easily. It was absolutely impossible. The more impossible the mission was, the more he wanted to give it a try. Trapped by a second-step ancient saint? How could that be possible? Qin Shao would never let such a thing happen. Therefore, he had to find a way to leave this place. He had to find a way to break out of this small space. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Once a person is cornered, he will also erupt with unlimited potential. Of course, potential was just potential. Being forced to have potential didn't mean that one would definitely gain something or achieve a breakthrough. Spatial laws. Qin Shao suddenly raised her eyebrows slightly, and her gaze deepened. Previously, I also tried using the law of space, but I didn't gain anything. However, I didn't just use the power of the law of space. Instead, I combined the power of other laws. It's obviously not possible to rely on pure strength. Then, can I rely on pure spatial laws, a method of using space to get out of this small space? Since this small space is an independent space, it must have something to do with space. If there's space, then there must be spatial laws. If I think about it carefully, it seems that only the law of space can have such a strange effect. That's why I still haven't gained anything even after trying all my methods. Moreover, I reckon that this isn't just the power of the law of space. There must be some unique methods that can be used in a very subtle way to create such a strange situation. In terms of space, I've also made a lot of assumptions, but I haven't gained much from making a breakthrough. Perhaps my understanding of the law of space is still not high enough. All the problems I see and the methods I try are relatively shallow. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiao continued to explore and research in depth with this as the core and the main direction of his research. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to research in this aspect, and, as expected, he soon gained some results. Specializing in one's field, the effect of the situation was naturally different. As long as the direction was right, everything would go smoothly. It was easy to see the light and find the way. Soon, Qin Xiao saw more and more paths, and the more he saw, the more he understood. In this way, there was a good cycle. This kind of research also had a great guiding effect on his comprehension and cultivation of the law of space. In this way, it formed a good situation. It was equivalent to Qin Xiao beginning to comprehend and cultivate the law of space. Imperceptibly, he turned the predicament into a situation. Qin Xiao also continued to try and summarize some experience from his repeated failures. Then, he drew inferences from one case and continued to comprehend and improve little by little, urging himself to move forward. Under a good situation, everything naturally went very smoothly. The rapid rise of the tide formed an effect of resonance. This predicament was imperceptibly transformed into a situation of cultivation by Qin Xiao. Immersed in cultivation, Qin Xiao did not feel the passage of time at all. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Time passed quickly, and 30,000 years had passed. In addition to the 10,000 years that he had been trapped in the stomach of this foreign race, it meant that Qin Xiao had been trapped in this foreign race's stomach for 40,000 years. If it were an ordinary existence in the second step of the ancient saint realm, they would have been almost devoured to death. However, Qin Xiao was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, comprehending and cultivating the law of space wholeheartedly. Bit by bit, he studied and dissected this small space. From the structure of this small space, he understood and mastered the points and lines of the law of space. Then, he used the points to draw the lines, using the drawing to weave the surface, and using the surface to fill the entire space. From the smallest point, step by step, he slowly grew to the entire space. This was a slow, long, and difficult process of cultivation. It was a process of thousands of miles from a single step. It was a process of building a skyscraper from a brick and gravel. This was how cultivation was. Brick and gravel, step by step, it was all painful and difficult. The road was long and slow. Cultivating the way was far, step by step. Only by doing so could one gain, break, and achieve something. Every law was filled with endless profundities. Being immersed in the endless mysteries of the earth was a very joyous thing. Cultivation was difficult, but at the same time, it was also happy. Happiness came from accumulating bit by bit, breaking through, turning a single step into 1,000 miles, and turning a small pool into the sea. This process of improvement, the process of growth, will bring you a lot of happiness. There was a sense of accomplishment, pride, and harvest. Nothing could replace this kind of happiness. After being trapped for 40,000 years, Qin Xiao devoted himself to cultivating and comprehending for 40,000 years. He made good use of this strange space and finally gained something. In addition to his previous accumulation, Qin Xiao had also improved a lot in the law of space last time. He had cultivated the law of space to the limit of the realm of minor accomplishment. He was only one step away from breaking through to the realm of great accomplishment. This time, Qin Xiao had broken through this step. Finally, Qin Xiao's law of space had broken through and stepped into the realm of great accomplishment. Phew! Qin Xiao breathed a long sigh of relief, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Predicaments and adversity can also turn into encounters. The uncertainty of cultivation, the magic of cultivation, and the joy of cultivation often lie in this. Things that are too smooth actually don't bring much happiness or a sense of accomplishment. Only after going through hardships, difficulties, and dangers, and 1,000 hardships, can one improve and break through in a hopeless situation. This kind of harvest is often more meaningful and gives a sense of accomplishment. This is cultivation. No matter how bitter and painful the process is, looking back, it is actually a pleasure. If this process can't be regarded as pleasure, then cultivation will also become pain, and then it will be difficult to go far on the path of cultivation. The law of space has finally broken through to the realm of great accomplishment. Now, in addition to the law of the great path, there is one more law that has broken through to the realm of great accomplishment. The Tao of Flying Daggers is a side path. Although it is also at the realm of great accomplishment, there is no way it can be compared with the law of the great path and the law of space. The two laws had broken through to the realm of great accomplishment. In addition to the Tao of Flying Daggers, such an achievement could be said to be very dazzling. After all, Qin Shao was only at the second step of the ancient saint realm. With this, he was one step closer to breaking through to the third step of the ancient saint realm. Moreover, the breakthrough of the law of the great path and the law of space to the third step of the ancient saint realm was also a great promotion and guidance for the cultivation of other laws. After all, the cultivation of the law of cultivation and the cultivation of the 5 fundamental laws actually originated from the same source. The laws all had something in common. When cultivating, it could be used as a reference. With a foundation, the rest would naturally be much easier. Qin Shao also had ideas about the other laws and hoped to use this opportunity to make more breakthroughs. In this way, the possibility of completing the first task would be much higher. Even if it was not for the first task, for his own sake, he had to quickly make a breakthrough and improve his cultivation level. Otherwise, when would he be able to kill Realm Lord Jigeo Shaw? This might be a great opportunity for him. Since the Heaven Choice City had given him such a test, there must be a glimmer of hope. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Qin Shao had to grasp it and realize his dream. This was the determination in Qin Zhao's heart, and also his ambition and confidence. Unless it was something that was completely impossible, he would definitely seize it. After a moment of joy, Qin Shao quickly calmed down after making a breakthrough in the law of space. Now it's time to break out of this small space. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed. He made a move again. This time, he completely used the power of the law of space to find path. He tore it open and walked out of the small space. After truly studying that small space, he found that it was actually not that complicated. It was just a very subtle use of the law of space. Coupled with some unique means and power, it had a very strange effect. But the main thing was the use of the law of space. So, as long as he could break the law of space, it would be very simple. It was like finding a door to exit. All he had to do was gently open the door, and he would be able to leave. It was not difficult at all. Soon, Qin Shao walked out of the small space. He quickly tore open a hole in the alien's stomach and flew out. The creature that was still sleeping suddenly stood up. Looking at the long cut on his stomach, his eyes widened. He looked at Qin Shao in shock, his face full of disbelief. "You, human, how did you escape?" Author, Kinshang said, "I asked for flowers, but I realized that no one would give me flowers after 2 days." Kinshang wanted to cry, but had no tears. "However, I will still work hard to write. Friends who have flowers, please give them to Kinshang first. Let's continue our glory to the end, he." Chapter 2992. Qin Shao, who had just walked out of the stomach of the alien life form, curled his lips and looked at the alien life form with a smile. There was a hint of devilish charm in his demeanor, and there was a hint of cynicism about him. "What's so strange about that? You're just a second step ancient saint. Do you think you could trap me?" Qin Shao chuckled. The alien being's eyes were not big to begin with, but at this moment, they were wide open. He still found it hard to believe that Qin Shao had managed to escape. This did not make any sense at all. His innate confidence and strength had suffered a huge blow. Even a third-step ancient saint won't be able to escape after being sucked into my stomach. The number of third-step ancient saints who have died in my hands is more than the number of third-step ancient saints who have died in my hands. My innate ability is absolutely powerful when it comes to trapping and killing. There has never been a second-step ancient saint who managed to escape. So far, none of those who have been sucked into my stomach have been able to walk out alive, let alone a second-step ancient saint. The alien being glared at Qin Shao and asked coldly, "Human brat, how did you do it?" Qin Shao smirked and said, "Is it that difficult? Was it that difficult? Was it not difficult?" This sentence caused the alien being to choke so badly that he almost vomited blood. Was it not difficult? In all these years, Qin Shao was the first person to do this. Be it second-step ancient saints or third-step ancient saints, none of them had managed to do so. Anyone who was sucked into his stomach would definitely die. There was no way for them to escape. However, Qin Shao had done it. He was the first person to walk out of his stomach. Moreover, he was just a second-step ancient saint human brat. The number of third-step ancient saints who had died in his body was no less than the number of third-step ancient saints who had died in his body. This had always been his method of success, but he did not expect to fail this time. All right, you don't need to know how I did it. After all, a person who is about to die has no need to know these things. Whether you know or not, you still have to die. Of course, I don't intend to let you die knowing the reason. After all, Qin Shao said again. After that, he directly attacked. That foreign being immediately sensed the danger as well. But even if he wanted to dodge, how could he possibly do so? The fact that Qin Shao had come out of his stomach had already injured him quite badly. Now Qin Shao suddenly attacked, and the two of them were so close to each other, there was no way to dodge. Therefore, after a cry of despair, the alien died under Qin Shao's sword. Basically, they had no power to resist and were directly killed by Qin Shao's sword. Their lives were harvested. That was a second-step ancient saint. Yet it had died just like that. Qin Shao found it interesting to see the dead alien life forms. The strength of this life form of the foreign race was truly weak. He should be the weakest among all the foreign race beings that he had encountered in the Nifa's abyss. However, he had trapped Qin Shao for 40,000 years. This was enough time to kill all the foreign race beings that he had encountered before. Even though his personal strength was weak, his innate mystic powers were truly frightening. This was indeed a stark contrast to his own strength. It was a huge contrast. Perhaps it was because his innate ability was a little too heaven-defying that his strength was not that strong. If his own strength was stronger, then he would be a terrifying existence. But it was precisely because of this that someone who was not strong and was good at disguising himself. Before one could figure out his background, it was very easy to fall into his trap. Once one was swallowed into his stomach, there was no way one could come out again. They would be swallowed whole and die in his stomach. He had killed quite a number of third-step Empyrean saints as well. However, if they knew his ability and were on guard, it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. Just like now, Qin Shao had killed him with a single sword. This foreign race being has really taken up a lot of my time. Now that 50,000 years have passed, there are only 40,000 years left. I have to hurry up and kill more foreign race beings. In the first 10,000 years, Qin Shao had killed a total of 21 foreign race beings. In the following 43,000 years, they had only managed to kill this one alien life form. Time had been completely wasted by this alien life form. Such efficiency was not good. It was far from what Qin Shao had expected. More than half of the time had passed. If things did not go smoothly, it would be very difficult to get a good score for this mission. And this was under the condition that no one else was eliminated. If one or two people were eliminated, all his efforts would have been for nothing. Continue. The further he went, the harder it was to find foreign race beings. The moment he encountered one, it would be a group. The situation was a little scary. Qin Shao encountered such a situation 3 times. Fortunately, Qin Shao had always been using his spatial techniques to hide himself. Therefore, when he encountered them, he could easily avoid them. Otherwise, if he was really surrounded by a group of foreign race beings, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. If it was a group, there would usually be at least 5 foreign race beings. There might even be more than 10 of them. If he encountered such a group, Qin Shao would definitely not make a move easily. Although Qin Shao was very confident in his own strength, he did not dare to be so confident. If he could encounter 1 or 2 foreign race beings, he would basically be lucky. On average, it would only happen once every 5,000 years. Therefore, in the following 30,000 years, Qin Shao only killed 8 foreign race beings at the second step of the ancient saint stage. Strangely, along the way, other than in a group of foreign race beings, Qin Shao had not encountered a single foreign race being at the third step of the ancient saint stage. It had been more than 80,000 years, and Qin Shao had killed a total of 30 foreign race beings at the second step of the ancient saint stage. This result, how should one put it? Perhaps to others, this would be a very impressive result. However, Qin Shao was not too satisfied. He was extremely dissatisfied. It was far, far from what he had expected in his heart. Originally, this mission was off to a very good start. In the first 10,000 years, he had killed 21 foreign race beings at the second step of the ancient saint stage. In the next 70,000 years, he had only killed 9 foreign race beings. It was not even half of the number in the first 10,000 years. Therefore, this result was very different from what he had expected at the beginning. The difference was huge. Naturally, Qin Shao was very dissatisfied. However, no matter how dissatisfied he was, there was nothing he could do. After all, Qin Shao had worked hard. However, the result was still the same. What could he do? Of course, this result was not bad. In fact, it could even be said to be very good. Finally, in the 85,000 years, Qin Shao encountered a foreign race being at the third step of the ancient saint stage for the first time. The foreign race being at the third step of the ancient saint stage discovered Qin Shao and directly forced Qin Shao out of the space. This was a humanoid creature that was about 10 feet tall. It had dark green skin and a long tail. Its hands and feet were relatively cultivated. It did not have any hair, and there were bumps on its head. It looked a little ugly. Its ears were long and pointed, just like those of the elves. However, it was apparent that this alien life form wasn't as elegant, handsome, and otherworldly as the elves. This foreign race being in front of him looked a little fierce. Yo, human kid, you're pretty good at using the law of space. Your concealment technique is pretty good. However, no matter how good it is, there are still many flaws. I'm very good at using the law of space. Therefore, you're still too inexperienced if you want to play tricks in front of me. Do you like using the law of space? Humph, 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 humph. Then this noble one will play with you properly. I want to see just how capable you are. After the foreign race being laughed mockingly, its body moved and disappeared in front of Qin Shao, entering the void. Clearly, this was a technique of the law of space. It hid in the void. Qin Shao frowned deeply. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had encountered an expert this time. What a brilliant technique. I can't even detect his presence. This person's law of space should be at the realm of greater mastery at most. However, he might have broken through to the realm of greater mastery long ago. Therefore, in terms of standard, he should be better than me. In terms of using the law of space, he's probably better than me. My law of space has only just broken through to the realm of greater mastery. In terms of using it, there are still many areas that can be improved. Using one to control another. This has given me a headache. Qin Shao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He knew that he had met his match this time. If it was a head-on battle, Qin Shao would be even more confident and confident. He could definitely fight against that foreign race being. Moreover, Qin Shao obviously had absolute confidence in his own strength. He was sure that he could win. However, the foreign race being did not fight Qin Shao head-on. Instead, it used such a method to enter the void so that Qin Shao could not find it. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao naturally felt a little passive. Qin Shao also entered the void. He could not just stand there and wait to be attacked. After entering the void, Qin Shao still could not detect the existence of the foreign race being. Qin Shao stared at his surroundings, looking at everything around him, trying to find the existence of the foreign race being. He felt that there were some fluctuations in the void, but these fluctuations were very strange. It was not just one fluctuation, but several fluctuations at the same time. Therefore, Qin Shao had no way to determine which fluctuations were made by the foreign race being. Or, all the fluctuations were deliberately made by the foreign race being. It's better to stay still. The foreign race being thinks that he can play with me, so he's full of confidence. Since that's the case, even if I don't move, he will take the initiative to attack me. I'm not in a hurry. I'll stay here and wait for him to take the initiative to come to me. As long as I can defend against his attacks, I'll find an opportunity to drag him out of the void. Qin Shao quickly came up with a countermeasure. Qin Shao stood there, holding the heaven-opening sword. He stared around coldly, waiting for the foreign race to make a move. Not even the slightest movement could escape his eyes. Qin Shao did not care about the spatial fluctuations at all and ignored them. Pump! The void suddenly exploded, and a surge of power suddenly surged out from the void. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He was about to make a move, but he quickly suppressed it. No, the power is not strong. It's fake. It's not real. Chapter 2993. Just as Qin Shao had expected, that force was not the attack of the alien race. Instead, it was an illusion deliberately created to lure Qin Shao into a trap. Once Qin Shao fell for the trap and attacked with all his might, it would be troublesome. Once that force was used as bait to attract Qin Shao, the alien race hidden in the dark would immediately attack. This would be very dangerous. If all the force hit Qin Shao would be seriously injured. Therefore, Qin Shao was aware of the danger and the other party's methods. It had to be said that this method was indeed very clever. If one's mastery of the law of space was slightly weaker, it would be difficult for them to avoid this method. However, this was not just a method of the law of space. There should be other methods involved. Every living being that lived in this world had their own unique abilities and special abilities. Qin Shao was even more cautious now. After all, this was a third-step ancient saint, and he had such a strange technique. If he was not careful and allowed the alien race to launch a sneak attack, the situation would be very dangerous and terrible. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally had to be careful and not give the alien race a chance to take advantage of him. Fortunately, Qin Shao's mastery of the law of space was still very strong. Therefore, ordinary methods would not be able to fool Qin Shao. Even though Qin Shao had not discovered where the alien race was hiding for the time being, he did not fall for Qin Shao's bait several times. In any case, Qin Shao was now dealing with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He stood there and waited for the alien race to take the initiative to come to him. Once the alien race came to him, he would strike where it hurt and use his strength on the spot. The alien race was extremely cunning and did not seem to intend to show up easily. The two of them seemed to be competing in the dark. An invisible competition was the best way to test a person. After a long while, the foreign being finally couldn't hold back any longer and attacked. "Humph, you're finally willing to come out?" Qin Shao sneered, her face cold. Qin Shao had also sensed the foreign life form's attack. He immediately slashed down with his sword with all his might, and a powerful force surged out. It was as if a huge mountain had smashed into the foreign being's body. The foreign being was a third-step Empyrean saint, a realm higher than Qin Shao. In terms of the power of laws, he had a significant advantage over Qin Shao. This was especially so when it came to the Tao of space. It was very proficient in using it. Coupled with its own unique means, this foreign race being was indeed very strong. At the very least, he was definitely the strongest opponent Qin Shao had encountered since entering the Nifa's abyss. However, even if he was the strongest opponent, Qin Shao was still not afraid of anything. He still had strong confidence in himself. Qin Shao clearly held a certain advantage in this clash. His powerful strength destroyed the foreign life form's attack, causing the foreign life form's expression to suddenly change as shock filled his heart. Therefore, after a single exchange, the foreign being retreated into the void and went back into hiding. When Qin Shao saw that the foreign being had been defeated, he looked around coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile as he said, "Sir, are you a coward? You've been hiding in the dark for so long. It's not easy for you to make a move, but you're scared out of your wits after just one exchange? A third-step Empyrean saint is actually as timid as a mouse." Interesting, very interesting. I've never met such a timid third-step Empyrean saint before, let alone a third-step Empyrean saint. Even a second-step Empyrean saint is not as timid as him. If you feel that you're not strong enough, why don't you just run away obediently? Why do you have to provoke me? Why don't we have a good fight? Let's talk with our fists and see who's stronger. I'm a second-step Empyrean saint, but you're a third-step Empyrean saint. You won't lose out, right? In the face of Qin Zhao's mockery, the foreign being could not help but laugh coldly. "Human brat, don't even think of trying to provoke me. Such a cheap trick is useless against me. The winner takes all. If I can kill you, I'll win. If I can't kill you, I'll lose. Don't need to talk about morals with you humans. I don't need to be courteous with you. Naturally, I'll use my strongest move against you." Qin Shao smirked and said, "Hee, so this is your strongest move? Then you really think highly of me, Qin Shao. Not bad, not bad. I'm quite pleased with that. However, your move looks very ordinary. It's not threatening at all. You only know how to hide in the dark. You can't even sneak up on me. You can't even defeat me once you make a move. How are you going to fight me?" Qin Shao said this on purpose. Although he knew that his opponent would not be provoked, he could still mess up his opponent's stance and force him to reveal some of his weaknesses. If his opponent continued to hide, then this battle would not be easy to fight. There was no way to fight at all. Therefore, he had to force the foreign being and provoke him. No matter how effective it was, he could still give it a try. Do I need to sneak up on you? Human brat, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think you're that big of a deal? Then we'll have to see if you're qualified to be that big of a deal. In the void, the voice of the foreign being rang out once more. Even though his voice rang out, Qin Shao still could not capture his figure. There was no way he could pinpoint the foreign being's location from his voice. If he could pinpoint the location of the foreign being and capture him, then this matter would be much easier to resolve. But soon, the foreign being struck out once more. This time, his speed was extremely fast, and his movement technique was extremely strange. Qin Shao had been preparing all this while. The moment the foreign being came out, he would go up to meet him with all his might. No matter what that non-humankind being used, Qin Shao would always face it head-on with great power. The foreign being's use of the laws of space had indeed reached an extremely high level. Therefore, his attacks were extremely strange. It was as though he could teleport. At this moment, he would attack from one side, and as soon as he was done, his figure would disappear and reappear on the other side. This feeling was as though there were many foreign beings in the space, constantly launching fierce attacks on Qin Shao. They were bombarding Qin Shao wildly. Such a move was indeed a little overwhelming for Qin Shao. The use of the laws of space, coupled with his own unique methods, made his attacks extremely strange. In an instant, Qin Shao felt as though there were enemies all around him, and they were all launching fierce attacks on him at the same time. This was like a person fighting against more than 10 people at the same time. Moreover, they were all equally strong and would not be weakened in the slightest. In this way, the situation naturally became a little scary. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's strength was indeed very strong. When he attacked with all his strength, he was able to beat the foreign being back every time, making it impossible for the foreign being to get close to Qin Shao. He was unable to gain any advantage over Qin Shao. On the contrary, being beaten back by Qin Shao time and time again really made the foreign being feel very frustrated. While fighting with the foreign being, Qin Shao was also thinking of a way to deal with it. Although he wasn't taken advantage of by the foreign race, Qin Shao couldn't take advantage of the foreign race's life form either. Therefore, under such circumstances, the two of them were in a stalemate, and neither of them could gain any advantage over the other. From the looks of it, the foreign being seemed to be in control of the situation. But Qin Shao just stood there, sitting steadily on the fishing platform, calm and steady, dealing with all changes by remaining unchanged. No matter how the foreign being attacked, Qin Shao was able to block them all. However, in such a battle, there was no way to find a breakthrough. If there was no breakthrough, there was no way to change the situation. It was not a good idea to continue fighting like this. The foreign being was furious as well. How could a mere second-step Empyrean Saint human be so powerful that he was having such a hard time dealing with him? Therefore, the foreign being's attacks became more and more ferocious. His attacks were burning with anger. In terms of true strength, that foreign being is no match for me at all. Therefore, he doesn't dare to fight me head-on. He should be well aware of this. If he didn't have such a strange method of concealment, I would have been able to take him down long ago. He has his strengths and weaknesses. I have my strengths as well, but I can't turn the situation around with my strengths. Therefore, I have to come up with a good countermeasure now to change the situation. Otherwise, I won't be able to win against that foreign being at all. If the battle drags on, it's obviously very disadvantageous for me. If that non-humankind being gets angry and calls for help, I'll be in big trouble. Right now, I'm in a very passive situation. There's no way for me to take the initiative, so I'm greatly limited. If I want to change the situation, I have to break this limitation first. Otherwise, there's no way to change anything. Qin Shao pondered in his heart. He was thinking about how he could deal with the methods of this foreign race life form. There should be a way to deal with the hand of that foreign being. However, it was obviously impossible to use spatial laws. His spatial laws were obviously inferior to the foreign being's. So how could he break the foreign being's methods? If spatial laws didn't work, what else could he do? Currently, Qin Zhao's Great Tao and spatial laws were both at greater mastery. They were the two strongest laws among the 8 great laws. However, there was no way to break the power of Great Tao. As for heart force, Qin Shao had also tried it, but it didn't have much of an effect. The power of his internal world wasn't enough either. It could only suppress the foreign being's attacks, but it couldn't break the foreign being's strange movement technique. Breaking the foreign being's strange movement technique was the key to the problem. Every time he makes a move, his speed is extremely fast. This is because of the use of spatial laws and his own unique methods. The two are combined very well to produce such an effect. The moment he makes a move, he immediately enters the void, so I can't hit him at all. I can only break his offensive power. However, if that's the case, then every time I make a move, I'll miss completely. I won't even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. What I need is to be faster than him. That way, I'll be able to hit him before he enters the void. Using one to control another, using speed to control speed, and using power to control power. Qin Shao had already thought of a way, and his heart was getting clearer and clearer. Now, he just had to see how he could achieve this. Chapter 2994. In terms of speed, the heaven-splitting sword technique was not fast enough. It was not as fast as it needed to be. Flying dagger Dao. Qin Shao thought about it carefully. If he had any method that was the fastest, it would be the flying dagger Dao. Moreover, the flying dagger Dao was a parasitic Dao, so it did not repel other nomological powers. It was easier to fuse with other nomological powers. If he could do this, he could use it better. Therefore, Qin Shao already had an idea in his mind. When the alien life form attacked again, Qin Shao did not hesitate and directly threw out Li Sheng's flying dagger. At the same time, he used his heart force to control Li Sheng's flying dagger, completely integrating the power of the law of space into the flying dagger Dao. Then, he used the power of his inner world to drive Li Sheng's flying dagger, giving it a powerful boost. In this way, the power of the two nomological powers and the power of his inner world were fully used to display the flying dagger Dao, increasing the speed of the flying dagger Dao to the extreme. Coupled with the use of the law of space, the flying dagger Dao's speed was extremely fast, reaching a terrifying level. Most importantly, the fusion and application of the law of space and the flying dagger Dao's power allowed the flying dagger Dao to reach an extreme speed in space. Such a move finally did not disappoint Qin Shao. The speed of Li Sheng's flying dagger Dao exceeded the speed of the alien life form. Before the alien life form could enter the space again, Qin Zhao's Li Sheng's flying dagger Dao had already arrived in front of him. With peerless sharpness, unparalleled sharpness, and heavy power, how powerful and terrifying was it? Using so much power to display Li Sheng's flying dagger Dao, it was enough to let the sharpness of Li Sheng's flying dagger sweep through everything in the heavens and shine with a vast light. Extreme sharpness, extreme overbearingness, and extreme weight. The flying dagger Dao whistled over, breaking through everything and tearing everything apart. Its sharpness was unstoppable. Huh? What? Flying dagger Dao? How can it be so strong? Its speed is so fast that even I didn't have time to enter the space, and this flying dagger Dao has already arrived in front of me. How can this human boy be so strong? The foreign being was also shocked. Facing this saber, he could only defend with all his might, but he was unable to do so. In the end, the saber slashed a long bloody wound on him, and a powerful force sent him into the void. Once again, he disappeared without a trace. Li Sheng's flying dagger also flew back to Qin Zhao's hand. Looking at the blood on Li Sheng's flying dagger, Qin Zhao couldn't help but sneer. This proved that he had chosen the right path. This move was enough to suppress that alien life form. If he could suppress the enemy with one move, then this matter would be very easy to handle. He would be able to completely crush the enemy. In truth, the alien life form was not very strong. It was just that he had relied on some tricks to make himself look so powerful, giving Qin Zhao a headache and making him difficult to deal with. However, once they found a way to counter him, things would be much easier. After all, in terms of strength, Qin Zhao would definitely have the upper hand. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao could remain unmoved. No matter how the alien life form used all kinds of tricks, it still couldn't do anything to him. Now that Qin Zhao had restrained the alien life form's most powerful trick, the alien life form suddenly had no advantage in front of Qin Zhao. Naturally, the situation was completely reversed, and Qin Zhao had the upper hand. Taking control of the situation meant taking control of the initiative. With the initiative in hand, everything would be fine. Qin Zhao glanced around the void. The alien life form had not left and was still hiding in the dark. After comprehending the fusion and application of the flying dagger Dao and the law of space, Qin Zhao also understood a lot about the alien life form's tricks. He had a rough idea of what was going on. It was much easier now that he knew what was going on. Even if Qin Zhao could not accurately find the hiding place of the alien life form, he could infer some things based on some spatial fluctuations. Not only that, Qin Zhao could let Li Sheng's flying dagger enter the void and chase after the alien life form. He didn't need to be too precise. He only needed to have a rough judgment, and then he could directly attack and force the alien life form to reveal his true form. Qin Zhao did not hesitate and immediately attacked. Li Sheng's flying dagger was once again displayed. This time, Qin Zhao also integrated the power of the law of light into it. The strength of the law of light was that it was extremely fast, faster than light. As a result, the speed of Qin Zhao's Li Sheng flying dagger became much faster. At this extremely fast speed, Li Sheng's flying knife swept through the void, completely breaking the surrounding void and tearing it apart. In this way, the alien life form had nowhere to hide. As soon as he revealed his true form, Qin Zhao's flying dagger rushed at him with a clear target. Just now, the alien life form suffered a loss from Qin Zhao's flying dagger. So when he saw Qin Zhao's flying dagger at this time, he was naturally a little scared and did not dare to fight him again. However, he wanted to hide, but there was no way to do so now. The speed of Li Sheng's flying dagger was much faster than his speed, and his means of entering the void had failed. Therefore, at this time, even if he did not want to, he had no other choice but to fight Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao did not give him any chance to escape. Li Sheng's flying dagger whistled through the sky, shining with peerless sharpness. Humph! The alien life form had no way to escape, so he could only brace himself to fight back. He gritted his teeth, snorted heavily, and met the attack with all his strength. His sword blocked Li Sheng's flying dagger. However, how could the alien life form withstand the endless sharpness and unparalleled power of Li Sheng's flying dagger? Under this heavy blow, the alien life form was directly sent flying by Qin Zhao. His body was once again cut by Qin Zhao's flying dagger, and he looked a little embarrassed. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In a hurry, the alien life form hid in the void again. This time, he wanted to escape. Want to escape? Qin Zhao curled his lips, and a playful smile appeared on his face. However, how could Qin Zhao let the alien life form escape? Li Sheng's flying dagger whistled through the sky again, and its sharpness tore through all the void. Once again, it forced the alien life form out of the void, leaving him no way to dodge or escape. This move of the foreign being could be considered to have been crippled entirely. Li Sheng's flying dagger chased after him with an unstoppable force, and once again sent the alien life form flying thousands of miles away, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body was already drenched in blood and riddled with wounds. It was a ghastly sight. The foreign life form was indeed in a very wretched state right now. He continued, and Qin Zhao continued to chase after him. Now you're afraid? You want to escape? Weren't you very arrogant and condescending just now? Weren't you going to play with me? Were you going to bully me and kill me? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the alien life form gritted his teeth fiercely. He was angry, but more than that, he felt helpless. However, at this time, he naturally could not lower his head. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "Human boy, don't be so smug. I underestimated you too much today, so I gave you a chance to fight back. If I had attacked you with all my strength from the beginning, you might not have had the chance to fight back. It's a pity that I was too careless and didn't take you seriously. That's why things turn out this way. I admit it. I've been smart all my life, but I've been foolish all my life. One wrong move, and I've lost the whole game. The winner takes all. I understand this principle. I've lived for countless years, and I've seen through everything. So what if I die? I've long been tired of living in darkness like this. I've long felt that there's no meaning in living like this. I've been careless this time, and I've fallen in the hands of you, human boy. I have nothing to say. However, if you want to step on this sovereign's body and make this sovereign admit defeat to you, then you should stop dreaming. At most, I'll just die. Humph. How could this lord's life not be so tough? If you want to kill me, you'll have to see how capable you are, human boy. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Zhao sneered in his heart when he heard the foreign life form's tough words. It doesn't matter whether you're tough or not. What matters is that Qin Zhao wants to kill him. But speaking of which, the foreign life form was right about one thing. If he had attacked with all his strength from the beginning and didn't give Lin Fan any chance, the situation might have been different. Of course, he might not have been able to defeat Lin Fan as he said, but he might have brought Lin Fan a lot of trouble or even hurt him. Underestimating the enemy was one of the reasons why the foreign life form ended up like this. But it wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that he was a little weak. Even if he had good means, it was difficult to make up for it completely. Qin Zhao ignored the foreign life form and continued to attack him. Li Sheng's flying knife surged forward again. The foreign life form had no way to dodge at all, and could only brace himself to deal with it each time. But in a head-on confrontation, the foreign life form was obviously at a disadvantage. Under another heavy blow from Li Sheng's flying knife, the foreign life form was seriously injured, and his aura had begun to weaken. This was a sign that he was approaching death. But the foreign life form was very tough. He still didn't bow down and was still running away. He kept running in one direction, as if he was going there to find reinforcements. But Qin Xiao naturally wouldn't give him any chance. After Li Sheng's flying knife seriously injured him, Qin Xiao performed the heaven-opening sword technique with all his strength. In terms of strength and lethality, the heaven-opening sword technique was still the best. After all, if he used the heaven-splitting sword technique, he would be able to use all of his power. Only then would he be able to unleash his strongest attack. This time, the foreign life form was directly beaten down. His injuries worsened a little, and his sacred body was also shattered a little. Some of his vitality was also crushed. At this time, the foreign life form really realized that his life was in danger, and it was a great threat. Naturally, the foreign life form was a little panicked. Indeed, he was a little panicked. Crash! Another sword strike, a thunderous blow, a heavy blow with all its might. A few pieces of flesh were cut off from the foreign life form's body, and his sacred body was damaged a little. His aura became even weaker, and even escaping became very difficult. His speed had already been suppressed by Qin Xiao, so even if he wanted to escape, there was no way for him to do so. If he couldn't escape, he could only be beaten up by Qin Xiao, completely suppressed. The foreign life form was seriously injured again and again, and his situation became more and more dangerous. He tried to escape just now, but he failed. There was no way to escape at all. The situation was too terrible. Chapter 2995. 1/2/3/. It was indeed difficult to kill a three-step ancient saint. After all, a third-step ancient saint's saint physique was already strong enough. They also had other life-saving means. Moreover, if their saint bodies were broken, their saint bodies would be able to recover quickly. To kill them, one would need a lot of strength and energy. One would need to completely suppress them. Moreover, one would need to suppress their soul and will at the same time. Only then would it be possible to kill a third-step ancient saint. What he wanted to know was that this foreign being didn't have any life-saving measures, nor did he have any defensive holy artifacts or anything of the sort. Therefore, it was relatively easy to kill him. This might have been Heaven Choice City's intention. They had taken away all the treasures they had on them long ago. If they had a few defensive, life-saving treasures on them, it would be much more difficult to kill them. Even so, Qin Xiao first attacked with Li Sheng's flying dagger for nearly 10 rounds, and then used the heaven-splitting sword art for more than 10 rounds. However, he still could not kill the foreign race life form with his sword. One must know how powerful Qin Xiao's full-strength attack was. It was the strength of a fourth-step ancient saint. With such powerful strength, and under the situation where he was completely suppressing the foreign race life form, he still could not kill him after attacking for so long. Fortunately, Qin Xiao was already mentally prepared. He had not killed a third-step ancient saint before. Therefore, he knew that it was definitely not easy to kill a third-step ancient saint. But it was fine. As long as he had the situation under control, killing the foreign race life form would only take a little more time and energy. In the end, he could still kill him. If 20 attacks were not enough, then 30 or 40 would be enough. If not, then it would not be 100 or 200 attacks. Even if he had to exhaust all his Saint Qi, Qin Xiao must kill the foreign race life form. After a few more attacks, the foreign race life form finally panicked. He knew that he was going to die under Qin Xiao's sword. He also knew that there was no hope for him to escape. Where could he find someone to save him? In Nifa's abyss, no one had friends, only enemies. If he couldn't escape, then only death awaited him. At this moment, he was walking towards the grim reaper step by step. He was getting closer and closer. This was a very, very bad thing. What a do am I really going to die here? He didn't want to die. The non-human kind being gritted his teeth and begged, "Human young man, please show mercy. I admit defeat. Please don't kill me. We can talk." Hearing this, Qin Shao was taken aback. What was going on? Qin Shao also believed that this was an alien life form who was not afraid of death and had a strong backbone. Qin Shao couldn't say that she admired people with integrity, but she had some respect for them. But what's wrong with the current situation? This isn't right. Qin Shao couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden begging for mercy. Only after a long while did he react, and he snorted derisively at the foreign being before chuckling coldly. "That's not what you said just now. Didn't you say that you didn't care about life and death just now? Didn't you say that there was no joy in life and death? Didn't you have a strong backbone and arrogance? I thought too highly of you just now. Now that you're saying this to me, what do you want me to say?" "You're slapping your own face." "I don't want to slap your face anymore." The foreign race life form was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he said, "That was then and this is now. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. If there's a chance to live, who wants to die? This lord was just being arrogant. I didn't think that you could kill this lord. That's why I said that. Now that this lord believes that young hero can kill me, the situation is naturally different. Do you have any shame?" Qin Shao said disdainfully. "Shame?" The foreign race life form shook his head nonchalantly and said, "In the face of life and death, everything else is worthless. If young hero needs it, not to mention my face, you can even trample on this lord's dignity to your heart's content. I've lived long enough to see through everything. That's why I'm enlightened. Bullshit face, bullshit dignity, bullshit personality, bullshit good and evil, bullshit good and evil. Everything else is bullshit. Only your own strength and your own life are the most important things. If you don't have strength, then you are trash, then you are weak, then you can only be bullied and trampled under the feet of others. You will only live a dark life, never to be reincarnated, thrown into a bottomless abyss, unable to escape, unable to struggle. Without life, everything is just empty talk, including strength. Therefore, in this Lord's heart, life has always been the most important thing, and strength is second. After that, it's all about so-called face and so-called dignity." Qin Shao sneered and despised the foreign race life form even more. Qin Shao found such a person to be very shameless. Such a spineless person. How could he be a third-step ancient saint? Even if he had thousands of reasons, none of them were valid. He had already thrown away the most precious thing to him. However, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. There was nothing much to say to such a person. In any case, he was going to kill him. However, when Qin Shao heard these words, she was also very angry. She retorted sarcastically, "Does that mean that in order to live, you are willing to do anything and give up everything? As long as I make a request, you will do it without hesitation." Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the foreign race life form's eyes lit up. It was as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw and saw a ray of light. The foreign race life form immediately looked at Qin Shao and nodded. "Of course, as long as young hero is willing to spare my life, I'll do anything. As long as young hero is willing to spare my life, no matter what you ask, I'll definitely agree to it. Other than my life, there's nothing else that I can't give up. Young hero, feel free to ask for anything." This was the first time Qin Shao had seen someone willing to lower themselves to such an extent in order to survive. If it were any other ordinary heavenly venerables or some ordinary first-step ancient saints, Qin Shao would still be able to accept it. No matter what, a third-step ancient saint was considered a true powerhouse and stood at the top of the pyramid. For such an existence to have no backbone at all, it was really shameless. Qin Shao did not say anything else. He just slashed down with his sword once more. Young hero, stop. Stop. Seeing that Qin Shao was attacking again, the foreign race life form's face changed drastically. He hurriedly cried out for Qin Shao to stop. However, Qin Shao ignored him completely. How could he possibly stop? Young hero, no. I have a huge secret. Please don't kill me. If I tell you, I'll definitely be able to exchange it for my life. If you kill me, you'll only be able to earn some points. However, if you know that huge secret of mine, you'll definitely reap a huge reward after you get out of here. You'll have a miraculous opportunity that's thousands of times better than just earning some points. Please don't kill me. If you do, it'll definitely be a huge loss for you. Seeing that Qin Shao was unwilling to stop, the foreign race life form hurriedly added on. He threw out a big bomb. Hearing the foreign race life form say that he had a huge secret, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated for a moment. However, Qin Shao ignored him and continued attacking. Putting aside whether or not the foreign race life form was telling the truth, even if it was, so what? There was no way Qin Shao would not kill someone like this. If he did not kill Qin Shao, he would feel that he was letting down his own principles. Therefore, Qin Shao had to kill this person without a doubt. Since that was the case, he would just treat it as if he was lying. There was no need for him to verify anything. Moreover, to be honest, Qin Shao did not want to believe such a person. You're crazy. You're crazy. Human kid, are you really crazy? You don't even want a huge secret? What are you trying to do? Must you really kill me? Damn it. Damn it. Oh, you're a lunatic. A lunatic. No matter how the foreign race life form screamed, Qin Shao ignored him and continued attacking. After 3 strikes, he finally killed the foreign race life form with his sword. Whoosh. After killing the foreign race life form, Qin Shao heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. If I still couldn't kill him, I would have exhausted all my saint energy. Fortunately, I finally killed him. I've spent so much time and attacked so many times with all my might. Fortunately, it's here. If it was outside, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult to kill him. He pursed his lips. Although it took a lot of effort, he still managed to kill him. Killing a second-step ancient saint was worth 5 points. Qin Shao felt that it was much more difficult than killing 5 second-step ancient saints. In addition to the previous 30 points, he now had a total of 35 points. There were still more than 10,000 years until the end of the mission. Until now, he had not met Yuan and the others. He did not know how they were doing now. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it for the time being. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. After keeping the foreign race life form's corpse, Qin Shao quickly left the place. There were only 10,000 years left. He had to make good use of it and try to get more than 50 points. That way, he would have a better chance. Qin Shao had never liked to place his hopes on others. He preferred to control the situation and his own fate. If he wanted to get a good result, Qin Shao would naturally be more willing to believe in himself. This was not selfishness or arrogance. Qin Shao just wanted to do his best. Only by putting all the pressure on himself could he ensure a good result. Of course, if he wanted to get a good result, Qin Shao alone was far from enough. Qin Shao understood this logic. In Your Highness 9 Dispersions, Qin Shao suddenly saw a familiar figure appear in the distance. Although he only saw the background, Qin Shao felt that it was very similar to His Highness 9 Dispersions. Because he was in the evil abyss, his vision was limited to 10,000 li. Therefore, Qin Shao did not see too clearly. However, from the background, he felt that it was His Highness 9 Dispersions. Before Qin Shao could make a further judgment, the figure ran far away and left his sight. Qin Shao pondered for a moment and quickly chased after it. It was very strange here. Divine sense was completely ineffective. Therefore, he could not use his divine sense to judge or send a message to His Highness 9 Dispersions. Because of this, Qin Shao could only chase after it. However, the figure ran very fast. Qin Shao chased for a while and saw the background again. Chapter 2996. Qin Shao continued to chase after him, but he couldn't catch up with him. It was a little strange. Qin Shao inexplicably felt that it was a little strange. What was going on? What was going on? Wasn't His Highness Nine Dispersion's behavior a little too strange? Why was he running so fast all the way and never looking back? He just kept running. What was he trying to do? What was wrong with His Highness Nine Dispersions? This situation was very unusual. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Therefore, Qin Shao also began to think about it. There must be something wrong with this situation. But should he continue to chase after him? After Qin Shao secretly thought for a while, he decided to chase after him for a while. If there was really something wrong with His Highness Nine Dispersions, maybe he could find a way to save him. Perhaps His Highness Nine Scatters had really been affected by some strange Tao, which was why he had become so strange. But no matter what the situation was, he had to find His Highness Nine Dispersions first to know. But what made Qin Shao very puzzled was that he couldn't catch up with His Highness Nine Dispersions. His figure disappeared and appeared from time to time. It was simply impossible to see through him. He didn't know how he did it. Originally, Qin Shao thought that his speed would definitely be faster than His Highness Nine Dispersions. Qin Shao also used the method of the law of space. He could burst out with a terrifying speed for a short time. But even so, there was still no way to catch up with His Highness Nine Dispersions. It felt as if His Highness Nine Dispersions knew where Qin Shao would go next every time. So every time, His Highness Nine Dispersions could avoid him very well and keep a safe distance from Qin Shao. Qin Shao was very curious. How did His Highness Nine Dispersions do it? How was it possible that His Highness could avoid him accurately every time? No, it was still not right. Qin Shao suddenly stopped and didn't continue to chase blindly. He had been chasing for a long time. If she continued to chase after him, it would make Qin Shao feel very uneasy. He couldn't chase anymore. It's very strange. I only judged that the other party was His Highness Nine Dispersions from his back all the way here. Other than that, I didn't get any more evidence. If it's purely from the back view, how credible is that? If I can't feel his aura, then it can't be true. His Highness Nine Dispersions' behavior all the way here. It's too strange. Previously, I had been guessing that I had been possessed by some evil spirit. But after following him for so long, I increasingly feel that something is wrong. I'm afraid it is not as simple as it is. The situation may not be so simple. Or perhaps that figure isn't His Highness Nine Dispersions at all. If that's thinking of this possibility, Qin Zhao's face immediately turned gloomy, and he felt even colder. It hit his hissed. Not good. There's danger. To get to be on. But as soon as he moved, something strange happened. Waves of power rose from the surroundings, instantly confining the space. Layers of restrictive power were set up, sealing off this part of the world. Once the space was sealed, there was no way to easily leave this space. This move was obviously to prevent Qin Shao from escaping. Seeing the situation, Qin Shao completely understood what was going on. His expression turned cold immediately. He knew that he had been tricked this time. To think that he would fall into the trap of that foreign race being. He was too careless. The situation in front of him was enough to show that the alien race was very powerful and not easy to deal with. But at this point, there was no point in thinking about other things. Now, he had to deal with the situation in front of him with all his strength. Qin Shao had already grasped the heaven-opening sword in his hand. He was still coping with the changes by sticking to the status quo. He stood there majestically and looked around coldly. He was ready to make a move at any time to deal with any attacks. Sure enough, 6 figures appeared very quickly. They walked out from 6 directions and formed a large encirclement, trapping Qin Shao inside. 6 different figures, 6 different non-humankind beings. Among the 6 foreign tribesmen, 2 of them were third-step ancient saints, while the other 4 were second-step ancient saints. Just the 2 third-step Empyrean saints were already frightening enough, let alone the 4 second-step Empyrean saints. The combined power of the 6 non-humankind beings was indeed terrifyingly powerful. It was no wonder that they were able to set up such a powerful restriction when they joined forces. They were able to seal off this world so firmly. Although Qin Shao did not try to break the restriction, he could feel that the restriction was very powerful. Even if he tried to break it, he might not be able to do so. Even if he could, it would take a lot of effort. Moreover, the 6 alien race beings in front of him would not give him the chance to do so. In the face of such a situation, Qin Zhao's brows furrowed deeply. Although he was not panicking, he could still feel a lot of pressure. The combined strength of the 6 alien race beings was definitely stronger than an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint. None of the alien race beings who were imprisoned here were simple. A 3rd-step Empyrean saint was definitely extremely powerful. Just the 2 3rd-step ancient saints alone were more than enough to push back an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint. Coupled with the assistance of the 4 2nd-step ancient saints, they might even be able to take on some 4th-step ancient saints. Qin Zhao's strength was not to be underestimated. If he went all out, he might be able to take on some 4th-step ancient saints. However, Qin Shao was alone after all, and there were 6 of them. 6 of them would have many different methods and different points of attack. As a result, the danger level naturally increased. It would be difficult for him to take on 6 of them alone. Since the 6 of them had divided their strength, it would naturally be more difficult for him to take on one of them. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly landed on one of the 2nd-step ancient saints. He asked, "You were the one who pretended to be my teammate, weren't you?" The alien race being laughed sinisterly. As he laughed, he shook his body and transformed into the appearance of His Highness 9 Dispersions. Then, he turned to Qin Shao and said, "Human brat, you're pretty smart. You actually guessed it was me. Originally, I was going to lead you straight into the land of death, but you actually reacted and didn't continue to follow me. It's a pity that I didn't lure you into the land of death. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll have to expend some effort to kill you personally. It's not good to be too smart. If you enter the land of death, you'll die very quickly. You won't feel much pain. However, if you die in our hands, you'll have to suffer. Human brat, you're only a 2nd-step ancient saint brat. The 6 of us are ganging up on you. You have no chance of survival at all. It's impossible for you to escape. That's why, human brat, if you don't want to suffer, I think it's better for you to end your own life." In my own life? How arrogant and confident of that. However, Qin Shao ignored the alien race's words. Instead, he asked coldly, "You were able to disguise yourself as my teammate to lure me here. I'm sure you see my teammate and know about our relationship. That's why you're doing this, right? What did you do to His Highness 9 Dispersions? How did you know about my relationship with His Highness 9 Dispersions?" His Highness 9 Dispersions reckoned that if nothing unexpected happened, he should have already been eliminated. However, Qin Shao was very surprised. How did this alien race creature know? How did he know about his relationship with His Highness 9 Dispersions? As soon as he entered the Nifa's abyss, Qin Shao was separated from everyone else. He hadn't even seen His Highness 9 Dispersions yet. Therefore, Qin Shao was very puzzled. The alien race creature pursed his lips and sneered, "Are you talking about the person I disguised as just now? Since I can disguise myself as him, it's only natural that he died in my hands. Do you still need to ask? It's such a simple question. As for how I know about your relationship, that's my secret. There's no need for me to tell you. Not only do I know about you, Qin Shao, but I also know about a little girl called Yuan Yuan and 2 other people. However, you're the only one left in your group of 5, Qin Shao. You ignorant and fearless humans want to break into our Nifa's abyss? You're courting death. This is our territory. It's not a place where you humans can come and behave atrociously. How dare you enter our territory and hunt us down? You're courting death. Humans are courting death. Qin Shao, your hands are stained with blood, aren't they? This is your sin, a deep sin. We'll pay you back for this sin. Yuan Yuan and the others have been eliminated? No. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't believe it at all. If His Highness 9 Dispersions and the other 2 were eliminated, Qin Shao would believe it. Needless to say, His Highness Nine Dispersions was most likely eliminated. As for the cripple Saint Venerable and the East Stream Saint Venerable, the chances of them being eliminated were quite high. After all, this place was indeed very dangerous. Without extraordinary strength, there was no way to survive in this place. Unless one had heaven-defying luck to stay in one place and not be found by the alien race. However, the possibility of this was probably infinitely close to zero. Therefore, Qin Shao did think that His Highness Nine Dispersions and the other two were most likely eliminated. However, Qin Shao still didn't quite believe Yuan's words. Whether it was from a rational or emotional point of view, he didn't quite believe it. Qin Shao absolutely believed in Yuan's strength. She would never be eliminated so easily. The alien race's words couldn't be trusted. They were just used to provoke him and mess up his mind. Qin Shao only thought about it for a moment, but he calmed down in an instant. He firmly believed in his own thoughts and wouldn't be swayed by these words. Qin Shao sneered and said, "I think you're the ones who deserve to die. You're all sinners who deserve to die. You've really put in a lot of effort just to deal with me. You're really unscrupulous. You've even resorted to such despicable means. However, even though you've lured me here and trapped me, so what? It's not that easy to kill me. I, Qin Shao, will never let you succeed." Chapter 2997. Ha ha ha. The few non-humankind beings burst out laughing in unison, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. The alien race being who had transformed into His Highness Nine Scatter burst out laughing before he looked at Qin Shao playfully and mockingly. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death so that you can win without a fight? You're too funny. You're really funny. What do you mean you won't let us have our way? But we've already succeeded. You've already been lured here by this sovereign, and now you've been trapped here by us. What? Do you still have the power to bounce around? Ha ha ha. Human boy, it's good to be confident, but it's not good to be overconfident. You'll become a joke. Therefore, one should know one's own limits. Isn't this the favorite saying of you humans? That's why you should know your own limits. All right, let's not waste our breath on this human boy. Let's attack together and get rid of him as soon as possible. It's best if we don't let him be eliminated again. It'll be best if we can kill him." "That's right. Why do you have so much to say? Pockmarked Z, you're the most talkative one." The alien race being called Pockmarked Z smacked his lips and looked a little unconvinced. "I'm pretty bored. It's not easy to catch a human boy. Of course, I want to play with him. He's just a second-step ancient saint boy. Why are you so nervous? If the six of us attack him at the same time, wouldn't we be thinking too highly of him? Why don't I deal with him first?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If he could defeat them one by one, that would naturally be the best choice. As such, if this foreign being called Ma Zi was really going to attack him on his own, then that would give him an opportunity to do so. As long as Pockmarked Z dared to fight with him, he could go all out and kill Pockmarked Z. If he killed one of them first, the pressure would be reduced a lot, right? Qin Shao thought to himself. At the same time, his mouth did not remain idle. He directly said, "You think you can do that? Where does your confidence come from? I'm afraid that you've forgotten how to write the word death after staying in the Nifa's abyss for so long, right? Who gave you the courage to fight me? Do you think you're worthy?" Qin Shao purposely said this in order to enrage the non-humankind being called Pockmarked, so that he would come out and fight him out of humiliation. Although this plan was very inferior, it couldn't be said to be brilliant at all. But sometimes, the simpler the trick, the more useful it was. This was something that the alien life form had mentioned, and Qin Shao was just going with the flow. As expected, the non-humankind being named Ma Zi was infuriated. He widened his eyes and glared at Qin Shao angrily. "You arrogant and ignorant human boy, you are courting death, courting death." Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll tear you apart by myself. Let's see if you still dare to spout such arrogant words." After saying that, the alien creature called Pockmarked was about to attack Qin Xiao angrily. Seeing that Pockmarked Z was really going to attack, Qin Xiao secretly rejoiced. A faint smile slipped from the corner of his mouth. Qin Xiao naturally wouldn't let go of someone who had delivered himself to his doorstep to die. Qin Xiao had already secretly prepared for everything. However, to Qin Xiao's disappointment, Pockmarked Z didn't really attack. He was just pretending. After he finished his act, he immediately retracted his hand. Then, he laughed eerily at Qin Xiao. Human boy, were you a little excited just now? Did you think you had an opportunity? You want me to attack you alone? In your dreams. You want to attack me one by one and find a breakthrough point? What are you thinking? You're really dreaming, human boy. Unfortunately, your dream can't come true. Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Xiao wasn't too surprised by the fact that the foreign life form had retracted its hand and hadn't fallen into his trap. After all, no one was stupid. The fact that Pockmarked Z was able to lure him here was enough to show that he was extremely clever and cunning. Therefore, it was very normal that he didn't fall into his trap. Just now, Qin Xiao was more or less a little excited. However, he also understood that this little trick was probably not enough to trick the alien creature. Only when he saw that Pockmarked Z was really going to attack did Qin Xiao have a little hope. But in the end, it was still a fantasy. Qin Xiao had already prepared himself for this, so he didn't feel disappointed. However, Qin Xiao was quite surprised that the alien creature seemed to know his thoughts like the back of his hand. What he was thinking, he had actually guessed correctly, without missing a single detail. Was it really just a guess? Although it didn't seem very difficult to guess. After all, the human heart was unpredictable. It was the most difficult thing to guess a person's heart. Qin Xiao was no ordinary person. He was a person with some ability. Naturally, it was not an easy task to guess his thoughts. However, Pockmarked was able to make such an accurate guess without missing a single bit. Qin Xiao didn't really believe that it was completely based on luck. It was completely based on Pockmarked Z's powerful insight. Qin Xiao had a feeling that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Not only because Pockmarked Z saw through his thoughts, but also because of the other things that Pockmarked Z said before. Pockmarked Z was able to learn about the situation of the four of them from His Highness Nine Dispersions. This was something worth pondering over. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt that this was probably not as simple as it seemed. Attack! A low and deep voice suddenly rang out. This voice was obviously very intimidating and powerful. As soon as the voice sounded, the others immediately attacked. The 6 alien race beings attacked Qin Xiao at the same time. The 2/3 Step Saints also attacked Qin Xiao with all their strength. A thought flashed through Qin Xiao's mind. These 6 alien race beings were actually so cautious about him. From the beginning, they lured him here to setting up a powerful restriction formation to trap him, and then the 6 of them attacked him together without hesitation. From this, it was obvious that the 6 of them were treating him very seriously. Why was this so? This was the first time that he had met these 6 alien race beings. The alien race beings that he had killed before didn't have the chance to tell them about his strength. Therefore, the other alien race beings shouldn't know about his strength. However, these 6 alien race beings seemed to know about his strength. That was why they were treating him so seriously. What was going on? How could they have such a clear grasp of his background? No, there must be something going on. What on earth was going on? Thinking about what Ma Zi said just now, Ma Zi might have gotten this information from His Highness Nine Dispersions. But that shouldn't be the case. Even if His Highness Nine Dispersions fell into the hands of these alien race beings, he could have used the teleportation mansion to return to the central island. Even if he couldn't do anything else, he should have at least some life-saving means. It was unlikely that he would be forced to do anything by these non-human beings. His Highness Nine Dispersions wasn't weak either. He shouldn't have been unable to use the teleportation token. Therefore, Qin Xiao definitely didn't believe that His Highness Nine Dispersions told these alien race beings about his strength. It didn't make sense at all. If it wasn't His Highness Nine Dispersions, then what was going on? Qin Shao didn't have the time or the mind to deal with this matter for the time being. The 6 alien race beings had already attacked. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all and immediately attacked with all his strength. First, he entered the space and used the space to conceal himself so that he could control the situation and take the initiative. Entering the void was one of Qin Zhao's greatest weapons right now. If he could make good use of this method, it would definitely be a godly weapon with miraculous effects. But right after Qin Shao entered the void, he saw chains piercing into the void. Thousands upon thousands of chains appeared at the same time. It was as though thousands upon thousands of hands were exerting force at the same time, tearing the void apart. Qin Shao naturally burst out from the void, and the attacks of the 6 alien race beings reached him as planned. One of them was a third-step ancient saint. Those thousands upon thousands of chains were shot out from his body. At this moment, they were still connected to his body. Looking at them, it was as though there were thousands upon thousands of tentacles. It was extremely strange. But this move was indeed terrifyingly strong. To think that it could even tear apart the dark void and break Qin Zhao's move that he was somewhat proud of. Initially, he wanted to enter the void so that the alien race beings wouldn't be able to find him at all. In that case, he would be able to launch a sneak attack. He would be able to defeat them one by one and slowly disintegrate this group. But the situation was far more complicated than Qin Zhao had imagined. The moment the void was torn apart, Qin Zhao's brows furrowed deeply. His face darkened, and a chill ran down his spine. The situation didn't look good. These 6 alien race beings really had their own tricks up their sleeves. But there was no other way. He could only brace himself and face them head-on. Since his spatial techniques were ineffective, Qin Shao had no choice but to give it his all and create thousands upon thousands of doppelgangers. Initially, Qin Shao wanted to use his thousands upon thousands of doppelgangers to pin down the 6 alien race beings so that he could turn the tables around. But as soon as he unleashed his thousands upon thousands of doppelgangers, the second-step ancient saint alien race being chuckled. "Are you trying to compare the number of doppelgangers with me? Ha! It's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent. Looks like I'll be able to put my skills to good use today." The alien race being laughed out loud. After laughing, he moved his body and created thousands upon thousands of doppelgangers. In terms of numbers, he had more doppelgangers than Qin Shao. As a result, there was a situation of 10 people surrounding one person. The doppelgangers did not have much strength at all. Therefore, in the situation of 10 against 1, Qin Zhao's doppelgangers exploded one by one. There was no way he could withstand the attack at all. Soon, Qin Zhao's true body was exposed. Moreover, even the conversion had become difficult. As such, Qin Zhao's doppelganger technique didn't have any effect at all, and he was soon exposed to the 6 foreign beings. The combined attack of the 6 alien race beings brought with it a power that could destroy everything in the world as it smashed towards Qin Shao with a loud bang. Streaks of sharp light threatened to tear everything apart. Waves of terrifying power threatened to smash Qin Shao into smithereens. In the face of the powerful attacks from the 6 alien race beings, Qin Shao pushed the power of the 8 great laws and the power of the world in his body to the extreme to meet the attack with all his might. After a single exchange, Qin Shao was also shaken to the point that he felt extremely uncomfortable under such a wild bombardment. It was a good thing that Qin Shao was strong enough to block the attacks of the 6 foreign race beings with all his might. Chapter 2998. Even though Qin Shao had managed to fend off the attacks of the 6 alien race beings, it was clear that things were not looking good for him. The 6 of them all had their own methods. Originally, if they were to take them out individually, they would not be able to pose too much of a threat to Qin Shao. However, the amazing thing was that when these methods were combined together, they formed a very good combination. Under such a combination, the power of their attacks increased tremendously, suppressing Qin Zhao's power. Qin Zhao could not use his spatial laws to its fullest extent. This was an advantage that he could not make use of. Under such circumstances, the power of the heart was also somewhat useless and could not be of much use. The space was completely sealed once again, sealing off the heaven and earth. There was a strong suppressive force present. One had to admit that in terms of cooperation, the six of them did indeed do a very good job. It could be said that they were flawless and had great chemistry. It could be seen that the six of them had probably teamed up to kill many enemies in the past. To be able to have such a strong combination of skills, they were indeed very strong and terrifying. Right now, his situation seemed to be a little bad. Qin Zhao was also thinking of a way to deal with this situation. The situation was not good for him. The six of them struck out aggressively, using all sorts of methods. They want to take down Qin Zhao in one go. Rays of sharp light and domineering power surged out violently, roaring wildly. At this moment, Qin Zhao was trapped in a terrifying storm. The destructive power roared and swept madly towards Qin Zhao. As long as Qin Zhao was caught off guard, the terrifying destructive power would surge in and devour Qin Zhao directly, killing him on the spot. If not for the fact that Qin Zhao had the strength of a fourth-step ancient saint, there was no way he could block this terrifying destructive attack. Even if a third-step ancient saint were to come, he would most likely be suppressed directly. There would not be much resistance at all. The fact that Qin Zhao was still able to withstand their attacks came as quite a surprise to the six foreign beings. Although they knew that Qin Zhao's strength was not ordinary, they did not expect that Qin Zhao would be able to block the full attack of the six of them. Although Qin Zhao's situation was still not good, he managed to stop the attack for a while. They had not expected such a situation at all, especially the pockmarked Saint Master. Although he didn't really want to fight with Qin Zhao, he was still somewhat disdainful of Qin Zhao. Now that he saw Qin Zhao's powerful strength, he couldn't help but be surprised. If the six of them hadn't joined forces, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to Qin Zhao. Seeing Qin Zhao's powerful strength, the six of them didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. They attacked with all their strength, wanting to kill Qin Zhao in one go in order to avoid any mishaps. Under the fierce and crazy attacks of the six people, Qin Zhao was soon at a disadvantage. He couldn't completely stop them. Soon, Qin Zhao was on the verge of vomiting blood. If this went on, he was afraid that he would really die here. He had to find a way to turn the situation around. Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He moved his body and performed the dual body technique. In the battle, Qin Zhao hadn't used the dual body technique for a long time. This was a secret skill that he had cultivated a long time ago when he was still in the heavenly venerable realm. Although it was a very ordinary secret skill, its practicality seemed to be quite good now. Even now, he could still use it. For example, the Berserker skill was completely useless now. Even if he performed it, there was no way to increase his strength. The dual body technique was still fine. He could create a doppelganger. Of course, if he were to use the dual body technique now, he would be greatly restricted. Therefore, the doppelganger's strength was much weaker than the original body. However, even if it was much weaker, it could still share some of the pressure on Qin Zhao at this time. Qin Zhao's original body continued to perform the heaven-splitting sword art with all his strength, while his doppelganger used Li Sheng's flying dagger to break through the gap. The danger of these six foreign race beings was mainly due to their teamwork. Their tacit cooperation made the six of them seem as if they were a whole. Therefore, if he wanted to break through the situation, he had to break this unity so that it would be difficult for their strength to cooperate well and tear a gap. Once a hole was torn open, the situation might suddenly become clear and the situation would be reversed. The flying dagger Dao indeed had the potential to do this. Previously, when he was trapped by the three-step ancient saint foreign race being, Qin Zhao used the flying dagger Dao to break through the encirclement and finally kill the foreign race being. Now, Qin Zhao's doppelganger once again performed the flying dagger Dao with all his strength. Li Sheng's flying dagger whistled out of the nine heavens, shining with extreme sharpness. The dazzling light of the saber chi surged in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, covering the universe. As soon as the flying dagger came out, the world fell silent. However, the other party seemed to have been prepared and had already come up with a countermeasure. It perfectly blocked Qin Zhao's flying dagger Dao, not giving Qin Zhao an opportunity to tear a gap. This situation made Qin Zhao frown fiercely and think deeply. The flying dagger Dao was also useless. What should he do? How could he break through the encirclement? How could he break the situation? How was he going to tear a hole in it? In that case, it meant that all of his means were completely suppressed. This was a very terrible thing, so terrible that it made him feel a little desperate. Obviously, he was in a real predicament, which made him unable to do anything for a while. Human boy, I think you'd better not waste your strength. We know all your means like the back of our hands. We all know what you've done. Therefore, you're destined to lose to us. If you fight with us, you'll only die. Your only way out is to obediently accept your fate and accept your death. But you're really heaven-defying human boy. You're a second-step ancient saint, but you're actually a fourth-step ancient saint. It's extraordinary that you can withstand our attacks for so long. A peerless genius like you is as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Compared to some of the other human geniuses we've met, you're indeed much stronger. But it's a pity that you met us. Therefore, you're destined to be a tragedy. No matter how talented you are, you'll only be trampled under our feet. Ha! It's a very good thing to be able to trample on such a peerless genius of the human race. The one who spoke was the foreign race, being called pockmarked. Among the 6 foreign race beings, he was the most talkative. Obediently accept his fate? Obediently accept his death? That was impossible. In Qin Zhao's dictionary, there was no such thing as accepting one's fate or accepting one's death. No matter what kind of predicament it was, it would not be able to trap him. In the past, he had been able to break through it time and time again. This time, Qin Zhao was certain that he could break through this predicament and break out of this encirclement. Although Qin Zhao had such a strong belief, a spirit that refused to admit defeat, and a terrifying tenacity in his heart. However, Qin Zhao didn't know how to break out of this encirclement for the time being. He was also thinking and making some deductions to see what would work. It was definitely not an easy task to break out of this predicament. The worst thing was that the 6 foreign race beings didn't want to give him any chance at all. They bombarded him with attacks in a frenzy. If Qin Zhao wasn't strong enough to hold on for a while, he would have been in a terrible situation. However, the current situation wasn't optimistic at all. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long if he continued to fight like this. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't have much time left. He had to think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, what awaited him was still the situation of being eliminated. He had already come this far. If he was eliminated now, all his efforts would be in vain. It would be a pity. Of course, Qin Zhao had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. There was a ruthlessness in his bones. The spatial laws were useless. The flying dagger was useless. The doppelganger technique was useless. He couldn't break out of this encirclement with his strength. Since he couldn't break out of this encirclement with his strength, what could he do? At the end of the day, it was still strength. He wasn't strong enough. It was because he was weak that such a situation was created. No matter how powerful the other party's methods were and how much they could suppress him. At the end of the day, it was still a matter of strength. In the situation of 1 against 6, and 2 of them were 3-step ancient saints, it was understandable that Qin Zhao couldn't defeat them. If he wanted to break out of this encirclement, the most important reason was to increase his strength. As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't have to worry about all the methods. In the face of absolute strength, any method was useless. It was all for show. However, if he wanted to increase his strength in an extremely short period of time, he would probably have to make a breakthrough in his realm. Even a breakthrough in the laws wouldn't be enough. However, how could it be so easy to make a breakthrough in his realm? Qin Shao also wanted to break through to the three-step ancient saint realm. However, it was definitely impossible to do so in such a short period of time. Three-step ancient saint realm was out of the question. Making a breakthrough in the laws was also difficult. Not only was it difficult, but it might not necessarily be useful. Even if it was useful, he would probably need a corresponding method. If he couldn't break out of this encirclement with his absolute strength, he would have to think of other ways to deal with it. It was also possible to break the formation. As long as he could break the formation, Qin Shao would have a chance to defeat them one by one. Qin Zhao's strength was that he was very strong. He was definitely stronger than the 6 foreign race beings. There was no doubt about this. On the other hand, the strength of the 6 foreign race beings was their combination formation technique. Their cooperation could be said to be flawless, forming a terrifying trap. Once they trapped someone, the 6 of them seemed to have fused into one, which was extremely dangerous. If they were united, they would benefit. If they were divided, they would be scattered. Therefore, if he could break this combination formation, he would be able to create a gap and tear a hole. Previously, Qin Shao had used the flying dagger Dao to do this, but he didn't succeed. Therefore, this path was also a headache for Qin Shao. He didn't have a good idea for the time being. He didn't have a clear idea. What should he do? For the time being, there was no way to improve the flying dagger Dao. The fusion of laws? The use of laws? These 2 directions might be feasible, but Qin Shao didn't have a good idea for the time being. Ideas were very important. If he had a good idea, he would at most have to find a way to make it happen. If he didn't even have an idea, then there would be no solution. Human kid, don't waste your time thinking of various countermeasures. It's useless. You can't break out of this situation. It's better to admit defeat obediently, the foreign race being called Pockmark said with a mocking smile. Chapter 2999. Qin Shao could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He continued to think of countermeasures. However, what made Qin Shao come to a sudden realization was that he had discovered a very big situation. No matter what he was thinking, Pockmarked always seemed to be able to see through him. It was as if he could see through him. Qin Shao was surprised by this. He had always wanted to know what was going on. He was not sure before, but now he was sure that Pockmarked Saint Master did have some special abilities. He guessed that this ability could be used to see through people's minds or search people's souls. The most frightening thing was that this ability didn't require physical contact to be able to do so. Maybe the accuracy was not so high, but he could read a lot of information. This was a very terrifying ability. It was like reading minds. He could know what you wanted to do. It might not be able to play a big role in actual combat, but its practicality was very strong. It could be used in many ways. Moreover, it was a magical weapon. It was the first time that Qin Shao saw such a strange ability. He had to be on guard against it. Otherwise, it would be a very bad feeling. It was very scary. He felt that he had no secrets at all. He was exposed in front of the enemy. No one could stand it, but there was no other way. It was hard to guard against such a situation. Qin Shao did not care so much. He had to think of a way to break through the siege first. If he did not think of a way to solve this problem, it would be useless. The cooperation between the 6 of them is flawless. They are able to suppress my various techniques, making it impossible for me to break through their encirclement. Since I can't break through their techniques, I'll naturally be suppressed all the time. Their overall strength is very strong. Their overall strength can suppress everything. But it does not mean that every part of them is invulnerable. So, in the final analysis, my attack is not strong enough. It is not sharp enough. If the power of my sword is sharp enough, I should be able to tear a hole in it. I don't need to be able to do anything to those 6 creatures with a single attack. I just need to be able to tear open a hole. If I don't make a breakthrough in my cultivation, how can my sword aura become even more powerful? In terms of strength, perhaps I don't need to increase too much. I just need to increase the sharpness of the sword. Perhaps I can think about the application of the laws. If I can break through to the 3rd level of the heaven-opening sword art, it might be possible. Qin Xiao was also thinking about the third level of the heaven-opening sword art. It was a possibility. Some time had passed since he had broken through to the second layer of the heaven-splitting sword art. During this time, Qin Xiao's accumulation in the sword could be considered to have met the basic requirements for a breakthrough. It wasn't completely impossible. The heaven-opening sword art that Qin Xiao had obtained from the Free City Lord only had a total of 3 levels. The Free City Lord also did not have the mantra for the later levels. The heaven-opening sword art was extremely exquisite, and each level was more profound than the previous one. If he could break through to the third level, Qin Xiao believed that he should be able to turn the tide and reverse the whole situation in an instant by relying on the sharpness of the heaven-opening sword art. There should be no problem at all. In addition, Qin Xiao also thought about it carefully. It seemed that there was no other better way. This was the best path. Of course, although it was the best path, it was obviously not easy to take. However, at this time, Qin Xiao had no better choice. He could only choose this path. Now that the path was determined, all that was left was to break through this path with all his strength. Turning the impossible into a possibility was a breakthrough. In a dangerous situation, such a breakthrough was necessary. It was not that a dangerous situation was a necessary element for a breakthrough. It was just that in such a situation, it was easier to stimulate the infinite potential of a person and the possibility of one becoming 9. With this possibility, the possibility of success would increase a lot. In fact, Qin Xiao had been trying to cultivate the third level of the heaven-opening sword art previously, and he had been making preparations for this foundation. Originally, Qin Xiao wanted to accumulate more and solidify the foundation before trying to break through. Now, he was just trying to break through a little earlier. He had no choice but to do so. There was no other way. Although it was something that couldn't be helped, there were prerequisites and a certain foundation. What he had to do was just make a breakthrough in advance. Such a breakthrough was a great breakthrough and a great improvement. The Freedom City Lord is from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, and he majored in the Sword Cultivator Tao. Although the heaven-opening sword art does not have a fixed attribute, it is actually more suitable, or rather, more inclined to be performed with the Sword Cultivator Tao nomological laws. I have actually accumulated a lot of insights on the Sword Cultivator Tao nomological laws, but I have never deliberately cultivated the Sword Cultivator Tao, and I don't really plan to embark on the Sword Cultivator Tao. Moreover, it seems like something is missing. It's missing a guiding force. I have never really come into contact with or cultivated the Sword Cultivator Tao. The Sword Cultivator Tao is an extremely unfamiliar thing to me. It's not an easy thing to control a completely unfamiliar thing. Mastering a nomological law is definitely not as simple as one thinks. If I want to use the sword to cultivate the third level of the heaven-opening sword art, I'm afraid I really need to truly master the Sword Cultivator Tao. The heaven-opening sword art, the sword cultivator Tao. They seem to be 3 different things, but I have to control them well. I have to work together to break through the barrier. The Sword Cultivator Tao. Many thoughts flashed through Qin Xiao's mind in an instant. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash. Qin Xiao's thoughts now became clearer and clearer. However, just having a train of thought was far from enough. A train of thought was at most a guiding light that illuminated the way forward. However, whether or not one could move forward and how far one could move forward still depended on one's own efforts. Of course, there was a guiding light to illuminate the way. He had finally taken the most difficult step. He had broken through one of the obstacles. Many thoughts suddenly converged in Qin Zhao's mind, triggering one idea after another in Qin Zhao's mind. These ideas were like dots. When there were many dots, they would naturally converge and become a scorching sun. Once this scorching sun was formed, it would immediately illuminate all darkness. Qin Zhao's realm had now improved by 1 level compared to before. He had also made breakthroughs in various nomological laws and had become a heavenly mandate cultivator. After going through these rounds of trials and tempering, His great path nomological laws and space nomological laws had already broken through to the great accomplishment realm, and his flying dagger, Tao, had also broken through to the great accomplishment realm. With many breakthroughs and improvements, Qin Shao was now much stronger than when he had cultivated the second level of the heaven-opening sword art. He had improved greatly in all aspects. The higher one stood, the further one could see. The higher one's horizons were, the more one would see things from a different perspective. With such a good perspective, the problems that had been difficult before seemed much easier now. Therefore, at this time, Qin Shao was concentrating on cultivating the third level of the heaven-opening sword art. Naturally, it was not as difficult as before. Whether it was the talent and potential stimulated by the current situation, the many accumulations during this period of time, or the vision of the current realm, Qin Shao had found a lot of light. With this, Qin Shao suddenly had some confidence in his heart. He knew that he had found the right direction. With the right train of thought, the path was out. With the path out, there was light in everything. With the light in sight, there was the dawn of victory. There were more and more dots of light in Qin Zhao's mind. Those dots of light gathered together and soon formed a scorching sun that illuminated everything. The path was out. Oh no, hurry up and stop him. He's going to have a breakthrough. The pockmarked foreign being seemed to have sensed something, and he suddenly exclaimed in a panicked manner. The other 5 alien life forms were also anxious. They all burst out with all their strength, desperately trying to stop Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao was still able to block their attacks. Although he was at a disadvantage and suffered a loss, he would not be defeated in a short time. Moreover, Qin Zhao's sword was beginning to change. The scorching sun was formed, illuminating everything. The path to take was also very clear in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao only needed to take a step forward. At this time, Qin Shao had naturally undergone a transformation. He was completely different. Want to stop me? Qin Shao suddenly curved his lips downward and chuckled. He glanced at the 6 impatient, non-humankind beings and said in a teasing tone, "What a pity you are still not powerful enough. You didn't seize the good opportunity to kill me, so now you have no chance. At this time, you still want to stop me? Humph, do you think it is possible? Your strength only has a slight advantage over mine. However, this advantage is not obvious. So, no matter how hard you try, it is useless. It is time for you to have a taste of this helplessness. Come on, take my sword first." As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, his sword suddenly burst out. The sword moved unconventionally, revealing its sharpness. Sword qi vibrated out, surging to the 9 heavens. It was brilliant and peerlessly sharp. Qin Zhao's target was none other than the pockmarked Saint Master. As soon as the sword was out, it was sharp and murderous. In an instant, it was in front of the pockmarked Saint Master. Its speed was incomparably fast. If it was just fast speed, it was not so terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the peerless sharpness that burst out from his sword. The overbearing power of the sword momentum and the sword principle that could cut through everything. This was the real power of the sword principle. It was the sharpness of the sword momentum. Therefore, when the sword was out, it gave people an unstoppable and supreme power that could destroy the heavens. It was a power that could shock the ancient era. Such might naturally cause the expressions of the 6 foreign race beings to change. They were extremely shocked, and their expressions changed. Especially the pockmarked Saint Master. He was Qin Zhao's target. He was the first person that Qin Shao wanted to kill. At this time, Qin Zhao's sword momentum was completely aimed at him. He wanted to use him as a breakthrough point to tear him apart. The extreme sharpness burst out from the pockmarked Saint Master's body. How terrifying was that? Although the pockmarked Saint Master's strength was not bad, Qin Zhao's strength was much stronger than the pockmarked Saint Master's. Coupled with the breakthrough of the sword at this time, the pockmarked Saint Master's face instantly turned pale. He was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but there was no time. Qin Zhao's sword was too sharp and too fast. As soon as it was out, it had already arrived in front of the pockmarked Saint Master. It did not give him any chance to escape. Chapter 3000. Damn it. The pockmarked Saint Master felt extremely bitter in his heart. He had bragged too much just now. Now, it was time for retribution. The other 5 alien race beings were also attacking Qin Shao ferociously, trying to stop Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao ignored them and continued to attack the pockmarked Saint Master. He wanted to use this place as a breakthrough point and tear a hole in one fell swoop. Once he made up his mind, everything would be unstoppable. Since he had come with an unparalleled momentum, he naturally wanted to shine. This human kid actually has such a trick up his sleeve? Is there anyone who is more monstrous and heaven-defying than him? The pockmarked Saint Master was indeed complaining in his heart. He had never thought that Qin Shao would be able to jump up and down like this. Not only could he jump up, but he also seemed to be able to create some waves. The most terrible thing was that this huge wave was coming towards him. Facing this huge wave, he could smell the scent of death. If he was careless, the reputation of the pockmarked Saint Master would be destroyed in a single day. Just now, he was still talking big and had ruthlessly humiliated Qin Shao verbally. However, in the blink of an eye, his life was threatened by Qin Shao. What was this? The pockmarked Saint Master felt aggrieved at the thought of this. This was a slap in the face. Most importantly, he was the one who had slapped his own face. This was embarrassing. Fight! The pockmarked Saint Master gritted his teeth and went all out to attack Qin Shao. He was going to fight with his life. Now, he could only fight with his life. There was no other way. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice for my heaven-opening sword. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. His sword slashed down. There was nothing fancy about it. It was just a peerless sword momentum. As the sword slashed down, the sword chi all over the sky burst into endless light, illuminating the heavens and the earth. It made the heavens and the earth tremble. And this extreme sharpness actually broke the restrictive power of this void in an instant. It directly broke the restrictive power set by the 6 alien race beings. Without the restrictive power, Qin Shao also lost some of the power that was restraining him. Qin Shao naturally felt much more relaxed when the restrictive power was reduced. Just the light of the sword chi was enough to shatter the shackles. It was clear how powerful the sword was. The powerful sword aura of this strike landed squarely on the pockmarked Saint Venerate's body. With an unstoppable momentum and an unparalleled sharpness, it seemed to sweep everything in the heavens and the earth. All the restrictive power of the pockmarked Saint Master was broken directly. The pockmarked Holy Sage had broken through all his obstructions. The extreme sharpness landed on the pockmarked Holy Sage's body. How terrifying was that? Oh no. No, 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 no. The pockmarked Saint Master finally panicked. His face was filled with horror as he shouted desperately. This was a sign of extreme panic. Although the other 5 alien race beings attacked Qin Shao crazily, they did not have the strength to stop Qin Shao. They were unable to stop Qin Shao. Therefore, they naturally could not save the pockmarked Saint Master. With a single sword strike, he was invincible and killed everything. The heaven-opening sword broke through everything and slashed down from the top of the pockmarked Saint Master's head. It actually cut the pockmarked Saint Master into 2 halves and tore his divine body apart. Since his divine body was torn apart, the pockmarked Saint Master naturally could not survive. That single sword strike was so domineering that it killed the pockmarked Saint Master. That was an extremely terrifying thing. It was enough to make people tremble with fear. The power of this sword was so strong that it was beyond Qin Zhao's imagination. It was a surprise for Qin Shao. Is this the power of the 3rd level of the heaven-opening sword technique? I have not really broken through to the 3rd level of the heaven-opening sword technique. I only have this embryonic form. In terms of the sword cultivation, Tao nomological laws, I have also accumulated a lot. However, I have not really broken through. I did not expect the power of this sword to be so strong. Although he killed the pockmarked Saint Master with a single sword, he was not considered the strongest among the 6 alien race beings. However, the power of this sword is strong enough. After killing one of them, it can be considered as tearing apart their formation. The next battle will be much easier. Qin Shao was naturally very satisfied with this sword. He even broke into a smile. This sword strike also stunned the other 5 beings of the foreign races. The 5 of them widened their eyes and stared at Qin Shao in shock. Obviously, the situation in front of them was hard for them to accept, and they were shocked. The pockmarked Saint Master was dead. How could this human boy's sword be so strong? It was so strong that they still felt a lingering fear when they thought about it now. The sword just now was too strong, too sharp, and too domineering. It was as if there was no power in this world that could stop the sword. Wherever the sword went, there was destruction. Nothing could stop it. Everything would be slashed apart by this sword. It was invincible. How could there be such a terrifying sword? A sword of the sword cultivation Tao? The pockmarked Saint Master was dead. The perfect formation was broken. This human boy was much stronger. How are they going to fight this battle now? This question was now in the minds of the 5 alien race beings. They were pondering over it carefully and thought-provoking. Just now, the 6 of them had worked together perfectly to suppress Qin Shao. They had thought that Qin Shao would not be able to resist at all and could only wait to die. However, they had not expected that Qin Shao would not only fight back, but that the momentum of his counterattack would be so strong. Now, their strength had been greatly weakened, and Qin Zhao's strength had increased a lot. How are they going to fight this? However, Qin Shao did not give the 5 alien race beings much time to think. He directly attacked the 5 of them. It was still the same powerful sword. It was still the same domineering and invincible sword. Of course, this sword also contained all of Qin Zhao's power of laws and the power of his inner world. It pushed the power of this sword to the extreme. If it was just a sword of the heaven-opening sword technique, it would not be able to achieve such an effect. This sword was enough to destroy the heavens and sink the 4 seas. Oh no, we're no match for this sword. Let's scatter and run. Yes, let's run. We can't fight him head-on. When the 5 people saw Qin Shao make a move, they immediately panicked and shouted at once. The 5 alien race beings actually began to flee in all directions. However, how could Qin Shao give them a chance to escape? Humph, you want to escape? Do you think it's that easy? Weren't you having fun killing me, Qin Shao, just now? What? You want to escape now? If you want to escape, you'll have to ask for the permission of the heaven-opening sword in my hand. Qin Shao attacked with all his might. At the same time, he used the power of the law of space to temporarily bind the 3 alien race beings. At the same time, Qin Shao charged towards one of the alien race beings who was at the 3rd step of the ancient saint stage. In fact, Qin Shao knew in his heart that if he wanted to kill all 5 of them by himself, it was not a very realistic thing to do. It was not a problem for him to take on 5 of them alone. However, if he wanted to kill all 5 of them at the same time, Qin Shao could not do it even if he wanted to. No matter how strong he was and how sharp his sword was, it would take a lot of time to kill them one by one. It would take some time for the others to escape as well. Therefore, Qin Yun could only use his spatial technique to bind the 3-second step ancient saint for the time being. At the same time, he had to deal with 1 alien race being at the 3rd step of the ancient saint stage. As for the remaining alien race being at the 3rd step of the ancient saint stage, Qin Shao had no way of dealing with both of them at the same time. He could only let one of them go for now. Qin Zhao's sword was invincible. Naturally, the alien race being at the 3rd step of the ancient saint stage would not be able to withstand it. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other alien race being at the 3rd step of the ancient saint stage did not dare to stay any longer. He did not even dare to come and save the other alien race being. Therefore, he naturally ran away as fast as he could. He only cared about running away alone. At a time like this, his own life was more important. There was no such thing as morality or not. Qin Shao could only watch as the alien race being at the third step of the ancient saint stage escaped. There was nothing he could do. Letting one of them escape was probably the best outcome. This was the only outcome Qin Shao could hope for. With a slash of his sword, Qin Shao directly caused the alien race being at the third step of the ancient saint stage to spit out blood. His body was covered in wounds, and his saint body was greatly damaged. His body was cut by the sharp sword Qi, causing many ghastly wounds to appear on his body. At this moment, the alien race, being at the third step of the ancient saint stage, was clearly in a wretched state. He was desperately trying to escape. However, Qin Shao was not going to give him any chance to escape. Instead, he attacked again. Killing an alien race, being at the third step of the ancient saint stage, was slightly more difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Zhao's sword Qi had already reached a terrifying level. He believed that it would not take much effort for him to kill the alien race, being at the third step of the ancient saint stage. Whoosh! With another slash of his sword, the alien race, being at the third step of the ancient saint stage, tried to block it with all his might. However, he could not stop it at all. No matter how he tried to block it, Qin Shao was still able to break through his defense. Once again, the alien race, being at the third step of the ancient saint stage, continued to spit out blood. His injuries worsened, and he was in an extremely wretched state. Naturally, the situation was getting worse and worse. The other three alien race beings at the second step of the ancient saint stage wanted to escape from Qin Zhao's spatial law technique. However, the three of them were separated and could only fight on their own. Once they were separated, their strength would naturally be reduced by a lot. Therefore, it was very difficult for them to escape from Qin Zhao's spatial law technique. One should know that Qin Zhao's spatial law had already been cultivated to the greater mastery stage. Therefore, it was only natural that he was more proficient in using his spatial law technique to bind others. How could it be so easy for them to escape from the spatial law? Putting aside the fact that they might not have mastered the spatial law yet, it was impossible for them to escape. Even if they had mastered the spatial law, it would not be so easy for them to escape from the spatial law technique. For the time being, they would definitely not be able to escape from the spatial law. Therefore, Qin Shao could deal with the alien race being at the third step of the ancient saint stage without any worries. As for the other alien race being at the third step of the ancient saint stage, he took this opportunity to escape. However, the corner of Qin Zhao's eyes twitched when he saw a force suddenly appear and stop the escaping alien race being. Qin Shao was overjoyed when he saw the person who had attacked him. It was none other than Yuan Yuan. Upon seeing Yuan Yuan, Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief. He did not believe that Yuan Yuan would be eliminated. As expected, Yuan Yuan appeared in front of Qin Shao and scathed. Big brother Qin Shao, I've finally found you. It was really hard for me to find you. Big brother Qin Shao, you can continue. I'll deal with this bad guy for you. Leave this place to me. Upon hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Qin Shao could not help but smile. With Yuan Yuan's help, Qin Shao was relieved. The alien race being would definitely not be able to escape. Chapter 3001. The final result was not surprising at all. All 6 of them died at the hands of Qin Shao. This time, there were 2 third-step ancient saints and 4 second-step ancient saints, which added up to a total of 14 points. In addition to the 35 points that Qin Shao had obtained previously, he had a total of 49 points. There were still 10,000 years until the end of the mission. Qin Shao was quite satisfied with this result. With this result, he should be able to hold his ground in this round. However, if he could get a few more points, that would naturally be for the best. After all, if His Highness 9 Scatter and the other 2 were all eliminated, a lot of points would be deducted from them. Based on the current situation, 9 dispersions and the other 2 were very likely to be eliminated. This was something that could not be helped. The fourth round was a round of death. It had a terrifying elimination rate. The Nifa's abyss itself was extremely terrifying. Therefore, there would definitely be a lot of people who would be eliminated. The strength of 9 dispersions and the other 2 was indeed a little lacking. It wasn't an easy task to survive in such a situation. Even if they did not want to hunt down the other races, it would be difficult for them to survive alone. What's more, their hearts should also be filled with vigor. Their blood should be boiling, so naturally they would fight hard and fight in all directions. Qin Shao did not think too much about these things. He would just let nature take its course. What was going to happen would happen. There was nothing he could do to change it. Wow, Brother Qin Shao, you're so awesome. Hee, you killed so many of them and got 49 points. You're so lucky. After learning about Qin Zhao's situation, Yuan looked at Qin Shao with admiration. The smile on her face was as bright as a peach blossom. She was happy. She was really happy. Her smile was bright and pure. If this continued, Qin Shao felt that Yuan would soon become his little fangirl. However, Yuan was indeed like a child who had not grown up yet. Her mind was still tender, and she still had a sense of innocence. Yuan, how are you doing? Qin Shao asked with concern. Yuan immediately pouted and complained to Qin Shao. She told him about the hardships she had gone through along the way, about the various dangers and pitfalls she had encountered. She had been tricked and deceived many times. She had also been tricked many times. But in the end, they all made it through without any mishap. There were a few times when it was quite dangerous, and Yuan was forced into a more dangerous situation, but Yuan dealt with them one by one. In terms of cultivation, he had improved quite a bit. This could be considered a great harvest. This was the same as Qin Shao. Qin Shao had also made several breakthroughs in this mission. She had indeed gained a lot. Yuan, if you count it this way, you've got 41 points, Qin Shao said in surprise after doing some calculations. Yuan blinked. After thinking for a while, she said, I think so, but I don't have as many as you, Brother Qin Shao. Hearing Yuan's words, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. Indeed, she did not have as many points as he did, but 41 points were enough to be a monster. In this way, it meant that the two of them had gotten as many as 90 points in total. This result was better than the previous 3 rounds. If he really had this score, it would definitely be incomparably dazzling. Then, Qin Shao would have enough confidence that he would be able to stabilize this round. Not only would he stabilize this round, but he also had the hope to reach the top 3. If he could reach the top 3, that would be the best. That was Qin Zhao's goal, but it was hard to say whether he could achieve this goal. The problem now was that he did not know how His Highness 9 Dispersions and the others were doing. If the 3 of them were eliminated, 30 points would be deducted. Their momentum would be immediately pulled down. 60 points and 90 points were 2 completely different levels. The gap was very big. If they only had 60 points, Qin Shao would not have much confidence to keep their ranking, let alone reach the top 3. If they had 90 points, they should still have more hope. In this regard, Qin Zhao's team was actually a little disadvantaged. After all, they had more people. With more people, the probability of someone being eliminated was naturally higher. If they were eliminated, their points would be deducted. The impact of this was not small. But after thinking about it, Qin Shao immediately felt relieved. The others don't matter. There are only 5 teams that can compete with us. They have the same number of people as us, or even more than us. So in terms of elimination rate, they are actually relatively high. Of course, their overall quality is indeed better than ours, so the chances of them being eliminated may be lower, but it can't be helped. Our situation is like this. This is a fact that can't be changed. Since there is no way to change it, we can only find a way to make up for this flaw. How to make up for the flaw? It was very simple. He and Yuan could get more points to make up for the points deducted from being eliminated. Only in this way could it be feasible. Otherwise, there would still be a disadvantage. It was just that it would not be easy to fill such a huge hole in the system. 30 points. It was a little scary just thinking about it, but there was no other way. This was the only way. Yuan Yuan, there are still more than 10,000 years left. Now that we have met, let's work together. I hope we can use the last 10,000 years to earn more points so that we can stabilize our ranking. Qin Shao said to Yuan Yuan with a serious face. Yuan Yuan nodded immediately. Yes, yes, yes. I'll listen to Brother Qin Shao. Hee. I'll listen to your full command. I'll fight wherever you point. Qin Shao smiled. But before taking action, Qin Shao still had something to do. After breaking through the encirclement of the 6 foreign races, Qin Shao had a lot of comprehension and breakthroughs in the heaven-splitting sword art and the Tao of sword cultivation. But in fact, Qin Shao had not completely mastered the 3rd level of the heaven-splitting sword art, nor had he made a breakthrough in the Tao of sword cultivation. But he already had this foundation, so what he had to do now was to make a breakthrough in these 2 aspects first. Now that he had broken through, it was actually a matter of course. Because he had already reached that point and even taken a step forward, it was just that he had not completely stepped into the new domain. What Qin Shao needed to do now was to naturally break through. There would be no resistance or accidents, and he could directly break through. In less than 1,000 years, Qin Shao had completely consolidated the heaven-splitting sword art and truly stepped into the 3rd level of the heaven-splitting sword art. The 3rd level of the heaven-splitting sword art was indeed very strong, very strong. At this moment, Qin Shao also felt the power of the heaven-splitting sword art. There was obviously a lot of room for improvement. It was a pity that there was no more mental cultivation method, so he could not continue to cultivate it. But even with the mental cultivation method, Qin Shao could not make a breakthrough in a short period of time. Every breakthrough and improvement was a huge leap. It was a qualitative change and a very big breakthrough. After the heaven-splitting sword art was consolidated, the next step was the Tao of sword cultivation. At this moment, Qin Zhao's accumulation in the Tao of sword cultivation was actually very strong, but Qin Shao had been suppressing it, not allowing the Tao of sword cultivation to make a breakthrough. Now, it was time to make a breakthrough in the Tao of sword cultivation. At the same time, it was a matter of course and there was no suspense at all. As long as Qin Shao let go of the breakthrough, the Tao of sword cultivation would soon begin to break through. Moreover, it was a series of breakthroughs, directly breaking through the Tao of sword cultivation to the minor accomplishment realm. Not only did it reach the minor accomplishment realm, but it also reached the limit of the minor accomplishment realm. There was a huge breakthrough and improvement. It had completed an extremely beautiful transformation. Qin Shao had indeed gained a lot from this battle. Not only had he cultivated the heaven-splitting sword art to the 3rd level, but his strength had also greatly improved. Moreover, he had also cultivated the Tao of sword cultivation to the minor accomplishment realm, completing a big breakthrough. In this way, in terms of the Tao of sword cultivation, Qin Shao had mastered as many as 4 Tao of sword cultivation alone. The Tao of sword cultivation, the Tao of immortality, the Tao of heart, and now the Tao of sword cultivation. In fact, the Tao of sword cultivation led the Tao of sword cultivation and became the main Tao of sword cultivation. The other 3 Tao of sword cultivation were all at the minor accomplishment realm. In addition, he had also mastered the 5 basic Tao of sword cultivation. The Tao of space led the Tao of sword cultivation and was at the minor accomplishment realm. In this way, it was equivalent to Qin Shao having mastered as many as 9 Tao of sword cultivation. Having 9 Tao of sword cultivation in one's body was a very heaven-defying and terrifying thing in itself. It was simply incomparably domineering. More importantly, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was also incomparably powerful, even surpassing the 9 Tao of sword cultivation that he had mastered. As for the power of the Tao of flying dagger, it was not even worth mentioning. In fact, the power of the Tao of flying dagger was almost equivalent to the power of a Tao of sword cultivation. With so many powers gathered in one body, Qin Zhao's strength had naturally reached an extremely powerful and terrifying level. At this time, Qin Zhao's strength was obviously much stronger than before. Perhaps even if Qin Shao faced a very powerful ancient saint of the fourth step, he would have the strength to fight. If Qin Shao were to face the few ancient saints of the fourth step that he had encountered before, he would not be afraid at all and would be able to fight. For example, if he encountered Holy Sorcerer Luolan again, Qin Shao would not be afraid of anything and would be able to fight him. It could even be said that Qin Shao now had some confidence and ambition to defeat Holy Sorcerer Luolan. This trip to the immortal domain was indeed not in vain. This was also a great opportunity for him. The third level of the heaven-splitting sword art and the initial mastery of the way of the sword were both greatly improved in less than 2,000 years. At this time, Qin Shao was also feeling his own strength. He indeed felt a lot stronger. This feeling of strength was indeed very wonderful. If he had such strength from the beginning, how could he have been tied down by the 6 foreign races? How could he have been suppressed by them all the time? With his current strength, he could have directly defeated them with his powerful strength. There was no need for him to be courteous with them. Yuan, let's go. There are still 10,000 years left. I believe we will have a great harvest. Since we have come to participate in the 100 Worlds chosen battle, there is no reason for us not to get a good result. That is not our style of doing things. What we want is not to participate. Since we have participated, we must shine. We must get a good result. Otherwise, wouldn't we be wasting our time? We will not do such a thing. Now let's go crazy. Qin Shao pursed his lips. His blood was boiling, his battle intent was high, and his aura was monstrous. Chapter 3002. With Qin Shao and Yuan's high fighting spirit, coupled with their powerful strength, Qin Shao and Yuan's fighting spirit, Yuan's strength was unquestionable. Qin Zhao's strength was needless to say. He had cultivated the heaven-opening sword technique to the 3rd level and cultivated the law of swordsmanship to the minor accomplishment realm. Qin Zhao's strength had naturally increased by a lot as he had improved in all aspects. Yuan's strength had also improved a lot compared to before. It should be known that the two of them were very powerful to begin with. Therefore, the two of them felt even more invincible now. Not only that, but the two of them had also joined forces. It was as if they had entered an unstoppable state. Qin Shao was no longer intimidated by Yi Shiwen as he wandered through the nefarious abyss. Qin Shao had to keep a distance from him in the past. As a result, Qin Shao and Yuan could be described as rampaging. Along the way, he was naturally invincible, as if he could sweep through thousands of enemies. No matter what kind of alien race life forms they encountered, they would directly kill them without hesitation. In the past, Qin Shao would retreat and be afraid of them. Now, they simply did not care about them at all. This feeling was really the feeling of flying. It was too cool. This was the power of confidence that came with strength. Powerful strength, invincible strength, and the power to kill everything. With absolute strength as the guarantee, there was naturally no need to use all means. Any means in front of Qin Shao and Yuan became pale and powerless. They could use their powerful strength to destroy everything. Strength was the way of the king. Under such a tyrannical rampage, Qin Shao and Yuan could be considered to have gained quite a lot in the last 10,000 years. After all, in this way, they did not have to worry about anything. If they attacked any alien race life forms, they would definitely gain something. The last 10,000 years really allowed the two of them to show off their skills. The situation was actually a little better than the first 10,000 years. In the last 10,000 years, Qin Shao and Yuan added up to kill a total of 30 alien race life forms. Among the 30 foreign races, 6 of them were ancient saints at the 3rd step, and 24 of them were ancient saints at the 2nd step. In this way, the total score was as high as 54 points. In addition to the 89 points that the two of them had obtained previously, the total score was as high as 143 points. Just this task alone, the two of them had obtained a terrifying score of 143 points. Not to mention others. Even Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan were shocked when they calculated the score themselves. In that case, even if His Highness Nine Severance and the other two were eliminated, they would only have a deduction of 30 points. They would still have 113 points left. 113 points was still a very high number. Qin Xiao was very confident in this number. Sure enough, absolute strength was still the key. With absolute strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. Everything could be controlled. In addition to the 20 points that were given to them for the third task, their score was considered very high. After leaving the Nifa's abyss, they did not see the three of them. It seemed that the three of them had most likely been eliminated. After waiting for a while, they finally confirmed through soul voice transmission that the three of them had indeed been eliminated. In this case, only Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan were left in the group. The total score was now 133 points. There was still the first task to be completed. What Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan needed to do now was to complete the first task. The first task was to go to the land of Dao Ruins and break through to the third step Ancient Saint Realm. However, the highest score for this task was only 20 points. It was not a very high score. Although the score was not high, Qin Xiao's biggest goal now was to ensure that no one was eliminated. Now that only he and Yuan Yuan were left, they naturally could not be eliminated. Therefore, no matter how difficult this task was, they could only give it a try and fight it out. Soon, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan entered the land of Dao Ruins. There was a sense of nothingness and chaos. This place was filled with the aura of the Great Path. The traces of the laws seemed to be everywhere. They flashed clearly and were displayed in a very intuitive way in this space. All kinds of strange scenes could be seen everywhere. They were scenes derived from the Great Path. These scenes contained the foundation of the Great Path, the true core of the Great Path, and the laws of the Great Path. Countless points and lines were displayed in various ways in front of their eyes. This land of Dao Ruins felt like a newborn universe. It was as if the Great Path had completed a process of formation from nothing in front of them. In this way, they could comprehend the Great Path from its foundation, understand it, and better master it. Such an environment was naturally a great opportunity for cultivators. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. Therefore, as soon as they entered the land of Dao Ruins and sensed these scenes, Qin Xiao was wild with joy. Qin Xiao had previously guessed that since the Heaven Choice City would give such a test task, there would definitely be a chance to complete it. 100,000 years was indeed too short. If someone wanted to break through to the three-step Ancient Saint Realm within 100,000 years, unless they happened to meet someone who was about to break through and was lucky enough to be able to break through at this time. However, such a situation was definitely extremely rare. It was really a matter of great luck. Such a matter of great luck would definitely not be allowed to enter the land of Dao Ruins by the Heaven Choice City. Therefore, there must be other possibilities. After entering the land of Dao Ruins and sensing the situation around him, Qin Xiao immediately understood why he had returned. It turned out that this land of Dao Ruins was really a holy land for cultivation. This made Qin Xiao feel something. It was just like when he entered the Celestial Pool in Guyong City last time. The last time he entered the Celestial Pool in Guyong City, it helped Qin Xiao break through to the second step Ancient Saint Realm. Now that he was in the land of Dao Ruins, could it be replicated again? However, the difference between the land of Dao Ruins and the Celestial Pool in Guyong City was that the celestial qi here was not as dense. Even so, at least Qin Xiao felt a rush of excitement here as he saw some hope for a breakthrough. Moreover, Qin Xiao had always had a strong and firm belief in his heart. This strength would also support him and push him forward. Cultivation cultivated the heart. The heart was the foundation of everything. The heart was everything. This was the minimum prerequisite. Yuan Yuan looked around and pouted. Then, she said to Qin Xiao, Brother Qin Shao, it's really difficult to break through to the three-step ancient saint realm in 100,000 years. It hasn't been long since I broke through to the second step ancient saint realm. It's only been a few 100,000 years. It seems impossible to break through to the three-step ancient saint realm in one fell swoop here. Brother Qin Shao, you can do it. I'll leave this difficult task to you. If it doesn't work in the end, let me be the one to eliminate you. You have all the corpses of the foreign races. Even if I'm eliminated, it won't affect the points. Hee, we have so many points. Even if I'm eliminated, it won't affect us too much. I believe we'll be able to stand firm in this round. Qin Zhao's finger gently flicked Yuan's forehead and said with a smile, "You silly girl, what are you thinking about? Do you have so little confidence in me? No matter what difficulties we face, there's nothing to be afraid of. We should break through them. Isn't it just breaking through to the three-step ancient saint realm? Just watch me. Let's not talk about anything else first. You still need to have confidence. Furthermore, this confidence must be strong and resolute." Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. She stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled. Then she said, Elder brother Qin Shao is right. Yuan does not want to think about this anymore. I will leave everything to elder brother Qin Shao. Yes. Good luck, brother Qin Shao. I'm waiting for your good news. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He also said seriously, Yuan, don't just sit around. The land of Dao ruins is indeed an excellent place for cultivation. You can still go there to comprehend and cultivate. Even if it can't help you break through to the next realm, it should still be a great harvest. This opportunity is very rare. You can't waste it. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Isn't cultivation all about accumulating bit by bit? Usually, when it's time to seize the opportunity, you must seize it well. I know. I won't slack off, Yuan said with a smile. Her obedient and cute appearance really made people feel pity for her. In terms of cultivation, Yuan looked a little lazy. But the amazing thing was that Yuan's cultivation speed was not inferior to Qin Zhao's. Perhaps Yuan had her own way of cultivation. He didn't need to say too much about this. Qin Zhao didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he began to cultivate on his own. Qin Zhao had always been in a very good state when it came to cultivation. In addition, at this time, Qin Zhao was full of enthusiasm and confidence. Therefore, at this time, Qin Zhao was even more full of energy. He wanted to concentrate on cultivation. Soon, he was completely immersed in cultivation. As soon as he entered cultivation, Qin Zhao entered a state of selflessness. His body and mind were completely immersed in the realm of cultivation. The world of Dao ruins, the world of the Great Path. In fact, in terms of the Great Path law, Qin Zhao had already reached the realm of great accomplishment. In terms of law alone, Qin Zhao's level was not bad. However, the level of the nomological laws was not bad. If one wanted to break through to the third step ancient saint realm, the level of the nomological laws alone was not enough. One would need to support other aspects of the nomological laws in order to make a breakthrough. In terms of foundation and accumulation, Qin Zhao might still be lacking. After all, it hadn't been long since he broke through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. It was less than 10 million years, right? How heaven-defying would it be to break through again in such a short period of time? The more heaven-defying the act was, the greater the restrictions would naturally be. If the foundation was not solid, if he had to force a breakthrough, it was very likely that he would go crazy. In the end, the loss would not be worth the gain, and he would not have a good ending. This was a problem that could not be ignored. Therefore, Qin Zhao's biggest problem now was that his foundation and accumulation were somewhat insufficient. In terms of the Great Path law, it should be about the same. In terms of foundation, it should be about the same. After all, Qin Zhao had mastered a total of 9 laws. The foundation of a single law might be a little weak, but when all of them were stacked, it would make Qin Zhao's foundation strong enough. It was just that accumulation was indeed a problem. However, there was no way to solve this problem. This was the only way. After all, time was something that Qin Shao had no way to change. He had only lived for so long and cultivated for so long. This was an unchangeable fact. Author Can Shang say, 3,000 chapters. It took more than 3 years. It was really not easy. There were too many hardships in it. Thank you for your support along the way. Kinshang will continue to write and update as soon as possible to complete this book. Chapter 3003. The years of cultivation seemed long, but also seemed very dull and boring. However, if one could gain something from cultivation, it would be easier. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were both immersed in their cultivation. Time was also quietly passing. Nine Dragons' Realm, Xiong Wang Mansion. The originally incomparably grand Duke Xiong's palace was now in ruins. Everywhere was beaten to a state of ruin, and a large area was destroyed. Among the ruins, there were blood-stained corpses and broken limbs everywhere. It was a tragic scene. In some corners, people were curled up and trembling, their faces full of fear. Just by looking at the tragic scene, one could tell that a fierce battle had just taken place here. What was shocking was that the dignified Xiong Wang Mansion, which had ruled this region for hundreds of universe eras, was destroyed to such an extent. One should know that Xiong Wang Mansion was built by Xiong Wang. Xiong Wang had ruled this region for hundreds of universe eras. He was the supreme god of this region. Even in the entire Nine Dragons realm, there were probably less than 5 people who dared to provoke Xiong Wang. Xiong Wang was a 3-step ancient saint and had been famous for a long time. He had made a name for himself in the Nine Dragons realm 100 universe eras ago. To be able to rule this region for so long, it was enough to show how powerful Xiong Wang was. Furthermore, after hundreds of universe epochs of accumulation, the foundation of Qiong King Palace had become extremely solid. Although it was not unfathomable, it was definitely not weak. It was said that the number of ancient saints recruited was more than 100. Such a force could not be said to be weak. It was definitely extraordinary. It was really unknown who dared to destroy Xiong Wang Mansion to such an extent. 2 figures stood on top of the ruins. A middle-aged man in a purple gold robe had a cold and gloomy expression. His eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames as they were filled with an incomparably intense hatred. His clothes were a little tattered, his hair was a little messy, and there were many bloodstains on his body. There were even a few shocking wounds. He looked a little disheveled. It was precisely because he was in such a sorry state that he flew into a rage out of humiliation and hatred. Standing not far away from him was a handsome young man with an imposing appearance and extraordinary demeanor. He had a frivolous face, giving people the impression that he was born with a ruffian nature. However, at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the man in the purple gold robe, full of hatred and killing intent. The man in the purple gold robe was none other than the master of Qiong Wang Mansion, the supreme ruler of this region, Qiong Wang. He was a 3-step ancient saint 100 universe eras ago. He was a 3-step ancient saint. A 3-step ancient saint was a supreme being who ruled over this region. Such a high and mighty existence was now in such a sorry state. Brother Pure, as a genius disciple of the 8 Gods Tao Palace, you've been in the limelight recently. You just broken through to the 3-step ancient saint realm not long ago, but you came to Qiong Wang Mansion and started a massacre without a word. You destroyed Qiong Wang Mansion and killed many of my subordinates. What's the meaning of this? I've never met Brother Pure before, and we've never had any grudges or grievances. Why did you do this? Is it because you're a genius disciple of the 8 Gods Tao Palace that you dare to do as you please? King Qiong glared furiously at Brother Chuanjia, roaring and questioning him. He was still in a daze. He had no idea what was going on, and when he defended this genius disciple of the 8 Gods Tao Palace. He'd asked several times before, but Qiong Wang had ignored him and only used his sword to do the talking. Left with no choice, Qiong Wang could only go all out. But as soon as they started fighting, he was shocked to find that although this genius disciple of the 8 gods Tao Palace had just broken through to the 3-step ancient saint realm, his strength was incomparably strong. He was no match for him. Many of his subordinates had attacked, but all of them had died under the sword of his brother Pure. This made King Qiong both furious and distressed. This was the foundation he'd spent hundreds of universe epics to accumulate, and it was destroyed just like that. This was his life's work, so how could he not feel distressed? How could he not be angry? He wanted to fight Brother Pure to the death, but he wasn't a match for Brother Pure at all. He was at a disadvantage in every way they fought, and, in the end, he was beaten into a sorry state. Therefore, Qiong Wang was so angry that he roared and questioned Brother Pure again. Not only was he sullen for being beaten, he was also confused. He didn't know what was going on and why Brother Pure was doing this. A genius disciple of the 8 gods Tao Palace had nothing to do with him. Qiong Wang's residence had never provoked anyone from the 8 gods Tao Palace. Not to mention that they were far from the 8 gods Tao Palace and weren't in the same realm. Even if they were close, what kind of existence was the 8 gods Tao Palace? Not even the Realm Lord's palace dared to provoke them, let alone Qiong Wang's residence. Qiong Wang really didn't understand and couldn't think of a reason. He really didn't know why Brother Pure had started a massacre in his residence. Brother Pure snorted, "Don't worry, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. Since you still have a few breaths left, let's continue fighting. In order to deal with you, I had to thicken my skin and pay a lifetime's worth of accumulation in exchange for a powerful treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to kill you. Now, you don't have much strength left to resist. Just accept your death obediently." With that, Brother Pure attacked again. The terrifying power of the sword burst out as if it could incinerate everything, surging through the sky. The sword was like fire, incinerating everything. Sword force after sword force shot out, illuminating the heavens. Every one of them was extremely sharp. One had to admit that this strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. Qiong Wang was an extremely powerful third-step Empyrean saint who had become a third-step Empyrean saint 100 epochs ago. With the accumulation of 100 epochs, his strength was even more unfathomable. However, in front of Brother Pure, Qiong Wang was still nothing. He couldn't resist Brother Pure's ferocious attacks at all. Although Qiong Wang fought with all his strength, he was still no match for Brother Pure. Once again, he was beaten by Brother Pure until he spat out blood. There were a few more shocking wounds on his body. His saintly body was slightly shattered, and his aura became even weaker. Qiong Wang's situation was obviously very bad. If he didn't have a very powerful life-saving technique, he would probably be dead by now. Even so, he had lost more than half of his saintly body and more than half of his vitality. His situation was very bad. If this happened a few more times, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist and would end up in a miserable state. When King Qiong saw Brother Chuanji's resolute killing intent, he was indeed a little flustered in his heart. He was very clear about his current situation. "Brother Pure, let's talk things over. Why do we have to fight and kill? Let's not talk about how we don't know each other. Even if we have some grudges in the past, we can talk things over. If you really kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with the aftermath. The one in charge of Qiong Wang's residence is only a clone of mine. I've been in the great Tao sacred realm for so many years, and I know many old friends who have gone through life and death together. If you stop now, Brother Pure, then everything can be discussed. If my doppelganger really dies in the hands of your Brother Pure, then it will be an irreconcilable grudge. It will be a situation where only one of us can live under the same sky. Then I, Qiong Wang, will throw caution to the wind and use all my strength, all my face, to deal with you. At that time, it doesn't matter if your Brother Pure is a disciple of the 8 gods Tao Palace or not. I'll still kill you. I hope you've thought this through clearly. If you kill me, it will only harm your Brother Chuanjia. So, Your Excellency, why do you have to act so impulsively? If there's anything, can't you just talk things over with me? Why do you have to make such a scene?" Wang threatened while feigning weakness. However, Brother Pure ignored Wang's words and continued to attack, as if he didn't want to say anything to Wang at all. Such a situation truly drove King Qiong crazy. He had never encountered something that drove him so crazy before. How could there be such a person who didn't even care about basic necessities? How big a grudge was this? He, King Qiong, had killed countless people in his life and offended countless people. However, he, King Qiong, truly could not recall when he had offended Brother Chunjie. Although he didn't know much about Brother Pure's background, it didn't seem like he had any background. He had no reason to offend him. Wang was infuriated because he couldn't figure it out or explain it clearly. The most infuriating thing was that he couldn't defeat Brother Pure. If he could defeat Brother Pure, or if he didn't lose by too much, he would still have some confidence and the right to speak. The problem now was that he didn't have much power to fight back in front of Brother Pure. This was a very awkward situation. In his extreme anger, Brother Pure attacked again and again. Every time he was able to seriously injure Wang. Wang's divine body was damaged, his vitality was weakened, and his power to fight back was weakened. Wang was getting closer and closer to death. The closer he got, the crazier he became, and the more he roared. Soon, Wang was beaten to the ground by Brother Pure and was dying. He basically had no power to fight back and could only wait to die there. Brother Chunjie, speak. Just who are you? Just what kind of enmity exists between us? King Qiong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was completely devoid of color as he stared fixedly at Qin Shao. Seeing that it was almost time, Brother Pure stopped and pointed his sword at Wang with a cold face. In Brother Chunjie's eyes, there was also a hint of excitement and sadness. His eyes turned red. There was a trace of tears in his eyes. He was trying his best to control his emotions. However, his emotions were surging violently. They brought back memories from a very long time ago. What happened in the past was so vivid in his mind that it seemed to reappear in his mind. Wang. Brother Pure's voice trembled a little. Brother Pure is now called Qian Shanbai. You naturally don't know me now. However, do you remember the Bai family that you destroyed a few epochs ago? Do you remember Bai Qi who was seriously injured by you and fell into the Nether God Abyss? Do you remember the billions of clansmen of the Bai family that you slaughtered? Do you still remember the matter of a disciple of my Bai clan acting courageously in the outside world and injuring a disciple of your King Qiong's mansion that bullied men and tyrannized women in the outside world? Because of that, your King Qiong annihilated his entire clan. Do you still remember that with a single order from your King Qiong, a magnificent army completely surrounded my Bai clan in a single night? Do you remember the so-called plan to eliminate the source of trouble that you ordered? Do you remember? Author, cruel death few, Brother Pure, who disappeared for so long, finally made a shining appearance. If we were talking about supporting actors, Brother Chunjie was undoubtedly my favorite. Let him sweep across the heavens and earth with his coquettishness. I'm looking forward to his meeting with Qin Shao. Let's guess where they will meet. Chapter 3004. Every single sentence was an interrogation of the soul, and it was like a thunderclap that exploded in the depths of King Qiong's heart, shaking his mind to the point it bust. At the same time, they were like sharp knives that ruthlessly pierced into King Qiong's heart. The more he heard, the paler King Qiong's complexion became. He looked at Brother Chunjie in shock and was at a loss for words. Only now did he understand everything and what was going on. You're Bai Qi? The only one in the Bai clan whose body has not been found? That's impossible. You were severely injured and fell into the Nether God Abyss. There's no way you're still alive. Moreover, I'm unfamiliar with your aura. I don't have any recollection of it. I also fought in that battle. I've seen all the ancient saints in the Bai clan. I have some recollection of the Bai Chi you speak of, but he's not like you. How can you be Bai Chi? Brother Pure snorted. Yes, that's right. My clone was killed, and I was severely injured. I fled into the Nether God Abyss. Logically speaking, after entering the Serene God Abyss, not to mention the fact that I was seriously injured at that time, even if I entered without any injuries, only death would await me. I was only a second-step Ancient Saint at the time. Even fourth-step Ancient Saints would not dare to enter the Nether God Abyss. I knew I was going to die, but I was unwilling to accept the fact that hundreds of millions of my Bai clan members had died at the hands of Qion Wang's residents. Thus, I do not wish to die. I wish to continue living. I wish to wait until the day when I become strong enough to slaughter my way into King Qiong's palace and kill your King Qiong. I wish to avenge my Bai clan's billions of clansmen. However, I was not in control of my own life at that time. Therefore, I thought of a last resort and decided to make a final gamble. While I still had a breath left in me, I risked my life to enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn. Fortunately, I succeeded. In this life, I awakened all the memories of my previous life. Therefore, I returned to the Great Tao Sacred Realm to seek revenge on you, Qion Wang. Recalling the past, talking about hardships, provoking anger, and bursting killing intent. This matter was truly a bitter one. Using one's life to fight against the heavens and enter the cycle of reincarnation was extremely dangerous. It was extremely painful, a life worse than death. Moreover, the chances of actually entering were very small. It was not guaranteed that one would succeed. To be precise, the chance of success was 1 in 10,000. Even if they entered the cycle of reincarnation, they might not be able to reincarnate. The probability of being reincarnated was 1 in 10,000. Even if you successfully reincarnated, you might not be able to awaken the memories of your previous life. The probability of awakening the memories was less than 1 in 10,000. When all these probabilities were added together, one would know how difficult it was to successfully reincarnate. This was indeed something that could only be done as a last resort. Most people would not take this path. Sometimes if one died, then so be it. There was no need to endure such endless pain before death because of such a low probability. Of course, it wasn't that easy to use one's life to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Only by burning one's soul and would one be able to activate the cycle of reincarnation. However, this was an excruciatingly painful process that not many people could endure. Only Brother Chuanjie himself knew how hard it had been for him. After hearing this, Qion Wang's face paled. You actually succeeded in reincarnation. You really are Bai Qi, a remnant of the Bai clan. It's no wonder that you would charge into my Prince Qiong's mansion in such an unreasonable manner and start a massacre without hesitation. Bai Qi, I really didn't expect you to become so powerful after reincarnating. You actually became a genius disciple of the 8 Gods Tao Palace, a core disciple with a high position and fame. You've only become a 3rd-step Empyrean Saint not too long ago, but you already possess such terrifying strength. I'm afraid you'll even be able to put up a fight against an ordinary 4th-step Empyrean Saint. This king has killed countless people, but I really didn't expect someone to succeed in reincarnation and become a powerhouse to kill this king for revenge. Good. It looks like this king won't be able to escape today. Humph. But this king has been in power for more than 100 epochs. What hasn't he seen before? What hasn't he experienced? You destroyed Qion Wang's residence, slaughtered many of my subordinates, and killed my avatar. So what? This vengeance, this prince will definitely take revenge for it. Since it's a fight to the death, this king doesn't need to say anything more. Ha. This king can only blame himself for being a little unlucky. Since there's no way to change this king can only walk this path to the end. Come, Bai Qi, do it. Let this king's original body follow you to the end of the show. This king wants to see who will have the last laugh. Qion Wang was quite a character. He didn't lower his head in the slightest in the final frenzy. In the end, he died at the hands of Brother Pure. Brother Pure pursed his lips. Sigh, there's no other way. I can only kill one of Qion Wang's avatars for the time being. Qion Wang's true body is hiding so well that I can't find it for the time being. Even if I know where it is, I can't kill both your true body and your avatar at the same time. Forget it. I'll destroy Qion Wang's residence and kill your avatar first. I'll deal with your true body later. After waiting for so many years, I've finally gotten my revenge today. I'll never let go of Qion Wang's true body. He must die, he must. But I don't have to worry about anything now. Even if I don't go to Qion Wang, he will come to me on his own accord. It won't be too late for me to kill him when he comes to me. But this person is cunning. Next time, when he comes to me again, I'm afraid he will have many ways to deal with me. He can find helpers. I don't have any life-and-death friends in the Great Path Sanctuary. I can't find any good helpers. And in the future, Qion Wang is in the light, and I'm in the light. The situation is very unfavorable for me. So, I have to improve my strength quickly. Only when I have enough strength can I be fearless, invincible, and take revenge. Brother Chunjie thought to himself. With the potential danger and the sense of oppression, he naturally had a stronger desire to become stronger. Although this desire had never weakened, it felt even more urgent now. Previously, he just wanted to find Qion Wang as soon as possible to take revenge. But Qion Wang did not know of his existence, so he did not feel the slightest sense of pressure or danger. But now it was different. He had destroyed Qion Wang's mansion and killed Qion Wang, which meant that he had completely fallen out with Qion Wang. So, this threat suddenly appeared. With a threat, the situation was naturally different. Brother Pure curled his lips and chuckled. But fortunately, I'm about to enter the Firmament Academy. In a short time, even if Qion Wang wants to take revenge on me, he won't be able to find me. If I'm given some time and opportunity to breathe, then when I really show up in the future, Qion Wang will come to me for revenge. That will be the time of his death. For this quota, I've done everything I can and offended all the peerless geniuses of the 8 Gods Tao Palace. These people probably hate me to death and want to skin me alive. I'm afraid none of them will let me go easily. But so what? They won't dare to do anything to me openly. It won't be long before I enter the Firmament Academy. Then they won't be able to do anything to me. They can only hate me and curse me in their hearts. The Firmament Academy will definitely be the place where my brother Pure will soar. Although I used to be called Bai Qi, I don't have the Bai family anymore. I'm called Qian Shanbai in the Hongming universe. Anyway, I still like Brother Pure the most. Land of Tao Ruins. Soon, 80,000 years had passed. During these 80,000 years, Qin Shao had immersed himself in cultivating and comprehending the Great Tao Law. Naturally, he had gained a lot. In terms of the Great Tao Law, Qin Shao had indeed improved tremendously. He had cultivated to the limit of the Great Tao Law realm and had met the basic conditions to break through to the peak realm. Of course, although he had met the conditions, it was not so easy to break through to the Great Tao Law realm. This was the case with cultivation. The further one went, the harder it was to break through. The peak realm of the law realm was an extremely high level. Relying solely on the accumulation in the land of Tao ruins, he was afraid that he was still lacking. There were some similarities in the Tao of cultivation. Although it was not said that one Tao could lead to 100 Tao, as one who had mastered several Tao of cultivation, there were still some areas that could be connected. It could trigger some resonance and allow one to gain a lot of inspiration from it. The 80,000 years of cultivation and comprehension in the land of Tao ruins had indeed given Qin Shao a lot of inspiration, and there were some improvements in all aspects. These improvements gave Qin Shao more confidence to break through to the 3-step ancient saint realm. The most important thing was that he had gained a lot from the Great Tao Law, and the level had also reached a very good level. Therefore, he could use the level of the Great Tao Law as the main force to promote a breakthrough in the Tao realm. The breakthrough in the Tao realm was originally closely related to the level of the Tao of cultivation. As long as one's Tao of cultivation had reached a certain level, it could play a role in pushing and guiding the breakthrough in the Tao realm. Qin Zhao's foundation itself was not bad. In terms of accumulation, although there were some shortcomings, this shortcoming had been made up for by the 80,000 years of cultivation and comprehension. Moreover, some of the shortcomings in this aspect could be made up for in other aspects. Therefore, under the guidance of the great Tao law level, Qin Zhao found the point of breakthrough. As soon as he found this point, Qin Zhao did not hesitate and directly attacked with all his strength, launching a fierce attack toward the three-step ancient saint realm. Whether he succeeded or not depended on this move. Qin Zhao also knew that it was indeed a little too hasty to choose to break through at this time, so there was still some risk and there was a certain probability of failure. In fact, the risk of failure was not small, but there was no other way. Time waited for no man, and there was not much time left. Therefore, Qin Zhao had to make a breakthrough and fight hard. If he tried now, even if he failed, there was still a chance. Therefore, Qin Zhao had calculated this point and was stuck at this point. It was Qin Zhao's first time breaking through in such a hasty way. If Qin Zhao was given another 1 or 2 million years, then Qin Zhao felt that he would be more confident in breaking through. 1 or 2 million years was not a long time, but it was not enough at this time. Author, Cruel Death. At the end of the month, Cruel Death is going to talk about old things again. Fellow Taoists who still have fresh flowers can send them, otherwise it will be a waste. Chapter 3005. Making a breakthrough was an extremely difficult challenge. It was an extremely painful process and an extremely bitter path. It was a battle of life and death, a contest of success and failure. Success meant that light would shine on this vast land, leaving light in the world. Failure meant that endless darkness would cover the sky and the sun, writing a dark chapter. Every breakthrough was not easy to come by. They were all 1 in a million survivors. At this time, Qin Zhao seemed to be standing in front of a huge wind, and he could be blown away at any time. Making a breakthrough was really difficult. It was as difficult as a bottomless dark abyss. You could not see how deep it was, how dangerous it was, and how terrifying it was. Once you fell into it, you would most likely die in despair. You said it was easy, and it was really easy. It was as easy as a point. You only needed to grasp this point, and then you would grasp the whole light. A point could let you get everything. The most interesting and profound thing about cultivation was probably making a breakthrough. Qin Zhao had made all the preparations, and also used all the power of the mind severing. He was attacking the barrier of the realm with all his strength, trying to break this barrier. In the dark bottomless abyss, Qin Zhao finally found this point. As soon as he grasped this point, the situation was completely different. Suddenly, there was a 180-degree change, and the world was full of light. He was about to make a breakthrough. Sure enough, after the light, a surge of power gushed out. The mighty power instantly shrouded Qin Zhao in it, drowning him in the ocean of the great path. The power of the way of heaven suddenly descended, and the holy light shrouded Qin Zhao from the sky. Under this power of the way of heaven, Qin Zhao's divine body, soul, and consciousness began to transform and improve rapidly. This process was incomparably wonderful. The moment of a breakthrough was Qin Zhao's favorite and most enjoyable moment. However, Qin Zhao did not let go of his mind and enjoy it. When he made a breakthrough, it was a great opportunity for him to cultivate his inner world. Even if he did not deliberately guide his cultivation, the world in his body would automatically absorb energy to improve and transform. However, if he took the initiative to guide her, the effect would be better. Secondly, and most importantly, Qin Zhao wanted to use this opportunity to study her inner world. He had always felt that his inner world might be able to carve out a path that belonged to him. Although he had made many attempts and ideas before, they had all failed. Even if they all failed, even if Qin Zhao didn't have a good idea now, it didn't affect Qin Zhao's research. Qin Zhao still believed that the power of the inner world would have a chance to walk its own path. Therefore, he was still persevering. No matter whether Qin Zhao could walk out of this path or not, she would stick to it. Qin Zhao was such a person. Once he decided to do something, once he started to stick to it, he would stick to it until the end. He would never give up easily. Many things were not impossible to succeed. It was just that the people who persisted did not work hard enough and did not persevere enough. Qin Zhao had always believed that as long as people worked hard enough and persisted to the end, they would definitely get something in the end. Paths were never given by the heavens, but by people. If one could walk out of it, it would be called a path. If one could not walk out of it, it would not be called a path. But what kind of path could one walk out of it? He believed that this was not a specific path. It should be possible to walk out of any path. It just depended on whether one could walk out of it or not. Therefore, Qin Zhao felt that the focus was not on the path, but on the person. To create a cultivation path, the focus should not be on the path, but on the person. After all, this cultivation path needed to be created by people. As long as it was a path that no one had walked out of, there should be hope to walk out of it. In other words, as long as one could walk out of it, any path could be created as a cultivation path. The only question was whether one could create it. As soon as Qin Zhao guided the breakthrough and transformation of the world in his inner world, there was some huge turbulence in the entire land of the Dao ruins. All the power seemed to be sucked over and crazily rushed towards Qin Zhao. Therefore, the entire land of the Dao ruins was affected. Yuan, who was immersed in cultivation, was also awakened by this big movement and withdrew from the cultivation realm. When she saw that it was Qin Zhao who was breaking through, Yuan immediately smiled. She was as happy as a child who had received candy. I knew that big brother Qin Zhao could do it. He really did it. It's really, really great. If other people were here and saw Yuan's worshipful look, they would probably scold her as a love-struck fool, right? Somewhere in the Heaven Choice City, a figure stood there, sweeping his gaze across the entire Heaven's Choice City. It was as though he was taking in everything. If someone were here, they would definitely recognize who this figure was. It was none other than Elder Li Yin, who held a high position in the Heaven Choice City. Elder Li Yin was one of the rulers of the Heaven Choice City and had the absolute right to speak in the city. Even though he wasn't a world god, his strength was still unfathomable. No one dared to be the slightest bit rash in front of Elder Li Yin, including His Highness Lan Hua and the others. Elder Li Yin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the land of the Dao ruins. The scene there was also presented in front of him, as if he was seeing it in front of him. When Elder Li Yin saw the situation in the land of the Dao ruins, he frowned again with a trace of surprise. This Qin Zhao boy is indeed a rare good seedling that's hard to come by. Not bad, not bad. The old man didn't misjudge him. This boy is about to break through to the third step of the ancient saint realm in the land of the Dao ruins. There are only a few in the entire great Dao saint realm who have reached the third step at such a young age. The strangest thing is that this boy is only breaking through to the third step of the ancient saint realm. How can he cause such a big commotion? Just by looking at the commotion, the old man almost thought that a fourth step ancient saint realm existence is about to break through to the world god realm. It's indeed strange. It doesn't make sense. Why would there be such a big commotion when breaking through to the third step of the ancient saint realm? Why is he devouring the chaotic energy of heaven and earth so crazily? Such a terrifying speed is comparable to breaking through to the world god realm. What the hell is this kid doing? Why is it so strange? Without any hesitation, Elder Li Yin immediately moved and arrived in front of Qin Zhao in the land of the Dao ruins. With a wave of his hand, he immediately enveloped the entire area and isolated it from the rest of the world. In this way, he would not be noticed by others and would not affect other places. He suppressed all the commotion. If such a huge commotion were to spread out, it would not be a good thing. Therefore, elderly Yin did not hesitate and immediately sealed off the area. Not only that, but he also personally mobilized a large amount of chaotic energy of heaven and earth for Qin Shao to use for his breakthrough. However, Qin Shao was like a bottomless black hole. The speed at which he devoured the chaotic energy of heaven and earth was so terrifying that even elderly Yin was shocked. It also made elderly Yin increase the speed at which he mobilized the chaotic energy of heaven and earth. In order to maintain the speed at which he devoured the chaotic energy of heaven and earth, even he felt a little strained. This made elderly Yin secretly surprised more than once. What kind of freak was this Qin Shao boy? That's not right. He flirted with Qin Shao. Qin Shao was just a humble life from the universe. He did not have a special body, nor did he belong to any other alien race. He was just an ordinary human. He did not have a bloodline inheritance or a special body, right? At least that was the case according to the information he had. Whether it was true or not was another story. But at least in his opinion, he really could not see anything special about Qin Shao. What was different about him from others? The situation in front of him was really a little strange. Of course, this was not a bad thing. On the contrary, it was a very, very good thing. This also made him feel even more fortunate that he had made the decision to invite Qin Shao to the Firmament Academy to cultivate. It would be a pity to let go of such a peerless genius. It would also be a great loss for the Firmament Academy. Fortunately, Qin Shao agreed in the end. Elderly Yin worked very hard to mobilize the chaotic energy of heaven and earth for Qin Shao to meet the requirements of Qin Shao's breakthrough. Normally, a breakthrough in cultivation level would not take too long to complete. However, the situation with Qin Shao was clearly different. Qin Shao spent more than twice the amount of time compared to normal before he finally completed the breakthrough. Seeing that Qin Shao had finally completed his breakthrough, elderly Yin heaved a sigh of relief. If he did not complete the breakthrough, he would not be able to bear it. It was also his first time doing such physical work. He was a dignified elder of the Heaven Choice City, an elder with a high position and authority. How could he work hard for a kid in the second step ancient saint realm? But no matter how hard he worked, elderly Yin was still happy. After completing the breakthrough, he felt the transformation of his body. He felt that his body was full of powerful energy. This feeling was wonderful. This wonderful feeling also made Qin Shao intoxicated for a while, and he could not extricate himself for a while. Third step Empyrean Saint. That's a lot earlier than I expected. With opportunities, there will often be unexpected gains. This trip to the Heaven Choice City is the right one. Originally, I came with the intention of getting close to Jiejuqi, but I didn't expect to have such a great harvest. Not bad, not bad. The power of the third step ancient saint realm is indeed very powerful. In terms of cultivation realm, my strength has increased several times compared to before, right? The power of my inner world has also increased several times, right? The size of my inner world has also increased by 2 times. My overall strength has probably increased by 10 times compared to before, right? This is still under the condition that I haven't broken through to the realm of great accomplishment in many laws. If I can break through to the realm of great accomplishment in the other 7 laws, then my strength will become even more powerful. But even so, my current strength is still much stronger than before. Right now, I'm confident that I'll be able to deal with an ancient saint of the 4th step. If I meet Holy Sorcerer Luolan again, I should be able to kill him, right? At least there should be a high probability, right? Qin Shao pursed his lips. The feeling of being powerful was really good. Feeling his own strength properly, it could also be considered as a reward for himself. Chapter 3006. It seemed that this trip to the Great Path Sacred Realm was very smooth. Qin Shao did not expect that he would break through to the 3rd step of the Ancient Saint Realm in one fell swoop in Heaven's Choice City. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. Although Qin Shao had always wanted to break through, Qin Shao knew very well how difficult it was to break through from the second step of the Ancient Saint Realm to the third step of the Ancient Saint Realm. Breaking through to the next realm was a heaven-defying act. Countless people were trapped in the same realm for their entire lives. Breaking through from the second step of the Ancient Saint Realm to the third step of the Ancient Saint Realm was a one-in-a-million thing. Many second-step ancient saints had spent their entire lives working hard for endless years, but in the end, they were still unable to take this step. Even if it was only one step away, it was still the difference between heaven and earth. Compared to other gains, breaking through to the third step of the Ancient Saint Realm was what Qin Shao wanted the most. He could use all the other gains to exchange for it. Even if he did not have the quota to enter the firmament's sacred realm to cultivate, Qin Shao was willing to do so. However, to be able to have both of them was naturally the best thing that could happen. Brother Qin Shao, congratulations. I knew you would definitely break through. I knew that nothing could stop you. You are the best. Yuan smiled happily and praised Qin Shao again. Qin Shao smiled and said, "You are also very good. There is still more than 10,000 years. You can still work hard." Yuan shook her head and said, "I can't. I have already tried. Although this land of Tao ruins is very helpful to the cultivation of the Great Path, my accumulation in other aspects is still too weak. If you force a breakthrough, it may not be a good thing. Let's not talk about whether you will succeed or not. Even if you're lucky enough to succeed, it may be harmful. I'm not in a hurry anyway. It has been less than 1,000,000 years since I broke through to the second step of the Ancient Saint Realm. Why should I be in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be better to accumulate more and build a stronger foundation before breaking through? Well, there's no need to rush into cultivation. Anyway, there's still plenty of time for the rest of our lives." Upon hearing Yuan's words, Qin Shao was also slightly taken aback. This little girl's words were very reasonable. What he said was indeed true. Cultivation could not be rushed in many cases. The rest of one's life was still long, and it could be used for cultivation. If he was too impatient, he might end up overreaching himself. The state of mind was indeed very important. Yuan was able to grasp this point very well. It was very rare and commendable. Even if it was true, it had not even been 1,000,000 years since Yuan became a second-step ancient saint. In such a short period of time, his accumulation in all aspects was extremely weak, and his foundation was not stable. It was better to be a little late. He was in a hurry to break through. In fact, he was a little anxious. It was because he had no choice but to complete the mission. If Qin Shao really had to choose, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to break through. Naturally occurring breakthroughs were actually the best. However, how should he put it? Sometimes, people could not wait for things to happen naturally. They would still try to fight under all kinds of pressure and danger. However, even though he was a little anxious, it did not affect Qin Shao much. After all, he had already reached this step. It was just that there would be some risks if he said he was in a hurry. However, if he succeeded in such a risk, it would be a success. If he did not succeed, it would be called a risk. All these did not matter. Qin Shao also believed that it would not take long for Yuan to break through. While he was happy that he had broken through to the third step ancient saint, it also made Qin Shao feel that he was getting closer and closer to having the strength to avenge his master, Elder Luha. However, with his current strength, he might still have 100% confidence. If he improved a little more, it would be more stable. He had to continue working hard. With such a good start, there would definitely be a good result. This mission was completed. In this way, their group's final score in the Wheel of Death was 153 points. How should he put this score? It should be considered okay, right? Of course, their luck might not be too good. The first and third missions both had an upper limit of 20 points. Both missions were fixed at 20 points. If it were not for the second mission's heaven-defying action, it would indeed be awkward. However, the mission was already over. This was all they could do. Now, They could only hope that His Highness Badger Huai's team would have a good performance. Then, they should be able to stabilize their ranking. A figure suddenly walked out and landed in front of Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. He stared straight at Qin Shao as if he wanted to see through him. Seeing the person who came, Qin Shao was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, he immediately understood the situation. Qin Shao did not dare to hesitate and immediately bowed respectfully. Qin Shao greets elderly Yin. Yuan Yuan also followed suit and bowed. Qin Shao naturally knew how he attracted elderly Yin. He was afraid that elderly Yin had helped him just now. Therefore, without waiting for elderly Yin to speak, Qin Shao took the initiative to thank him. Elderly Yin, thank you for helping Junior Qin Shao to successfully complete the breakthrough. Elderly Yin said, "There's no need to be so courteous. I didn't make a move just now entirely for the sake of helping you. It was mainly because I didn't want you to cause too much of a commotion and destroy the Dao ruins. The commotion caused by your breakthrough was really too big. If the old man hadn't blocked it in time, I'm afraid the entire Heaven Choi City would have known by now." The old man was very surprised and puzzled, so he wanted to come and see you. He also wanted to ask you why there was such a big commotion when you broke through just now. Logically speaking, this is completely unreasonable. The commotion caused by your breakthrough is comparable to the commotion caused by becoming a world god. Moreover, not only did you cause a big commotion, but you also absorbed a large amount of primal chaos energy. This amount is not inferior to becoming a world god, or even more. Logically speaking, if a three-step ancient saint really absorbed such a large amount of primal chaos energy, it should be enough to make him explode. You don't have an alien body, nor do you have a powerful bloodline inheritance. The old man is really puzzled. What's going on with you? Qin Shao naturally knew that elderly Yin was puzzled. However, not many people knew about the world in his body. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't tell anyone who wasn't completely trustworthy. Apart from Yuan Yuan and the others by his side, only his master, Sage Li, fifth senior brother Feng Yi, and the Lord of Death knew about it. Qin Shao had already thought of an excuse in his heart. He immediately said, "Elderly Yin, although I have a lowly body, there are some differences between me and the others. Moreover, because I cultivate a special secret technique, it is integrated with my body. When I break through, I can take the opportunity to absorb a large amount of primal chaos energy for my own use. Because of this, my body has always been stronger than ordinary people. My strength is also far greater than ordinary people. This is Qin Zhao's little secret. I won't explain it to you in detail, elderly Yin." Elderly Yin glanced at Qin Shao. He didn't fully believe Qin Zhao's words, but after thinking about it, this explanation made sense. Therefore, elderly Yin didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Yes, everyone has their own secrets. It's normal for you to have your own secrets. If it's inconvenient for you to say it, you don't have to say it. It's nothing." The old man only asked out of curiosity. "Don't be nervous. All in all, it's a good thing. The old man has seen your performance along the way. It can be said that your performance is the best among all the members. In fact, among the captains, only Lan Hua and a few others can compete with you. It's indeed rare for a second-step ancient saint to perform so well. It's not rare, but it's close. So, Qin Shao, continue to perform well." The old man's efforts to recruit you into the Firmament Academy have not been in vain. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said, "Thank you, elderly Yin, for your praise. This junior will work even harder and have a good performance. I won't disappoint elderly Yin's expectations." Elderly Yin smiled, nodded, and left. To be praised by elderly Yin was indeed an honor that no one else could have. Prince Lan Hua and the others were three-step ancient saints. Naturally, they cannot be compared to Qin Shao. After seeing elderly Yin off, Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief. The commotion caused by his breakthrough was indeed terrifying. If the news really spread, it would not be a good thing for him. It might cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, it was best to keep this matter a secret. Fortunately, Elderly Yin acted in time to keep it a secret. Therefore, other than Elderly Yin, no one else should know about it. Judging from Elderly Yan's character, it did not seem like she would tell anyone about it. In addition, Elderly Yin didn't know what was going on, so this matter should be considered to be over. I have to be more careful the next time I break through. It's okay to break through the law, but breaking through the realm is really dangerous. Fortunately, Elderly Yin not only helped me break through smoothly, but also did not ask any questions. I'm afraid that if it was another elder, she might ask until the end. That would be really difficult to answer. Qin Zhao's mouth twitched as he pondered in his heart. Fortunately, it was all in the past. He did not want to think about it anymore. Yuan, there's still more than 10,000 years. We are not in a hurry to leave. Let's continue to cultivate here. You should comprehend more and accumulate more. It will be helpful for you to break through the realm in the future. I can also use this opportunity to consolidate my realm, Qin Zhao said to Yuan. Yuan nodded, looking very obedient. Therefore, the two of them continued to cultivate. The commotion caused by Elderly Yan's breakthrough did not attract the attention of others because of her. Of course, when they broke through, there was a heavenly aura that descended, which attracted many people's attention. However, this was normal. It was normal for someone to break through in Heaven Choi City. In the past, this kind of situation had always happened. Moreover, in the fourth round of the Wheel of Death, there were some missions that required someone to break through to the ancient saint realm to complete. Therefore, such a breakthrough was naturally not surprising. Many people were very relieved. Since it did not cause a big commotion, it naturally did not attract the attention of others. At most, they would discuss and see who might break through. Qin Zhao did not care about anything else. His heart calmed down quickly, and he continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Chapter 3007. After 100,000 years, Qin Zhao and Yuan stopped cultivating and reluctantly left the land of Dao Ruins. The land of Dao Ruins was indeed a holy land for the cultivation of the great Dao. After 100,000 years of cultivation, Qin Zhao was still somewhat unsatisfied. He wanted to stay a little longer. There would definitely be more gains. Of course, the current gains were already good enough. Although Yuan was not able to break through to the three-step ancient saint realm in one fell swoop, she had cultivated the great Dao law to the profound realm, which was the limit. It paved a lot for her future breakthrough. This was a full harvest. The two returned to the central island. After the fourth round, the central square was even more deserted. There were only a few dozen people there. The fourth round was indeed worthy of being called the Wheel of Death. After a round of rolling, there were only a few people left. However, this situation had long been expected, so Qin Zhao was not too surprised. His Highness Badger Huai was already on the central square, but he was the only one there. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan and the other three were not there. It seemed that the four of them had also been eliminated. Coupled with 9 scatterings and the other 2, did it not mean that there were as many as 7 people eliminated in this round alone? What a terrifying number. One should know that only one person was eliminated in the previous 3 rounds. Moreover, Miss Lin Qin's elimination was a sacrifice she made on her own initiative. It was a requirement of the task. But in this round, 7 people were eliminated. Just thinking about it made one feel terrified and miserable. Seeing Qin Zhao and Yuan, His Highness Badger Huai felt a little dejected. He sighed and said, "Alas, I'm ashamed again. This round is too intense and terrifying. It's simply a little tragic. Kai Yuan and the other 3 have been eliminated. Just the points deducted alone are 40 points. 9 scatterings and the others have also been eliminated, but His Highness Badger Huai looked at Qin Zhao with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Qin Xiao, for breaking through to the three-step ancient saint realm. You are indeed a stabilizing force. I feel much calmer when I see you. No matter what the situation is this time, seeing that you've made a breakthrough to third-step ancient saint is the greatest reward I've reaped. As for the rest, I can only say that we have tried our best. There is nothing to regret. The Wheel of Death, there's no way around it. It's not just our team that's miserable. The other teams are also very miserable. Many teams only have a single commander left. Our group is considered very good. We still have 3 people. The situation in the central square was actually a tragic one. Most of the teams only had 1 or 2 people left. The teams with 3 people were very dazzling. The team with the most people should be Saint Lanhua's team. They still had 5 people. However, in this round, 6 of them were eliminated. Surprisingly, there were 2 more third-step ancient saints in Holy Sage Lanhua's team. Holy Sage Jiuxi had broken through to the third-step ancient saint realm. His Highness Lanhua's team was still the most dazzling star, blooming with the brightest light. His Highness Zhu Shua's team and Holy Maiden Luo Zi's team had 4 people left. In their teams, 1 person had also broken through to the third-step ancient saint realm. As for His Highness Chio's team and His Highness DG's team, they only had 3 people left. They were in His Highness Y's team. However, His Highness Y's team had an advantage over them. His Highness Y's team had Qin Xiao, who had broken through to the third-step ancient saint realm. On the other hand, the other 2 teams did not have anyone who had broken through to the third-step ancient saint realm. The other teams could be skipped over. There were no more teams with 3 people. Teams with 2 people were relatively few. After this round, less than half of the teams were left. The total number of people was less than 100. It should be slightly more than 90 people. This round eliminated more than 80% of the people. However, in this round, he had managed to create 5 ancient saints of the third step. Such a result could be considered very dazzling. In the previous rounds, this was a relatively good result. They were able to create 5 third-step ancient saints. Seeing this situation, Qin Xiao felt a little more confident in his heart. Basically, His Highness Chio's team and His Highness DG's team should have no competition. They should be able to secure the 4th place. Now, it depended on whether they could enter the 3rd place. His Highness Lanhua's team was still incomparably strong. His first-place position was probably very difficult to shake. His Highness Zhu Shua's team and Holy Maiden Luo Zi's team should be similar. Perhaps they would have a slight advantage. It should not be impossible to surpass them. Qin Xiao still had some confidence in his heart. His team also had 153 points. Now, it was up to His Highness Y's team to see how many points they had. Your Highness Y, how many points do you expect to get in this round? Qin Xiao asked. His Highness Y looked a little embarrassed when he heard this question. He said, "Our luck might not be very good. Of course, our strength might not be very good. Therefore, I estimate that in this round, we might only get about 40 points at most. Sai, I'm ashamed. This round, we might be seriously dragging the team down. About 40 points? This score was indeed a little low. Although this score was a little lower than Qin Zhao's expectations, on the bright side, there were at least 40 points. It was not too despairing. It might not be high, but the overall situation in this round was not very good. Therefore, there was still some hope. It's okay, Your Highness Y. Everyone has done their best. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Our overall strength did not have any advantage. It's already very good that we were able to get to this point. Therefore, let's leave it to fate and do our best. There is nothing else. Qin Xiao curled her lips and smiled faintly as she comforted His Highness Badger Y. Let's leave it to fate and do our best. This was the only way. His Highness Y felt a little ashamed in his heart. At the same time, he was very grateful to Qin Xiao. If it wasn't for Qin Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to enter the top 40 of the heavenly selection list. To be able to reach this step, it was indeed far more than enough for him. It had far exceeded his initial expectations. He was ashamed that Qin Xiao, who had such an advantage, was held back by them. Otherwise, with Qin Xiao's brilliance, they could have been in the first-place team. At this moment, many gazes fell on Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had also broken through to the third-step ancient sage stage. This was naturally a very eye-catching matter, especially Saint Jiusi, who stared deeply at Qin Xiao. He had a big grudge with Qin Xiao. We saw that Qin Xiao had also broken through to the third-step ancient sage stage. He was naturally very displeased. He had suffered in the hands of Qin Xiao before. In the fourth round, he had broken through to the third-step ancient sage stage in one fell swoop. This made him very proud and overjoyed. In his heart, he was also thinking that he could trample Qin Xiao under his feet now, right? He could at least get back at him, right? However, what made him feel depressed was that Qin Xiao had also broken through to the third-step ancient sage stage. His sense of superiority was instantly dealt a heavy blow. Therefore, he looked at Qin Xiao with an incomparably deep and cold gaze. He gritted his teeth and hated Qin Xiao greatly. Most of the others looked at Qin Xiao with shock and astonishment. In the central square, there was no trace of noise, and the atmosphere became very oppressive. Everyone stood in their respective camps and quietly waited for the heavenly selection list to be refreshed. They were waiting for the sacred and exciting moment to arrive. Finally, under everyone's nervous anticipation, the heavenly selection list was refreshed. There was no suspense in the first place. It was still His Highness Lan Hua's team with 668 points, showing disdain for all the saints. Second, His Highness Zhu Zhu's team with 571 points. Third, His Highness Badger Huai's team with 565 points. Fourth, Holy Maiden Luozi's team with 564 points. Fifth, His Highness Chiu's team with 507 points. Sixth, His Highness DG's team with 494 points. His Highness Badger Huai was a little stunned when he saw the results. His face was full of surprise, and it took him a long time to react. Ha! We actually made it into the top 3. Not only did we maintain our ranking, but we also improved by another step. I thought that we might fall out of the top 5 in this round. I didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. Qin Xiao, Miss Yuan, thank you. It was you who stabilized the situation. You have created a miracle. His Highness Badger Huai laughed heartily. He was in an incomparably good mood. Toward Qin Xiao and Yuan, he was also very grateful and admiring. This result was completely supported by the two of them. Otherwise, with his group's performance in this round, it would be relatively average. In this fourth round, they had obtained a total of 199 points. Even if he had obtained more than 40 points, Qin Zhao's team had obtained more than 150 points. Such a dazzling result was really amazing. Qin Xiao smiled and patted His Highness Badger Huai's shoulder, saying, "We are all on the same side. Don't be so polite. The credit belongs to all of us. It doesn't belong to me, Qin Xiao alone." In this round, His Highness Nine Dispersions and the others, Holy Sage Kai Yuan and the others have all made indelible contributions. At most, I can only say that I did more work because I was capable. Without all of you, we wouldn't have achieved this result. So don't be so polite. We are a team. We share glory together. His Highness Badger Huai nodded and laughed. Yes, they were a team. They shared glory together. It was indeed so. The unique charm of the 100 worlds chosen by Heaven Battle lay in this. It was not a matter of one person acting as a hero, but the cooperation of a team. No matter how hard one tried, if the team was not good, it would still be useless. In this way, it would create some opportunities for some of the weaker people to come out. Otherwise, there would always be a few strong people who would obtain a ranking in the 100 worlds chosen by Heaven Battle. Third place on the Heaven Chosen list. This ranking was enough to make His Highness Badger Huai extremely excited. Now, there was only one round left. If he maintained this, he could obtain the qualification to enter the Firmament Academy. This was something he did not even dare to dream about. Now, he dared to think about it. Now, he was only one step away from this supreme glory, this thing that he had always dreamed of. It was close at hand. As long as he took this step, he would be able to grab that supreme glory. To be able to fight to this point, no matter how hard he had to work, it was worth it. However, the fourth-place Holy Maiden Loazi's team was also close, only 1 point away. Therefore, the last round of the competition must be very intense. For His Highness Badger Huai's team, their biggest opponent was the Holy Maiden Loazi's team. As for His Highness Chio's team and His Highness Badger Huai's team, they should be able to relax a little. Their current strength was much weaker. Therefore, in this last round, at least His Highness Badger Huai would not treat them as his main competitors. All of his energy should be focused on the Holy Maiden Loazi's team. Chapter 3008. Haha. Qin Xiao, Miss Yuan Yuan, keep up the good work and seize the last round. The supreme glory is in front of us. As long as we hold on and withstand the last round, the glory will be ours. A man lives with a breath. A tree lives with a piece of bark. If there is no hope at all, then it doesn't matter. But now that we can see it, it's close at hand. No matter what, we should fight for it with all our might. Haha. The last round depends on you. I will do my best. His Highness Badger Huai said with a serious face. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence, brimming with hot-blooded battle energy. He had never fought so hard his life. But this time, he was going to fight with all his might. Qin Xiao curled his lips and laughed. Your Highness Badger Huai, your goal is a little short. A little short? What did he mean? Hearing Qin Xiao's words, His Highness Badger Huai couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Qin Xiao with some astonishment, not understanding what he meant. The top 3 on the heaven selection list could get a place to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. How could the top 3 be called a short goal? Could it be? Suddenly, His Highness Badger Huai thought of something. He looked at Qin Xiao with a shocked face, and his eyes widened. No way. Qin Xiao smiled again and said, We cultivators have always fought against the heavens, against the earth, against people, against the heavens and the earth, against the Tao, and against fate. Cultivators of our generation should have lofty aspirations and lofty aspirations. We should have courage and hot-bloodedness. So, it's fine if we don't fight. If we want to fight, then we should fight for the best and fight for the first place. The top 3 has been achieved. If we still aim for the top 3, then we are a little narrow-minded. I think we should set our sights higher, farther, and bigger. This way, we will have the desire to chase and the feeling of chasing. So, if we want to aim, we should aim for the first place. The first place. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Badger Huai's jaw dropped. Ruthless, really ruthless. To be honest, His Highness Badger Huai had never even thought about being number 1 on the Heaven's Chosen list. Even now, they were already 3rd on the Heaven's Chosen list. The most important thing was that His Highness Badger Huai felt that it didn't matter whether they fought for first place or not. Being able to secure a spot in the top 3 was enough. He would be able to obtain the thing that he had always dreamed of. Of course, the main reason was because His Highness Badger Huai didn't even think about reaching the top 3. Now that he had reached such a height, he naturally felt very satisfied, very satisfied. Firstly, he really didn't dare to think about it. After all, His Highness Badger Huai had some self-awareness. Originally, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 40. Now, he had miraculously made it to the 3rd place. How could he not be satisfied? If he continued to think about it, he would feel like he was dreaming. However, when he heard Qin Zhao's words, it immediately evoked some of his original dreams and passion in his heart. If he could really fight for it, he might be able to fight for first place, right? First place on the Heaven's Chosen list, that was the supreme glory. Even if he felt a little guilty and felt that he might not be worthy of this ranking. However, Didn't he already make it to the third place on the Heaven's chosen list? So what if he fought for it again? What a guy who overestimates himself. Just a little achievement, and he's already so arrogant. He doesn't even know how much he's worth. You still want to fight for first place? With just you guys? Do you have the qualifications? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. A few figures walked over, and the person who spoke was none other than Saint Venerable Josie, who had always had a grudge with Qin Shao. Saint Venerable Josie was an extremely arrogant, domineering person. She was very arrogant. Now that he had broken through to the third step of the ancient sage stage, he naturally did not take His Highness Badger Huai seriously. Perhaps he would have been respectful before, but now that they were at the same cultivation level, he naturally did not take them seriously. His Highness Lan Hua and the others also looked at Qin Shao and the other two with strange and playful gazes, especially Qin Shao. In fact, they had already completely disregarded His Highness Badger Huai. However, Qin Shao was still worthy of their attention. Qin Shao glanced at Saint Venerable Josie and sneered. Small achievements also need to be fought for. They don't just fall from the sky. I just know how much I'm worth. That's why I know what to do next. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. I'm just a soldier who wants to be a general. Isn't it embarrassing to say such things? A small soldier like you wants to be a general? Saint Venerable Josie sneered again. There are millions of soldiers, but there is only one general. Not all soldiers can be generals. The reality is that no matter how hard you work, a soldier will always be a soldier, and a general will always be a general. You want to fight for first place? You'd better give up. You can't even think about it. Firstly, it can only be something that belongs to our team. We have already taken it in advance. No one else can even think about touching it. Saint Venerable Josie said such words because he was confident. Indeed, His Highness Lan Hua's team had always been in first place. They had always looked down on all the heroes, and their position had never been shaken by any other team. Now, they were far ahead of all the other teams. Their score was more than 100% higher than Qin Zhao's team. It was an extremely terrifying number. With such a huge lead, Saint Venerable Josie was naturally arrogant. In addition, he already had a grudge against Qin Shao. Naturally, he wanted to find an opportunity to humiliate Qin Shao. Until the very last moment, it's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Aren't you afraid that you'll bite your tongue when the time comes? However, Saint Venerable Josie, you've been slapped in the face many times. I can understand. Qin Shao chuckled and retorted sarcastically. Saint Venerable Josie was so angry that his face turned green after being poked in his sore spot by Qin Shao. He glared at Qin Shao with a twisted face and gritted his teeth. This time, I welcome you, Qin Shao, to slap my face with your strength. I'd like to see what you have to fight for first place with us, Qin Shao. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You'll really bite your own tongue. You want to fight for first place? I think you'd better dream. That way, it can still be realized. Ha ha! The people in His Highness Lan Hua's team roared with laughter. They were naturally very disdainful of Qin Shao. They felt that His Highness Badger Huai's team definitely did not have the ability to compete with them. The difference was too great. In terms of numbers, they still had 5 people, while His Highness Badger Huai only had 3 people left. In terms of strength, His Highness Lan Hua was definitely invincible. Other than His Highness Lan Hua, they still had 2 3-step ancient saints. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, how could he be stronger than 2 3-step ancient saints? 2 against 1, they still had an overwhelming advantage. In terms of points, they had more than 100 points more than His Highness Badger Huai's team. How could they compete with such a huge advantage? Therefore, they naturally had absolute confidence. They could be dismissive and look down on any other team. They had the strength to back it up. His Highness Lan Hua's lips curled into a playful sneer. However, he only glanced at Qin Shao and did not say anything. Then, he left with his people. However, That extreme disdain was like a sharp sword that ruthlessly pierced Qin Zhao's heart. Invisible disdain was the most fatal. True disdain did not need to be said. Just a look and an expression was enough. The eyes of the people in the square also converged on this side. There were also some voices of discussion. Of course, most of the voices were disdainful. They also felt that Qin Zhao's team was simply out of their minds. How could they compete for the first place? It was already very impressive to be able to secure the third place. It was already a miracle. They were delusional to think that they could compete for the first place. They really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. There were also some people who sympathized with Qin Zhao's team. After being attacked by His Highness Lan Hua's team, they would probably suffer later. Yuan pouted and said angrily, "Big brother Qin Zhao, these people are too much of a bully. They are too arrogant. We must teach them a lesson. They look down on us. I didn't care at first, but they are too much. I can't stand it anymore. The more they look down on us, the more they won't let us compete for the first place. Then we will compete for the first place. We must compete for it and let them know our strength." His Highness Badger, Huai's hot-bloodedness and arrogance were completely stimulated. He also secretly clenched his fists and fiercely gritted his teeth. With a look of determination, he said, "Yes, Qin Zhao, you are right. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Since we want to compete, then we must bravely compete for the first place. We are already in the third place. If we continue to aim for the third place, it is obviously a little small and unambitious. Since that is the case, then we will compete for the first place. No matter what, we have to fight to the end. We have to fight for it. We have to work hard. As for whether we can succeed or not in the end, that is another matter. Whether we compete or not, that is our own business. We can't decide the final result now, but whether we compete or not, we can decide now. If we can't decide, let's leave it to the heavens. If we can't decide, we must at least decide. Let's compete for the first place. I, Badger Huai, will also be heroic for once, also be domineering for once, also be desperate for once. Isn't it a fortunate thing to have such a moment in life? I'm fortunate to have met you, Qin Zhao. I've learned a lot from you. This trip has been the most rewarding journey of my life. And you, Qin Zhao, are the benefactor of my life. Ha. There is no need to say anything else. The competition is over. Qin Zhao smiled and nodded. Yes, there is no need to say anything else. The competition is over. Qin Zhao and the other two left with a sense of ambition and heroism. There were a lot of discussions about them, but Qin Zhao and the other two didn't bother to pay attention to them. They just needed to do their own things. After the fourth round, there will be a slightly longer rest time. Qin Zhao and the other two returned to the temporary imperial residence. Miss Lianxin and the other two were eliminated, so they could only stay in the temporary imperial residence. Therefore, they were also looking forward to Qin Zhao and the other two's return. They wanted to know the current situation. As soon as they saw Qin Zhao and the other two come back, Miss Lianxin and the others all rushed forward and surrounded Qin Zhao and the other two, looking at Qin Zhao and the other two eagerly. Author Cruel Death say, the fourth update is coming. There will be a surprise in the evening. In the last 3 days, there will be flowers. Don't forget to send them. Chapter 3009. After learning that Qin Zhao had broken through to the third step Ancient Saint Realm and was ranked third on the Heavenly Selection List, everyone was excited. Ha! Top 3 on the Heavenly Selection List. Ha! This is a result that I never dreamed of. He actually achieved it. It would be great if he could stabilize it. That would be the true peak of life. Yes, before participating in the 100 World Selection Tournament, let alone top 3, we didn't even dare to think about top 30. I really didn't expect that Big Beard, would have such a glorious day. Thinking about it, I feel great. In the future, I will have something to brag about, right? In the future, I will be considered a well-known figure in the Zealand world, right? Of course, it won't just be a well-known figure. We will definitely be famous in the entire Zealand world. In the future, who doesn't know about us in the Zealand world? In the recent history of our Zealand world, there shouldn't be anyone who has gotten into the top 3, right? Yes, at least in the recent history of the universe era. I don't know if there were any in the past. We could be considered to have created history. Haha, our names will definitely be left in the history of the Zealand world. Look at you guys. How can 3rd place be our final result? Do you guys not believe in Qin Shao? He used his own strength to forcefully pull us into the top 3. There is still one more round. I think we can go further. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan smiled. He had full confidence in Qin Shao, which was what Qin Shao wanted. Ha ha. Yes, 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 Saint Venerable Kai Yuan is right. I also believe that we can go further. I think we definitely want to go further, but shouldn't we not put more pressure on Qin Shao? I think it's already very amazing to be able to stay in the top 3. Qin Shao has already created history and written a miracle. Elites strive to be the strongest. I still believe that Qin Shao definitely wants to fight for the 1st place. Qin Shao smiled. He didn't expect Saint Venerable Kai Yuan to be the one who understood him the most. If they wanted to fight, they naturally had to fight for 1st place. Otherwise, there would be nothing to fight for. Fighting for the 3rd place was never Qin Shao's style. If he really came in 3rd place, it meant that he had lost the competition. However, Qin Shao had never lost in his dictionary. He would do his best to fight for anything until the end. There were still 10,000 years before the start of the 5th round. After everyone drank and celebrated, they didn't disturb Qin Shao and the other 2. Although they had 10,000 years to rest and reorganize, Qin Shao and the other 2 naturally couldn't stay idle. They naturally had to prepare for the 5th round. All 3 of them had lofty ambitions and lofty aspirations. All of them wanted to have a good fight. All of them wanted to make a beautiful comeback in the 5th round. If he wanted to fight for 1st place, the obstacles were simply too strong. It was definitely not an easy task to surpass him and obtain the number 1 position. 10,000 years passed very quickly. The 5th round of the competition quietly approached. It was about to start in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. In the 5th round, only His Highness Badger Huai, Qin Shao, and Yuan were left. His Highness Badger Huai said, "In the last round, we won't be divided into groups. The 3 of us will be together." The last round is also a competition round. To put it bluntly, it's actually a competition for the top 3 places. Only the top 3 places can get a place to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. This is a competition for places. Apart from the top 3, there are no other rewards. If you can't make it to the top 3, then the rest is meaningless. In this last round, only the 6 of us have the qualifications to compete, right? Except for His Highness Lan Hua's team, which has an obvious advantage. The other 5 teams are not too different. Of course, if we habitually exclude His Highness Chio's team and His Highness DG's team, then only the 4 of us are left to compete. Others are competing for the top 3, but we are competing for the 1st place. Therefore, our goal is very clear, which is His Highness Lan Hua's team. As for His Highness Zhu's team and Saintess Luozi's team, they are not in our consideration. They will not be our final competitors. Qin Shao curled his lips, smiled, and said, "Yes, what His Highness Badger Huai said is correct. We must first have such confidence. Our only opponent is His Highness Lan Hua's team. There is no other team. We must have such pride. As for His Highness Zhu's team and His Highness Luozi's team, we should have the confidence to disdain them. Of course, disdain is not underestimating the enemy, but disdain of pride. In this way, we can show our determination. After waiting and preparing for 10,000 years, the 3 of them were very complacent. The blood in their bodies was already boiling. His Highness Badger Huai took out the information jade slip and presented the rules of the fifth round in detail to Qin Shao and the other two. In the fifth round, there was no grouping. Everyone entered the Heaven's Chosen Battlefield. The Heaven's Chosen Battlefield was not a real battlefield, but a consciousness battlefield. One's consciousness could enter it. Qin Shao had experienced a lot of consciousness battlefields, but she had not entered it again after becoming a saint. A consciousness battlefield that could allow an ancient saint to enter was very unusual. Many forces would have consciousness battlefields in their tests, just like the selection of the Sacred Academy. The reason why consciousness battlefields were so popular was that consciousness battlefields had their own unique advantages. In the consciousness battlefield, only consciousness could enter, so one could go all out and fight with all their might. There was really no need to worry about killing others. Secondly, this way, one could control the use of any treasures and magical abilities. It guaranteed a certain degree of fairness. It was precisely because of this that consciousness battlefields were very popular. In fact, Qin Shao also liked to fight in the consciousness battlefield. The rules of the fifth round were like this. Entering the Heaven's Chosen Battlefield would start the battle. In the Heaven's Chosen Battlefield, many consciousness life forms would be placed. There were a total of 5 levels of consciousness life forms, and each level was worth 2 points. The lowest level was equivalent to the strength of an ordinary third-step ancient saint. The second level was equivalent to the existence of an extremely dangerous third-step ancient saint. The third level was equivalent to the existence of an ordinary four-eyed ancient saint. The fourth level was equivalent to the existence of an extremely dangerous fourth-step ancient saint. As for the fifth level, it was basically equivalent to the existence of an extreme fourth-step ancient saint. It was an invincible existence. However, the fifth level did not need to be killed, only defeated. Defeat would give 10 points. The other 4 levels needed to be killed to get points. 5 levels of consciousness life forms. This was the game rule of the Heaven's Chosen Battlefield. In addition, there were other game rules. Everyone was also divided into levels, from 1 to 3. Second step Ancient Saint was level 1, third step Ancient Saint was level 2, and the captain was level 3. In other words, Yuan was level 1, Qin Shao was level 2, and His Highness Badger Huai was level 3. And such a division was also for the convenience of recording points in the battle. It was like this. According to the levels, the team's points were distributed. For example, in His Highness Badger Huai's team, there were only 3 people, Qin Shao, level 1, level 2, and level 3, which added up to a total of 6 levels. Then their points would be divided into 6 equal parts, and finally a round number. Finally, everyone would get the corresponding points according to their level. His Highness Badger Huai had 565 points. Divided by 6, the average person would have 94 points. That was to say, if divided separately, Yuan had 94 points, Qin Shao had 294 points, which was 188 points, and His Highness Badger Huai had 394 points, which was 282 points. If someone was eliminated, it would not be a deduction of 10 points, but a deduction of the corresponding points. In other words, if Yuan was eliminated, it would be a deduction of 94 points. If His Highness Badger Huai was eliminated, it would be a deduction of 282 points. This kind of point deduction rule was very deadly. Once eliminated, it was basically hopeless to reach the top 3. If Yuan was eliminated, it would be fine. But if His Highness Badger Huai was eliminated, it would be impossible to reach the top 3. Moreover, there were many ways to play with this rule. If you were eliminated by a consciousness life form, it would be fine. But if you were eliminated by others, then the points would be added to the others. That would be terrifying. Therefore, this Heaven's Chosen Battlefield not only needed to fight against consciousness life forms, but also other people. The time limit was still 100,000 years. This game was much more exciting than the previous 4 rounds. And most importantly, this game was filled with too many uncertainties. However, it was indeed the easiest way to widen the gap. With this, the gap between them would be very wide, and it would be enough to cover all of their previous advantages. Therefore, seeing this game, Qin Xiao and His Highness Badger Huai couldn't help but frown. This battle won't be easy. His Highness Badger Huai frowned and shook his head with a serious expression. In terms of strength, not to mention His Highness Lan Hua, I'm not even a match for His Highness Qiu and the others. My strength, among the participating captains, is estimated to be at most in the middle. There is no advantage to speak of. If I encounter such a battle, then I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. The rules of the game were that only those of the same level could attack those of the same level, or those of a lower level could attack those of a higher level. Those of a higher level could not attack those of a lower level. In other words, those of the third level could only attack those of the third level and not those of the second level, unless those of the first level or the second level took the initiative to attack. This was also to prevent the situation of the strong bullying the weak. Such rules of the game were a good thing for Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan. They could be said to have benefited a lot. Qin Xiao said to His Highness Badger Huai, "Don't worry so much. Even if your strength is not very strong, it won't be easy for others to kill you. If they don't kill you, it won't be considered as defeating you. They won't be able to take away your points. So as long as you don't encounter His Highness Lan Hua and the others, you should be able to handle it." The competition of this Heaven's Chosen battle is estimated to be between consciousness life forms at most. The competition between the teams should be rare. When the time comes, we'll take one step at a time. There's no need to think too much now. No matter what, everyone's situation is the same. It's basically fair and just. Under the same conditions, we have the ambition to fight for first place. There's no need to be afraid of everything. There are 3 of us, but we're still a team. I believe that as long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to create a glory that belongs to us. Author, Cruel Shangaha, 5th update. At the end of the month, Cruel Shang wanted to give it his all. He didn't want to waste everyone's 1 month of support. Chapter 30:10. Yuan Yuan also nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness Badger Huai. What are you worried about? Don't you still have me and Brother Qin Xiao? I'm not bragging, but I'm sure no one in the second step Ancient Saint Realm can beat me. Therefore, as long as I encounter any second step Ancient Saint Realm, no matter which team they are in, even if they are in Your Highness Lan Hua's team, I will eliminate them all. There's also Brother Qin Xiao. He might not be invincible in the third step Ancient Saint Realm, but he's definitely invincible in the second step. Those second step Ancient Saints are definitely not Brother Qin Xiao's match. Brother Qin Xiao is absolutely invincible. Brother Qin Xiao and I are both invincible. You just have to do your best and work hard. As for the rest, the 3 of us will face them together." Qin Xiao smiled. It seemed that Yuan Yuan was quite good at comforting people. This little girl had also become much more eloquent. Moreover, what she said was indeed clear and logical. Qin Xiao was not worried about anything. As long as the rules were the same, it was fine. Under the same conditions, under the same rules, no one would take advantage of the other. Everyone was on the same platform, the same environment, the same treatment, and the same fairness. There was no reason for him to lose to others. Even if His Highness Badger Huai was really eliminated and had so many points deducted, Qin Xiao was not worried about anything. If there was a loss, there would be a gain. If His Highness Badger Huai was eliminated, Qin Xiao would naturally find a way to recover all the losses. Wouldn't that be the same? In short, the 5th round of competition would be very intense, and it was also the time to really test a person. At this time, strength was very important. Luck and teamwork were also very important. Now, it was time for them to compete with their own strength. After listening to Qin Shao and Yuan's words, His Highness Badger, Huai, suddenly felt relieved. He smiled and said, I'm sorry. I was thinking too much and worrying too much. This is the first time I've stood at such a height. I can't help but feel terrified. I have to work hard to overcome this thought. Based on the rules of the game, we should make some plans and make some preparations in advance. Qin Shao nodded. He also wanted to discuss the next countermeasures with His Highness Badger Huai. The battle of the chosen by heaven was very intense. Moreover, tactics were obviously very important. If a team's coordination wasn't good enough, then their points would be greatly reduced. If they cooperated well, they would have a better chance of getting points. Qin Shao, why don't you say it? I think you should have a lot of ideas. His Highness Badger Huai said modestly. Of course, he also wanted Qin Shao to be the core of this team. After all, along the way, it could be said that Qin Shao had been supporting the entire team. Therefore, in Badger Huai's heart, Qin Shao was the soul of the team. He was willing to follow Qin Zhao's plan. A general should be a capable person. Regarding this point, His Highness Badger Huai was more open-minded and wouldn't be too greedy. Qin Shao didn't refuse and nodded. Your Highness Badger Huai, my thoughts are like this. Looking at the situation, after we enter this round, the three of us should be together. We shouldn't be separated. My guess is that in the early stages, they should be hunting sentient life forms. Maybe later on, they will slowly encounter others. Therefore, for the early stages of the battle, it's best to enter the heavens' chosen battlefield first, and then make decisions based on the situation. If we cannot separate, then we will try our best not to. In this way, we can discuss and come up with a good plan to deal with any problems we encounter. Furthermore, there's a problem. I don't know if Your Highness Badger Huai has noticed. The rules of the game didn't say that they couldn't fight one-on-one, right? There's no rule that says it has to be one-on-one, right? It just said that the higher level can't bully the lower level, but the lower level can attack the higher level. Thus, if we were to truly encounter some sort of situation, Yuan and I will be able to lend Your Highness Badger Huai a hand. In this way, Your Highness Badger Huai can be guaranteed not to be eliminated to the greatest extent. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Badger Huai suddenly patted his head and suddenly became excited and happy. Yes, yes, Qin Shao, you are really sharp. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have reacted. My first impression was that it should be a one-on-one battle. Yes, there is no rule. If you die, it is allowed. Therefore, you can also help me. With Qin Shao and you, Yuan, I don't have to worry about anything. Even if His Highness Lan Hua wants to attack me, I'm not afraid of anything. Qin Shao nodded. Of course, if His Highness Lan Hua really wanted to attack, his team members would also be there, and the situation wouldn't be so simple. But let's not talk about this first. This situation may not necessarily happen. For the time being, it was just an analysis of this possibility. There is nothing else. The other situation can only be seen after entering the heavens' chosen battlefield. Qin Shao said, since there was nothing else, then let's go to the heavens' chosen battlefield. Qin Zhao's group of three once again went to the central island. Soon, the three of them arrived at the central island. The other teams also rushed over and gathered at the central island again. The most dazzling and eye-catching team was naturally His Highness Lan Hua's team. They stood there like proud eagles, their arrogance soaring to the sky, pressing everyone under their feet. His Highness Badger Huai originally found a place to stop, but Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Come, let's also go and stand at the most conspicuous place over there. Since we have the ambition to fight for the first place, then in terms of momentum, we can't lose to His Highness Lan Hua's team. If we lose, even in momentum, then we have already lost half of the battle. They're standing at the most conspicuous place, looking down on the universe. Let's also go and compete with them in momentum, a pair of eyes, and steal the limelight first. Qin Zhao's words made His Highness Badger Huai speechless. At first, he was shocked, but he couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's soaring heroism. Such an action was indeed amazing. Heroism was contagious, and His Highness Badger Huai was also infected by Qin Zhao, so he didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. Let's go. Let's go meet His Highness Lan Hua's team. Thus, Qin Zhao's group of 3 walked to the most conspicuous place over there, and finally stood opposite His Highness Lan Hua's team, as if confronting His Highness Lan Hua's team. Such an action attracted the attention of the other teams, and they all looked at Qin Zhao's side with astonishment. Although His Highness Badger Huai's team was ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Genius list, His Highness Lan Hua's strength was still deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. Many people naturally felt that His Highness Lan Hua's team was invincible, and undefeatable, an existence that no other team could provoke. Provoking His Highness Lan Hua's team was an act of seeking death. Such a thing, even His Highness Zhu Zhuo and Sanus Luo Zi's team didn't dare to do it, but His Highness Badger Huai's team wanted to do it. It seemed that they were already doing it. Therefore, many people looked over with surprise and curiosity. They wanted to see what would happen next. Qin Zhao's group of 3 didn't care at all, and they had already made up their minds, finalized their lofty aspirations, and came with a heroic spirit, not afraid of anything. His Highness Badger Huai felt that in his life. This was the most handsome, the most manly, and the bravest moment. He really didn't think that he would dare to provoke His Highness Lan Hua like this, and directly face her. But today he did it, and there was no fear in his heart, and there was even a surge of hot-bloodedness. When His Highness Lan Hua's team saw Qin Zhao's group of 3 provoking them, their expressions naturally turned cold, and they stared fiercely at Qin Zhao's group. The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. The atmosphere became tense and oppressive, and the entire space froze. Oomph. Saint Master Jiu Si suddenly snorted coldly, like the anger of the Grim Reaper. He snorted coldly, and his aura was strong and very scary. Saint Master Jiu Si's eyes glanced viciously at Qin Zhao's group of 3, and he shouted angrily, "Get lost! Is this a place where you can stand?" As he said that, he looked at His Highness Badger Huai with disdain and contempt, and said mockingly, "Who do you think you are? You're just a nobody, and you dare to compete with His Highness Lan Hua for glory? Who gave you the courage? Where did your confidence come from? If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost immediately. Maybe you can still retain a little bit of dignity. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to know how to write the word regret." Faced with such a threat, His Highness Badger Huai would probably be afraid in the past. But now, his blood was boiling, and his qi and blood were soaring to the sky. He was lofty and fearless. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai sneered and looked at Saint Master Jiu Si with contempt, and said, "Where did this dog come from, showing its fangs when it sees people? Looks like a vicious dog. I hate dogs the most, especially vicious dogs. Usually, when I meet a vicious dog, I will kill it and cook it. You ask me who I am? Then what are you, Saint Master Jiu Si? No matter how useless I am still the Highness of Zilin Boundary, the young master of Zilin Boundary, and someone who is qualified to participate in the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle. Saint Master Jiu Si, what are you? Do you have the qualifications to bring people to participate in the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle? You are just a vicious dog that was brought here by your master. What's wrong? Now that you have a good master, you think you can look down on everything and everyone? You dare to bark in front of this prince? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Vicious dogs that bark when they see people can't live for long. Being called a vicious dog by His Highness Badger Huai in front of everyone. Such humiliation made Saint Master Jiu Si so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He glared at His Highness Badger Huai with a face full of anger and humiliation. But why would His Highness Badger Huai be afraid of him? Why would he put Saint Master Jiu Si in his eyes? If it was His Highness Lan Hua, His Highness Badger Huai would still be somewhat afraid. But how could he, Saint Master Jiusi, be qualified to jump around in front of him? No matter how useless His Highness Badger Huai was, he was far from being comparable to Saint Master Jiusi. Saint Master Jiusi only dared to be angry, but he didn't dare to do anything to His Highness Badger Huai. Just as His Highness Badger Huai finished speaking, Qin Shao also sneered. Some people are really worse than vicious dogs. They are clearly humans, but they pretend to be vicious dogs. It's fine if they are vicious dogs, but they don't have any self-awareness at all. They want to bark when they see people. They think that they can be trampled on just because their master is supporting them. These kinds of people usually don't have much ability. They're just bluffing. You. After being insulted by His Highness Badger Huai and then being humiliated by Qin Shao, Saint Master Jiusi was so angry that his face turned completely black. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose, unable to restrain his anger. His whole body was trembling, and he wanted to kill someone. Chapter 30:11. Saint Master Jiusi did not expect His Highness Badger Huai and Qin Shao to be so arrogant. Even if they did not give him face, His Highness Lan Hua was here. They dared to provoke and be so presumptuous in front of His Highness Lan Hua. Weren't they looking down on His Highness Lan Hua? How daring, how crazy, how arrogant. What made Saint Master Jiusi want to vomit blood was that he could not find the words to refute His Highness Badger Huai. After all, the truth was just as His Highness Badger Huai had said. In terms of status, background, and strength, he could not compare with His Highness Badger Huai. No matter what, His Highness Badger Huai was the young master of a world. His status and strength were there. Naturally, Saint Master Jiusi could not compare with him. However, Saint Master Jiusi followed His Highness Lan Hua. With such a big backer, he naturally had the confidence to not put His Highness Badger Huai in his eyes. Suddenly, His Highness Lan Hua snorted coldly. His Highness Lan Hua's cold eyes swept across. It was terrifying and made people feel fear. His Highness Lan Hua's strength was unfathomable. He was in a high position and had a strong background. His aura was domineering. When he was angry, he had a very strong deterrent force. Everyone in the town, they're just three whimsical people. They are not worth mentioning. The weaker the person, the higher he will jump to make up for the emptiness in his heart. His Highness Lan Hua said disdainfully. Qin Shao curled his lips and chuckled. He said, "Is that so? Whimsical? Weak people?" From the moment His Highness Lan Hua looked down on his opponent, he had already set the stage for your defeat. Hearing Qin Zhao's arrogant words, His Highness Lan Hua was not angry. Instead, he laughed. With a playful look, he looked at Qin Shao with deep eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, showing his extreme disdain for Qin Shao. "You are just arrogant children. I have never seen you as an opponent because you are not worthy. If you want to keep dreaming, then do it slowly. Reality is always the best weapon to destroy dreams." Qin Shao chuckled and replied, "Let's see who will be the one dreaming in the end. Reality will always be decided by fists." The conversation between the two was also an invisible collision, creating intense sparks and igniting the invisible smell of gunpowder. The strong smell of gunpowder made the atmosphere even more tense and oppressive. Some people even held their breaths as they stared at the scene. Qin Shao was probably the first person who dared to confront Her Highness Lan Hua head-on, provoke her in such a straightforward manner, and speak such arrogant words. For a young man who had just broken through to the third step ancient saint realm and was from the celestial realm, they couldn't help but feel admiration for him. No matter what the result was, at least Qin Shao was worthy of admiration for his heroism and courage. The confrontation between His Highness Badger Huai's team and His Highness Lan Hua's team opened the curtains of the fifth round. At this moment, everyone felt that only these two teams could compete for the first place of the heavenly selection list. As for His Highness Zhu Zhua's team and Saintess Luo Zi's team, they seemed to have fallen out of the ranks of contention. Not to mention how much strength they had. In terms of momentum, they had already lost by a level. The tense and oppressive atmosphere was finally broken by elderly Yin. Three figures flew over and landed in the void. The powerful aura caused everyone present to retract their gazes and look over respectfully. The one in the middle of the three figures was elderly Yin. The other two were also elders of Heaven Choice City. They were extremely powerful existences and were the rulers of this place. They were sacred existences that couldn't be offended. It was the first time that three elders had arrived at the same time in the 100-world selection battle. Everyone bowed together. Elderly Yin said, "It seems that you are all ready. Then it seems that there is no need for the old man to say anything more. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin." With that, elderly Yin waved his hand. A golden necklace flew out from his hand and hovered in the void. The necklace blossomed with golden light, causing it to rapidly expand. Finally, it became a huge necklace with a diameter of 10,000 feet. The necklace was filled with golden light. The golden light formed a vortex and opened a door to a foreign realm. The golden light enveloped everyone, and a vast and unparalleled power surged into everyone's soul consciousness. What a powerful power! Qin Shao even felt that the power of the golden light alone was enough to kill him. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. It felt as though his life was in the hands of someone else. Of course, elderly Yin wouldn't do anything to them. However, what caused Qin Shao to be surprised and shocked in his heart was what this treasure was. What kind of treasure was it? Such a powerful treasure should be far beyond a top-grade saint artifact, right? It's a boundary artifact. Only worldly immortals can use a boundary artifact to unleash its full power. However, this boundary artifact isn't an offensive boundary artifact. Therefore, its power isn't too strong. I've seen an offensive world weapon being used once before. It's truly terrifying. Even a fourth-step ancient saint would be killed instantly, His Highness Badger Huai suddenly said. Qin Shao was relieved. So was a boundary artifact. It seemed that a boundary artifact was above a saint artifact. It was truly frightening. Just the might of an offensive world artifact alone was enough to instantly kill a fourth-step ancient saint. Qin Shao hadn't seen a boundary artifact before. This was his first time seeing one. "All of you, quickly enter with your minds." Elderly Yan's voice rang out. His Highness Badger Huai and Qin Shao looked at each other. They immediately sat down cross-legged and sent their consciousness into the boundary artifact. Qin Zhao's consciousness moved and was immediately sucked into the boundary weapon by the golden light. Soon, Qin Zhao's body moved and arrived in a brand new world. Just as Qin Shao expected, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan appeared beside him. The three of them weren't separated. However, there was no trace of the others. Obviously, this round was a round where all the teams were grouped together. This was a boundless world. It was eerie, and it was filled with battle intent. This was the heavens' chosen battlefield. It was a world of slaughter. It was a world filled with the smell of blood. It was a world that made people's blood boil and their fighting spirits soar. They had truly entered the heavens' chosen battlefield. The fifth round of the competition had officially begun. Qin Shao quickly looked around. He felt that this world was full of danger. He felt that there were dangerous things everywhere. This feeling was even more stimulating. Qin Shao said with a serious face, "His Highness Badger Huai, Yuan, it seems that the situation is similar to what I expected. In the early stage, we have to deal with those consciousness life forms. We just have to kill and fight crazily. Later, we will meet other people and the real competition will begin. The three of us must not be separated. We can't act separately in order to kill more consciousness life forms. It's very likely that the gains won't make up for the losses. I even think that we don't have to be too obsessed with killing consciousness life forms in the early stage. After all, the points obtained from killing consciousness life forms are relatively small. And even if we get them, if we lose to other people later, all the points will be given to other people. Therefore, the real fierce battle should be at the end. In fact, we don't have to fight at all. We just need to find a place to settle down and wait for the final battle. We will fight whoever stands at the end. Our goal is to fight for the first place. The final goal is His Highness Lanhua's team. We just need to defeat His Highness Lanhua's team, and the first place will be ours. In addition, I'm afraid that no matter how many methods we have, no matter how hard we try to kill the enemy, it will be useless. His Highness Badger Huai was silent. After thinking carefully, he said, "Qin Shao, what you said is very reasonable. But in this way, the risk is also very high. We have the ambition to fight for the first place, but if we directly target His Highness Lanhua's team and fight with him in the end, then once we lose, I'm afraid that we won't even be in the top 3. If we go all the way now, even if we may not be able to defeat His Highness Lanhua's team in the end, we still have a great chance to keep the top 3. In fact, for His Highness Badger Huai, he didn't have a strong desire to win the first place. Although under the stimulation of Qin Shao, his ambition was aroused, and he also wanted to be heroic for once. But the problem was, if because of this ambition he lost the top 3 and the quota to enter the Firmament Academy, then he really wanted to cry, but had no tears. To him, that was a loss that did not make up for the gains. Therefore, he was naturally a little worried in his heart. However, Qin Shao was now the main force of the team, and he didn't want to oppose Qin Zhao's plan too much. Qin Shao naturally also saw the worry in His Highness Badger Huai's heart. He smiled and said, "Oh, His Highness Badger Huai, don't worry, I just said it casually. Of course, we can't wait here so leisurely. That's not our style. If we want to fight, then we naturally have to fight all the way. If we don't use these in the early stage to practice and warm up, then the probability of us losing the last battle is very high. Of course, we can't do such a risky thing. Fight, of course we have to fight all the way. However, the final plan still needs to be prepared in advance. There is no problem to keep the top 3. If we want to fight, Yuan and I will do it. Your Highness Badger Huai, you don't need to. If you want to fight, only His Highness Lan Hua will fight with you. Obviously, he will be at a disadvantage. Naturally, we can't do such a thing. If Yuan and I fight, then there won't be such a problem. As long as we take down His Highness Lan Hua's 4 subordinates, I'm afraid that he alone won't be able to reverse the situation and won't be able to keep the first place. So, in the early stage, we naturally have to crazily score points and do our best to raise our score. However, I want to discuss something with Your Highness Badger Huai. Just in case, I think we must have a good arrangement for the points obtained in this round. The best way is to concentrate all the points obtained in this round on one person. Furthermore, we can ensure that this person will not lose the points under any circumstances. In this way, in the end, if there's an unexpected situation, we can still maintain the top 3 position. His Highness Badger Huai nodded after listening. After thinking carefully, he also agreed with Qin Zhao's suggestion. In fact, he had been thinking about this problem. If the points were scattered, then if someone was accidentally eliminated, it would be a fatal blow. It was better to be safe than sorry. It might not be a bad thing to guard against such a situation. Chapter 30:12. Qin Shao, what do you think? His Highness Badger Huai asked directly. Although he had some ideas of his own, he still wanted to ask Qin Shao. Qin Shao continued, Your Highness Badger Huai, logically speaking, the points for this round should be given to you. After all, you're the captain and have the most points. However, you're the biggest target. You could be targeted by Her Highness Lan Hua, but Yuan, and I don't have such a threat. His Highness Badger Huai nodded and agreed. Yes, Qin Shao, I think so too. It definitely won't work on me. In fact, I have always been worried that I will be eliminated, but I am not worried about what will happen to you. You should have no problems. Therefore, all the points will be given to you. In the end, you will be the one to kill the enemies. In this way, all the points will be given to you. No. Qin Shao shook her head and said, It can be given to me, but is not absolutely safe. I'm not afraid of Saint Jiuxi and the others, but I think I will challenge Her Highness Lan Hua and the others in the end. Therefore, just in case, it is best not to give it to me. It will be absolutely safe, and absolutely safe if it is given to Yuan. On Yuan? His Highness Badger Huai looked at Yuan and nodded in agreement. In fact, he felt that it would be fine if it was given to either Qin Shao or Yuan. There was no difference. However, after analyzing it, if Qin Shao really wanted to challenge Her Highness Lan Hua and the others, it was indeed the safest thing to do if it was given to Yuan. After all, Yuan was only at the first level. As long as she did not take the initiative to challenge, only those second-step ancient saints could make a move on her. His Highness Badger Huai naturally believed in Yuan's strength. He believed that all the second-step ancient saints here were definitely not Yuan's match. However, what shocked His Highness Badger Huai was that Qin Shao actually wanted to challenge Her Highness Lan Hua and the others. This was not an ordinary idea. Moreover, with His Highness Badger Huai's understanding of Qin Shao, since Qin Shao dared to have such an idea, she definitely wanted to do so. His Highness Badger Huai had no choice but to prostrate himself in admiration. He didn't dare to challenge His Highness Lan Hua and the others because he was very clear that it was absolutely impossible for him to succeed. That would be the same as asking for trouble and sending himself to death. Wasn't it stupid to do something despite knowing it was impossible? His Highness Badger Huai and knew that he could not do this. However, he did not expect Qin Shao to challenge Her Highness Lan Hua and the others. In that case, her had His Highness Lan, His Highness Badger, His Highness's was unfathomable. Was to say he was to no. Why Badger? Why have a why? And Qin Shao to his whys to do's, his to why, to be, to challenge his. After discussing this matter, the three of them began to move. The three of them did not go far before they saw a group of consciousness life forms. The group of consciousness life forms seemed to be guarding there, waiting for someone to come to their door. Moreover, the number of consciousness life forms was particularly large. At a glance, there were hundreds of them, forming an arc-shaped encirclement, forming a large circle. As soon as they saw someone coming, the consciousness life forms seemed to have awakened. Their cold eyes looked towards Qin Zhao's group. They stared coldly at Qin Zhao's group with murderous intent. At a glance, it felt like all of them were consciousness life forms. Such a situation caused Qin Zhao and the other two to involuntarily frown. They felt that the situation was not good. Our luck can't be so bad, right? How come we encountered so many consciousness life forms as soon as we arrived? Even if they are all level 1 consciousness life forms, such a large number is still very scary. His Highness Badger Huai clenched his teeth. He felt his scalp tingle. No matter how strong they were, facing hundreds of consciousness life forms, and these were only the ones in front of them. There were probably more in places that they could not see. It was as if he was completely surrounded by conscious life forms. Such a situation was absolutely terrifying. It was enough to make one tremble in fear. But at this time, they did not have time to think too much. The consciousness life forms were rushing towards them. Let's fight first. Everyone, be careful, Qin Shao said in a deep voice. Without hesitation, he took the lead and charged forward. His Highness Badger Huai did not hesitate. He also charged forward with all his strength. Yuan did not seem to be afraid of anything. He charged forward with a relaxed expression. The three of them were very strong, but the number of consciousness life forms was too much. They swarmed forward aggressively. Even if they were level 1 consciousness life forms, they were still level 3 ancient saints. It was easier said than done to kill a 3-step ancient saint. In this consciousness world, Qin Shao and the others did not have their life source weapons. They could not use treasures and the like. They could only rely on their strength to fight. Qin Shao found that a few consciousness life forms were injured, but those consciousness life forms quickly retreated to the side. The other consciousness life forms rushed forward, so Qin Shao had no way to deal another blow and kill those injured consciousness life forms. These consciousness life forms were actually well versed in the art of cooperation. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. So even if Qin Shao and the others were very strong, facing the crazy attacks of so many consciousness life forms at the same time was a very troublesome matter. The key was to suppress the next wave. As long as there were injured consciousness life forms, they would quickly retreat to the back to recuperate. These consciousness life forms were not real life forms. So if they could not be killed in a short time, they would quickly recover and be as good as new. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao and the others were surrounded by those consciousness life forms. They could not spare any time to deal with them. It was difficult to kill a consciousness life form, and this was only a level 1 consciousness life form. If there were so many level 2 consciousness life forms, it would be a disaster. Not to mention level 3 and level 4 consciousness life forms. It seemed that the 5th round of the competition was not that easy. The situation in front of them was very bad. Fortunately, Qin Shao and the others were very strong. Although His Highness Badger Huai's strength was not particularly strong, he stood at the peak of level 3 Ancient Saint. Yuan naturally did not need to be mentioned. Although she was only a level 2 Ancient Saint, she could fight against an ordinary level 4 Ancient Saint. Qin Shao did not need to be mentioned. With his current strength, he could definitely fight against a level 4 Ancient Saint. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai had become the most worrisome one at this time. Yuan was slightly better, but in the face of so many consciousness life forms' crazy attacks, she seemed to be a little flustered. It was not that she was flustered in terms of strength, but the scene made her a little afraid. After all, it was the first time she had experienced such a chaotic and crazy battle. Naturally, she felt a little helpless. She was still a little lacking in experience and mentality. There are actually more and more consciousness life forms. It seems that we can't drag the battle with them. We have to think of a way to kill some consciousness life forms. Otherwise, if this drags on, we will be the unlucky ones. Qin Shao frowned, also aware of the seriousness of the situation. He could clearly see consciousness life forms from other places were constantly rushing over here, and their speed was rapidly increasing. There were already a lot of consciousness life forms here. If there was a rapid increase, it would naturally become even more terrifying. The problem was that these consciousness life forms were still well versed in the ways of the world, so it was very difficult to eliminate them. They could not be eliminated, and they were surrounded and attacked. This was not a good situation. With this momentum, there would be big trouble. Therefore, Qin Shao also had a strong sense of crisis. He had to change the situation in front of him. If he wanted to change the situation in front of him, he had to find a way to break through, and he had to kill some consciousness life forms. He could no longer give them a chance to retreat and recover. He had to nail them to death at once. Qin Shao was also quickly thinking about what methods to use. Mental force methods were ineffective. These are consciousness life forms. Mental force methods were completely useless. Flying daggers were also ineffective. Even if the flying daggers were to be used at full strength, there was no way to directly kill those consciousness life forms. After all, it was not dealing with 1 or 2 consciousness life forms, but dozens of them at the same time. The power would be greatly weakened, unless there was a chance to finish them off. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao immediately had a plan. At this time, the best method was to use space methods. Qin Shao immediately used space methods and pulled the three consciousness life forms into the void. In this way, it was equivalent to being isolated from the other consciousness life forms. In this way, these three consciousness life forms would have no way to escape and would become turtles in a jar. In this way, it would be easy to kill them. However, it was not an absolute thing. Although Qin Shao pulled these three consciousness life forms into the void, there are dozens of consciousness life forms outside, launching a crazy and fierce attack on him. If the power was strong enough, it would still be able to quickly break through his void. So, now was a battle of time. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately launched an attack on the three consciousness life forms with all his strength. It was naturally not so troublesome to deal with these three consciousness life forms. With Qin Zhao's current strength, it was naturally not a problem for him to erupt with full strength. It only took 2 attacks to kill the 3 consciousness life forms on the spot. But at this time, the void was also broken through by those consciousness life forms. A powerful force surged, roaring incomparably. Qin Shao faced the attack with full strength. Because it was a hasty attack, Qin Shao naturally felt a little uncomfortable under this terrifying surge of power. If he was not strong enough, he was afraid that this attack would be enough to choke him. The price to pay for killing 3 consciousness life forms was not small. Although this attack was not enough to hurt Qin Shao, it still made Qin Zhao's whole body feel a burst of pain, and his blood churned. If it happened a few more times, he would be injured. But now, there was no better way. He could only use such a simple and crude method. Fight it out. The situation in front of him was like this, so what else could he do? Qin Shao continued to attack. With such a method, he could be considered to have a divine weapon in his hand. With such a divine weapon in hand, it was a tried and tested success. Killing 3 conscious life forms each time was also a good result. Qin Zhao's side was still able to resist, but what made Qin Shao frown was that there seemed to be an endless number of consciousness life forms. Some were killed, but there were still more and more consciousness life forms converging on this side, and there were more and more. He could resist, but the situation of His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan was not so good. Chapter 3013. His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan were in a bad situation. Qin Shao naturally could not continue to entangle here. Qin Shao immediately rushed over and helped His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan to get out of the predicament. Then he quickly led them back. Strangely, after they retreated, those consciousness creatures did not continue to chase after them. Instead, they stopped. Of course, those consciousness creatures did not disperse. Instead, they seemed to be guarding there. His Highness Badger Huai was a little injured. Yuan Yuan also looked a little uncomfortable. If Qin Shao did not pull them back, His Highness Badger Huai would be in danger of being eliminated. Such a situation made His Highness Badger Huai speechless for a while. He shook his head and said, "Terrible, really terrible. It's just the beginning, and it's already so terrible. How can we fight this battle?" Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. It was just the beginning, and the situation was already like this. What about the future? Wouldn't it be even more terrible? If they couldn't even solve the situation at the beginning, then there's no need to talk about the future. Therefore, what was in front of them was an extremely difficult test. Qin Shao, we can't be so unlucky, right? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so terrible at the beginning. Fortunately, your strength is very strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will be completely wiped out. This doesn't make sense. The strength of our group is definitely very strong. It's definitely one of the best. If even we can't cross the first hurdle, then the other groups will definitely not be able to cross it. It doesn't make sense for them to be so terrible. His Highness Badger Huai said. Originally, he was full of ambition and heroic spirit, but he had to admit that the fact in front of him had a big impact on him. Qin Shao frowned and shook his head. He said, "There is definitely a way out. It can't be like this. I also think that if there is really no way out, then it doesn't make sense. It's completely unreasonable. Our strength is definitely not weaker than any of the other groups. This round of competition will definitely be very difficult and intense. The difficulty will definitely be unprecedented. So, we have to be mentally prepared. It's not scary that it's difficult. What's scary is that our confidence and morale have been shattered. This way, our eyes will be blinded, and we won't have the courage to fight. There must be a way out. It definitely won't be this difficult. Your Highness Badger Hawaii, you see, this is actually a safe zone. Those sentient beings did not chase us here. Therefore, we can rest here for a while and recover." His Highness Badger Hawaii thought about it and said, "But we can't be trapped here forever. Even if this is a safe zone, what we want is not this safe zone. We want to kill those sentient beings and leave this place." We don't want to be trapped here forever. I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like the situation will only get worse if we stay here. Yes, Qin Shao nodded. He also had this premonition, and it was very strong. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "How about this, Your Highness Badger Hawaii? Yuan, you two stay here and rest for a while. I'll go check out the situation." At this time, we can't be anxious. We have to be calm and collected. Only in this way can we find a way out and think of a good way to deal with it. I believe that there must be a way to break through this hurdle. This confidence is something we must all have. If we don't even have confidence, then we will be finished. His Highness Badger Hawaii and Yuan nodded. Yuan was very confident. She completely believed in Qin Shao. Moreover, she didn't have any other distracting thoughts. She just needed to follow her brother Qin Shao. His Highness Badger Hawaii also tried to adjust his mentality. It was indeed like what Qin Shao said. No matter what, he couldn't lose his confidence and couldn't be shaken. Otherwise, it would be a very terrible thing. Qin Shao checked around and came back. He also understood the situation. "I've checked the surroundings. According to the situation, there should be some safe areas here. For example, the place where we're now is the so-called safe zone. But the safe zone we are in is not big, only 1,000 miles in radius. The most important thing is that I found that this safe zone is slowly shrinking, or it can be understood that those consciousness creatures are slowly shrinking the encirclement. This should be set by the rules of the game, so we can't stay here all the time. Otherwise, we will be heavily surrounded in the end, and the situation will only be worse. According to my inference, the range of 1,000 miles will be completely swallowed up in, at most, 1,000 years. Probably, the range of 1,000 miles will be sharply reduced. 1,000 years is enough for us for the time being, but it may be because we just entered the heaven's chosen battlefield, so it seems to be a little bit sufficient. The situation later may not be good. So, we must find a way to leave here as soon as possible." His Highness Badger Hawaii frowned deeply, seriously digesting Qin Zhao's words and analyzing Qin Zhao's words. "But Qin Shao, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to rush out and leave here, right? It's all consciousness creatures outside. There's no end to it at all. It's very difficult for us to rush out and leave." Qin Shao said, "Yes, now it seems like the situation is indeed like this. But we haven't found out the truth yet. There should be hope. According to the situation, my guess is like this. Maybe there are many safe places like this. We need to constantly go from one safe place to another to ensure that we have a chance to breathe and not fall into the sea of consciousness creatures." But all the safe places should be swallowed, so we have to hurry up and try our luck. Thirdly, we have to kill more consciousness creatures and get more points. This is the most important thing. We have to think about these three and reach a balance. Only in this way can we complete this round of mission very well and have a chance to compete. Originally, I wanted to open up a path by myself and look for other safe places. But in this way, you will be left here, which is definitely not possible. We only came in with consciousness, and we don't have an inner world. If we want to leave, we can only take you with us. But for now, this place is still relatively safe. There is no need to rush to find other safe places. So, what we have to do now is to hunt as many consciousness creatures as possible and get more points. Before, I killed a total of 18 consciousness creatures and got 18 points. Originally, I said that these points should be given to Yuan, but now it seems that the plan can't keep up with the changes. In that case, there is no way to leave it to Yuan to get this point. Then now we can only change our strategy, and each of us will do our own thing. Whoever can get it will get it. If the conditions completely allow it, then it will be given to Yuan. His Highness Badger Huai nodded, agreeing with Qin Zhao's words. After resting for a while, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan both recovered. The three of them once again went to the edge of the area and saw that there were many consciousness creatures there, and also saw that they were slowly devouring the safe areas. Miss Yuan, the two of us are slightly weaker. If we fight alone, I am afraid that it is useless, and it is difficult to eliminate the consciousness creatures. So, I think it is better for us to join forces. I will lure the enemy, and Miss Yuan, you will be responsible for killing them. If there is any situation, we will immediately return to the safe area. What do you think? His Highness Badger Huai said to Yuan. Yuan looked at Qin Zhao with a confused face. She didn't have any ideas and completely listened to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao nodded to her, indicating that she could do so, and Yuan nodded to His Highness Badger Huai. Good. Then Miss Yuan, listen to my command. His Highness Badger Huai said. Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai cooperated, and Qin Zhao acted alone. Qin Zhao didn't need the safe area, and he was completely like a war god, directly rushing in. However, the number of consciousness creatures at this time was a little more than before. It seemed that as time went by, the number of consciousness creatures would only increase. However, Qin Zhao did have a bit of skill and courage. Relying on his powerful strength, he was like an invincible god of war, rushing into the group of consciousness life forms. There was quite a majestic aura about him going on a killing spree. Qin Zhao still used the previous cooperation method and smoothly hunted the consciousness creatures. It was simply like a harvester crazily hunting on Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai's side. Because the two of them cooperated well, they also achieved good results and began to kill a lot of consciousness creatures. Although their speed was naturally far inferior to Qin Zhao, it was also very good, and at least they were not as embarrassed as before. As soon as there was danger, the two of them retreated to the safe area, rested, and immediately came back again. Such a way of fighting was very good. Qin Zhao also used his body to resist, and after a few hits, he also retreated to rest. The encirclement was slowly shrinking. The number of consciousness creatures was also increasing. Moreover, some second-level consciousness creatures began to appear and join in. The appearance and addition of second-level consciousness creatures naturally made the battle more dangerous and brought a lot of pressure and danger to Qin Zhao and the other two. On Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai's side, it became difficult to hunt the consciousness creatures, and it was difficult to kill. On Qin Zhao's side, that trick was not easy to use, and often only succeeded once a few times. Furthermore, the probability of this happening was constantly being compressed and reduced. And obviously, as time went by, this situation would only become more and more serious. Therefore, Qin Zhao knew that he couldn't delay any longer and had to leave here quickly. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that it would really be difficult to leave. He was not afraid of anything. No matter how many consciousness creatures appeared, Qin Zhao believed that he still had the ability to protect himself. But His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan were somewhat in danger. Yuan was better, but His Highness Badger Huai was afraid that he was really in danger. No one could be eliminated. His Highness Badger Huai, Yuan, quickly retreat to the safe area, and we will leave here. Qin Zhao said to the two of them. His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan did not hesitate, and immediately retreated to the safe area. Qin Shao quickly reached the safe area, and then quickly rushed out with the two of them. Qin Shao used all his strength to open the way, and, at this time, he only needed to resist the attacks of those consciousness creatures, and did not need to think about killing them. So naturally, it was easier for him. Of course, although it was easy, but at this time, the three of them gathered together and had to withstand the crazy attacks of those consciousness creatures at the same time. Naturally, it was very scary. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Do you still have flowers? Chapter 3014. At this time, Qin Shao was blindly defending, so the situation was much better. If Qin Shao was alone, then he could still try to kill the enemy. But with His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan, Qin Shao naturally had to be careful and ensure their safety first. The situation in front of him couldn't be taken lightly. Looking for the next safe area, there was no goal at all. He could only try his luck. But what made Qin Shao happy was that after getting out of the heavy encirclement, the situation improved a little. Those level 2 consciousness life forms didn't catch up, so the pressure was suddenly reduced a lot. Once the pressure was reduced, it was naturally a lot easier. If they blindly defended, then there would be no problem. However, after searching for quite some time, he finally found a safe area. Seeing this safe zone, Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that his previous guess was correct. In the heavens' chosen battlefield, there were indeed many safe areas. Outside the safe areas, there were all foreign race life forms, and the safe areas would constantly be devoured, so it was impossible to stay in one safe area for too long. They had to find a new safe area. If they wanted to find a new safe area, they had to face the attacks of a large number of consciousness life forms. If they had the strength to resist the attacks of these consciousness life forms, then they might be able to reach a new safe area. If they couldn't withstand it, then they would probably be eliminated. Fortunately, Qin Shao and the others successfully reached another safe area, and they didn't suffer any injuries. Of course, this was mainly supported by Qin Zhao's powerful strength. If they only defended, then Qin Shao could enter a no-man's land. No matter how many level 1 and level 2 consciousness life forms there were, it would be difficult for them to hurt him. Qin Shao quickly sized up this safe area. This safe area had a radius of 1,000 miles. It seemed that if no one entered the safe area, those consciousness life forms wouldn't devour it. According to the previous situation, although that safe area could last for 1,000 years before it was completely devoured, it couldn't really last for 1,000 years. In the previous safe area, Qin Shao and the others only lasted for 800 years before they felt extreme danger, so they immediately left the safe area and found a new safe area. According to this calculation, this area should be able to last for 800 years. If a safe area could last for 800 years, then it would be very good. However, it was hard to say if this was the case in reality. After resting for a while in this area, Qin Shao and the others began a new journey. But this time, Qin Shao found another problem. In the beginning, there weren't any level 2 consciousness life forms, but now there were. So, the situation was obviously a bit more terrifying than before. The strength of a level 2 consciousness life form was several times stronger than a level 1 consciousness life form. Naturally, its lethality and threat were very strong. So, it was more difficult to hunt down consciousness life forms. This caused Qin Shao to guess that the situation would become even more difficult, terrifying, and complicated as time went on. So if they wanted to hunt down consciousness life forms, they had to do it as early as possible. Now was the best time. As time went by, it would be more and more difficult. In the end, it was estimated that there would be level 2 and 3 consciousness life forms, and there would be many level 4 consciousness life forms. If they encountered a level 5 consciousness life form, it would be a very good thing to be able to protect themselves. There was no need to talk about killing a level 5 consciousness life form. At least, Qin Shao felt that it was basically impossible to kill a level 5 consciousness life form, because this was basically an invincible existence. A level 5 consciousness life form stood at the peak of the 4th step of the ancient saint realm. It was equivalent to the level of elderly yin and the others. Even if it was weaker, it certainly wouldn't be too weak. So, if they encountered a level 5 consciousness life form, it was estimated that they were unlucky. Then it was a very fortunate thing to be able to survive. There was no need to think about other things. So, they had to take advantage of the current good opportunity to kill more enemies. Fortunately, there weren't many level 2 consciousness life forms for the time being. Only a few. The situation wasn't too complicated. Your Highness Badger Huai, Yuan, the good opportunities given to us are not many. Now, we have to do our best to hunt down more conscious life forms. Leave those level 2 consciousness life forms to me. You find a way to hunt down more level 1 consciousness life forms. Qin Shao said to His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan. They were still in a group, cooperating in the battle to hunt down consciousness life forms. Qin Shao still fought alone, hunting down consciousness life forms. The previous battle was not bad. In that battle, Qin Shao hunted down as many as 62 consciousness life forms. His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan also hunted 35 consciousness life forms. In this way, in total, there were as many as 97 consciousness life forms, but they were all level 1 consciousness life forms. Although they were all level 1 consciousness life forms, each level 1 consciousness life form was worth 2 points. In this way, he had gotten 194 points. And this was only the harvest of less than 1,000 years. Such a harvest was very good. Of course, this kind of situation was very difficult to maintain. The further they went, the more difficult the situation was, and the more dangerous the situation was, the less points they would get. However, judging from the previous scores, the scores from the previous 4 rounds weren't considered much. It was estimated that the points in this round would surpass the total of the previous 4 rounds. If they wanted to get a good ranking on the Heaven's Chosen list, then this round would be very crucial. If they could play this round well, then they would definitely get a good ranking on the Chosen One list. Everything depended on this round. Whether they could make a comeback or not depended on this round. This round could be said to be full of possibilities. It was filled with endless possibilities, and Coco would appear at any time. In the previous 4 rounds, His Highness Badger Huai's team and His Highness Lan Hua's team had a difference of more than 100 points. According to the situation in the previous 4 rounds, more than 100 points was definitely a very big gap. But looking at the situation in this round, more than 100 points was very easy to chase after. So, the hope of getting first place was naturally much greater. As long as they fought with all their might, the hope would be very high. His Highness Badger Huai was also full of energy this time. He had long been excited by Qin Shao, and his fighting spirit was soaring to the sky. So, he and Yuan also fought with all their might, a hot-blooded battle, and killed the enemy bravely. The battle continued. The 3 of them brought out 200% of their passion and hot-bloodedness. But this time, the difficulty was indeed much higher than the previous rounds. So, it was much more difficult to kill the enemy. Fortunately, there was a safe area, and they could fight and rest. If the battle continued like this, then even Qin Shao would not be able to withstand it. Qin Shao felt that the more he fought, the braver he became. Although the situation was more difficult, Qin Shao was an invincible god of war. His powerful strength was still invincible here, and he was still able to play a huge role. With powerful strength as a strong backing, he naturally became incomparably valiant in killing the enemy. It was almost the same as Qin Zhao's prediction, but the time was slightly shorter. This time, they persisted for more than 700 years, and the situation became terrible. Qin Shao also had to leave with His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan. If they did not leave now, it would be difficult for them to leave. In terms of time, it was shortened by a few decades. Perhaps this was the trend. As time went on, it would slowly shorten. In such a difficult battle environment, to stay for more than 100,000 years, it was a terrible thing to think about. From the beginning, it was so difficult, and in the future, it would be even more terrible. Fortunately, there was Qin Shao, the invincible god of war. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. This time, although the harvest was not as good as the first time, the three of them got a total of 138 points. Adding the 194 points from the previous round, they got a total of 332 points. In less than 2,000 years, they had already obtained 332 points. In this fifth round, the scoring situation was indeed very different from the previous 4 rounds. If this trend continued to develop, it was very likely that it would surpass 1,000 points. In fact, it was even possible that an even more terrifying score would come out. In this case, the score of the first 4 rounds was indeed not very decisive. Of course, in the first 4 rounds, it was mainly to eliminate some teams that were not specific to the competition. Although there were still more than 50 teams left, more than half of them were lone commanders with only one person in them. The strength of these people was very ordinary, and they would be eliminated soon. They did not have the slightest competitiveness. Most of them only had 2 people, 1 captain and 1 soldier, and they were soldiers of the second step ancient sage realm. Their strength was also limited. Therefore, these teams were also not competitive at all. To put it bluntly, there were only 6 teams that were really competitive, and they were the 6 teams ranked in the top 6 of the Tianxian list. Each of the 6 teams had at least 2 members. This time, finding a new safe zone was a little more difficult than before. Qin Shao was a little uncomfortable after being beaten up. If they could not find a safe zone, he might be injured. In the end, they found a new safe zone. This safe zone was still in the range of 1,000 miles. Judging from the previous situation, they estimated that they could stay for 700 years this time, and then they would have to continue to find a new safe zone. This time, the number of second-level consciousness life forms had more than doubled, and the situation naturally became more difficult and complicated. However, it still could not erase Qin Zhao's ambition, and it could not extinguish their enthusiasm. Continue to fight. More than 700 years of fighting, a difficult battle. With effort, there would naturally be a certain amount of rewards. This time, the points obtained continued to be reduced, and only a little more than 100 points. 101 points. Add on. The 332 points obtained previously was a total of 403 points. In less than 3,000 years, they had already obtained 403 points. Qin Zhao's team was very satisfied with such a result. The start of the game was already very good. If it had a good start, it would be a good guide for the later parts of the game. They continued to rest for a while. After resting, Qin Shao said, "Next, the situation will be more difficult. The number of second-level consciousness life forms has doubled. Naturally, the difficulty will increase by 1 or 2 times. We all need to be careful. While killing the enemy, we should try to be as safe as possible. Don't do things that do not make up for the losses. But our ambition is still there, and our enthusiasm is still there. This is a battle that belongs to us, so we must fight it, and fight it beautifully. We have a good start, so we must go all the way beautifully. Only then can we compete for the first place." Author. Cruel Death Brothers. The flowers are about to be delivered. There are only 2 days left, and it will be invalid when it expires. Chapter 30:15. As time went by, the battlefield became more and more dangerous, and more consciousness life forms came out. more and more powerful consciousness life forms slowly joined. After 30,000 years, the number of consciousness life forms began to slowly decrease, but the quality was still slowly improving. Level 1 consciousness life forms were slowly replaced by Level 2 consciousness life forms, and Level 3 consciousness life forms slowly began to appear. After 50,000 years, Level 4 consciousness life forms began to appear. Level 4 consciousness life forms were equivalent to the existence of the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. Even if their comprehensive means were not comparable to the existence of the fourth step of the ancient saint realm of the same level, they were still very powerful. A Level 4 consciousness life form, even if it was a one-on-one fight, Qin Shao wanted to kill it with his own strength. It was a relatively difficult thing. As for Yuan, at most, he could fight with him. Not to mention His Highness Badger Huai. Even if he faced a Level 3 consciousness life form, His Highness Badger Huai could only fight with him. It was impossible to eliminate a Level 3 consciousness life form. It was already very difficult for Yuan to eliminate a Level 3 consciousness life form, and this required the cooperation of His Highness Badger Huai. Although the number of consciousness life forms had decreased a lot, those minions were all Level 2 consciousness life forms. Even if there were not many Level 3 or 4 consciousness life forms, those Level 2 consciousness life forms were also a big threat. If he wasn't careful, he would suffer in their hands. As time went by, the Battle of the Heavens choice naturally became more and more difficult. The battle had been going on for 80,000 years, and in the end, His Highness Badger Huai basically could not help at all. Not only could he not help at all, but he also needed Qin Shao to protect him from time to time. Yuan could still help a little, but in the battle, Yuan's strength could not be fully displayed, so he was a little weak. Moreover, Yuan's realm was only the second step of the ancient saint realm, so his realm was limited, so he could only support Qin Shao and give Qin Shao a helping hand. In a safe area, Qin Shao and the other two rested there. After 80,000 years of desperately killing enemies, it was really a little tiring. However, the harvest of these 80,000 years was still very great. Over the past 80,000 years, Qin Shao alone had killed hundreds of enemies and obtained 972 points. Yuan's words received 358 points. On His Highness Badger Huai's side, because he had always been a support and not the main force, and because he had done his best to let Yuan and Qin Shao kill the enemies, his individual score was relatively low, only 36 points. In that case, the three of them had obtained a total of 1,366 points in the past 80,000 years. As a result, Qin Shao was the one with the most points, while His Highness Badger Huai was the one with the least points. Most of the points belonged to Qin Shao and Yuan. So as long as Qin Shao and Yuan were safe, it should be more stable. Qin Shao, don't waste your energy protecting me. Just let me be eliminated. Right now, I only have a little more than 200 points in total. If I am eliminated now, at most, I will lose my points and it will not fall into the hands of others. This may be a better choice. If I stay, I will only drag you down. If you don't care about me, I am afraid that you will get more points than me. Even if I am eliminated, it will not affect the last round. My team will not be eliminated. With you, our team is enough. I am incompetent. I can't contribute to the team. So now, I don't want to drag the team down. His Highness Badger Huai suddenly said. Qin Shao shook his head, looked at Badger Huai with a serious face, and said, "There is no such thing as dragging or not dragging. We are a team, a whole. We are working together, so there is no such thing as dragging us down. It doesn't matter whether you can help me or not. The most important thing is that you have done a lot before. You have done your best. Unless there is no other way, I don't approve of anyone in our team being eliminated. We have the ambition to fight for first place. Don't we have the ambition to fight to the end? Your Highness Badger Huai, you don't need to do anything now. You just need to stay in the safe area. As for the rest, just leave it to me and Yuan. Qin Shao, His Highness Badger Huai was really ashamed. As the team leader, as the founder of this team, he should be the biggest contributor. But now, he became a burden to the team. Now, he could not contribute to the team at all. He still needed Qin Zhao's protection. As the team leader, he felt very ashamed to receive such praise. He had the ambition to fight for first place, but he did not want to let Qin Zhao and Yuan fail to pursue this dream because of him. Therefore, he was struggling in his heart. After pondering and weighing for a long time, he finally made up his mind to take the initiative to be eliminated. In this way, Qin Zhao and Yuan would be much more relaxed and less pressured after getting rid of this burden. Qin Zhao made a gesture to stop, interrupting His Highness Badger Huai, and said with a serious expression, "Your Highness Badger Huai, I know what you mean and what you think, and I know that you have good intentions. But I still don't approve of you doing something like this. If we have to rely on the team leader's sacrifice to have a chance to fight for first place, then I feel that it is meaningless. There is no other way around it, sacrificing someone to be eliminated in a situation where there is no other way." We cannot guarantee that everyone will be able to reach the end, but at the very least, we should do our best. Earlier, Miss Lianqin took the initiative to be eliminated because the rules of the competition are like that. There is no other way around it. We can only respect the rules of the game. After all, the rules of the game are paramount. All of us have come to participate in the 100 Worlds chosen battle, so we naturally have to follow the rules of the game. Your Highness Badger Huai, you're not forced to do this. It is not that there is no other way. It is just a decision you made based on your imagination. I do not agree with this decision. A team as a whole is a life, 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 is a life. Even if it is because of you, Your Highness Badger Huai, we may not be able to fight for first place in the end, but at least we have put our lives on the line, tried our best, and done our best. Then we will have no regrets. Wanting to fight for things in life is the determination to not admit defeat, the heart of an expert. Even if we cannot win, we will have no regrets. In life, I believe that not everything can be achieved as one wishes. Not being able to obtain something does not mean that it is bad, does not mean that it will make one feel uncomfortable and go crazy. If you can't obtain something after trying your best, then you should be relieved. That is also a beautiful thing. Even if the result is not beautiful, at least the process is beautiful, isn't it? I have the ambition to fight for first place, but that does not mean that I must be first place, that I do not have an obsession with this false title. Actually, that is not the case. I have never been interested in false titles. What I'm fighting for is not this false title of first place, but my own heart. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Badger Huai looked at Qin Zhao with great emotions in his heart. He was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless. Those words had touched him too much, touched his soul, touched the depths of his heart. These words made a lot of sense. In an instant, he felt that his thoughts had reached a certain level of sublimation. After being greatly encouraged, His Highness Badger Huai nodded his head solemnly and said, "Thank you, Qin Zhao. What you said is very correct. I was thinking too much before, thinking too much. That's right, we should not fight for a false title. What we should fight for is ourselves. Bravely fighting for first place does not mean that we must be first place. There is no need to have this intense obsession. Fighting with the heavens, fighting with the earth, fighting with people, but the most important thing is to fight with yourself. This is a matter of endless joy. The most beautiful thing in cultivation is not necessarily the result. The process is also beautiful. It is just that we lack some appreciation. Well, since that is the case, then I will not mention this matter and will no longer have such negative thoughts. Although my strength is not good, my heart will always fight with you." Seeing that His Highness Badger Huai was relieved, Qin Zhao smiled, patted His Highness Badger Huai's shoulder, and said, "Let's all do our best and fight together. After appeasing His Highness Badger Huai, Qin Shao began to look around the situation again. After looking around, Qin Shao said, "This safe area can still last for about 1,500 years. Towards the end, the safe area has slowly become larger, and the time it can last is much longer. Maybe the battle of the Heaven's Chosen One is coming to an end, and the net is slowly being pulled in. Now, there are a lot fewer consciousness life forms, but there are no level 1 consciousness life forms. The weakest are level 2 consciousness life forms. And speaking of which, these level 2 consciousness life forms are no longer the main force. The main force is level 3 or 4 consciousness life forms. This time, we are surrounded by 3 level 4 consciousness life forms. There are 6 level 3 consciousness life forms, and the other level 2 consciousness life forms are not worth mentioning. 3 level 4 consciousness life forms and 6 level 3 consciousness life forms. This is a very powerful and terrifying force. If we want to leave this safe area, then we must break through the blockade of this force. It is definitely a very difficult thing to kill the enemy under the blockade of this force. So, for the time being, let's rest here. There is no hurry to make a move. It is very difficult to get points now. Even if I go all out, it is still very difficult. Our situation is not good, and the situation of the others is certainly not much better. It is estimated that at most, there will be no more than 10 teams that can reach the end. All the actions were already completely under the command of Qin Shao. Yan Yuan looked a little abnormally excited and suddenly said, "Brother Qin Shao, it is too boring to stay here. Why don't we go play a sneak attack and see if we can take the opportunity to kill some level 2 consciousness life forms? Level 3 or 4 consciousness life forms are too difficult to kill. Let's not deal with these. Let's just focus on those level 2 consciousness life forms. The 6 level 3 consciousness life forms are not a big threat to us. Only the 3 level 4 consciousness life forms are a little threatening to us. But there's nothing to be afraid of. If we make a sneak attack and do it well, we may succeed. In the last 20,000 years, we have to kill more enemies. If we want to fight for first place, then we have to fight for first place." Qin Shao smiled. He was also thinking about this problem. Yuan Yuan's awareness was getting higher and higher. Sitting here and doing nothing was indeed not Qin Zhao's style of doing things. However, the current situation was very unusual. He definitely couldn't act rashly. Before taking action, it was important to plan everything well. Chapter 3016. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan launched several sneak attacks. In addition to the initial good results, they killed 3 second-level consciousness life forms at the first time. After the second time, they killed a second-level consciousness life form, and the situation became difficult. By the third time, those consciousness life forms were very smart and could guard against them. After that, they launched a sneak attack again. No matter how they changed their methods, there was no way to succeed. After trying all kinds of methods, Qin Shao still couldn't succeed, so he gave up temporarily. There was no need to continue fighting. In order to get those few points, they had to take a great risk. It was better to think of other ways. Qin Shao and the other two continued to look for other areas, but it was still dangerous to leave the safe area and look for other safe areas. After all, they would encounter a large number of consciousness life forms, and they would launch crazy and ferocious attacks. Under such an attack, whether it was His Highness Badger Huai or Yuan Yuan, it was a little difficult and dangerous. If they couldn't find a safe area for a long time, it would be very dangerous. After a few rounds, thousands of years had passed. In these thousands of years, Qin Shao and the other two were under terrible pressure. The most dangerous time, His Highness Badger Huai almost wanted to sacrifice himself to attract those consciousness life forms to ensure the safety of Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. but Qin Shao firmly opposed it. In the end, the three of them were seriously injured, and they finally found a safe area and survived. If they found a safe area later, His Highness Badger Huai would definitely be eliminated, and Yuan would also be very likely to be eliminated. It was very dangerous. At most, Qin Shao would be able to persevere in the end. At that time, Qin Shao also tried his best. Fortunately, in the end, his luck wasn't bad. God helped them, so they escaped. The end of the Battle of Heaven's Chosen One was really terrible. Under this terrible situation, another 10,000 years passed. In these 10,000 years, the battle was really too difficult. Not only was the battle too difficult, but they also didn't get many points. In total, they only got 52 points. In addition to the 1,366 points from before, he had a total of 1,418 points. In these 10,000 years, it was basically equivalent to not getting any points. In the 90,000th year, when Qin Shao and the other two entered a safe area, they unexpectedly encountered a person. This was also the first time Qin Shao and the other two had encountered other people in the Heaven's Chosen battlefield in the past 90,000 years. And this person was actually His Highness Wu Ji. His Highness Dan Ji's team originally had 3 people, but now only His Highness Dan Ji was left. It seemed that his 2 team members had been eliminated, and he was the only one left. Seeing Qin Shao and the other two, Royal Highness Wu Ji's expression suddenly became tense and cold. He stared fixedly at Qin Shao and the other two. It wasn't a good thing to meet him in the Heaven's Chosen battle. However, a strange glint flashed across Highness Xue Ji's eyes. His gaze landed on His Highness Badger Huai, and a trace of disdain slid past the corner of his mouth. Although Badger Huai's team was currently ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Chosen list, His Highness Wu Ji still disdained Badger Huai. He understood His Highness Badger Huai's background. Naturally, he also knew that His Highness Badger Huai wasn't very strong and was definitely far inferior to him. As for obtaining 3rd place on the Heaven's Chosen list, it was mostly due to luck. It was mainly due to the outstanding performance of his team members. Therefore, this wasn't His Highness Badger Huai's contribution, nor was it because he was strong. If it was Qin Shao, His Highness Wu Ji would pay more attention to him. However, he wasn't worried. No matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, he had just broken through to the 3rd step of the ancient saint realm. How strong could he be? He didn't believe that His Highness Wu Ji couldn't handle Qin Shao. As for Yuan, she was only a 2nd step ancient saint realm little girl. His Highness Wu Ji naturally wouldn't put her in his eyes. Just now, when he saw Qin Shao and the other two, he was rather surprised. The fact that the 3 of them were able to survive in such a terrible environment in the Heaven's Chosen battlefield without being eliminated was indeed not an easy feat, but after thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. Hee, it seems that it's time for my Wu Ji to turn around. I haven't gone to find anyone else, but you guys took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Interesting. Since you sent me a big gift, I naturally have no reason not to accept it. His Highness Dan Ji said with a confident smile. His eyes were fixed on His Highness Badger Huai, and there was a hint of playful and cold killing intent. To be honest, His Highness Wu Ji had always been unconvinced that His Highness Badger Huai's team was ranked 3rd and could take his goal. His Highness Chio's team and Saintess Luo Zi's team both had the strength and qualifications to compete. What did His Highness Badger Huai's team have? What qualifications did they have to fight their way into the top 3? His Highness Wu Ji should be the one to get into the top 3. With this thought in mind and disdain for His Highness Badger Huai, His Highness Wu Ji looked at His Highness Badger Huai with contempt and said, "Badger Huai, are you going to admit defeat, or do you want this Highness to personally make a move?" Facing His Highness Wu Ji's provocation, His Highness Badger Huai's expression sunk. Honestly speaking, His Highness Badger Huai was indeed a bit weak when facing His Highness Wu Ji. In terms of strength, His Highness Badger Huai knew that he wasn't His Highness Wu Ji's opponent. If they really fought, he would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai naturally didn't want to fight His Highness Wu Ji. But now that His Highness Wu Ji took the initiative to provoke him and wanted to make a move against him, His Highness Badger Huai was naturally provoked and felt very uncomfortable. Even though he knew that he wasn't a match, he didn't want to admit defeat. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai's mood was naturally quite awkward. Fortunately, at this time, Qin Shao walked out and blocked His Highness Badger Huai's path. He curled his lips and looked at His Highness Wu Ji with an indifferent smile, full of provocation. Seeing that Qin Shao actually dared to walk out, His Highness Wu Ji raised his eyebrows and slightly raised his chin. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange gaze and snorted coldly. What? You know that Master isn't a match for this Highness, so you want to stand up for Master? You're just a brat from the immortal domain who just broke through to the third step ancient saint realm. How dare you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can you participate in the battle of ruin? But if you insist on participating, it's not against the rules of the game. Since you're so unafraid of death and insist on standing up, then this Highness will deal with you together. Come at me together. It'll save me the trouble. This Highness can deal with you together. Badger Huai, don't hide behind. As the captain, it seems that your courage is not as good as your team members. Your team members know to stand up for you, but you hide behind like a coward. What a coward. His Highness Wu Ji's vicious words humiliated His Highness Badger. Huai's face suddenly became extremely ugly and gloomy. He clenched his fists and couldn't wait to rush out and fight with His Highness Wu Ji. But reason still made His Highness Badger Huai calm down. Impulsiveness would only make things worse. He was very clear that his strength was definitely not as good as His Highness Wu Ji. If he fought with His Highness Wu Ji, he would only be eliminated. Although he wasn't afraid of being eliminated, he had already reached this step with great difficulty. If he was eliminated because of a moment of impulse, then it would be an extremely stupid move. This wasn't his matter alone, but the matter of the whole team. Even if he didn't take responsibility for himself, he had to take responsibility for Qin Shao and the others. Therefore, no matter how much he wanted to fight this battle, he had to let Qin Shao come. Usually, it's people who don't have the strength to jump around and shout, and only then will they try to suppress others with their power and flatter themselves as if they are strong. Don't you want to fight? To deal with you, there's no need for His Highness Badger Huai to take action. I'll deal with you. Qin Shao chuckled and said. It seemed a few simple words, but it was a very powerful counterattack. You? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Wu Ji coldly glanced at Qin Shao. There was disdain and anger in his eyes. A brat who had just broken through to the third step of the ancient saint realm dared to provoke him? He simply didn't put him in his eyes. Such an unbridled and arrogant act was abominable. His Highness Wu Ji snorted coldly and said disdainfully, With just you, brat. There are people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth everywhere. It seems like I've met a lot of them. You're just a brat from the immortal region who has just broken through to the third step of the ancient saint realm. I really don't know where you get the courage and confidence to jump out and challenge me. You don't have to work so hard to show your loyalty, do you? Although it's just a consciousness clone, do you think I won't find trouble with you after this? There has never been a good ending for anyone who dares to provoke me. Previously, I couldn't be bothered with you. Now that you dare to challenge me personally, you're really bold. Qin Shao pursed his lips and shrugged. He said casually, Young people, which one of them isn't young and frivolous? It's not courage or confidence. It's just that I can't back down from what I have to do. It's better to do more than talk. Why don't you defeat me first? Then it won't be too late to say these words. Arrogant. Although his tone was not arrogant, when he said those words, it seemed even more arrogant. His Highness Wu Ji was even more furious. He snorted coldly, and his eyes were incomparably gloomy. You're courting death. After shouting angrily, His Highness Wu Ji didn't hesitate and directly attacked Qin Shao. Yuan and His Highness Huai quickly retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield to Qin Shao. They naturally believed in Qin Zhao's strength completely, so there was no need for them to help Qin Shao. They only needed to watch the show. His Highness Jin Ji came with a wild howl, bringing with him an extremely strong arrogance. He moved aggressively, and his sword carried the might of the great Tao and the power of the laws. However, it was obvious that he didn't take Qin Shao seriously and didn't treat Qin Shao as his opponent at all. Therefore, it was obvious that he was very casual when he attacked. Qin Zhao's mouth twitched as a faint, cold smile slid across the corners of her mouth. Since His Highness Wu Ji looked down on him so much, he would teach His Highness Wu Ji a good lesson. Qin Shao didn't rush and met the attack with his sword. It was still the heaven-opening sword technique. The sword carried endless sharpness and had the power to sweep away thousands of soldiers. The sword moves of the two men instantly collided, and the power collided with each other, creating fierce sparks. His Highness Wu Ji knew how strong Qin Shao was as soon as they exchanged blows. He felt that the power of his sword was instantly dispersed by the attack. The sharp sword slashed his body, and the powerful force hit him hard. In an instant, his qi and blood flowed backward, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew out uncontrollably. Chapter 30:17. Such a situation caused Highness Wu Ji's expression to change drastically. His face turned cold and ashen in an instant. Highness Wu Ji was shocked. He stared at Qin Shao in astonishment, unable to calm down for a while. How is this possible? How could Qin Zhao's strength be so strong? Even if I didn't use my full strength, I still suffered such a big loss in the first exchange. I was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. I'm afraid that even if I used my full strength, I would still be suppressed, right? Didn't Qin Shao just break through to the third step ancient saint realm in the fourth round? How can a brat from the immortal domain who has just broken through to the third step ancient saint realm be so strong to such a terrifying extent? Highness Wu Ji found it hard to accept such a situation. At this time, he was seriously injured. He really didn't put Qin Shao in his eyes. He felt that Qin Shao was not qualified to make him look at him. He simply disdained and scoffed at him. But such a brat from the immortal domain who he looked down on had greatly exceeded his expectations. Such a powerful strength truly caused him to feel a little apprehensive. The most uncomfortable thing was that he just boasted that he would trample Qin Shao to death. But in the blink of an eye, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Wasn't this a ruthless slap to his face? Qin Shao looked at Highness Wu Ji, whose face was ugly to the extreme. However, he didn't show any mercy. He curled his lips and chuckled. "Your Highness, it seems that your mouth is much better than your hands. Hearing your boasting just now, it seems like you're really treating your Highness Go Ji as an opponent. You even wanted to fight you seriously. Now it seems that I have overestimated you, Your Highness. It's also my fault for being an honest person and easily listening to your words. Is this the strength of Highness Wu Ji? I really don't know where you got the courage to say such domineering words just now. With your strength, you want to fight with Highness Wu Ji? You can't even pass my test. If I knew that's all you have, I wouldn't have needed to make a move at all. Yuan alone is enough." Asterisk Pucci. Asterisk after being humiliated like this by Qin Shao. His Highness Wu Ji was indeed unable to endure the shame and humiliation he felt. He had lived as His Highness for so long. When had he ever been humiliated like this? The key was that he had indeed said these words just now. So he didn't even have the confidence to refute. Since he could not refute, he could only be humiliated and scolded by Qin Shao. He could only be so angry that he vomited blood. His embarrassment turned into anger, and his body gradually trembled. Highness Wu Ji gritted his teeth and attacked again. This time, Royal Highness Wu Ji didn't dare to be careless. He put away all his arrogance and treated it seriously. This time, Highness Wu Ji didn't hold back and attacked with all his strength. 5 types of laws were displayed. 2 types of cultivation laws and 3 types of basic laws. A total of 5 types of laws were displayed at the same time. The power of laws of the Great Way and sword cultivation Tao was displayed with all his strength. The Ling Tian sword technique was displayed with supreme sword power. It was vast and mighty, and the sword surged through the universe. The brilliance moved strangely, and the firmament was silent. The moment the sword was displayed, the world was illuminated, and the firmament was silent. At the same time, the power of laws of space, light, and darkness all surged out and rushed into the sword power, pushing the sword power to the extreme. The moment the sword was displayed, it felt as if the world was going to collapse and be destroyed by the sword. The sword was indeed terrifying, and the formation was abnormally powerful. From the sword, it was enough to see that Highness Wu Ji's strength wasn't just for show. After all, he was ranked 6th on the Heaven selection list. He was also a recognized, peerless genius and a top expert. His and Highness Qiu's momentum was only slightly weaker than His Highness Zhu Zhuo and the Saintess Luo Zi's. Relatively speaking, His Highness Badger Huai was just a dark horse. His Highness Badger Huai was able to make it to the top 3 not because of his own strength, but because of Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan, as well as a team that was courageous and aggressive. In terms of individual strength, talent, and potential, His Highness Badger Huai was definitely at the average level at most. There was no way he could be compared to His Highness Wu Ji. Given His Highness Wu Ji's strength, if he attacked with all his strength, an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint might not be able to withstand it. If it had been at the beginning, Qin Xiao might not have been able to withstand his attack. However, Qin Xiao was no longer the same as before. He had made breakthroughs in several aspects. Not only had he made breakthroughs in his cultivation level, but he had also made breakthroughs in his Great Way Law, Space Law, Sword Cultivation Tao Law, Inner World, and the Heaven-Splitting Sword Technique. With so many breakthroughs, Qin Xiao's strength had increased by many times. In total, it was probably more than 10 times the original amount. Therefore, Qin Xiao was naturally not afraid of His Highness Wu Ji at all. Moreover, he had a huge advantage over His Highness. His Highness Wu Ji had used all his strength, but Qin Xiao still didn't care. He curled his lips and looked indifferent. Qin Xiao leisurely made his move. He had already figured out His Highness Wu Ji's strength, so Qin Xiao wasn't worried at all. Of course, Qin Lu didn't dare to be too careless. After all, His Highness Wu Ji's strength was indeed very strong. It was just that Qin Xiao had full confidence that he could control His Highness Wu Ji. Qin Xiao didn't show any mercy. He directly urged the Heaven-Splitting Sword Technique to burst out. The 3rd level of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Technique was Peerless Brilliance, dazzling the 9 heavens. The sword was extremely sharp and domineering. The power of the Great Tao Law, the power of the Sword Cultivator Tao Law, the power of the Immortal Tao Law, the power of the Inner World, the power of the Law of Space, and the power of the Law of Light. His Highness Wu Ji used the power of 5 types of laws, and Qin Xiao also used the power of 5 types of laws. But in fact, Qin Xiao's power of 5 types of laws was actually inferior to His Highness Wu Ji's. It was somewhat inferior. After all, His Highness Wu Ji had been a 3-step ancient saint for a long time, so his power of 5 types of laws was at the Great Accomplishment realm. For Qin Xiao, only the Great Tao Law and the Law of Space were at the Great Accomplishment realm. The others were only at the Small Accomplishment realm. Qin Xiao might be at a disadvantage in terms of the power of laws. However, Qin Zhao's power of the inner world was enough to make up for it. Qin Zhao's power of the inner world was 10 times stronger than before. Previously, the power of the inner world alone was comparable to the power of an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint. Now, it was probably comparable to the power of an extremely fierce fourth-step ancient saint. In fact, Qin Zhao's power of the inner world alone was enough to deal with His Highness Wu Ji. Not to mention, he also had the power of 5 types of laws and the help of the heaven-splitting sword technique. With so many powers superimposed together, Qin Zhao naturally felt a little invincible. Therefore, in the next confrontation, he still had an absolute advantage. With an unstoppable momentum, he once again beat His Highness Wu Ji until he vomited blood and was sent flying. It was no different from the situation just now. There was no suspense at all. His Highness Wu Ji didn't use his full strength just now because Qin Zhao took advantage of him a little. This time, Qin Zhao once again used practical action to give His Highness Dan Ji a fierce blow, deeply stimulating His Highness Dan Ji's self-esteem. His arrogance was completely shattered by Qin Zhao's 2 sword strikes. How could this be? He had already given it his all. He had always been extremely conceited about his own strength and had a strong sense of arrogance. He had always felt that in this 100-world selection battle, only His Highness Lan Hua, His Highness Zhu Zhua, Saintess Luo Zi, and His Highness Qiu could be regarded as his opponents. He could disdain anyone else and didn't put them in his eyes at all. Only these 4 people were worthy of his attention. They were his potential opponents. However, he had never expected that he would be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by second-level personnel. He was beaten so badly that he had the urge to die. This was an immortal domain kid who had just broken through to the 3rd-step ancient saint stage. This was an immortal domain kid who hadn't even lived a fraction of his life. This was an immortal domain kid whom he had disdained and never regarded as an opponent. However, it was precisely this brat from the immortal realm who had actually reduced him to such a sorry state, causing him to lose all face. It was a great humiliation. He couldn't bear it. He really couldn't bear it. Ha. His Highness Badger Huai also vented his anger. Originally, he really didn't dare to offend His Highness Badger Huai. However, when he saw His Highness Badger Huai being completely trampled by Qin Zhao, his pride naturally soared. Your Highness Badger Huai, your reputation is very resounding in the 10 worlds. Your name has long been known by the surrounding worlds and has been widely circulated. Now it seems that you don't live up to your name. You're just a hypocrite. Your strength is only SOSO. You can't even defeat a member of my team, and you still want to challenge me? Isn't that the biggest joke in the world? As a person, I feel that you should still have some self-awareness. It's okay to be confident and narcissistic. Be appropriate. That's your problem. However, you must control your limits well. If you don't control your limits well, you'll make a fool of yourself. In the end, you'll be the one losing face. People who talk big will always have their tongues cut. So, this teaches us a profound lesson. It's better not to be too arrogant. It's really shameful to slap your own face. His Highness Badger Huai's mocking and ridiculing was his revenge for the humiliation he suffered earlier. His Highness Badger Huai's anger was greatly vented. He never thought that he could be so arrogant. He pointed at His Highness Badger Huai's nose and humiliated him. The most important thing was that His Highness Badger Huai didn't have the strength to refute him. This was the most satisfying part. Although His Highness Badger Huai's strength wasn't very strong, he was now in the limelight. Even His Highness Badger Huai was firmly trampled under his feet. Good. He felt good just thinking about it. And all of this, His Highness Badger Huai was very clear. It was all brought by Qin Zhao. It was all given to him by Qin Zhao. After being provoked by His Highness Badger Huai, His Highness Badger Huai spat out blood again. He was already injured. It was really unbearable for him to be provoked like this. Qin Zhao didn't give him any chance to breathe. He took the initiative to attack His Highness Badger Huai with all his strength. Seeing His Highness Badger Huai take the initiative to attack, His Highness Badger Huai's face was extremely pale. He gritted his teeth and felt cold. Author Kan Shang, he said. Haha. Kan Shang continues to write. I have to work hard on the weekend and be a diligent little bee. It's the last day. Fellow Taoists, if you still have flowers, don't waste them. Throw them all. Chapter 3018. But at this time, His Highness Wu Ji had no other choice but to bite the bullet and face the attack head-on. However, his strength was obviously far inferior to Qin Shao. He was completely suppressed by Qin Shao. He even felt that he had no strength to fight back. Under such circumstances, the situation was naturally very bad for His Highness Wu Ji. In the end, His Highness Wu Ji was a little anxious. He knew that he was no match for Qin Shao, but he also didn't want to die in Qin Zhao's hands. Therefore, he simply turned his head and ran away. He actually wanted to run out of the safe area and enter the consciousness life circle. Obviously, his purpose was very simple. If he really couldn't escape this time, then he couldn't let Qin Shao and His Highness Wu Ji's team benefit. If he really had to die, he would rather die in the hands of those consciousness life forms. In this way, his points wouldn't be taken by His Highness Wu Ji's team. In his heart, he hated Qin Shao and His Highness Wu Ji's team. He had never been humiliated like this in his entire life. How could he not be filled with hatred after being humiliated like this? Qin Shao naturally knew his intention. Qin Shao also wanted to stop him and capture him. But this safe area was very small. If His Highness Wu Ji wanted to escape from the safe area, it was actually difficult to stop him. If he had the determination to be eliminated by the consciousness life forms and not the determination to escape, then things would be a little difficult. After all, His Highness Wu Ji's strength wasn't bad. Although Qin Shao was able to firmly suppress him, there was no way he could finish him off in a few blows. Want to run? Then stay. Without my big brother Qin Zhao's permission, you can't go anywhere. His Highness Wu Ji wanted to escape, but Yuan didn't allow it. Although Qin Zhao's team wasn't in a hurry to stop him, Yuan's side just happened to block His Highness Wu Ji. Yuan had been staring at His Highness Wu Ji, as if she had expected that His Highness Wu Ji might escape. A little girl in the second step ancient sage realm dares to come out and stop this highness? Is it really torture? Seeing that Yuan actually dared to come out and block his path, His Highness Wu Ji coldly snorted and attacked Yuan with all his strength. At this time, he was heavily injured, and he had attacked in a hurry, so naturally, he could not display his full strength. At most, he would be able to display the strength of a third-step Empyrean Saint, but His Highness Wu Ji felt that this was more than enough. However, it was more than enough to deal with a second-step Ancient Saint. Qin Shao was a peerless genius, but this little girl shouldn't be the same, right? Even if she was as monstrous as him, she was still only a second-step Ancient Saint. Furthermore, she had just made a breakthrough not too long ago. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. No matter how heaven-defying it would only be comparable to a third-step Ancient Saint at most. But it couldn't stop him. It definitely couldn't stop him. Although Yuan was a girl, but at this time, she was so angry that His Highness couldn't care less. He wanted to vent his disgust on Yuan to feel better. He had been suppressed by Qin Shao for several rounds, which made him hate her to the core. Now that he had caught Yuan, who had delivered herself to his doorstep, he naturally had some thoughts about her. Little girl, you asked for it. Don't blame me. Die. His Highness Wu Ji coldly snorted in his heart and looked at Yuan fiercely. But soon, his face suddenly changed again. His expression was very interesting, and he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. As soon as they exchanged blows, His Highness Wu Ji immediately knew how ridiculous he was. It was too ridiculous. Too ridiculous. It was simply too ridiculous. He didn't expect that the situation just now would play out again. Just now, he was disdainful of Qin Shao, but in the end, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face and humiliated by Qin Shao. Now, he was actually beaten back by Yuan Yuan, a little girl, and his face was ruthlessly stepped on again. He had just finished his big talk, and he was ruthlessly slapped in the face. What was going on? Was he, His Highness Wu Ji, so unlucky? Repeatedly slapped in the face. The most terrible thing was that he couldn't escape now, and Qin Zhao's attack was already in front of him. Therefore, His Highness Wu Ji didn't have the time to think too much. He could only grit his teeth and face the attack. After Yuan Yuan repelled His Highness Wu Ji with one move, she didn't continue to attack. It was enough to leave the matter of killing His Highness Wu Ji to Brother Qin Shao. She didn't need to help at all. She only needed to be responsible for watching His Highness Wu Ji and not letting him escape this safe area. Puchi. His Highness Wu Ji was once again beaten by Qin Shao until he vomited blood. His expression was even more gloomy and terrifying. Just by looking at that expression, it felt like he was going to eat someone. However, Qin Shao didn't pay attention to it. Instead, she said coldly, "Your Highness Wu Ji, don't worry about it. Don't be delusional to think of escaping. Don't be delusional to think of losing your life to a consciousness life. Since I attacked you, your life is mine, Qin Shao. No one can take it away from me. If you're a man, then fight me to your heart's content. What does it matter if a man wins or loses? You have so many thoughts. You are really a despicable, treacherous villain. But no matter what kind of person you are, don't even think of escaping here today. Just obediently accept your death." His Highness Wu Ji gritted his teeth fiercely. He secretly thought of a way to deal with it. However, the situation in front of him really made him despair. There was no other way. There was really no other way. It was completely dependent on strength. He didn't have the strength to break out, so what could he do? Could he only obediently accept his fate? Could it be that he, His Highness, was really going to be eliminated? Being eliminated wasn't a very terrible thing. What was terrible was that he wasn't eliminated by His Highness Lan Hua and the other captains, nor was he eliminated by the other captains. He was eliminated by a second-level person. How ridiculous and ironic was this? If news of this were spread, then how would he, His Highness, still have the face to meet others? Qin Shao didn't give His Highness Wu Ji any more chances. After a few rounds, he finally beheaded His Highness Wu Ji with his sword. Of course, because he was a consciousness life, it was easier to kill him. If it was really His Highness Wu Ji, then it wouldn't be easy to kill him. After all, in addition to a powerful saint body, he should have some life-saving means. Only on the Tianxian battlefield would there be a chance to kill him. His Highness Wu Ji was eliminated, but Qin Shao didn't know how many points he had. This would be given by the Tianxian city. These were all trivial matters, so it didn't matter. In any case, His Highness Wu Ji's points belonged to Qin Shao. Even if it wasn't a lot, it would definitely be a few hundred points. Killing His Highness Godly Halberd easily gave him a few hundred points. These points came really quickly. If he killed a few more people like him, then his points would soar. Of course, at this time, it was definitely not easy to meet other people. In His Highness Wu Ji's team, everyone else was eliminated, leaving only him. At this time, most of the people had probably been eliminated, including the captains. There were probably only a few teams that hadn't been eliminated yet. Now, it was the final and most intense battle. The most critical moment had arrived. After eliminating His Highness Wu Ji, it could be regarded as a beautiful battle, which made Qin Zhao's confidence increase a lot. Now, it was very difficult to kill a consciousness life. Moreover, even if he killed a few more consciousness life and got a few dozen points, they wouldn't have much consciousness and wouldn't play a decisive role. Therefore, Qin Shao still used his energy to find other people. If he wanted to compete for the first place, he must have a head-on confrontation with His Highness Lan Hua's team. Otherwise, if they were to compete for points like this, the final situation would be completely out of control. It would be hard to say what would happen. Overall, in terms of the ability to score points, His Highness Lanhua's team should have a big advantage. In other words, they had more people. Strength in numbers was something that could be said in this round. Second, they had 2 third-step ancient saints. Of course, this didn't include His Highness Lanhua. Third, His Highness Lanhua's strength was unfathomable. Qin Shao didn't know how strong he was, but he might not be inferior to him. Therefore, if he just wanted to compete for the top 3, he estimated that it was almost guaranteed now. But if he wanted to compete for the first place, the safest way was to have a head-on confrontation with His Highness Lanhua. This was also what Qin Shao was thinking. There are less than 10,000 years left, which was not very long. In these last few thousand years, Qin Shao didn't dare to be interested in other things. The only thing he was interested in now was how to find His Highness Lanhua's team. As long as he found them, it would be possible to compete for the first place. Now, he just had to set this small goal and work hard to achieve it. After deciding on this path, Qin Shao naturally didn't put his mind on hunting consciousness life. Instead, he quickly looked for a safe area. He couldn't waste any more time in a safe area. Not thinking about hunting consciousness life, obviously, the efficiency of his actions was improved a lot. This was also what Qin Shao needed. However, there were indeed not many people left now. Therefore, he didn't meet anyone else along the way, let alone His Highness Lanhua's team. After searching for 5,000 years, he still didn't find anything. On the contrary, in these 5,000 years, there were a few times when he walked out of a near-death situation and encountered extremely dangerous situations. In the end, it was Qin Shao and the other 2 who cooperated with each other and rushed out with injuries. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were extremely strong, they would have died in the hands of the consciousness life. Now, the number of level 4 consciousness life had increased, and level 3 consciousness life had become very common. The strength of level 4 consciousness life was very strong. If a group of 70 or 80 of them surrounded and attacked together, it was indeed a very scary thing. If Qin Shao was to deal with it alone, it would definitely not work. He would definitely regret it. That was exactly what happened in those dangerous situations. Fortunately, he had Yuan Yuan by his side to help. Otherwise, the situation would be really unimaginable. 5,000 years later, when he was once again chased by a group of conscious life forms, he felt a little desperate this time. But unexpectedly, Qin Shao and the other 2 encountered a person in the pursuit of consciousness life. She was also being chased by a consciousness life, and the situation looked very bad. Both sides were in a bad situation, full of danger, and there was a possibility of being eliminated by the consciousness life. And this person was none other than Sanus Luo Zi. Author Kanshang said, "It's rare to write so late, it's hard work, but I'm also very happy. Haha, go to sleep, continue tomorrow." Chapter 3019. Saintess Loazi was alone, so her situation was even worse. She was originally elegant, but now she looked a little pale and embarrassed, especially with a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, which was enough to show that she was injured. Being surrounded and chased by several level 4 consciousness life forms was an extremely terrifying thing in itself. Although Saintess Luo Zi was strong, she was fighting alone without any help. Naturally, she was much weaker. She felt like she was being attacked from both sides, unable to cope with the situation. If she still couldn't find a safe area, it would seem that Saintess Loazi was in danger of being eliminated. Although Qin Shao and the other 2 weren't in a very good situation, they were much better than Saintess Loazi. With Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan, these 2 experts, present, The most important thing was that Qin Zhao's strength was extremely heaven-defying. When Saintess Loisy saw Qin Zhao and the other two, her cold face was still so cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. She looked sacred and inviolable. This meeting was filled with the smell of gunpowder. They were all opponents, so there was a possibility of fighting when they saw each other. At this time, although everyone was besieged by consciousness life forms, the situation wasn't very good. But Qin Zhao and the other two were obviously in a much better situation than Saintess Loisy, so Qin Zhao and the other two could obviously take the opportunity to attack Saintess Loisy. At this time, they could also borrow the help of those consciousness life forms, so the success rate was relatively higher. His Highness Badger Huai glanced at Qin Zhao, as if asking for Qin Zhao's opinion. Obviously, His Highness Badger Huai had some thoughts. It was normal for him to have some thoughts. Saintess Loisy was the most powerful contender for the top 3, and her performance in the first 4 rounds was very impressive and dazzling. Now she was the only one left in the team, so it was conceivable that she must have a lot of points, definitely more than His Highness Badger Huai. If they could eliminate her and take her points, then the chance of winning the first place would be much higher. So, how could they not have this thought? This was the consciousness battlefield, not the real battlefield. Therefore, even if Saintess Loisy was eliminated, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. These were the rules of the game. Everyone was an opponent. The goal was to eliminate others as much as possible. This was a reasonable thing to do. Saintess Loisy tightened her grip on her sword. Clearly, she was ready for battle. Qin Zhao looked at Saintess Loisy, then shook her head at His Highness Badger Huai, indicating that she would not attack her. Since Qin Zhao decided not to make a move, His Highness Badger Huai naturally did not say anything. Not only did Qin Zhao not make a move, but she also went all out to take some of the pressure off Saintess Loisy. Fortunately, not long after, they found a safe area. The 4 of them entered the safe area and avoided disaster. If they couldn't find a safe area, it would be very dangerous. They would really be in danger of being eliminated. Fortunately, there was always a way out. After entering the safe zone, Saintess Loisy was already heavily injured. Her aura was weak. Neon Hong's clothes were stained with blood. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Saintess Loisy retreated to one side alone. However, she still looked at Qin Zhao and the other two warily. On that cold and beautiful face, there was an indescribable strangeness. Her eyes were like limpid stars. It was as though they could see through everything. She stared coldly at Qin Zhao and the other two as though she was facing a formidable enemy. She did not say a word. She was incomparably cold. At the same time, she was like a stunning queen. Even in this embarrassing situation, she did not lose some of her elegance. Qin Zhao and the other two were also looking at Saintess Loisy. Both sides looked at each other quietly. An invisible pressure surged out, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Brother Qin Zhao, she feels so cold, but she's so beautiful, Yuan suddenly said to Qin Zhao. In such a tense atmosphere, Yuan said such a joking sentence. Qin Zhao could not help but laugh. This was not the right time to say such things, was it? When Holy Maiden Loisy heard Yuan's words, her pale face couldn't help but blush. She couldn't help but look at Yuan and Holy Maiden Loisy. Perhaps there was a special attraction between women. Therefore, women would become familiar with each other very quickly. As for Yuan, she was an extremely cute and playful girl. She was as innocent and pure as water. Therefore, she was even more likable. There was probably no one who did not like Yuan. Saintess Loisy was so cold that no one dared to approach her. However, to her, Yuan had a very strong killing power. She could not help but look at Yuan a few more times. The atmosphere was a little awkward. His Highness Badger Huai wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he did not say anything. After a long stalemate, Saintess Loisy broke the silence. If you want to fight, then do it quickly. Although I'm a woman, I don't need your concern or sympathy. We're all here for the 100 Realms selection battle. We're all here to get a good result. On the battlefield, we're all opponents. We shouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy to our enemies. People who are wishy-washy are destined to not achieve great things. If you don't want to fight, then I'll do it. Hearing Saintess Luozhi's words, Qin Xiao could not help but smile wryly. This woman's temper was really stubborn, but it was normal. She was originally an extremely cold queen. It was normal for her to have a unique personality. Qin Xiao was not worried about anything, nor was he protective of her. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled faintly. Saintess Luozhi, you're seriously injured. I'm basically fine. If I fight you now, wouldn't I be taking advantage of you? Qin Xiao will not do such a thing. Saintess Luozhi was taken aback. She looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. Taking advantage of her? It wasn't a big deal in the tournament, was it? Wasn't it normal? Don't pretend to be so noble and sanctimonious. If you don't fight now, you won't have such a good opportunity in the future, said Saintess Luozhi coldly. Qin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. Saintess Luozhi, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not saying it's just because you're a girl. I feel that at least you, Saintess Luozhi, have an aura of righteousness. You're different from others. Like Her Highness Lanhua, Zhuzhua, and Wu Ji. They're all full of arrogance and conceit. Their desire to win is very strong. They want to trample on everyone. To be honest, I'm very disdainful of people like them. So if I meet them, I won't be polite at all. I won't talk about benevolence, righteousness, or morality with them, because they don't deserve it. But you're different, Saintess Luozhi. I respect you more. Plus, you're a girl. So I can't take advantage of you. If I fight you now, it'll be an unfair victory. Saintess Luozhi took another deep look at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's words had touched her quite a bit. However, she still kept a cold face and said coldly, You don't have to be so fake. You men are all the same. I won't fall for it. I hate men who use flowery words. None of you men are good. Don't talk nonsense. I've given you a chance. If you don't fight now, you won't have another chance to kill me later. Qin Xiao was really a little speechless. What kind of stimulation did this woman receive? How'd she get hurt by men? Why did she have such a big grudge against men? Were there really no good men in the world? Wasn't this AoE attack a little too broad? These days, people would be misunderstood if they talked nicely. Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. She pouted and said with some displeasure, Saintess Luozhi, you've gone too far. Who said that no man is good? I know a lot of good men. My brother Qin Xiao is a peerless good man. He didn't lie to you. There are many women who are prettier than you. There are many who like my brother Qin Xiao. Some of them even take the initiative to pursue him. But my brother Qin Xiao has never paid any attention to her. Don't think that my brother Qin Xiao is greedy for your beauty. That's why he treats you like this. If you really think so, I'll say that you're overconfident. Although you're beautiful, you're too cold and unapproachable. I don't think many men would dare to pursue you. We just don't want to bully you. We also think that you're a good person. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so courteous to you. Hearing Yuan's words, Saintess Luozhi was stunned. She took a deep look at Yuan and then at Qin Xiao. For a moment, no one knew what she was thinking. She frowned slightly. Her expression was a little strange. After a moment of silence, she didn't say anything in the end. Saintess Luozhi. Qin Xiao thought for a moment and said with a serious face, These are very important factors. But there's another important factor. To be honest, we're not very interested in the top 3. It's not our goal. We only have one goal. That's to be number 1. Judging from the current situation, I don't think you're qualified to compete for the first place. If I want to compete for the first place, the others are not my potential opponents. Only Prince Lanhua is. Maybe Zhu Zhuyu has a chance to leave the team. I'll have to face one of them in the end. Therefore, whether or not I attack you, Saintess Luozhi actually doesn't have much of an impact on the final result. If I can't defeat them, I still won't be able to take the first place. Even if I don't attack you, Sanus Luo Z, you still won't be able to surpass us and enter the top 3. So, why don't I leave you alone? Given the choice of whether to attack or not, I'd rather choose not to attack you, Sanus Luozi. Saintess Luo Z's heart trembled again. She looked up at Qin Shao, her eyes deep and flashing with a complicated light. Compete for the first place? What a great ambition. It sounded like a ridiculous thing, but after thinking about it carefully, it was admirable. Qin Shao was just a member of the team. He was just a kid from the immortal region who had just broken through to the 3rd step of the ancient saint realm. How dare he boast that he could compete with Prince Lan Hua for the first place? However, Saintess Luozi was infected by Qin Zhao's confidence. She felt that this man might really be able to create a legend that belonged to him. Chapter 3020. There were many reasons why Qin Shao did not attack Saintess Luozi. Most importantly, Qin Shao felt that it did not matter whether he attacked Saintess Luozi or not. In addition, Saintess Luozi was seriously injured. If he attacked her, it would be like taking advantage of her. Qin Shao could not bring himself to do this to a girl. Soon, everyone had rested and Saintess Luozi had fully recovered. Yuan followed Saintess Luozi and chatted with her for a while. However, Saintess Luozi replied coldly and did not talk much with Yuan. Yuan felt bored and returned to her place. The atmosphere was still a little awkward. Saintess Luozi was indeed too aloof. No one could even think of getting close to her. Even a cute girl like Yuan couldn't talk to her more than a few words. It was obvious. However, Qin Shao was not interested in Saintess Luozi. It was her business to be aloof. What Qin Shao was thinking now was how to find Her Highness Lan Hua. If he could not find Her Highness Lan Hua and could not defeat her, it would be impossible for him to win the first place. Therefore, this was the most important thing in front of him. After resting for a while, they could not stay here any longer. Qin Shao and the other 2 were about to leave when they were surprised to find that there were no conscious life forms. The conscious life forms that were everywhere in the surroundings were nowhere to be found. Not a single one was left. They continued to search for a while, but still did not find any conscious life forms. This discovery was thought-provoking. There are only 3,000 years left before the time limit. It seems that these 3,000 years are the time for us to decide the winner. If there are no conscious life forms, then it's time for the people who will participate in the 100 Realm Selection Battle. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "This should be the case." His Highness Badger Huai nodded. He thought so too. If this was the case, it would be easy to handle. Without those conscious life forms, it was definitely good news for Qin Shao. This way, he could find Her Highness Lan Hua without any hindrance. When Qin Shao and the other 2 were about to leave, Saintess Luozi walked over and looked deeply at Qin Shao. After looking deeply at Qin Shao, she said coldly, "If we meet again, I hope you don't pretend to be aloof. Even if you don't attack me, I will attack you." The 100 Worlds Chosen Battle is something we should all respect. With that, Holy Maiden Luo Zi left. Qin Shao shook her head and chuckled. It seemed that being kind was also a mistake. Forget it. If Holy Maiden Luo Zi really made the first move the next time they met, then there was no need for him to be polite. His Highness Badger Huai also shook his head and said, "This Saintess Luozi's character is extremely strange and cold. She's as cold as a block of ice." I wonder what she went through to make her so cold and aloof that no one can get close to her. Forget it. Let's go find Her Highness Lan Hua and the others. Without the obstruction of the sentient life forms, it was naturally much easier for him to pass through without any obstacles. His Highness Badger Huai did not have to worry about anything. Otherwise, he could only hide behind Qin Shao and Yuan. Now, he did not have to worry about this. He could walk freely, Until now, there were not many people left in the heaven selection battlefield. Therefore, along the way, Qin Shao and the others did not find anyone else. It was as if they had entered a completely barren world. The three of them continued to search. There were not many people who could survive until now. It was very normal for them to meet other people. On the central island, on the square. In the void, elderly Yin and the other two were still standing there. The gazes of the three of them fell upon the boundary artifact. Everything that was happening within it was clearly visible to them. There are only 4 teams left. That little girl Loazi should have lost her ability to compete. I'm afraid she can't compete for the top 3. What a pity, what a pity. I thought it would be good if she could get into the top 3. In this case, we can send a girl to the Firmament Academy. The 100 World Selection Battle has been going on for many worlds. No girl has obtained a place to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. Elderly Yin suddenly sighed and said. The white-clothed elder on the left shook his head slightly and said, Yes, it is indeed a pity. The old man also thinks highly of that little girl Loazi. Unfortunately, this little girl does not have a good helper, so she is destined to fail. You can't blame that little girl Loazi. She is already very good and very hardworking. She has the strength and qualifications. It's just that she lacks a little luck. If it wasn't for that little guy Qin Shao, that little girl Loazi would definitely be able to get into the top 3. It can't be helped. The rules are like this. We can't change anything. Elderly Yin nodded helplessly. Yes, the rules were like this. As the rulers of the Heaven Selection City, they could not change anything. They could only follow the rules. Although they felt that it was a pity, they did not think too much about it. Soon, Elderly Yin said again, Who do you think would get first place this time? The white-clothed elder shook his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Qin Shao has too many variables. There are too many uncertainties. Although he has just broken through to the 3-step ancient saint realm, the strength he has shown is not inferior to Lanhua. Lanhua is not only strong, but also has several good helpers. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao won't be able to gain any advantage. That Badger Huai is also very lucky to be able to get Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan, these 2 good little guys, to come all the way to this step. There is no problem in getting into the top 3. It will be too difficult to get first place. As for Zhu Zhuo, although he's also very good, he is still slightly inferior to Lanhua in terms of momentum. Elderly Yin smiled and looked at the white-clothed elder. Don't say it's hard to say. It's definitely hard to say. If it was a matter of clear judgment, I wouldn't have asked you like this. Since he's asking you, it's definitely hard to answer. It's hard to say, but it doesn't mean it can't be said. So, why don't you tell me what you think? Let's all talk about who we are more optimistic about and see who has better foresight. Haha, the loser will just take out some good wine to treat us. The gray-clothed elder on the right had not said a word before. When he heard Elderly Yan's words, he immediately said, I agree. The white-clothed elder shook his head and smiled. Since everyone was in high spirits, he might as well play a little. After thinking for a while, the white-clothed elder said, Although Qin Shao is a rare genius and a very good seedling, he is not inferior to Lanhua at all. In all aspects, it's not inferior to Lanhua at all. In fact, it's far superior to Lanhua in many aspects. However, I still think Lanhua is more optimistic. After all, Lanhua should have the advantage in terms of experience and strength. The final battle should be between them. In this aspect, Lanhua should have some advantages. Elderly Yin looked at the gray-clothed elder and said, What about you? Who do you think will win? The gray-clothed elder was straightforward and said, I don't think anyone will win. I will choose with you, Elderly Yin. Ha ha. Elderly Yin smiled and said, If that's the case, then I have no choice but to choose Qin Shao. Stop pretending, Li Yin. You obviously think more highly of Qin Shao. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made a small bet with me. The white-clothed elder did not hold back and directly exposed Elderly Yan's words. Elderly Yin smiled again and did not deny it. He nodded and said, Yes, I do think more highly of Qin Xiao. In terms of experience and foundation, Qin Xiao is not as good as Lan Hua. Even in terms of strength, he is somewhat inferior. However, the final battle may not be completely decided by the current situation. Some people, the more critical and dangerous the situation is, the more miracles they can create and the more they can change things. On this point, I still think more highly of Qin Xiao. He has just broken through to the three-step Ancient Saint stage, while Lan Hua has been a three-step Ancient Saint for almost an epoch. However, it still depends on the potential. In terms of talent and potential, Lan Hua is not as good as Qin Xiao. That's not necessarily true. The white-clothed elder said, "Talent and potential are not the focus of the 100-world selection battle. Luck and strength are the most important things. In the final battle, if Qin Xiao insists on fighting Lan Hua, it will mostly be a competition of strength. Qin Xiao is too soft-hearted. If he can eliminate Luo Zi and Zhu Zhua's people, he will have a better chance of getting first place. After all, Lan Hua is not qualified to challenge Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, can challenge anyone. If he can eliminate Luo Zi, Zhu Zhua's people, and Lan Hua's people, he will have a better chance. Even if Badger Huai is eliminated, it won't be a big problem. Qin Xiao has a natural advantage. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to make good use of it. There are still 2 members of Lan Hua's team. They shouldn't be a match for Qin Xiao. It won't be difficult for Qin Xiao to eliminate them. If Qin Xiao blindly wants to eliminate Lan Hua, it won't be easy." Elderly Yin smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, it's not an easy task. However, no matter how difficult it is, it's not completely impossible. Man proposes, God disposes. It all depends on man. No matter what, I think more of Qin Xiao. I still think that this kid is very different. He has a special temperament that others don't have. Let's see. It should be starting soon," the white-clothed elder said as he looked at the boundary weapon. Elderly Yin had also seen it. His gaze had been fixed on the world artifact the entire time. The final battle was about to begin. Elderly Yin was inexplicably excited. Logically speaking, a battle like this shouldn't have aroused his interest. He had presided over the 100 Worlds Chosen Tournament for so many years, but there were very few things that could interest him. This time, he was surprised to find that not only was he interested, but he was also a little excited. This feeling made Elderly Yin feel a little strange. Chapter 3021. In the consciousness realm, Qin Zhao's group of 3 finally met His Highness Lan Hua's group. His Highness Lan Hua's group also had 3 people. Originally, there were 5 of them, but it seemed that 2 of them had already died. There were still 2 third-step ancient sages left. As soon as they met, the atmosphere exploded in an instant. The thick smell of gunpowder instantly solidified the air here. 6 pairs of eyes flickered with a cold and sharp light that was extremely lethal. Saint Master Josie was like a hungry wolf staring at Qin Xiao like a venomous snake, as if he saw Qin Xiao as his prey. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to get back at Qin Xiao, but he had never had the chance. Now the opportunity had come. His Highness Lan Hua was in high spirits, unparalleled elegance and arrogance. His cold eyes swept across Qin Zhao's group of 3, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, full of disdain and mockery. Facing these 3 people, His Highness Badger Huai felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. However, he immediately mustered up his courage and calmed himself down, no longer feeling fearful. This battle was also a battle that he had long expected. It was the final battle to compete for first place. There was no room for retreat in this battle. If they wanted to get first place, they had to fight this battle and win it. Now that they had met, even if they did not want to fight for first place, they would not be able to escape this calamity. Saint Master Josie had always been looking for an opportunity to make a move. How could he let go of this opportunity so easily? His Highness Lan Hua had also been provoked by Qin Zhao's group previously, so naturally, he would not let them go. I really did not expect that you guys would be able to make it this far and not be eliminated by those sentient life forms. It seems like you guys are more or less capable, Saint Master Josie said sarcastically. After mocking them for a while, Saint Master Josie said, "It doesn't make any difference to us whether we kill you or not. Anyway, first place is already in our bag. Our score is already enough to guarantee first place, so we don't need to get more points. None of you will be able to shake our position. Whether we kill you or not, it won't affect our results. However, you guys are way too arrogant. Even though I could have let you guys off, your saint here will not let you off. Qin Shao, your Highness Badger Huai, weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you dare to challenge us? Hey, a great opportunity is right in front of you. Why don't you make a move and see if you can eliminate us? To be honest, it's really lonely to be invincible. Our first team had walked too far, leaving the people behind too far behind. The feeling of being invincible isn't that great. That's why I'm begging for abuse and elimination. Come, Qin Shao. I will wait for you here." Come and eliminate me, I beg you sincerely. You don't understand the feeling of being invincible. It's really uncomfortable. Saint Venerable Josie's words were really asking for a beating. They were so arrogant that it made people want to kill him and be done with it. Even if he was extremely arrogant, that was all there was to it. It seemed like Saint Josie knew this very well. Saint Josie was indeed feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Previously, he had suffered 2 huge losses at the hands of Qin Shao, so he had always harbored a grudge in his heart. He had always wanted to take revenge, but he had never had the chance to do so. Now that the opportunity had come, Saint Venerate Josie naturally wanted to vent the anger in her heart to the fullest. What a joke. A loser who has lost to me, and a loser who has lost twice at that, actually dares to say such shameless words. How can this person be so thick-skinned? I've seen thick-skinned people before, but I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as him. Even a boundary weapon wouldn't be able to pierce through his thick skin. Before Qin Shao could say anything, Yuan muttered to himself. It seemed to be unintentional, but it seemed to be done intentionally. The effect was surprisingly good, and it had a strong lethality. Especially when these words came out of Yuan's mouth in a very sincere tone. It seemed even more interesting, and people couldn't help but laugh when they heard it. Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai didn't hold back either, and they laughed out loud. His Highness Badger Huai immediately chimed in. Speaking of which, this person is really strange. Some people are humans, some people are beasts, but some people are even worse than beasts. There are funny people every year, but there are a lot of them this year. The two of them echoed each other, and their tone sounded like they were discussing something in private, but it had a strong lethality. Saint Josie's face turned pale when he heard it, and he glared fiercely at Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai. However, these two people weren't his target, so he didn't pay attention to them for the time being. Yuan was at the first level, so he couldn't challenge Yuan to a fight. His Highness Badger Huai was at the 3rd level, so he could challenge him. However, Saint Venerable Josie was still aware of his own limitations. His Highness Badger Huai's strength was obviously far above his, so Saint Josie naturally didn't dare to fight with His Highness Badger Huai. Moreover, these two people weren't his target at all. His target was only Qin Shao. What he wanted to do the most in his heart was to take down Qin Shao and regain his face and reputation. Saint Josie snorted coldly again, and his target was Qin Shao. He said in a deep voice, "Qin Shao, do you only know how to hide behind women? What? You don't dare? Qin Shao, haven't you always been arrogant?" Why are you acting like a coward now? It's fine if you don't dare to fight with me. As long as you admit defeat and eliminate yourself, I can spare you this time." His Highness Lan Hua and the other third-step ancient sage watched with interest. They were happy to watch a good show. Obviously, they were full of themselves when it came to Saint Josie. Of course, most of them were disdainful of Qin Shao and the others. With Prince Lan Hua's arrogance, how could these three people be enough to provoke him? Wouldn't that be a joke? Therefore, he didn't need to eliminate the others, but he had to teach these three people a lesson. In fact, none of the teams should be able to shake His Highness Lan Hua's position and fight for the first place that belonged to him. Therefore, at this point, he could withdraw his troops and stop fighting. He would still be in the first place, unless someone was looking for trouble and dared to make a move on him. However, he wanted to teach His Highness Badger Huai's team a lesson. His Highness Lan Hua had long held a grudge against Yi Shiwen for his provocation in the central square. "Perhaps you are thinking too much." Qin Shao curled her lips and laughed faintly as she slowly spoke. Thinking too much? What did he mean? Saint Josie frowned slightly and looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. Qin Shao continued, "Actually, I really didn't treat you as my opponent. It's just that you insist on treating me as your opponent. You want to fight with me. However, in my heart, someone who has lost to me twice really doesn't have the right to fight with me again. You're Saint Josie, right? You're really not worth my time. However, seeing that you're jumping and yelling so fiercely, I have no choice but to take care of you for the sake of my own safety. After all, I don't like people who jump around too much." "You're arrogant," Saint Josie roared angrily. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked Qin Shao. Saint Josie had broken through to the third-step ancient sage stage, so his strength was naturally much stronger than before. Moreover, Qin Shao had only exchanged 2 blows with Saint Josie previously, so it couldn't be considered a real battle. This time, Saint Master Josie attacked forcefully. She roared and charged toward Qin Shao. Her aura was aggressive and domineering. Her might was awe-inspiring. Indeed, she had an extremely powerful killing power. Although Saint Josie had just broken through to the third-step ancient sage stage, his strength was still very strong. He was probably equivalent to a third-step ancient sage. It was no wonder that Saint Josie was so confident. After suffering 2 losses at the hands of Qin Shao previously, he still dared to be so arrogant and want to kill Qin Shao. However, it was obvious that he was still a little too confident. He wanted to kill Qin Shao, but he didn't face the reality of his situation. Therefore, he was destined to shoot himself in the foot and bite his own tongue with his big words. In the face of Saint Josie's powerful attack, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly counterattacked with his sword. The sword slashed down with the power of the heaven-splitting sword. The extreme sharpness was unstoppable and could cut through everything. Whether it was the sharpness of the sword, the power of the law, or the endless weight of the pure power, they all gathered in this sword. Therefore, this sword could be said to be a sword without any flaws or weaknesses. This sword strike had the power to break the heavens. Saint Josie's powerful attack was naturally vulnerable under Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword technique. It instantly collapsed, and Saint Josie was in an extremely sorry state. The sharp edge, the heavy power, and the powerful power of the laws smashed heavily on his Saint Venerable Josie's body, causing her to stagger back. The corner of his mouth was already bleeding uncontrollably. Although Saint Josie was trying his best to control himself, the blood still flowed out uncontrollably. The power of Qin Zhao's sword was too strong. It was far from what Saint Josie could withstand. No matter how strong Saint Josie was, he was at most equivalent to a slightly stronger third-step ancient sage, or barely at the peak of the third-step ancient sage realm. However, he still couldn't reach the fourth-step ancient sage realm. One had to know that when Qin Shao was still a second-step ancient sage, his strength could already reach the fourth-step ancient sage realm. Now that he had broken through to the third-step ancient sage realm and had made breakthroughs in many aspects, Qin Zhao's strength had increased by a huge level. He could definitely reach the peak of the fourth-step ancient sage realm. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't use his full strength at all, but he had already beaten Saint Jiusi to a pulp. Qin Zhao had only used the power of the three cultivation laws and the power of the world in his body for this sword. Moreover, he hadn't even fully used the power of the world in his body, but it was already so effective. He had already beaten Saint Jiusi to a pulp. Saint Jiusi was defeated instantly. Saint Jiusi's strength wasn't the only thing that was defeated. Saint Jiusi's morale, confidence, and pride all collapsed instantly. This was indeed a huge blow to him. It was very exciting. Saint Venerable Jiusi's face instantly turned ghastly pale and extremely ugly. His deep and serene eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Qin Zhao with extreme astonishment. He really could not understand how Qin Zhao's strength could be so strong to such a terrifying extent. Author, Cruel Death today is the last day of this month. Thank you for your support over the past month. I'll ask for fresh flowers in advance tomorrow. After midnight, everyone will have fresh flowers in their hands. I hope that everyone can support Cruel Death, support Qin Zhao, and dazzle the nine heavens. The book is coming to an end, and it will get more and more exciting. Chapter 3022. How could this be? It's impossible. How could he be so strong? We both just broke through to the ancient saint stage not too long ago. Our breakthroughs should be the same. Other than my breakthrough in cultivation level, I've also made breakthroughs in many other aspects. I'm confident that my strength is at the peak of the ancient saint stage. How could Qin Zhao be stronger than me? His strength is definitely at the ancient saint stage. Qin Zhao has just broken through to the ancient saint stage. How could his strength be at the level of an ancient saint stage 4-step? It's impossible. It doesn't make sense at all. How could this be? While retreating, Holy Sage Jiusi resisted the urge to vomit blood. Holy Sage Jiusi kept thinking about this matter. This was something that made him very puzzled and uncomfortable. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. He had just broken through to the ancient saint stage. No matter how heaven-defying he was, how could his strength reach the ancient saint stage or the ancient saint stage without the help of a treasure? This was simply something that defied common sense. If Qin Zhao did not have the heaven-defying uniqueness of the energy in his inner world, he might not be able to be so heaven-defying. Of course, Qin Zhao had mastered 9 types of laws. When the 9 types of laws were stacked together, it was possible for him to have such a heaven-defying effect. Heavenly mandate cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was normal for them to defy the heavens. On the other side, Royal Highness Lan Hua, who had always scoffed and looked at Qin Zhao with disdain, could not help but look a little serious. The way Guan Yihue looked at Qin Zhao changed. It became solemn and serious. He had to admit that he had underestimated this kid from the immortal domain who had just broken through to the ancient saint stage. Qin Zhao was definitely not simple. He was far stronger than he had imagined. Not to mention Qin Zhao, he didn't even put his Highness Badger Huai in his eyes. He wouldn't even give him half a glance. However, someone had made him take him seriously. He could sense that Qin Zhao's strength had already reached the 4th step of the ancient saint stage, and it was a very high level. This kind of strength was somewhat of a threat to him. Such strength was not something that his Highness Badger Huai could compare to. He was also incomparably shocked. Qin Zhao, a brat from the immortal domain who had just broken through to the 3rd step ancient saint stage. How could his strength be so heaven-defying? This shouldn't make any sense at all. Your Highness, how can this brat be so strong? Another 3-step ancient saint could not help but ask in surprise. Royal Highness Lan Hua said coldly. We have underestimated this kid. It seems that we have to treat him seriously. Jiuxi's abilities are obviously no match for him. Later, find an opportunity and attack. You must not let this brat succeed. The three-step ancient saint nodded, indicating that he understood. He stared at Qin Shao with an eerie gaze, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, Saint Master Jiuxi was suffering the most. He kept retreating, but Qin Shao naturally would not stop there. Instead, he took advantage of the victory to pursue and take down Saint Master Jiuxi in one go. Saint Master Jiuxi could not block Qin Zhao's attack at all. He could not withstand it all. He had suffered a great loss at the beginning of the battle. If they continued to fight, he would be at an even greater disadvantage. Sword after sword, Qin Shao attacked steadily. However, he still did not reveal his full strength. At this moment, Qin Shao naturally would not reveal his full strength so easily. He had to save it to deal with Royal Highness Lan Hua. He did not need to use his full strength to deal with Saint Master Jiuxi. Seeing that Saint Master Jiuxi could not hold on any longer, the other three-step ancient saint charged over. Faced with a situation of 2 against 1, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan did not seem worried at all. They were still watching with interest. 2 against 1? Qin Shao pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth curled into an indifferent smile. Not only was he not worried, but he was also excited and looking forward to it. Just dealing with Saint Master Jiuxi was too easy for Qin Shao. There was no difficulty at all, let alone a challenge. Therefore, when another person jumped out at this time, Qin Shao felt that it was a little interesting and he could contribute a little bit more. The three-step ancient saint charged out and helped Saint Master Jiuxi. The 2 three-step ancient saints quickly joined forces to fight back against Qin Shao. However, the result was obviously not what they had expected. They did not manage to turn the situation around. Their joint attack was still destroyed by Qin Shao. They could not block Qin Zhao's powerful and terrifying attack at all. The 2 of them were still beaten back by Qin Shao. Their blood and qi flowed backward, and they almost vomited blood. They could not block it. The other three-step ancient saint's face turned extremely ugly. He thought that if he joined forces with Saint Master Jiuxi, they would be able to turn the situation around. He was very confident that if he joined forces with Saint Master Jiuxi, they would be able to deal with an ordinary 4-step ancient saint. However, they did not expect that even if they joined forces, they would still not be able to block Qin Zhao's attack. He was too strong, too strong, too strong. This kind of strength reminded them of Her Highness Lan Hua. Indeed, they felt like they were facing Her Highness Lan Hua. However, Her Highness Lan Hua had been a 3-step ancient saint for a universe epic. In terms of time, there's still some time. After a universe epic of improvement and intensity, Lan Hua Palace had already reached the limit of the 3-step ancient saint. She was only 1 step away from the 4-step ancient saint. When one reached Her Highness Lan Hua's level, one would be terrifyingly strong. It was understandable. However, what did Qin Shao have? Based on his cultivation level. However, Qin Shao had just broken through in the 4th round of the competition. Accumulation? Qin Shao had not even lived for 100 million years. He was completely a fledgling. However, the strange thing was that Qin Zhao's strength was so strong. It was so heaven-defying. It was so incomprehensible. It was too unbelievable. Saint Master Jiuxi and Saint Master Jiuxi felt bitter, but they could not say it out loud. However, they had no choice but to continue fighting. They had no other choice. Her Highness Lan Hua was a 3-step ancient saint. There was no way she could save them, so they could only rely on themselves. However, if they relied on themselves, the situation was very bad. Indeed, under Qin Zhao's absolute strength, Saint Master Jiuxi and Saint Master Jiuxi could not hold on any longer. They were beaten until they vomited blood. They were seriously injured. Their sacred bodies were shattered, and their vitality was rapidly dissipating. If this continued, they would not be able to hold on for long. They would be killed by Qin Zhao's sword and eliminated. Such a situation really made Saint Master Jiusi and Saint Master Jiusi anxious. They did not know what to do. The two of them looked at Her Highness Lanhua a few times. She stood there with a gloomy face. Her face was as cold as ice, and it was terrifying. They did not know what she was thinking, but it was very scary to look at. Invincible loneliness? Saint Master Jiusi, is that how invincible you are? Your so-called invincibility is better reserved for those one-step Empyrean saints. That way, it'll be safer for you. Asking for a beating? Asking for elimination? Perhaps only you, Saint Venerable Jiusi, would be able to say something so infuriating, right? You don't have to do that if you want to be beaten by me. I have the good intention to help you. As long as you need it, I will definitely satisfy you. 2 3-step ancient saints. That's all there is to it. It's really nothing. Beating the two of you is really boring. It can't arouse my fighting spirit at all. All right. I played enough. It's time for the two of you to die. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and sneered as he said to Saint Master Jiusi. He returned Saint Master Jiusi's words back to him. It was a ruthless blow. This attack was clearly meant to trample on Saint Venerable Jiusi's face and rub it against the ground. However, this was all Jiu Xixing's fault. Qin Xiao was not to be blamed. A person like him deserved it. Qin Xiao could only fulfill his wish and humiliate him. He wanted to let him know that there were things in this world that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After being slapped in the face by Qin Zhao's words, Saint Master Jiusi was so ashamed that he could not show his face. He was so angry that he wanted to kill himself. That was an extremely humiliating remark. Qin Xiao attacked again. This time, he did not hold back the power in his body. All of it burst out and attacked the two of them with all his strength. It was almost time to send them on their way. Therefore, Qin Xiao naturally used some of his strength. The power in his body was pure power. Therefore, even if he pushed the power in his body to the extreme, the power would not increase by much. There would not be any feeling until the battle started. However, once the battle started, it would be terrifying. At this moment, a thunderous snort suddenly sounded. It came from His Highness Lan Hua's nose. After His Highness Lan Hua snorted, he attacked as well. However, his target was naturally not Qin Xiao. He was only in the 3rd level, so he could not take the initiative to challenge someone in the 2nd level. Therefore, His Highness Lan Hua's target could only be His Highness Badger Huai. His Highness Lan Hua used this move wisely. This was obviously something that His Highness Lan Hua did on purpose. His Highness Lan Hua wanted to use this to attract Qin Zhao's attention. He wanted Qin Xiao to save His Highness Badger Huai. Then, he would be able to buy time and space for Saint Master Jiusi and the others. His Highness Lan Hua attacked with all his strength. With His Highness Lan Hua's powerful strength, His Highness Badger Huai would be in great danger if he was hit. Even if he was not eliminated, he would be severely injured. Therefore, at this moment, the situation was very dangerous. Seeing His Highness Lan Hua attack, Saint Master Jiusi and Badger Huai felt hope. His Highness finally attacked. If they still did not make a move, then they would really only have the fate of being eliminated. Yuan, stop him. How could Qin Xiao not know His Highness Lan Hua's intention? However, Qin Xiao was confident that he could eliminate Saint Master Jiusi and Badger Huai Si with one attack. If he stopped now and went to deal with His Highness Lan Hua, it would be a pity. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt that there was no need to do so. He just needed to buy time for one attack. Yuan could definitely do it. Yuan's strength should not be comparable to His Highness Lan Hua's, but it should not be a problem for her to block His Highness Lan Hua's attack and prevent herself from being eliminated. Qin Xiao only needed the time for one strike. That was enough for him. All he needed was the time for one strike. Even without Qin Zhao's reminder, Yuan was already prepared to attack. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yuan was even more confident in the battle. It was as if it gave her strength to encourage her. Yuan did not hesitate and immediately attacked with all her strength. Although His Highness Badger Huai knew that he was not strong enough, he naturally could not let Yuan take the risk alone when facing the powerful His Highness Lan Hua. Therefore, he also attacked with all his strength to help Yuan. The battle between the two sides had completely broken out. Author, cruel death, a new month has begun. Another month of battles has begun. I beg for fresh flowers, please everyone. Chapter 3023. On Qin Zhao's side, the power of his inner world was fully unleashed, and its lethality was terrifying enough. For Saint Venerate Jiu Si and Badger Huai, it was a devastating blow. How could the two of them resist Qin Zhao's terrifying attack? Therefore, under the power of Qin Zhao's powerful sword, the unstoppable momentum and mighty power directly crushed Saint Venerate Jiu Si and Badger Huai. How could the two of them block it? Therefore, there was no suspense at all. The two of them were directly killed by Qin Zhao's sword. Previously, Qin Zhao had attacked for more than 10 rounds and had already seriously injured them. At this time, the power of his inner world was fully unleashed. It was very normal for him to kill the two of them in one move with a powerful blow. Life forms formed by consciousness were much easier to kill. Seeing that Saint Venerate Jiu Si and Badger Huai had died at the hands of Qin Zhao, His Highness Lan Hua's face was gloomy. All his arrogance had been completely shattered by Qin Zhao. He finally knew that he had underestimated Qin Zhao too much. The strength of this immortal domain boy was far beyond his imagination. This person from the immortal domain was an extremely strong opponent. The hatred in his heart was difficult to vent. Therefore, at this time, His Highness Lan Hua's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He wanted to kill Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai. Qin Zhao had eliminated 2 of his team members. He also wanted to eliminate 2 of Qin Zhao's team members and then compete with Qin Zhao. With this strong hatred, His Highness Lan Hua attacked with all his strength. His strength instantly burst to the extreme. His Highness Lan Hua had always been a brilliant existence that looked down on everyone. He had always been the strongest person that everyone respected. Naturally, his strength was undeniably powerful. He was definitely standing at the peak of the 3-step ancient sage realm, the ultimate limit. After all, his strength was much stronger than an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint. His means were monstrous. His momentum could destroy the sky, and his power could break the sky. His domineering attack shocked the ancient world into silence. A sharp light flashed out and instantly annihilated the Heaven's Choice battlefield. The peerless and terrifying power was enough to make people tremble in fear. His Highness Badger Huai was extremely shocked. Just such a powerful and terrifying aura was enough to make him disheartened. The aura of death completely enveloped him. Terrifying, too terrifying. In front of this power, he felt that he was just an ant and had no strength to resist at all. The gap between them was simply too big. At this moment, the feeling of being so small and insignificant was too strong. Die! Royal Highness Lan Hua let out a wild roar. Destructive power surged forth, annihilating everything. Yuan's expression also became solemn. She also smelled danger. However, she had no other choice. At this moment, she could only fight with all her might. I'll fight it. His Highness Badger Huai fiercely gritted his teeth. Although this feeling of being insignificant was extremely uncomfortable, he could only go all out at this moment. He was gambling with his life. His Highness Lan, was he going to die? But he could only fight it out. The roaring power surged. Endless burning, endless destruction, and endless devouring. His Highness Badger Huai only felt that his body, soul, and consciousness were rapidly draining away. This was the feeling of death. He was rapidly approaching death. Blood also flowed out from the corner of Yuan's mouth. Her delicate body was trembling from the beating. His Highness Lan Hua was incomparably crazy at this time. After Qin Shao finished off Saint Jiusi and Yuan, he did not hesitate and immediately charged over. Your Highness Lan Hua, your opponent is me. Let me play with you. Qin Shao said coldly as he slashed the sky-opening sword at his Highness Lan Hua. The power of the inner world was also pushed to the extreme, roaring wildly. The sword slashed over. The sharpness destroyed everything and swept away all the darkness in the world. Extreme sharpness, extreme weight, and extreme power. The sword slashed down with a godly edge. Who could stop the mighty divine power? Under the extreme sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword, under the extreme sharpness, it was incomparably domineering. Therefore, when the sword slashed over, it cut through everything and completely cut off His Highness Lan Hua's power attack. This was equivalent to building an invisible protective wall for His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan, isolating them from everything. With this protective wall, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan were completely safe. They could not feel any power at all. At this time, His Highness Badger Huai was in an extremely sorry state. He was on the verge of death, and 90% of his life was gone. But fortunately, he was not dead. He was still alive. Ha ha! His Highness Badger Huai laughed happily. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Ha ha! Fortunately, I'm still alive. As long as he was not dead, no matter how serious his injuries were, he would recover after some rest. If he was not eliminated, at least his points would not be obtained by His Highness Lan Hua. This was naturally a good thing. On Yuan's side, the situation was not good either. His clothes were covered in blood, and his face was slightly pale. His brows were tightly knitted, and he seemed to be in pain. In this confrontation, Yuan had also been beaten up quite badly. His injuries were not light, but fortunately, he managed to block the attack and save His Highness Badger Huai's life. He was not killed by His Highness Lan Hua. Yuan, His Highness Badger Huai, you two stand aside first. Leave this to me, Qin Shao said to the two of them. Humph. His Highness Lan Hua attacked Qin Shao forcefully. The two of them clashed head-on for the first time. Powerful forces collided fiercely, and a mighty power exploded. In terms of power, His Highness Lan Hua was completely suppressed by Qin Shao. His Highness Lan Hua's advantage was in the power of loss. In terms of cultivation techniques and secret skills, Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword technique had reached the 3rd level. It was also extremely powerful, and it was also a ray of light that could illuminate everything. Therefore, after the collision, His Highness Lan Hua was directly beaten back, and he was sent flying back thousands of feet. His Highness Lan Hua's expression became even more gloomy and cold. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it was also incomparably ugly. In this first confrontation, he was obviously at a disadvantage. He was actually beaten back by Qin Shao. Moreover, what made him most unhappy was that he was unable to eliminate His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan. Two of his team members had been eliminated by Qin Shao. Now, he was unable to eliminate His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan. Wasn't this a great loss? Such a matter naturally made His Highness Lan Hua very unhappy, and his self-esteem suffered a great blow. Not to mention this time's 100 worlds chosen by Heaven Battle. Even in his entire life, he had never suffered such a huge loss. The most unacceptable thing was that the person who had caused him to suffer a loss was not even his captain, but just a team member. It was fine if it was just a team member, but it was actually a person from the Immortal Region. It was fine if it was a person from the Immortal Region, but it was actually a young boy who had just broken through to the 3-step Ancient Saint realm. A young boy whose cultivation time was not even a fraction of his. Such a matter made him want to vomit blood. How irritated was he? Therefore, the way he looked at Qin Shao now was extremely terrifying and eerie. He had never met anyone who could make him so crazy and irritated. His Highness Lan Hua stared fixedly at Qin Shao. Although he did not say a word, all his emotions were in his eyes, and they exploded invisibly, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive and frightening. Qin Shao also stared coldly at his Highness Lan Hua. After exchanging blows with him just now, Qin Shao had a rough idea of his Highness Lan Hua's strength. If his Highness Lan Hua had used his full strength just now, then Qin Shao would have the confidence to deal with him. However, it seemed to be more or less the case. It should be known that Qin Shao had not used his full strength just now, but he had already gained the upper hand and forced his Highness Lan Hua to retreat. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive and could be broken at any moment. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. Yuan and his Highness Badger Huai were a little nervous, and they stared fixedly at this side. Author, Cruel Death say, Cruel Death wants a cry. I apologize to everyone. Yesterday, I had to attend a meeting in the city and was busy the whole day. At night, I got drunk, so I only updated one chapter. I still have some things to do today. I will update again at night. Don't worry. Cruel Death would not be slow to update if there was nothing. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.